lonely and tranquil. In the universe's void, which is painted in deep black, twisted clusters of light are scattered, emitting various colors, resembling a child's chaotic doodles, completely devoid of any sense of beauty. Suddenly, a dark red beam of light shot out from a nebula so dim that it was nearly imperceptible, breaking the stillness of the universe as it traced an arc through the void, disappearing without a trace in less than half a second. Just as this blood-red beam swept between the stars, Odin, clad in golden armor and wielding the spear of eternity, abruptly stood up from his throne in a massive palace shaped like a bamboo flute. With a single eye, he gazed into the distance, his sight piercing through the thick palace walls, sweeping over the vast city and scanning the clusters of stars in the cosmic void. Heimdall, check the 9 realms. Is there anything that has intruded into them? Odin spoke abruptly, his voice not loud. It clearly reached the Bifrost, the starting point of the rainbow bridge built in the vast ocean, 200 to 300 kilometers away from the palace. This spatial bridge, constructed of ice, air, and fire, could reach any location within the 9 realms and was the foundation of Asgard's rule over them. Heimdall, the guardian of the rainbow bridge wrapped in dark golden armor, immediately lifted his gaze upon receiving the command from the Allfather Odin. His softly glowing golden eyes could perceive all things, disregarding space and distance. Wherever the rainbow bridge could reach, he could see instantly. After some time, Heimdall finished scanning the 9 realms, his dark face showing no expression as he gently shook his head and said, "All is well in the 9 realms. I have found no anomalies." In that brief moment, Odin, holding the spear of eternity and riding the 8-legged horse Sleipnir, had already rushed from the palace to the starting point of the rainbow bridge. Gripping the reins with his left hand, he halted the rapidly running 8-legged horse and said with a serious expression, "I did sense something not belonging to the 9 realms just now, flying between Asgard and Jotunheim, but now I cannot find it at all. Something that could deceive the All-Father can naturally also deceive my all-seeing eye. Could it be the Infinity Stones?" Odin pondered inwardly, holding the spear of eternity and scanning the vast star field before him. But he could no longer sense that strange feeling. Eventually, his gaze focused on a dark nebula so dim that light was almost imperceptible, and he spoke, "Open the rainbow bridge to the lost land." Upon hearing the command, Heimdall, standing on a high platform, immediately raised the long sword he held, accurately inserting it into the center of the platform. In the next second, bolts of lightning erupted from the guardian's sword, Bert's Teal, that had been inserted into the center of the platform, striking the surrounding clock-like mechanical gears, seemingly providing power, causing these gears to rotate rapidly. The spherical Bifrost began to turn with the rotation of the gears, ultimately concentrating all energy at the top of Bifrost, transforming into a colorful beam of light directed towards that dim nebula where light was barely visible. The colorful beam of light shot from Asgard, surpassing the speed of light, traversed the vast cosmic void, penetrating the dense dust surrounding the lost land, and arrived at a massive landmass floating in the boundless dark nebula. Fully armed, Odin stepped out of the rainbow bridge and found himself in an enormous cave, measuring 300 to 400 meters in width and length. At the center of this giant cave stood a colossal stone pillar, over 50 meters in diameter, towering within the cave and exuding a magnificent aura that seemed to touch the heavens and connect with the earth. Surrounded by darkness, only the rainbow bridge behind him radiated colorful light, illuminating the area, allowing Odin's single eye to clearly see that about 10 meters above the ground, the stone pillar had split open with numerous fissures, shattering the ceiling array engraved on its surface. At the center was a hole with a diameter of 30 centimeters, and the edges bore a blast-like opening formed by something bursting out from within. The seal of the ether has been broken. Was it the ether particle that just passed by? Who took the ether particle? Was it the Dark Elves? Or? Odin mused internally, gripping the spear of eternity tightly. Not lingering any longer, he turned and stepped back into the rainbow bridge, returning to Asgard. Seeing Odin enter the Bifrost, Heimdall immediately drew the guardian's sword, Bert's Teal, causing the rainbow bridge to vanish. Odin's voice echoed in his ears. "Heimdall, inform Vanaheim, Alfheim, and Nidavellir that Asgard will welcome a new king, with the coronation ceremony to be held in 10 days. Upon hearing this, Heimdall looked up in shock. But before he could ask, "Odin, with an extremely solemn expression, had already ridden Sleipnir and sped towards the palace, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, on a street on Earth, Letion's face was equally grim, seemingly transforming from a pale blue to a shade of green. The thick night, combined with the dim light from a street lamp 2 meters to his left, made the shop window in front of him reflect his figure, revealing a boy about 1 meter 60 tall. His slightly curled black short hair was drenched in sweat, sticking to his forehead, and his skin was as pale as paper, showing no trace of color. His high nose was particularly noticeable, and his brown pupils had thin dark red rings around the edges. No matter how one looked at it, this face, which could not be described as charmingly handsome but was merely delicate, felt so foreign, not to mention his skinny arms and legs, which probably weighed less than 100 pounds, starkly contrasting with his own tendency towards becoming a chubby individual. However, when he raised his hand, the stranger in the mirror also raised his arm. When he blinked, the stranger in the mirror blinked too. His mind was still replaying the scenes from when he had just woken up. Covered in blood, he was lying in the back of a truck, scrambling outside, only to find the situation outside even more horrifying. 2 black business cars were parked in front and behind the truck, and the ground was littered with bodies dressed in black suits, many missing arms and legs, with some heads and bodies separated. An abundance of blood gushed forth, flowing freely like a river, filling the air with a nauseating stench. This scene, reminiscent of a slaughterhouse, inflicted endless terror, leaving Letion's mind blank. By the time he regained consciousness, he had already arrived on this unfamiliar street, and then he saw the reflection of this extremely strange face in the shop window, which appeared to resemble himself. How is this possible? Is crossing over only something that happens in novels? Letion whispered, struggling to accept the fact that he had entered a strange body, repeatedly pondering what he had done the night before that could have met the conditions for a crossover. As a qualified failed author, he typically considered sleeping only after midnight. Last night, after finishing his writing, he had normally shut down his computer, and there were no yes or no options popping up on the screen. The water in his cup had long been finished, and outside the window, the moon was bright with sparse stars. There were no lightning storms, and the power was not malfunctioning. Why did he wake up inside a truck, appearing in another form? In this day and age, being an online author is truly a dangerous profession. Even having a peaceful sleep can lead to problems, suddenly crossing over and being burdened with the task of saving the world. Have they considered my feelings? Did they consult me about this? While Letion was lost in thought, a gust of wind swept through, causing him to shiver involuntarily. The chill on his chest made him instinctively lower his head, only to see a bulge in the chest area of his blood-soaked brown short-sleeve shirt. When he reached out to touch it, it felt hard and cold. Although it was covered in blood, it felt like a metallic material. Was it some kind of ornament? Letion had always been someone who acted faster than he thought, especially now. With his brain still reeling from the crossing over incident, he had no time to think about anything else. He felt it, and then casually pulled it out, wanting to see what it was. It turned out that aside from grabbing red envelopes, it was generally better to be slower at other times. As soon as he moved his hand, Letion felt something inside his chest begin to move as well. At that moment, his brain finally reacted, starting to contemplate the source of the blood soaking through his shirt and the truck's interior. This must be the knife that stabbed into my chest. The blood on me is from here. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind, and Letion instantly regretted it, but it was already too late. Quick as he was, he had already pulled the metallic object out. Oh no! Letion stared blankly at the diamond-shaped metallic object he held in his hand, which was about 8 centimeters long overall, 3 centimeters at its widest point, and the blade was longer than 5 centimeters. This must have pierced his heart. By the way, if the heart has been stabbed and the knife has been pulled out, is there any way to save him? This is urgent. He might last online for a minute. If there's no answer, it seems he would have to go stay in the box. There's no way out. I can only wait to die. Well then, goodbye. A thought suddenly flashed through my mind about the miraculous healer I'd seen online, and I felt that I could still be saved. The pressure on my heart was immense. If it had been pierced, it would be like puncturing a high-pressure water pipe, with blood spraying out several meters away. Since I wasn't gushing blood, it meant my heart might not have been punctured. Perhaps this body is a rare mirror person with the heart on the right side. Comforting myself in this way, I hurriedly grasped the edges of the wound and pulled hard. With a rip, I tore my shirt in half, then turned to the streetlight to inspect my injury. To my horror, most of my chest was covered in sticky blood, much of which had turned black due to oxidation. In the middle of my left chest was a 3-centimeter-long wound, with pale muscle and skin rolling outward like a baby's mouth wide open. Even though the wound had stopped bleeding, just looking at it was extremely frightening, especially since it was on my own body. The blood on my clothes and body must have come from this wound. No wonder my face was so pale. Oh no, I must be losing a lot of blood. How could I not be pale? No blood loss shock? Guess I'm lucky. At that moment, a dark red, blood-like substance surged out of the massive wound, instantly filling it, and then the wound disappeared. That's right, there was no healing process. It just vanished suddenly, as if to say, I'm gone. What can you do about it? It didn't care whether I could accept it. This must be a dream. I felt like I was talking in my sleep, quickly reaching to touch my chest. Other than the sticky blood, there was no trace of any wound. The horrifying injury I had just seen seemed to have never existed. Now I was extremely suspicious that I was living in a dream. Otherwise, how could such impossible things happen? It was as if I had groped my chest several times and found no wound. I could only give up. What else could I do? Should I cut myself open and argue with it? The last person who did that left peacefully. Since crossing over is such nonsense, this is just a small matter. I comforted myself while stuffing the flying dagger into my pants pocket, my fingertips brushing against something hard inside. I loosened my grip, letting the dagger slide into the pocket, then tightened my fingers around the hard object's end and pulled it out. It was a silvery metal object, about the size of a PSP. In the center was a milky white, square-like shape with rounded edges that curved outward, firmly fitting into the silver metallic frame surrounding it. The top of the silver frame was engraved with 9 symbols whose meanings I didn't understand. At the center was a silver ring, embedded with a smooth, red gem, from which I could vaguely see a familiar face composed of various long and short strips. The Decade Driver? No way. A lightning bolt seemed to flash through my mind, and I suddenly remembered this was the transformation device called the Decade Driver from the tokusatsu series Kamen Rider Decade, which I had watched before. As memories of the object in my hand flooded back, the red gem in the center of the Decade Driver began to glow. A bright crimson light flowed like water, rapidly spreading across the driver and causing its surface to shine with a shimmering red glow. Amid this light, the metal frame on both sides of the Decade Driver began to slide outward, turning the centrally located square shape by 90 degrees, gradually revealing a gap measuring 90 millimeters in length and only 6 millimeters in width. Then, all the light surged like a tide into the gap, condensing under my gaze into 2 thin cards that quietly lay in the card slot. This can't be real. My mouth dropped wide open, big enough to fit my fist inside, as I stared blankly at the Decade Driver glowing with crimson light. I had just seen those 2 cards appear from nothing. Even the most exquisitely crafted toys couldn't achieve that. Was this really the golden finger every crossover character has? If so, then this Decade Driver was the cheat code. Coupled with the surrounding buildings, roads, and vehicles, could it be that I had crossed into a Kamen Rider world set in a modern society? Thinking this, I rubbed my right hand against my waist to wipe the sticky blood onto my dirty shirt, then carefully pinched the 2 cards inside the Decade Driver. I held them up to the streetlight, rapidly scanning the text on the cards. The top card resembled an ID card, entirely in English, starting with New York State. The left side featured a half-body photo that looked exactly like my reflection in the shop window, as if it had just been taken. The name on it was a genuine English name, Gregor Russoff, with a birth date of July 12, 1994. Above the name was the term driver license, indicating it was a driver's license, with many details recorded, including eye color and vision. The card below, adorned with blue patterns, had a texture similar to that of a stiff paper card, also entirely in English. It prominently displayed the words Social Security at the top, with a bold sequence of 9 black numbers, 670-80-7264. Below there was a line of smaller text stating, "This number has been established for Gregor Russoff," meaning this number was assigned to Gregor Russoff. At the bottom of the card, above the label Signature, was the handwritten signature of Gregor Russoff. Although it was in English, the messy handwriting was undeniably mine, but I had never even picked an English name, let alone signed one. Wait, why can I understand this? I suddenly realized something was off. These 2 cards were entirely in English and Arabic numerals, with not a single Chinese character. Given my years of English skills reliably stuck at a mediocre level, I should only be able to understand punctuation, yet now I could effortlessly read it without any reading obstacles, as if I were reading Chinese. I glanced up at the shop's English advertising signs and found I could still read them with ease. I had truly grasped the English language that I had struggled with for 10 years during school. With this, I had a new body, a new identity, the language of another world, and the cheat code. Everything a protagonist should have seemed to be complete. Was there something missing? Memories? It had been some time since I crossed into this unfamiliar body, yet I hadn't received any memories about this boy named Gregor Russoff. Even the name Gregor Russoff was revealed to me by the driver's license. But knowing just the name was useless. I was completely ignorant of where he lived, his family, daily life, etc. My acting skills would only allow me to stare blankly. I probably couldn't even pretend to be amnesiac. I could only sincerely hope that this guy's parents were deceased and that no one recognized him. Otherwise, a few words with an acquaintance would definitely blow my cover. Gregor had completely forgotten any past memories. To this day, he remained oblivious to what had happened before his crossing into this world, why he had been in that truck, and how his heart had been pierced by a flying dagger. The identity of those black-clad figures surrounding him was yet another mystery. These questions swirled in his mind like a tangled mess, always out of reach of answers, and he had no idea where to go in search of them. He felt like a lost boat adrift in a deep sea, surrounded by dense fog, utterly unaware of his location or direction. He slowly raised his head and looked around. All the shop signs and bus stop signs were in English, with not a trace of any Chinese characters. The dilapidated 12-meter-wide road behind him was lined with vehicles, their license plates also displaying New York identifiers. Combined with the 2 identity cards he had stuffed into his pocket, everything unmistakably indicated that after waking up, he had crossed the Pacific Ocean and arrived in this country, rumored to be filled with democracy and freedom, where he had transformed into a slender Chinese man named Gregor Russoff and gained the ability to transform into Kamen Rider Decade with the Decade driver. At that moment, Gregor really wanted to curse. He was not an orphan. He still had his parents alive, yet he had been thrown into this desolate place without his consent and had been completely transformed. Even though this new body was young, well-proportioned, and handsome, if only he could transfer this last advantage back to his original body, he might not be so upset. Just as Gregor sighed and felt distressed while gazing at the shop window, a jumbled voice suddenly floated in from his left. Despite having inexplicably picked up English due to some reason, in this country filled with immigrants from all over the world, knowing just 2 languages was obviously far from enough. At this moment, he couldn't understand a word of what the other person was saying. He turned his head toward the direction of the voice and, with the dim light cast by the street lamp, could barely make out 2 tall, burly men, each at least 1.9 meters tall, walking together about 10 meters away. They were smoking and speaking in a language Gregor could not comprehend at all. The 2 men were dressed in gray and black, making them hard to detect in the night, and their dark skin seemed to grant them some sort of stealth, making it impossible for Gregor to see their faces clearly. He could only roughly outline their silhouettes in the dim light behind them, and they definitely had the build of giants. The road sign next to the dilapidated road indicated that it was 53rd Street, wide enough for only 4 vehicles to fit side by side. Excluding the parked cars, the remaining space was barely enough for oncoming vehicles to pass each other. The cracked asphalt surface was dotted with patches, indicating that the road had seen better days. The sidewalk beneath his feet was made of rough concrete slabs, with more than half the streetlights out, and many walls were covered in colorful graffiti. From any angle, this didn't look like a neighborhood with good security. Although he had never been abroad, he knew through the news, browsing YouTube, and scrolling through Facebook that it was best not to venture out at night in poorly secured neighborhoods, or one might quickly learn what it meant to pay for safety. Moreover, even back home, it wasn't wise to wander in deserted streets at midnight, let alone in a country where almost everyone carried a gun, and the danger posed by criminals was nearly hellish. In this unfamiliar place, encountering strangers at night, it was best to keep a distance. Thus, even though he couldn't understand what the 2 black men were saying, it didn't stop him from interpreting and being wary of them with the worst intentions. His slight frame made him look easily bullied, and with no one around, he had already stood by the shop window for over 10 minutes without a single car passing by. If he truly encountered bad people, even if he screamed his lungs out, no one would come to help. Therefore, after glancing at the two men, Gregor quickly turned and headed toward a small alley across the road, turning his back to them, gripping the decade driver tightly as if it were a lifeline. He murmured to himself, just passing by, just passing by. There can't be that many bad people. Not far away, the two black men continued walking, still smoking. When they spotted Gregor crossing the road, one of them muttered something to the other, who then let out a laugh that sounded like a duck being strangled. In a quiet environment, it was particularly loud and terrifying, sending chills down Gregor's spine. The two men looked around, seeing no one else in sight, and then they quickly took off after Gregor, who was only about 13 or 14 meters ahead. One of them reached into his pocket and pulled out a folding knife, holding it in his hand but not opening it, clearly feeling that they didn't need to use it to deal with such a frail-looking guy. Damn it, there really are that many bad people. The moment he heard footsteps behind him, Gregor silently cursed and took off running. But with his small arms and legs, he couldn't outrun the two burly men who stood at least 1.89 meters tall. Just 2 seconds into the chase, the distance between them had already halved. At this rate, a few more steps, and they would catch up to him. It has to be real. It must be real. Otherwise, I might have to start singing that song Conquer. For the first time in his life, Gregor prayed earnestly. Upon turning into the alley, he saw it was empty and, in a panic, pressed the decade driver against his abdomen. The dull decade driver's red gem instantly glowed with a radiant red light, resembling the liquid that had surged from Gregor's wound earlier. This glow rapidly spread within the driver, causing the milky white metal surface to light up with fine lines, weaving together into a 6-pointed star magic circle. From a surface, 6 spots of light appeared, each no larger than a thumbnail, and upon close inspection, each spot contained different symbols representing earth, water, fire, wind, light, and darkness. In the next moment, a silver metal strip 4 centimeters wide and 2 millimeters thick extended from the left side of the decade driver, wrapping around Gregor's waist and precisely locking into the right side, forming a belt that secured the driver firmly at his waist. At the moment the belt was formed, a ride booker, which was slightly larger than a palm, materialized on the left side of the belt. It's really real. No need to sing. The joy Gregor felt at that moment was akin to winning a $5 million prize. Money could be earned again, but singing would leave a lifelong shadow in his heart. Since the decade driver was real, he could transform into Kamen Rider and no longer fear those two malicious men. He even had a chance to turn the tables. With that thought, his heart raced with excitement. Once the belt was formed, the metal frames on both sides of the decade driver slid apart, causing the core in the center to rotate 90 degrees, revealing the narrow card slot that had previously condensed the 2 identity cards. The ride booker at his left waist also automatically opened a similar narrow gap from which a card shot out, spinning rapidly as it flew forward and landed perfectly in Gregor's left hand. The footsteps of the 2 black men were getting closer, and Gregor had no time to examine the card's appearance. Mimicking the actions he had seen in tokusatsu shows, he swung his left arm down sharply, flawlessly inserting the card into the slim slot of the decade driver, which could only accommodate 2 cards' thickness. His movements were so practiced that it seemed he had done it countless times before, almost instinctual. Once the card was inserted into the decade driver, the core of the driver automatically reversed, causing the metal frames on both sides to slide back toward the center, securely locking the driver's core in place. As he heard the voice of Kamen Rider Decade, in his ears, gray-white human-shaped phantoms began to materialize around Gregor. In 0.01 seconds, all the phantoms surged toward him, forming a set of black and white hard armor over his body. Suddenly, Gregor's field of vision expanded significantly. Even when he looked into the distance, he could see his own shoulders. The once pitch-black alley instantly brightened as if it were daytime. The trash on the ground and the sewage puddle near the drainage pipe became clearly visible. At the same time, various subtle sounds reached his ears. His vision and hearing had dramatically improved, and he possessed night vision capabilities far beyond that of night vision goggles. Looking down, the silver metal belt was particularly eye-catching against the black and white armor he was wearing. Armor surrounded his joints, such as his shoulders, elbows, knees, and feet, and the thickness at these points was noticeably increased compared to other areas. The armor on both sides did not have the magenta color typical of many tokusatsu shows, which relieved Gregor somewhat. As a real man, It would indeed take courage to step out dressed in bright red. He couldn't understand why Kamen Riders were adorned with such an effeminate color. Was it meant to symbolize a balance of toughness and gentleness? From the outside, the armor showed no metallic feel. Instead, it resembled a tight-fitting leather suit. Despite wearing a helmet, he felt no weight at all. The armor seemed to meld with his skin, as light as a feather, and it did not hinder the movement of his joints. The balance of strength and flexibility in the material was something he had never encountered before. Before he had a chance to inspect other areas, the two black men appeared at the entrance of the alley behind him. Their habitual thinking led them to look deep into the alley, unaware of Gregor's presence concealed in the shadow cast by the streetlight against the right wall. Furthermore, the black and white decade armor appeared to have an invisibility effect in the night, preventing the two bulky men from spotting him. Embracing the philosophy of the first to strike has the advantage, Gregor wasted no time and swung his left fist at the nearest black man. His speed was astonishing, and the force behind his punch created a gust of wind accompanied by soft whoosh sounds. The left hook landed heavily on the back of the nearest man's head. With a thud that sounded like a gourd being struck, the nearly 2-meter-tall, over 200-pound muscular man fell forward, his head crashing into the waterlogged ground, splashing water everywhere. He fell silent, unconscious. The sound of his head hitting the ground echoed loudly in the quiet alley, prompting his companion to turn his head. Just as the man's neck began to turn, Gregor, with enhanced reflexes, stepped forward and kicked his right leg out like a compressed spring, delivering a powerful blow to the man's abdomen. The muscular man felt as if he had been hit by a truck, and he flew backward, crashing into a car across the street. The impact created a loud bang, and the intense pain caused him to lose consciousness as well. The force of the impact dented the car doors significantly, shattered the windows, and set off the car's piercing alarm, which rang out loudly in the silent night. "Oh, that's too much noise," Gregor thought, startled. If the alarm attracted the police, that would be a disaster. In his current state, if someone spotted him, it would lead to big trouble. In his previous life, he had seen on the news that billions of dollars had been invested in developing exoskeletal armor, yet they had only produced prototypes far from practical application. But now, in this decade armor, he had gone from weakling to superhuman, taking down two muscular men with a single punch or kick. In terms of raw power, it had increased at least several dozen times, and the material, soft as silk yet stronger than steel, made him feel like a walking treasure. Such an incredible thing. Forget individuals, even a national-level entity would risk everything to seize it. He couldn't transform back either. If he ran into the police, it would be even more difficult to explain. With blood still on his clothes and chest, and the identity cards generated from the decade driver still uncertain in their authenticity, he wouldn't know how to explain his presence here. The idea of crossing over was likely more captivating than the decade armor itself. After all, while exoskeletal armor could be developed with enough time and investment, crossing over or reincarnation was something that mystical studies would bow down before. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Gregor, filled with untold secrets, chose to make a strategic retreat. Just as he prepared to lift his leg to leave, he caught a glimpse of a dark brown wallet lying quietly on the ground by his feet, seemingly dropped by the man he had just kicked. After hesitating for only half a second, Gregor bent down and picked up the wallet. He had already searched both of his pockets, which were cleaner than his face, and aside from the decade driver, he didn't have a dime to his name. He had no prospects for breakfast tomorrow. With the thought of mental compensation, he justified taking the not-thin wallet. Before anyone arrived, Gregor took the wallet, crouched, and leapt upward with all his might, soaring 7 to 8 meters high and easily landing on the rooftop of the 2-story building on his right. The rooftops were clearly safer than the streets below. He had never heard of anyone installing surveillance cameras on rooftops, as there was no profit to be gained from it. Turning back to look at the alley below, Gregor felt an immense sense of joy and excitement. Even tightly clenched fists couldn't suppress his trembling. He had knocked out 2 muscular men with just a punch and a kick, and now he stood atop a 2-story building. What would happen if he unleashed his full potential? Perhaps he could truly fly. The 2 hulking men still lay below, either of whom could easily lift him with one hand and press him against the wall. But now, he had knocked them both away with a single punch. Such overwhelming strength had only existed in his imagination in his past life, where he had been a battle loser. "I'm Kamen Rider decade now. I'm Kamen Rider." Gregor couldn't help but clench his fists tighter, all the previous tension and anxiety dissipating, replaced by excitement. If circumstances allowed, he would have wanted to throw his head back and roar at the sky. Who wants to be a battle loser? In his past life, many so-called martial arts masters thrived because many wanted to learn martial arts to enhance their strength. Gregor was one of them, having trained for years in flashy martial arts. But the real-world effectiveness, well, he had probably only improved from a battle loser to a battle 5.01 loser. While it's true that fists can't solve all problems, they can resolve the vast majority of them. Now, he had the power to tackle most issues. Without needing to escalate to a fight, just a display of empty-handed power could make others back down, winning without a fight. Standing at the edge of the rooftop, looking down at the two muscular men he had knocked out in the alley, Gregor felt a surge of heroism, as if he were looking down on everything, just short of the hint of disdain in his eyes. Yes, to put it bluntly, he felt a bit inflated. In his previous life, he had never had the opportunity to feel this way for over 20 years. Now that he finally had the chance, he was keen to revel in it before it slipped away. A jumble of thoughts flooded his mind, but Gregor chose to ignore them. His attention focused ahead, where buildings of varying heights stood tall. Remembering the parkour videos and movies he had watched, Gregor's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he took off running. In just a second or two, he covered the rooftop distance of over 10 meters, easily reaching the other side. With a powerful leap, his body soared into the air, tracing a graceful arc against the thick night, effortlessly crossing the nearly 20-meter-wide road, landing lightly on the rooftop of the building on the other side, as if he were simply jumping over a floor tile. Under the dense cover of night, a black-and-white figure darted across the uneven rooftops like an arrow released from a bow. The speed at which he ran was astonishing, completely disregarding the complex environment of the rooftops. Neither the tangled pipes, nor the protruding air conditioning units, nor the seemingly insurmountable gaps between buildings could hinder this figure's rapid pace. With all his might, this figure was able to cover 12 to 13 meters per second, speed rivaling the world records set by Jamaican sprinters, while navigating the obstacle-laden rooftops. Gregor was euphoric, feeling like a child who had just received a new toy, reveling in the exhilarating sense of freedom that came with running. He sprinted 3 blocks without stopping, only ceasing once the blaring car alarm faded from his ears. Light as a feather, he landed firmly on top of a 3-story building. He then bent over, gasping for breath, feeling as if his brain had turned into mush, heavy and foggy, as if he had been driving at high speed and full concentration for hours, utterly exhausted mentally. In just 3 or 4 minutes, his high-speed running had covered 2,000 to 3,000 meters, all while navigating the intricate rooftop landscape. If it hadn't been for the enhancements provided by the Decade armor, he could never have achieved such speed. In fact, he likely would have crashed into the obstacles before he even got started. However, the enhanced senses also meant that Gregor was bombarded with a much greater volume of external information, and the increased neural response speed meant his brain had to process all that information quickly. It was akin to an old computer upgraded with the latest graphics card, hard drive, and memory, but still running on an outdated CPU. When trying to run larger programs, the CPU would overheat, and after a while, crashing would become a real possibility. Gregor was in that kind of state. Although the Decade armor bestowed him with greater strength, speed, and reflexes, his mind had yet to adapt to this overwhelming power and speed, remaining at the level of a battle loser. It was like having always ridden a bicycle and suddenly switching to a motorcycle. One couldn't just adapt instantly and confidently let go of the handlebars. He crouched and breathed heavily for a while until the fatigue in his brain eased slightly, then gathered his thoughts to listen attentively to his surroundings. Aside from the whistling of the wind blowing through the gaps between buildings, there were no other sounds. With a sigh of relief, Gregor focused his mind and felt the armor rapidly disappear from his body, leaving only the silver belt around his waist and the rider car box on his left side. He placed his right hand on the driver, and the silver metal belt quickly retracted into the driver, along with the rider card box disappearing as well. He tucked the driver into his pants pocket and removed the shirt that had been torn at the chest, using a relatively clean corner to wipe the sticky, darkened blood from his chest and hands. After cleaning himself up, he tossed the filthy shirt off the rooftop, landing it in a large iron trash bin below. Exhausted, Gregor turned and leaned against the railing at the edge of the rooftop, utterly drained. Since crossing over, He hadn't rested for a single minute. As soon as his back leaned against the wall, fatigue rushed over him like a tide, and he couldn't help but close his eyes. Overwhelmed by sleepiness, his head gradually drooped, and he fell into a deep slumber. Dreams were always bizarre and surreal. Gregor felt as if he were in a pitch-black void. Then blinding light appeared, followed by 6 clusters of different colors. But before he could discern what they were, he felt someone shaking him, accompanied by a few English words entering his ears. "Hey, wake. Groggy, Gregor opened his eyes, twisting his stiff neck, and looked ahead, where a slightly plump face came into view. The face bore the marks of age, with black hair, dark eyes, and yellow skin. Clearly a Chinese man. His consciousness hadn't fully returned, and it felt as if he had just woken from a dream, unable to recall what he had dreamed about. Facing the grizzled man, he mumbled, "Who are you?" The uncle, dressed in a gray shirt and black pants, straightened up from his previously hunched position upon hearing Gregor's question. With his movement, Gregor caught a glimpse of a metallic gun holstered at his waist. This sight jolted Gregor's hazy mind awake. He rapidly recalled the incredible events of the previous night. Crossing into New York, his new body, Gregor, the decade armor. Looking at the boy cowering in the corner, half-naked and only wearing pants, the uncle asked, "Who are you? Why are you on my rooftop? What happened?" This time, he spoke in Chinese, albeit with a strong Minnan accent, but Gregor could understand him well enough. Gregor was momentarily at a loss for words. His freshly awakened brain raced to find a reasonable explanation for why he was on someone else's rooftop. However, his gaze involuntarily darted to the gun at the uncle's waist. He had heard that intruding into someone's home without permission could lead to being shot without the shooter facing any consequences, and if his excuse wasn't reasonable, would he end up shot? A hint of fear surged within him. Having slept against the wall, his back ached and his limbs felt numb, making it difficult to even get up, let alone resist. His only hope lay in the decade driver tucked in his pants pocket. Yet pulling out the driver and pressing it against his waist to transform would take a couple of seconds. He could only hope the man's gun wasn't loaded. Gregor silently vowed to remember this lesson. He should try to keep the decade driver in belt form, so he could transform instantly with a card insert, taking less than a second. The uncle noticed Gregor's gaze and raised his hand to zip up his jacket, concealing the gun, saying, "We are all fellow Chinese. I won't draw my gun. This isn't back home, and bursting into someone's house without permission could get you shot here, and the shooter wouldn't be held accountable. Some people who just snuck in used to think it was the same as back home, and then they'd get shot." The uncle paused, seemingly realizing that his words might sound threatening to Gregor. So he continued earnestly, "I'm not trying to scare you. If I hadn't seen you look like a fellow Chinese, I would have definitely had my gun drawn, not tucked away. The security in Brooklyn has never been very good." Gregor wanted to retort, "Who would want to come here?" But he hurriedly replied, "I'm not a stowaway, really." If he were mistaken for an illegal immigrant, it could lead to trouble with the police. He quickly reached into his pocket for the 2 identity cards, regardless of their authenticity, hoping to bluff his way through. The uncle walked to the left while saying, "Don't worry, I won't notify ICE. There are many people like you who've entered illegally. New York hasn't really managed illegal immigration for years. As long as you don't get too close to the police, you should be fine." ICE. Gregor looked bewildered. He didn't know what that abbreviation meant. He knew about ACE, but someone who didn't play esports wouldn't know what ACE stood for, just as he didn't know what ICE meant now. The uncle took a short-sleeved shirt with Jimmy's Diner, printed in English from a clothesline on the rooftop, and came over to hand it to Gregor. He glanced at the 2 identity cards in Gregor's hand, shook his head slightly, and looked up at Gregor, asking, "Do you know what these 2 cards are and what they are for?" Gregor fell into silence, quickly pulling on a short-sleeved shirt to buy himself time, while his mind raced to formulate a response. He had seen the 2 identity cards last night. One was a social security card, and the other was a driver's license. But that was about it. For example, he had no idea what Class D on the driver's license meant. Even within the same country, different regions might refer to the same thing differently, and with various dialects, communication among people from different backgrounds felt like a game of Chinese whispers. In the novels he had read, those who crossed over could immediately chat and laugh with ancient people or beings from other worlds without any barriers of dialect or specific vocabulary. Yet here he was, crossing into a modern urban setting, utterly confused by one term, "I see." He genuinely wanted to know how those travelers understood such specific terms that had no relation to context or meaning. Terms like DNF or toxic milk powder would be completely unintelligible to someone unfamiliar with them, but the protagonists in the novels seemed to have no such obstacles. As his thoughts wandered down this slippery slope, he had managed to put on the short-sleeved shirt, but he still hadn't figured out what to say. As a programmer and recluse, his social skills were nearly non-existent, and he was particularly uncomfortable facing strangers. However, he felt relieved when the uncle asked one question and then turned to lead him toward the stairwell. As they walked, the uncle continued chatting. The customs, food, and habits here are all vastly different from back home. Before you get familiar with the rules here, it's best to be cautious, especially for those who entered through illegal means. Many people like to extort stowaways because they're too scared to speak up or call the police. If ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, catches them, they will be forcibly returned. Gregor remained silent, following behind the uncle, listening to his words while discreetly reaching in his pocket to pull out the decade driver. He lifted the hem of his shirt and pressed the driver directly against his abdomen. Silently, the silver metal belt emerged, securely fastening the driver around his waist, and the rider card box appeared on the left side of the belt. With a thought, the card box opened a narrow gap, and a card sprang out, landing in the palm of his left hand. However, Gregor didn't insert the card into the decade driver yet. The uncle had maintained a friendly demeanor so far, but he couldn't let his guard down. In case of any unexpected situations, having a card in hand would allow him to transform instantly. If he encountered someone kind, he might even learn more about his surroundings, saving him from being completely in the dark. As the uncle began descending the stairs, he continued speaking. Here, white people enjoy life. Black people are often idle, while Asians work themselves to the bone, yet remain at the bottom of society. If anything happens, the police won't help. This area has several neighborhoods populated by Chinese, along with gangs and associations formed by them. Although they collect protection fees, they can keep other gangs out. Often, it's more effective to go to them than to the police. At least we're all countrymen, and there's no discrimination. By the time they reached the ground floor, the uncle opened a wooden door, revealing an old-fashioned restaurant. The restaurant spanned over 20 square meters, with 6 tables covered in red tablecloths, each set with forks and chopsticks. However, the walls were adorned with red Chinese knots and traditional lanterns, making it clear that it was a Chinese restaurant. "Sit for a moment," the uncle said as he headed toward the kitchen, leaving Gregor alone. He sat at a table against the wall, surveying the small Chinese restaurant. The clock on the wall showed it was only 7 o'clock. Normally, he would still be in bed at this time, but now... Sigh. Gregor deeply exhaled, suppressing that thought. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. He had nowhere to settle down, and he couldn't afford to feel negative. Next to the clock was a business license with a name that blended Chinese and Western influences, Jimmy Woo. The short-sleeved shirt he was wearing also featured the name Jimmy, indicating that this uncle was indeed the restaurant owner, Jimmy Woo. Lost in thought, the aroma of food wafted into his nose, making it impossible for Gregor not to sniff several times. Following the scent, Uncle Jimmy emerged from the kitchen carrying a plate with 2 bowls of fried rice and 2 pairs of chopsticks. He hadn't felt hungry initially, but with the enticing scent swirling around him and his eyes fixed on the fried rice, his stomach suddenly growled loudly, making him feel quite embarrassed. Uncle Jimmy placed 1 bowl of fried rice in front of Gregor and smiled, saying, "You must be hungry. Go ahead and eat. This isn't some Americanized version. It's authentic Chinese fried rice. There are many Chinese restaurants around, but not all serve genuine Chinese flavors. I only make it for myself. Thank you." Gregor quickly expressed his gratitude, hurriedly picking up the chopsticks, but then suddenly remembered he was in a restaurant. He quickly reached into his pants pocket to slip the decade card into it, then grasped the wallet he had taken from the earlier confrontation, pulling it out and asking, "How much?" Uncle Jimmy waved his hand, digging into the fried rice with his chopsticks, and said while chewing, "We're all countrymen. Don't be so formal. It's just a bowl of rice. Keep your money for later. You'll have more expenses ahead. Like those fake IDs you have, I don't know who made them for you, but you should only use the driver's license." Wait. Gregor was stunned at his words. Fake? That couldn't be. This had come from the decade driver. If something as fantastical as the decade driver was real, how could the identification be fake? That would be like buying a box and throwing away the pearl inside. The card with your photo is the driver's license, which is equivalent to an ID in America. You can apply for one at 16 in New York, and according to your birth date on it, you turned 16 2 months ago. If you encounter an irresponsible cop, you might even get away with it. The other card is a social security card, but it only has your name and social security number. This card is only issued to U.S. citizens and permanent residents, and it would be easy to check. It's best not to use it. No matter how much you spent, consider it tuition. Try to avoid trouble as much as possible. Uncle Jimmy sighed deeply, saying, Chinese people get bullied here, but illegal immigrants are treated even worse. Wages are driven down to the lowest possible, and they dare to charge 3 to 4 times the rent for shabby houses. They endure all this without daring to seek help from the police. I've spent over a decade just to get this little restaurant up and running. It's not easy to establish a foothold here. His words were filled with helplessness and lamentation, resonating deeply. If Gregor truly were an illegal immigrant, he would likely feel a sense of kinship with Uncle Jimmy. Unfortunately, he hadn't come here voluntarily, and as for being bullied with the decade armor, it would likely be him doing the bullying. However, according to the uncle, this body was only 16 years old, meaning it was now 2010. While Uncle Jimmy was sighing, he kept an eye on Gregor's expression. Noticing that Gregor didn't change his demeanor, he lowered his eyes, refraining from referring to himself as an illegal immigrant. Instead, he picked up a nearby remote and turned on the television mounted on the wall, continuing to eat his fried rice, saying, "Watch the news more. Especially local news will help you understand this place better. The quicker you adapt, the easier it will be to fit in." On the TV, a blonde woman in a black business suit was delivering the news in clear English. Last night, Tony Stark, who has not appeared in public for 7 weeks, attended a fundraising event for the families of firefighters at the Disney Music Hall. He dispelled rumors of being bedridden due to mental issues stemming from his kidnapping, but he did not answer any questions regarding Stark Industries' halt in weapon development or the future of the disbanded weapons division. Even though the Stark Industries board announced 1 week ago that they would reinstate Tony Stark as chairman and restart weapons research and manufacturing, this resolution has not led to an increase in Stark Industries' stock price. In fact, the stock prices of competitors Hammer Industries and Osborne Corporation continue to rise. Gregor was unable to absorb anything more from the news. The words Marvel echoed in his mind. He was in the Marvel universe. Greer had always firmly believed that he was the protagonist of a time-traveling urban novel. Even in the worst of situations, he thought he was merely in the world of Kamen Riders, and, with the power of the Emperor armor, he would surely thrive. However, he never expected to become the protagonist of an apocalyptic survival story. In Greer's view, the Marvel Universe should definitely be classified under the category of apocalyptic crises, and it's a hellish world where world-ending crises could strike at any time. Even as a pseudo-Marvel fan who had only seen the movies and never touched the comics, he could easily rattle off a long list of names that would overwhelm the Earth, such as Sentinel, Galactus, Thanos, and the Celestials. Just before his crossing over, he had watched in theaters Avengers, Infinity War, where Thanos, the director of the Cosmic Population Control Committee, snapped his fingers and wiped out half of all life in the universe. In the movie, that big purple potato single-handedly wiped the floor with the entire Avengers team. Even if he now possessed the Emperor armor, so what? With his current strength, there were more than one person in the entire Avengers who could easily take him down. Greer suddenly felt that his special ability seemed quite weak. Was there a return policy here? Or maybe he could just go back to being that lazy coder. This broken protagonist, who could only live for about 8 years, could be anyone else's responsibility. His mind was racing, but it could be summed up in just 8 words. I want to go home. I miss my mom. Everyone wants to be a glamorous protagonist, but the protagonist in the Marvel Universe is destined to be filled with pain and helplessness. Captain America went from a symbol of hope to a fugitive with just a civil war and a piece of paper. Iron Man went from a billionaire to a sad, helpless mortal on Titan with just a snap. Thor went from a high and mighty prince of Asgard to a one-eyed, down-and-out man with just a sister. Looking back at the 19 Marvel movies in his past life, none of the protagonists had a perfect ending. They either lost something or someone, and in the end, with just a snap, everyone turned to dust. In such a world, let alone being a protagonist, even just passing through could lead to encounters with battles between heroes and villains. Uncle Jimmy noticed Greer was staring blankly at the TV screen, as if frozen in time, so he followed up with the news on the television. In April, when Tony Stark was kidnapped, news about him was everywhere on TV and in newspapers, discussing what to do with his hundreds of billions in assets. Now that Stark is back, no one is getting a penny. But wealthy people can be capricious. The weapons department that laid golden eggs shut down just like that. Surely the kidnapping must have shaken him. A billionaire like him usually goes out with a crowd of people, fancy cars, and beautiful women. Who has ever experienced a kidnapping? It's no wonder he's scared. Gryell managed a forced smile, responding to Uncle Jimmy's topic. His head was a mess, and he didn't know how to continue the conversation. The chopsticks in his hand poked at the fried rice, which had lost all its previous appeal. Seeing the look on Gryell's face, Uncle Jimmy decided not to discuss that topic any longer and asked, "Do you have a place to stay? If not, you can stay with me for a few days. One of my tenants just moved out. During these days, you can ask around the neighborhood to see if there are any better places with cheaper rent and decide if you want to rent my place. If you're looking for a job, there are plenty of tasks in my shop that you can do, settled daily or monthly, as you like. If you think the pay is low, you can leave any time. We're all compatriots, so I'll help you out a bit." As Uncle Jimmy spoke, he stood up, carrying his empty bowl toward the kitchen. His unique loud voice could be heard clearly even through two walls. "I don't know why you came here, but you must have your troubles. Who would willingly cross the ocean to get here? When I first arrived, I couldn't speak English, was completely lost, slept in under bridges, and scavenged for food. I didn't even know how I survived. The first thing I wanted to eat was fried rice from my hometown. After earning my first bit of money, I went to Chinatown to buy a bowl, and as soon as I took a bite, tears fell. I cried and ate, and others looked at me like I was a fool. Sigh, I don't know how I made it through," Uncle Jimmy said with a sigh, walking from the kitchen to the stairs, wiping his hands with a towel as he spoke to Gryell. "Come on, let me take you up to see the room. If you want to stay, you can stay here for a few days. It's fate that we met. You can eat and live here for free for a few days. We're all compatriots, so there's nothing to feel embarrassed about. Thank you." Gryell's multitude of thoughts finally condensed into one phrase of gratitude. He was not good with words, and while he felt a bit overwhelmed by this warm-hearted and kind uncle, a warm feeling surged in his heart. Meeting such a caring person in this unfamiliar place was truly his greatest fortune. Uncle Jimmy led Gryell, who was still eating his fried rice, to a door at the end of the third floor. After unlocking it with a key, he tossed the key to Gryell and said, "The bathroom and toilet are right next to the stairs. You probably didn't sleep well on the roof last night. You should rest for a while. I'll head downstairs. The restaurant will be opening soon." Amid Gryell's endless thanks, Uncle Jimmy smiled as he helped close the door for Gryell. He changed from the appearance of a plump, middle-aged uncle who swayed with every step to a vigorous gait as he walked down the stairs. He crossed the 10-meter-long hallway in just 3 or 4 seconds. Although he was fast going down the stairs, his feet made no sound on the tiled steps, and in a few steps he had reached the second floor, entering a room in the middle. After closing and locking the door, he walked to the wall beside the bed and aimed his left eye at the center of the dartboard hanging on the wall. In the next second, the dartboard split open in the middle, and the wallpaper shifted to the sides, revealing a display screen inside. The lit screen showed an eagle icon soaring, surrounded by a long line of English text, which translated to the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support, famously known as S.H.I.E.L.D. in the Marvel Universe. Once the eagle icon disappeared, the screen displayed the driver's license and social security card that Gryell had shown Uncle Jimmy. At this moment, Uncle Jimmy's smile vanished, replaced by a serious expression, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. He stared at the verification results on the screen, furrowing his brow in disbelief. "It's real. How could this be?" Uncle Jimmy immediately began clicking on the screen for a second verification. Throughout the process, he observed Gryell closely. Whether it was his subconscious use of Chinese upon waking, his mannerisms, or the subtle probing during their conversation, the boy presented himself as if he had just arrived here from China. But why were these documents real? Unless he was a specially trained agent, his eyes, speech habits, and other traits would reveal a lot of information, making it harder to deceive others. However, if he was an agent, there were many ways to infiltrate without needing to pretend to be a stowaway. The second verification results quickly came in. Both the driver's license number and social security number were valid, but there were no records of the written and road tests for the license, nor any birth records, bank card information, or even information about parents or relatives. All information prior to yesterday was missing, as if this boy had just popped out from a crack in the stone yesterday. 084. Uncle Jimmy murmured the 3 digits softly, quickly setting up a profile. Just as he was about to input Greer's information, he hesitated. His brows furrowed tightly as he thought hard. Could this be a probe from the Rising Tide organization? Adding simple information to the databases of certain government departments is not difficult for them. I should observe a bit longer. After making his decision, Uncle Jimmy added a question mark after 084, completed the filing, and restored the wall to its original state before stepping out. The stern look on his face transformed back into a smile as he swayed his plump body, humming an old tune, and headed downstairs. After expressing his heartfelt thanks to the kind Uncle Jimmy, Gryell turned around with gratitude and carefully surveyed the temporary shelter he had obtained through their shared heritage. The room was approximately 20 square meters, impeccably clean and tidy. Directly facing the door to the south and to the right and the west were 2 glass windows. In the southwest corner between the 2 windows stood a set of tables and chairs, while to the north of the furniture was a single bed covered with a clean comforter. On the wall facing the foot of the bed hung an LCD TV, and in the southeast corner was a potted plant whose name he couldn't recall. Between the plant and the television was a wardrobe. In terms of furniture, it nearly filled the small room, not much different from the rental he had lived in during his previous life. However, he couldn't help but wonder about the rent here. He was inclined to rent this place, especially since Uncle Jimmy was very friendly. Although his enthusiasm might be to persuade Gryell to rent from him, he was far better than landlords who acted like they owned the world. Moreover, Uncle Jimmy had said he could let Gryell stay for free for a few days, allowing him to explore nearby for better and cheaper options, and he could even work in his shop. Finding someone as kind as Uncle Jimmy was truly rare. With that thought in mind, Gryell placed the bowl of fried rice he was holding on the table, sat down, and began to empty his possessions: a wallet he had stolen from a rich person, 2 identity cards of uncertain authenticity, a dart he had pulled from his chest, and the night card. He first opened the wallet and, upon glancing inside, couldn't help but curse under his breath. Penny pincher. The wallet looked thick, but most of its contents were loose change, and there were only a few Franklin bills. Counting it revealed barely $1,000. He wasn't sure if this amount was enough for a month's rent. Next, he rummaged through the wallet and found a driver's license in the compartment. The name on it was Alexei Mihailovich Seisvich, clearly bearing the mark of a warrior nation. No wonder the guy had such a sturdy build. It must have been the combination of his robust physique and sun-darkened skin that led him to be mistaken for a black man. He thought to himself as he swiftly returned the money and his 2 identity cards back in his pocket, also sliding Alexei's driver's license back into the wallet, planning to find a place to dispose of it later. Then, he picked up the dart he had extracted from his chest and examined it closely. The dart's silver metallic surface was as smooth as a mirror, and the sharp blades glinted coldly. He turned it over several times, but found no clues. It was evident that this was not a dart used by any famous assassin. In TV shows and movies, renowned killers and assassins usually engraved exclusive marks on their knives and darts to drive the plot forward, but this dart had nothing, leaving him with no leads to follow. He sighed helplessly and tossed the dart onto the table, then picked up the night card. The card had a magenta background, smooth to the touch, and while it was thin, it was quite hard. Bending it with force was impossible. It didn't feel like metal, plastic, or paper, but rather had a texture somewhat akin to the divine armor. The design on the front and back of the card was similar to those in the tokusatsu series, except the head image of Decade on this card was in black and white, unlike the magenta of his transformed emperor form, and the large compound eyes were blue instead of the usual green. At the bottom of the card, there was a line of silver text: Decade basic form. Punch power, 1 ton. Kick power, 2T. Jump, 10M. Running speed, 100m/8s. If this had been 10 minutes ago, knowing he had a ton of strength would have made him ecstatic. But this was the Marvel Universe, where there were countless beings with strength exceeding 1 ton. Even Captain America, with a strength just under a ton, could defeat him with superior fighting skills. After all, throwing a punch wasn't just about swinging one's arm. It required the engagement of most of the body's muscles. Just like last night when he attacked the warrior Alexei and his companion, he hadn't used his full strength in his panic. Otherwise, he would have likely knocked them out cold instead of merely causing a feint. However, Gryell recalled that in the tokusatsu series, Decade didn't have a basic form. He always appeared in his magenta state as the protagonist, which must relate to the 9 parallel night cards he possessed before losing his memory. This led him to wonder if collecting the other 9 Kamen Rider cards would activate the Magenta state. If he could upgrade all 9 cards to their ultimate forms, would he then become the strongest god form? He reached out to lift his short sleeve, gripping the Emperor Driver. The silver metallic belt along with the night card case instantly vanished from sight, and he suddenly felt a void in his left hand as the Decade card also disappeared. It seemed that after removing his outfit, anything related to the Emperor armor would disappear along with it. For instance, if his weapon were picked up by an enemy, he only needed to cancel his transformation, and the weapon would vanish too, completely alleviating any worries about it falling into enemy hands for study. Especially in 2010, when Hydra was still lurking within S.H.I.E.L.D., if he were discovered with the Emperor armor, it wouldn't just be S.H.I.E.L.D. that would have designs on him. The most crucial factor was strength. If he possessed the power of Thor or Thanos, who would dare come after him? They would likely be scared to death at the mere thought. As he contemplated this, he held the Emperor Driver in front of him, the central ruby glowing faintly, the light reflecting in his eyes as if passing through a polarizer, forming an image on his retina. At the center of his vision was a card depicting the image of Decade, surrounded by lines of text resembling Oracle bone script. Although Gryell couldn't understand the words, he strangely knew their meanings. In essence, the Decade basic form possessed an 8-fold enhancement in vision and hearing compared to ordinary humans. Dimensional tracking abilities, and the divine armor on his body could withstand forces not exceeding 10 tons. The divine muscle could resist penetrating impacts, like ultrasonic waves, that could cause damage to internal organs. Other descriptions of abilities, such as the levitating Tesla ring, the divine stone that enhanced strength, and over a dozen more were displayed in gray, clearly indicating that these abilities had yet to be activated, likely requiring an upgrade to the Magenta state or passionate form, or even the strongest god form, to unlock all abilities. Aside from the Decade card, there were also a dozen or so Kamen Rider cards. However, these Rider cards were all gray and appeared dull in comparison to the Decade card, clearly in an unactivated state. At the bottom of the Rider cards, there were even more cards, and, as Gryell thought to himself, the Rider cards slid upwards, disappearing from his field of vision, while the weapon cards moved into view. Cards depicting various weapons such as the Storm Warblade, Flame Army Saber, Dragon Saber, Dragon Shield, and others, along with skill cards like Crimson Drill, Night Kick, and Clock Up, were stacked in layers, making it difficult to count how many cards there were. However, only Decade's exclusive weapon, the Ride Booker transformed into a gun and a sword, was in a bright, activated state, while all the other cards appeared in a dull gray color, indicating they were unusable. Continuing to scroll down, he found cards for Golem, Muzu Red Dragon, Phantom, the ride shooter that traverses the mirror world, and the Denliner that travels through time. Unfortunately, none of the cards in the contract set were activated. They were all gray and unusable. At the very bottom, there were auxiliary cards like the Disc Beast of Ibiki, Wizard's Familiars, and Ghostly Gadgets. These were the only cards that could be used without transformation or activation related to Kamen Riders. Indeed, they were for exchange. For every unactivated card, whether it was a KR card that could transform into different riders, an AR card for weapons and skills, or contract and auxiliary cards, there was a line of different numbers below them. The smallest auxiliary card was marked with a 50, while the largest was the Denliner Time Travel Contract card set, which required a staggering 300,000 points for a complete set of 10 carriages. In the upper center of his field of vision was a solitary number, 50. After being immersed in numerous system novels, it was easy to guess that this was likely the points for exchanging different cards, probably contributed by the 2 thugs from last night. Earning 25 points each seemed reasonable, especially since those 2 were definitely at the slime level in an online game compared to the Emperor armor. He just didn't know how these points were calculated. Would they increase based on strength, or perhaps differentiate between good and bad people? Was there a difference between killing someone and merely knocking them out? As a seasoned gamer, a loyal reader of web novels, and an aspiring author of failed novels, Gryell's mind was flooded with countless speculations. It was no wonder he was guessing wildly. The system shop was too rudimentary, lacking an adorable system sprite or an AI calling host to explain the rules. All the regulations had to be figured out on his own, and the service attitude was simply terrible. Unfortunately, no matter how much he complained or how dissatisfied he was, no one came forward to take responsibility. Even why he had ended up here, after sleeping normally, still had not been explained. The disappearance of his heart wound from last night was equally unreasonable and domineering, as if to say, "So what if you came here? The wound has disappeared. Deal with it." So what if the shop is so rudimentary? If you have complaints, keep them to yourself. This gave Gryell the distinct feeling that he had crossed over into a Mary Sue novel like The CEO Falls in Love with Me. Without a system sprite to explain the rules, he would just have to explore slowly. However, what was even more outrageous was that he couldn't find any essential elements of system novels like character templates, inventory space, or system missions. If the system novels he had seen in his past life were Maseratis, then his system was undoubtedly a low-end bicycle. This time-saving and effort-saving system shop was probably thrown together by a temp. However, whether this was truly the system shop he understood was still up for debate. After all, there were only these 4 groups of cards, and not a single word mentioned system or shop. The numbers for exchanges could be called points, coins, or silver. It was just that Gryell used those terms for convenience. Perhaps this was a built-in function of the Emperor driver. After all, the Rider card case could connect to the Klein bottle that only existed in 4-dimensional space. So, with such high technology, creating a virtual projection or something similar would be incredibly easy. Regardless of whether it was a system shop or a technological projection, as long as it could enhance his strength, that was all that mattered. Gryell decided to try and exchange for the cheapest and only affordable auxiliary card, the Cobra Katai, Cobra phone. With no need to operate it by hand, a thought crossed his mind, and a card depicting a cobra in the auxiliary card selection instantly lit up. At the moment it lit up, it was fully colored, transforming into a lifelike cobra. The next second, a 6-pointed star magic circle appeared next to the Emperor driver on the table, and then a black phone emerged from the magic circle. Soon after, the magic circle vanished, leaving only the black smartphone with a 5.5-inch screen quietly lying on the table. Gryell was astonished. This scene was too unscientific, especially the glowing 6-pointed star formation, which looked just like computer effects in movies. Moreover, to place an order in the shop and have it instantly delivered to the consumer. If this technology were mastered, all the courier companies in the world would go bankrupt. Amazed, he picked up the new phone from the table and began to play with it, filled with curiosity. 3 minutes later, that novelty wore off, leaving only 2 words in his mind, "rip off," and he nearly wanted to throw the phone down in frustration. The Cobra phone was indeed aptly named. It was just a phone. Other functionalities, such as transforming into a Cobra form, detection features, electromagnetic invisibility, tracking capabilities, and monitoring biological reactions to record images and sounds. All of these required points to be unlocked and loaded onto the phone. Moreover, software for anti-tracking, eavesdropping, communication interference, or device intrusion also required points for exchange. The 50 points only bought him a phone that could make unlimited calls and access the internet without a service plan. A complete no-name, unqualified, and without after-sale service product. From this, Gryell suddenly thought about the Rider cards, weapon skill cards, and contract beast cards. Were they also following this same pattern? For instance, if he exchanged for the den liner of Kamen Rider Den-O, would it just be a train with a time travel function and weapons of each train compartment needing separate exchanges? If he wanted to transform into the ultimate form, would he need to gather every Kamen Rider's basic form? If that were the case, this was essentially a bottomless pit. No amount of points would be enough to fill it. Not to mention gathering a complete rider lineup. Just assembling the forms, weapons, and skills for 10 riders, including Decade, would already be quite impressive. Suddenly, he had the feeling of playing one of those free games from a certain company. You could create an account without spending money, but if you wanted to get stronger, you needed to spend. If you wanted good-looking outfits, you had to pay. If you wanted god-level pets, weapons, or mounts, you had to pay. Spending money made you stronger, and only by spending money could you enjoy the game. Otherwise, you were left to play by yourself. Thinking of this widely circulated slogan in the gaming community, Gryell couldn't help but pick up the Emperor driver, wondering if there was a little penguin wearing a scarf logo on it. This money-grabbing style was just like that company. However, he didn't find the little penguin with the red scarf, but instead discovered a simple scale pattern on the smooth back of the Emperor driver. The 2 pans of the scale were formed by cuneiform characters. He couldn't understand them, but he grasped their meaning. The left side represented fairness, the right side represented order, and the scale represented justice. Gryell seemed to hear the phrase, "Order is fairness. Fairness is justice." But he completely failed to remember it, just like his past life during English class, where he would forget everything the teacher said right after the lesson ended. During the day, Brooklyn displayed a bustling scene, undoubtedly one of New York's 5 boroughs. However, come nightfall, the situation here resembled that of an urban-rural fringe, with many areas scarcely populated, and cars were few and far between, creating a ghostly atmosphere that starkly contrasted with the sleepless city of Manhattan across the water. Even though a crescent moon hung in the sky like a silver hook, its light could not pierce through the heavy night veil, failing to illuminate this area. In this pitch-black night, Gryell quietly stood at the edge of a 6-story building's rooftop, his posture exuding an imposing presence, like a king surveying his territory. The emperor armor he wore bestowed upon him vision and hearing far surpassing that of an ordinary person. Even in this darkness, his field of view was hardly diminished compared to daytime. He had been cooped up in a room all day, and during that time, he engaged in deep contemplation, with countless thoughts converging into 2 simple but heavy words: go home. The danger level of this world was astonishingly high, with various villains constantly attempting to create catastrophic headlines that could destroy the Earth. The current time was set during the plot of Iron Man, which wasn't even the most perilous phase. When Thor and Loki engaged in their love-hate drama, and the defeated Loki summoned the Chitauri to invade New York, that would be the real spectacle. An entire alien army with technology far superior to humanity would invade Earth, and a significant part of the original plot's victory stemmed from the protagonist's halo. It was like the Age of Exploration, where Europeans with gunpowder weapons, though vastly outnumbered by primitive people wielding bows, could easily drive them to extinction. The story of the Avengers was akin to a fairy tale where a few primitive people managed to defeat an entire army equipped with gunpowder weapons, with the protagonist's halo shining brighter than the sun. In such a world, what was he waiting for? Did he intend to wait until that big purple potato came to watch him snap his fingers? With this thought in mind, Gryell meticulously assessed his current situation. Although he had no clue how to return to his original world, he at least needed to clarify how he got here. Perhaps reverse deduction could lead him to find a way back. Despite knowing deep down that the chances of returning to his original world were nearly zero, he still wanted to give it a try. Even if he couldn't go back, he needed to understand what had happened last night. What kind of person would want to kill such an apparently ordinary boy, and for what reason? During the day, he spent an entire afternoon locating the spot where he had crawled out from the truck last night. However, to his astonishment, not only were there no bodies, but the truck and 2 black vans had vanished without a trace. Moreover, the area was bustling with people and cars, showing no signs of a murder having occurred. He subtly inquired with 7 or 8 nearby residents, all of whom claimed that everything had been normal from last night to today, with nothing special taking place. This indicated that someone had deliberately covered up what happened last night, wanting to keep it a secret from others. The ability to swiftly clean up so many bodies and leave no trace of blood behind indicated that this force should not be underestimated. Currently, the only clues he possessed were a dart pulled from his chest and the license plate of the black van behind the truck. He could either wander the streets aimlessly, hoping to stumble upon the van, or find a way to hack into the traffic department's system or locate someone with access to it in order to trace the whereabouts of the black van. But as long as that van had existed in this world, there had to be a way to find it. However, whether he chose to resign himself to living in this world or sought the truth about last night, he would need money, not a small amount. In any place, without money, one could hardly make a move. With the meager amount of cash in his pocket, paying a month's rent was already a struggle, let alone covering daily living expenses. As of now, the shirt he was wearing was still the one kindly given to him by Uncle Jimmy. The idea of working was the first thing he dismissed. If working could easily earn a lot of money, there wouldn't be slums. Moreover, discrimination was rampant here, especially against a 16-year-old like him. Even if Thanos came to Earth, he probably wouldn't have earned enough money yet. There were many ways to make money quickly, but without exception, they were all illegal. After ruminating for a long time, it seemed the most suitable method for him was to do as he did last night, rob the bad guys to alleviate his poverty. Not only could he earn points to exchange for night cards and skills, but he could also maintain social order, achieving multiple goals at once. Thus, shortly after nightfall, he donned the Emperor armor and leaped down from the rooftop, making his way to this typical area of the slums. From the initial confidence of a superhero seeking to punish evil to feeling disheartened, it only took 2 hours. He had once been eager to act as a hero, but now he faced a tricky problem. Where were the bad guys? Indeed, Gryell's biggest enemy at the moment wasn't the vicious thugs with knives and guns, but rather that he had no idea where to look for them, nor could he distinguish which of the pedestrians on the street were the bad guys. In this neighborhood, there were already very few people walking the streets at night, and now there was even less chance of finding someone with bad guy written all over their face. Gryell didn't have mind-reading abilities. How could he possibly know who the bad guys were? Thinking back, he should check online for wanted posters. Perhaps he could catch a fugitive and earn some reward money. He stood on the rooftop for a full 2 hours, but with no results. In exasperation, he sighed deeply and removed the Emperor armor. He quickly sat down, rubbing his sore brain from thinking for so long. Once he donned the Emperor armor, it felt like connecting to a Wi-Fi network. Various pieces of information surged into his mind like a tide, making his brain operate at lightning speed, which was quite uncomfortable for him. He estimated it would take a long time to adapt. Before fully acclimating to this state, he could only endure wearing the Emperor armor for 10 to 20 minutes at a time. Otherwise, he would feel a severe pressure in his head and would have to remove the armor to let his brain rest to prevent it from crashing. This situation made him feel even more despairing, as every time he removed the armor, if a bad guy appeared, he would be unable to see or hear them. At this rate, he feared he would spend the whole night without any success. Sure enough, in every profession, there are those who excel. Being a superhero isn't that easy. Is there really a superhero training class? I want to sign up, Gryell thought gloomily, leaning on the railing. He finally understood why Spider-Man created a device to tap into police communication channels. If he relied on himself, he might not find a single bad guy even in a whole day. Perhaps he should try going out every night and see how many times he could encounter bad guys committing crimes, or whether he could identify them just by looking into their eyes. After all, without relevant training and experience, even if he made eye contact, he couldn't be sure the other person was a bad guy. As Gryell was lost in thought, a little girl wearing a knee-length black trench coat, carrying a black backpack, and sporting light golden hair appeared on the street just 30 meters away from the building. She hurriedly walked down the road, and under the streetlights, he could clearly see 3 burly men following her closely. By the time Gryell spotted them, the little girl was already turning into a nearby alley. This was practically delivering herself to him. At least there were many streetlights on the road. In the alley, there was at most one incandescent bulb. Does this little girl not notice what's happening behind her? She dares to run into an empty alley. But don't be afraid, little sister. Here comes your hero. Yes, it's time for the night to appear. Big Brother is coming to save you. Gryell's heart immediately leapt with joy. After waiting for 2 hours, he finally had business coming his way. He quickly shoved the cards in his hand into the Emperor driver and instantly completed the transformation into Emperor armor. Then, he leaped agilely onto the rooftop of the adjacent building and sprinted at full speed across the roof. In just 3 or 4 seconds, he reached the edge of the rooftop and, without hesitation, jumped down from a height of over 10 meters, heading straight for the bottom of the alley where the little girl had entered. "You despicable bastards, let go of that girl," Gryell shouted dramatically as he leaped down in his Emperor armor, his entrance line quite imposing. But before he could finish, he heard a scream that sounded like a slaughtered pig. Thanks to the night vision capabilities of the Emperor armor, Gryell saw 3 tall, muscular men sprawled out on the ground, and the previously delicate-looking little girl was now standing beside one of the men, bending down to pull out a butterfly knife that was embedded in his throat. Blood gushed from the wound like a fountain. However, the little girl before Gryell was no longer the same. She had transformed, sporting short lavender hair and dressed in a purple leather jacket, leather pants, and a plaid skirt, standing just slightly shorter than him. She wiped the butterfly knife on the fallen man's shirt as if the bloody scene before her was nothing significant. Gryell's throat involuntarily constricted, and he nearly stumbled upon landing due to the shocking sight. After managing to steady himself, he quickly turned his head away, forcing himself not to look at the 3 bodies. The intense visual impact, combined with the overwhelming scent of blood, threatened to make him vomit inside the Emperor armor. In that brief moment, the little girl had cleaned the butterfly knife and tucked it away in her arms. She turned to Gryell, who was still dazed from his fall, and said in a childish voice, "Hey, What was that lame line you just shouted? Have you been reading too many comics? Even a rookie wouldn't just stand on a rooftop waiting for criminals to show up. Gryell was taken aback by her barrage of words and momentarily lost his response. Then he exclaimed in surprise, "Wait a minute. You actually saw me standing on the rooftop? How did you know I was waiting for criminals?" "It was just a guess before, but now I know," she replied, moving to another fallen man and pulling out the long knife that was stuck in his back, wiping it clean on his clothes. "I can't believe I fell for her tricks." Gryell thought helplessly as he looked at the little girl. Her outfit and tone felt familiar, especially the pink belt with the letters HG on it, which reminded him of a movie he had seen a few years ago called Kick-Ass. He had mostly forgotten the plot of the film, but he vividly recalled a scene where an 11 or 12-year-old hit girl danced around a room with a knife, easily dispatching 5 or 6 burly men. The stark contrast of her cheerful nursery rhyme, playing while limbs flew through the air, had left a lasting impression on him. Could this little girl be Hit Girl? As Gryell pondered this, Hit Girl had already cleaned her knife, skillfully snapped a meter-long iron rod in half, tucked the pieces behind her back, and zipped up her backpack. "Hey, if you don't leave now, the cops will be here. Follow me. Dad wants to meet you." With that, Hit Girl dashed deeper into the alley, her short legs moving quickly. Gryell hurried to follow. The shrill scream from earlier could have woken someone from a deep sleep. If he didn't leave quickly, when would he? As he ran, Gryell thought, if Hit Girl said that, then it must be her father, Big Daddy, the retired cop, who wants to meet me. Right? He used to be a cop, so he definitely knows a lot of people. Maybe he can help me investigate that van. With that thought, Gryell felt a surge of excitement. He followed Hit Girl, climbing up and down, until they reached the top of a building not far from the alley. Standing on the rooftop, he surveyed the area, which was eerily quiet with not a soul in sight. Just as he was about to ask Hit Girl what they were doing here, a shadow suddenly emerged beside a pipe less than 5 meters from his feet, startling Gryell into almost jumping. The shadow was dressed entirely in black, blending seamlessly into the night, and wore a mask reminiscent of Batman, with the letters BD on the belt. Gryell recognized him immediately. It had to be Big Daddy. In that moment, Gryell felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Big Daddy, despite being enhanced through training, was still an ordinary man. He had failed to detect Big Daddy's presence merely because of the camouflage of the environment. If it had been a professional agent or assassin, like Black Widow or the Winter Soldier, he might have found himself with his throat cut before even realizing what happened. Big Daddy stood up, hoisting a sniper rifle propped against the rooftop edge on his back, and assessed Gryell, who was still in his Emperor armor. In a low voice, he said, "This isn't a place for conversation. We're going to the C-Safe house. Don't worry, if I intended to harm you, I would have shot you the moment you stood on the rooftop and took off that armor. With your build, a single tranquilizer dart could take you down." As Big Daddy patted the sniper rifle on his back, he and Hit Girl took off running again. Despite her appearance as a little girl, Hit Girl moved just as quickly as Big Daddy. They completely ignored Gryell, taking on an attitude of "come if you want." After hesitating for a moment, Gryell decided to follow. While Big Daddy was an anti-hero like the Punisher, he was genuinely a good person who only targeted bad guys. Just like those 3 thugs Hit Girl had just killed. If she were a weak little girl, one could imagine the fate that awaited her. Even if she were later captured and sentenced, the damage done to her would never be repaired. Gryell firmly believed that scum like that deserved to die. The 3 of them dashed through the night, weaving between rooftops and alleys, until they finally stopped in front of a rundown building. They followed Big Daddy and Hit Girl to the 3rd floor, opening a rust-covered iron door. What greeted Gryell was a room filled to the brim with various weapons: handguns, shotguns, submachine guns, rifles, sniper rifles, all neatly arranged on shelves, resembling a small armory. Cool was the only word that came to Gryell's mind. In his past life, he had only played with plastic toy guns. Real firearms had only existed in movies, TV shows, and pictures for him. But now, a room full of real guns lay before him. It felt unreal, like a dream. Without thinking, Gryell reached out to touch the closest rifle. The surface was smooth, cold, and sturdy, exuding an aura of true masculinity. This is what a man should play with. A thought surged in Gryell's mind as he fondly stroked the rifle for a while, before pulling his hand back. Turning around, he saw Hit Girl sitting cross-legged on the only table, swinging her slender legs and chewing bubblegum. Looking every bit the harmless little girl, completely at odds with the ruthless killer she had just been. Big Daddy slowly set his sniper rifle down on a rack behind him and said, "If you like, you can pick one to take with you later. You're still underage, though. Do you know how to shoot?" Gryell shook his head. He hadn't even used the gun that came with the Decade armor yet. One reason being that he was worried about his aim. Shooting was a skill that required practice with bullets, and he hadn't played with plastic toy guns under 1.8 joules for nearly 10 years. At this point, his shooting skills were probably limited to just tracing lines, and beyond 10 meters, he could only rely on luck. The little girl leaned on the table, blowing a bubble with her gum while looking at Gryell with disdain. "Dad, are you sure he can learn? He still hasn't figured out why I was out on the street." She continued, "That was to demonstrate how to draw out the bad guys. If there are no victims, don't you think you should play the role yourself? This way, you can lure out the bad guys without any victims being taken hostage, and you won't have to worry about them seeing you kill those bad guys and calling the cops. Understand? Fighting crime isn't as easy as you think." Gryell was completely at a loss for words. He was being looked down upon by a little girl, and yet she made a lot of sense. If he had known what to do, he wouldn't have spent 2 hours on the rooftop freezing in the wind. In the 20 years of his past life, he had spent over 80% of his time studying mathematics, physics, and chemistry in school, never having traveled far and wide. So how could he know how to distinguish bad guys? Big Daddy had been an excellent police officer and was close to being promoted to chief, while Hit Girl had undergone rigorous training from a young age. They were both far superior to Gryell in this regard and could easily leave him behind. However, compared to the entire Marvel universe, Big Daddy and Hit Girl were hardly significant heroes. Heroes like the Punisher and Iron Fist from TV shows possessed powers that far exceeded theirs. S.H.I.E.L.D. was a colossal monster beyond imagination, filled with elite agents like Hawkeye, Black Widow, and Coulson. "The Marvel Universe truly is hellish," Gryell lamented inwardly, questioning whether he was indeed the protagonist. Why was it that other travelers, who were originally ordinary people, could instantly crush a host of side characters after crossing over, creating Iron Man suits alongside the genius Tony Stark, and had the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. value their opinions so highly? But he, even 18-line Hit Girl, could look down on him. They said that when the wind was right, even pigs could fly, but in his past life, so many pigs stood in the wind, yet only 3 companies managed to dominate. Personal strength was far more important than opportunity. Without strength, crossing over was merely changing the location of a game. After placing the sniper rifle down, Big Daddy sat on a nearby chair, removing the mask that bore a striking resemblance to Batman's. Underneath was a face that looked exactly like Nicolas Cage's, and he set the mask aside. Then, Big Daddy looked up at Gryell and said, "I've been watching you for nearly an hour. You have talent, with super strength, lightning speed, and incredible jumping ability, but you don't know how to utilize these powers. I can train you to make you stronger. I hope that after your training, you can help me with something." "Help?" Gryell's mind raced as the armor quickly pulled up memories from a few years ago. In the movie Kick-Ass, Big Daddy had been framed by a drug lord and imprisoned, which indirectly led to his wife's death. To exact revenge, he worked tirelessly to train himself in prison and, upon release, began training his daughter to become a top-notch killer, embodying the principle of a gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold. Big Daddy didn't wait for Gryell to respond before continuing. "This isn't a condition. Whether you want to help or not, I'm willing to help you become stronger. With such immense power, if you were to turn to the dark side, it would be disastrous. There are already enough bad guys in this world. We need good people to step up and uphold justice. Isn't there a law for that?" Big Daddy scoffed. "The law in America is designed for the wealthy. They can hire teams of lawyers to drag the poor through the courts until they're broke. I've seen too many rich people escape legal consequences. Only through violence can they be made to feel fear and deterred from doing bad things." Gryell nodded slightly. He found himself agreeing with Big Daddy's perspective. Big Daddy's philosophy was quite similar to Batman's. However, Batman had wealth and could customize a variety of high-tech gadgets, like the Batmobile and Batplane, allowing him to suppress criminals in an entire city. In contrast, Big Daddy, as a retired police officer, could only afford military-grade weapons and slightly better materials to make his clothing, having little access to high-tech gear. If his outfit had fire-resistant features, he wouldn't have died in a fire. Big Daddy stood up, wrote a series of numbers on a piece of paper, and handed it to Gryell. "Think it over, and if you're ready, call this number. Choose whichever gun you like, and I'll give it to you as a welcome gift." Gryell accepted the note, his eyes sparking with interest as he looked at the room filled with weapons. However, he ultimately shook his head. He didn't even know where the safety on a gun was. What if he accidentally discharged it and shot himself? After Gryell left, Hit Girl turned to Big Daddy and asked, "Dad, what if he completes the training but doesn't want to help?" Big Daddy smiled and replied, "If he were Korean or a neon guy, we might need to worry about that. But the Chinese believe that a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. Moreover, I'm the one who devised the training course, and I can end it whenever I like. If he doesn't want to help, I can just teach him a bit." "Oh." Hit Girl nodded in understanding. Big Daddy gently patted Hit Girl on the head, sighing softly. If he had met this boy earlier, he certainly wouldn't have chosen to train his daughter to become what she was now. But it wasn't too late. This guy in strange armor had considerable strength, and with his training, he would surely become stronger and could take down the drug lord, Park Robbins. After saying goodbye to Big Daddy and Hit Girl, Gryell headed towards Uncle Jimmy's restaurant under the cover of night. He had left at 8 o'clock, and now it was already midnight. Gryell was yawning and felt drowsy, longing to get back to bed for a good sleep. Although he hadn't earned a penny or a single point, he had still gained a lot. He had met the father-daughter duo of Big Daddy and Hit Girl, and he could receive training from Big Daddy to strengthen himself, which was more important than anything else. Gryell was willing to accept Big Daddy's training. After all, Big Daddy had raised the cool Hit Girl. As a former police officer, he could teach Gryell how to identify and deal with criminals. As for the helping part, it would likely involve taking down the drug lord from movie. With the Emperor armor, dealing with a group of ordinary people wielding guns would be too easy. Most importantly, aside from that, he didn't know who else to learn combat skills from. His understanding of the Marvel Universe was limited to movies and TV shows, and most of the characters were connected to S.H.I.E.L.D. or even more mysterious organizations like Kunlun. Until he had enough strength, he couldn't let S.H.I.E.L.D. know of his existence. Keeping a low profile and developing in silence was the way to go. He landed lightly on the silent rooftop, placing his right hand on the Emperor driver, immediately deactivating the armor. Then, yawning widely, he walked toward the stairwell. Meanwhile, in Uncle Jimmy's room on the second floor, a screen embedded within the wall clearly displayed the entire process of Gryell's black and white armor disappearance. On a nearby small screen, footage was playing of Gryell transforming into Kamen Rider Decade and jumping off the rooftop at 8 o'clock. Uncle Jimmy stood in front of the screen, his expression grave as he said, "Agent Jimmy Woo reporting, Level 7, Intelligence Code 084, requesting contact with Director Fury." Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed loudly in the dilapidated and empty factory. Gryell held a Glock 18 in each hand, continuously pulling the triggers at a target 40 meters away. The yellow-orange brass casings fell one after another onto the cracked, grass-covered concrete floor, making a crisp, clattering sound. Bullets whooshed through the air, striking the upright targets with force, creating holes in them. Although hitting the bullseye was rare, at least 90% of the bullets accurately hit the targets. Compared to his initial aimless shooting, his current performance was like night and day. He had been training with Big Daddy for over half a month now. He had been honest with Big Daddy about his willingness to help him with his quest for revenge, and he also asked for Big Daddy's assistance in investigating the black van. Both of them had their own needs, which laid a foundation of mutual trust and made their collaboration increasingly enjoyable. The first week was hellish. He was utterly helpless against the seemingly delicate little girl who, in reality, packed a powerful punch. Hit Girl Mindy had even held back. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lasted a single round. However, the father-daughter duo never inquired why he became so weak after removing his armor. They simply followed the planned training regimen diligently. After each training session, Gryell would be covered in bruises. But he gritted his teeth and persevered. This world was not the same as his previous life, where he could live off handouts. If he didn't work hard, he might become dust in 8 years, and he didn't want to gamble on whether he would be part of that half. As the saying goes, to hit someone, you must first learn to take a hit, and there was truth in that. After a week, Gryell could occasionally fight back. By the third week, he could even hold his own against Hit Girl. Although he was still far from being an expert, he had at least graduated from being a rookie and learned how to fight. During this time, Gryell discovered a new function of the Emperor belt. As long as he wore it, even without donning the Emperor armor, he could exert 1/10 of its power. This was why he could engage in combat with Hit Girl and shoot with both hands. Because of Gryell's rapid progress, Big Daddy and Hit Girl called on him whenever they went after drug lords, human traffickers, and other criminals. After all, once he donned the Emperor armor, his strength instantly made him the strongest among the trio. Big Daddy would command from outside, while Gryell would charge forward like a solid rock. Bullets hitting him felt like mere tickles, and rifles couldn't leave a mark on the Emperor armor. Hit Girl would follow behind, finishing off any small fry Gryell missed. As their joint operations increased, the three of them began to work more seamlessly together. Over the past half-month, Gryell had accompanied them on 4 missions. Each time, he witnessed the countless evils hidden beneath the surface of the metropolis's apparent prosperity. He truly understood the depths of human depravity. To sell drugs, these people lured or forced others into addiction, raking in money while completely ignoring the tragic outcomes for those enslaved by addiction. They would deceive or forcibly abduct young women from poor families or illegal immigrants under the pretense of employment, smuggling them into the red light districts of South America, or transporting women from other countries to New York's red light district. Such heinous acts were countless. A week ago, at a port on the eastern side of Brooklyn facing the Atlantic Ocean, he witnessed a group of armed men opening a shipping container. Inside were 7 or 8 girls from Latin America, smuggled all the way to the New York port, forced to eat, drink, and relieve themselves in that confined space. Following those vehicles to the red light district, the moment he stormed into the basement as instructed by Big Daddy, he realized that what he had seen at the port was nothing compared to this. This underground space, transformed from a parking garage, was truly a hell on earth. Over 30 girls, who should have been living bright, beautiful lives, were caged like livestock, completely naked and covered in scars, trembling as they huddled together. 2 girls dangled from the ceiling, being whipped by someone. The assailant shouted, "Do you want it? Do you want it?" Meanwhile, someone filmed the scene with a camera, and bystanders acted as if they had seen it all before, continuing their activities without a second glance. Clearly, such scenes were not new to them. They were utterly desensitized. That day was Gryell's first time killing. He took down 8 men, slicing them in half with his sword. Blood sprayed like a fountain, staining the Emperor armor a vivid red. Afterwards, he vomited for half an hour, even bringing up bile, but he felt no remorse or fear. Those men deserved to die. They had shattered countless families and ruined lives that should have been filled with joy. They trampled on human dignity, and no amount of punishment could compensate for their evil deeds. After Gryell finished vomiting, Big Daddy simply asked, "Do you want to continue? There are many more beasts willing to do anything for money. What we're doing is against the law. You can still back out now." Gryell shook his head, continuing to dry heave with his eyes closed. From starting with robbery gangs to later targeting drug dealers and human traffickers, Big Daddy aimed to gradually expose him to the darker sides of this seemingly glamorous world. Many things that weren't reported didn't mean they hadn't happened. For instance, the dark web, hidden deep within the internet, contained everything that could upend one's worldview, values, and morals. All the evils of the world, whether imaginable or unimaginable, could be found there. Whether it was Big Daddy, Batman, or the Punisher, they had all faced misfortune. In their quest for revenge, they had witnessed the darkness of the world and the helplessness of the weak. Gradually, they transitioned from pure vengeance to combating crime, protecting the good people in the city. Big Daddy bringing Gryell to witness these dark aspects was also meant to inspire him to become a vigilante like them. Gryell had no objections to this. Not only could he fight crime, but he could also earn points helping others in the process. What was there not to like? The kidnapping ring operating in Brooklyn caused an uproar throughout New York. Every news outlet was reporting extensively on it, and the previous story about American troops stationed in the Middle East crashing a fighter jet quickly lost public interest. Almost all media outlets condemned and questioned the capabilities of the New York police. Some tabloids went so far as to make outrageous speculations, suggesting there were collusions between the NYPD and the kidnapping ring, hinting at the need for the FBI to investigate the police force. In the midst of public outrage, the NYPD quickly stated they would thoroughly investigate the matter. They dispatched officers from the other 4 boroughs to Brooklyn, tripling the number of officers there, determined to uncover the multinational kidnapping ring. The police operation created an atmosphere of extreme tension throughout the entire Brooklyn area, and even at night, patrolling officers were visible on the streets. Those dilapidated buildings and abandoned factories, which usually went unnoticed, were searched meticulously by the police over and over again. This forced the boss to transfer the firearms from 2 safe houses in Brooklyn to an abandoned factory in Queens. Although the boss would always cut the power in advance or use a silent sniper rifle to shoot out streetlights before an operation, creating conditions for Gryell in his armored suit and the female assassin with night vision goggles to enter without being seen, very few people could catch a glimpse of them. However, this time, due to the police's heightened alertness, various high-tech devices and professional experts were brought in to meticulously reconstruct and analyze the scene, ultimately concluding that the culprit was 2 individuals. One of the assailants displayed remarkable skill, cutting the victim's throat and artery with a single slash, while the other attacker was exceedingly brutal, literally splitting a person in half. What surprised the police even more was that they found several flattened bullets at the scene, which would typically only occur when fired at hard objects like steel plates. The site was filled with various doubts, making the identity of the assailants even more enigmatic. However, these doubts were soon completely erased from the case files. Gryell was unaware of the police operation. At that moment, he was fully immersed in practicing his shooting skills. Decade's gun fired energy bullets, powerful enough to rival anti-material sniper rifles. In the previous 4 battles, he had only used a sword and never a gun. On one hand, he felt that using a gun against ordinary people was somewhat wasteful. On the other hand, he worried that if he missed while shooting, it could cause significant damage to the surroundings and attract the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. Initially, Gryell was quite excited about practicing with real guns. However, as the number of practice sessions increased, it gradually became a bit monotonous. The 2 magazines of the CS Rebel gun he held, totaling 38 rounds, were emptied in just 1 minute. This was in stark contrast to those scenes in movies where one gun could fill the entire area with bullets. After acquiring the armored suit, Gryell had more than 100 kilograms of punching power, allowing him to effectively ignore the recoil of the Glock 18. In just half a month, he had fired off 1,000 or 2,000 rounds of handgun ammunition, achieving a hit rate of 90% in fixed-target shooting at a range of 30 to 40 meters. On the table beside him lay a Beretta 92F and a Colt M2000, but he had already emptied their magazines, indicating that today's training session was over. The boss, Damon, removed his noise-canceling earmuffs, nodded in satisfaction, and said, "You did well today. Let's call it a day." Gryell shook his somewhat numb arms from prolonged shooting, took off his goggles and earmuffs, and placed them on the table. He said with some anticipation, "It's been a week since our last operation. When are we going out to fight crime again?" His 4 previous sorties had earned him over 1,300 points, especially in the 4th operation, where he had killed so many people. The points he gained were nearly equivalent to the total from the first 3. These points were enough for him to exchange for a card with a medium rating and a Night signature skill, Night Kick. However, Gryell chose not to redeem them, believing that with the armored suit, he was more than capable of dealing with ordinary people armed with guns, and there was no need to rush into exchanging for a stronger Night suit. "You first need to be able to arrive on time at the scene," Damon teased, which made Gryell feel a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. Over the past half-month, Damon and his daughter Mindy had gone on 5 operations, while Gryell had only participated in 4. The reason was that one time, while taking the bus to the scene, he encountered a traffic jam, and by the time he arrived, Damon and his daughter had already completed their task and left. Since then, Gryell switched to taking the subway. Damon laughed a few times, and amid the laughter, a crisp engine sound reached their ears. In the quiet, dilapidated factory, the sound was particularly loud. Gryell turned to look and saw Mindy riding a light motorcycle entering the factory, coming to a sharp stop beside him with a screech. Mindy, a girl not much shorter than Gryell, patted the motorcycle and said in a youthful voice, "This is a gift from Dad for you, so you won't have to squeeze into the subway anymore." Gryell sincerely said, "Thank you." Since arriving in this world, more than half a month had passed, and he had experienced far more than in his previous 20 years. Here, he had not only seen much evil, but also encountered good people like Uncle Jimmy, Damon, and Mindy. The presence of these good people made him feel less lonely in this unfamiliar world. Gryell put on the brown jacket he bought a few days ago, donned his helmet, and bid farewell to Damon and Mindy. He twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle sped along the grass-covered factory road. October in New York had already entered autumn, and the vegetation in the factory was starting to turn yellow. Riding the motorcycle at 70 miles per hour on the road, Gryell could feel the cold wind rushing into his clothes through the cuffs and collar. He shrank his neck and thought to himself, I should buy some thicker clothes. Each time he went out to fight crime, Damon would share a portion of the money found on the criminals. Especially once, when they killed a drug dealer, the money they obtained filled up a backpack. Unfortunately, Gryell did not know how to launder the money and did not dare to bring it back to Uncle Jimmy's rental apartment. Therefore, he did not take too much money, only some old bills that were not in sequence to use. After all, in this place, even the usage frequency of $100 bills was low. Utility bills, rent, and gas fees were all paid by check. If you walked in with a bag of cash to buy a house, the seller's first reaction would be to report to the IRS because cash transactions were often linked to tax evasion. This is also why Gryell chose to continue living with Uncle Jimmy. If he moved to another place, the landlord might require him to pay rent by check, and he would also need to send checks to the relevant companies for gas, water, and electricity. In contrast, Uncle Jimmy took good care of him, allowing him to pay cash directly, which was both time-saving and convenient, relieving him of many worries. Now it was already past 6 in the evening, night had fallen, and the lights were coming on. While speeding on the motorcycle, Gryell could also enjoy the city's night scenery. Marvel's Queens was in the activity range of Spider-Man, but he wondered whether the current Spider-Man was a high school student or still a child. Upon reaching Flushing, Gryell exited Route 678, planning to take a shortcut to Route 278, so he could speed back to 8th Avenue in Brooklyn. This shortcut passed through an industrial area where companies like Oscorp and Stark Industries had factories. Therefore, the New York Police Department had deployed many traffic officers here to maintain order, and traffic jams were rare. This was also why Gryell chose to take this route. After all, traffic jams in New York were quite bothersome. The night was deepening, and the streetlights and factory floodlights illuminated the road brightly. Gryell lowered his speed to 60 miles per hour, weaving through the traffic. Suddenly, a car came speeding down the opposite lane, driving not only quickly but also with high beams on. The intense light instantly blinded Gryell's eyes. Before he could curse, the car slammed into a concrete barrier. What a high-beam idiot, serves them right, Gryell thought gleefully to himself. He turned his head to take a look at the driver's seat, and sure enough, female drivers were reckless regardless of nationality. Even with 4 kids in the car, they drove so carelessly. Just as Gryell turned his head back, a loud bang echoed 20 meters ahead as a shipping container crashed heavily to the ground, shaking the earth. This sudden sound made Gryell instinctively turn his head back. In that split second, the motorcycle had already traveled over 10 meters and was right at the spot where the container fell. It turned out that being distracted while driving could have very serious consequences. Just as Gryell turned his head back, he felt a tremendous force coming from the motorcycle's rear, yanking it off the ground. Subsequently, the motorcycle began to spin in the air, and the centrifugal force combined with the bike speed caused Gryell to fly sideways, crashing hard into a black car at the roadside. The window shattered, and glass fragments fell to the ground. Ouch! It hurt so much. Gryell felt as if his back had been torn apart, the pain almost rendering him unconscious. Being thrown off at such high speed and crashing into a car made him worry that his bones might be broken. At that moment, he lay on the ground covered in shattered glass, afraid to move. Even a slight deep breath would send waves of agony through him. His back was embedded with numerous glass shards. However, instead of blood, a dark red liquid, vastly different from blood, oozed from the wounds. This liquid resembled what he last saw gushing from a wound in his heart. All the glass shards were expelled by this liquid, and in an instant, the wounds vanished. Even the broken bones inside realigned and healed. The pain ceased abruptly, leading Gryell to suspect that perhaps his spine was broken, which was why he felt no pain. Yet, he still had sensation in his limbs and managed to get back on his feet. This made him recall the dark red liquid that emerged when his heart was punctured. If his heart could be repaired, then what was this minor injury to him? Surrounding him were screams and the sounds of cars screeching to a halt, as if an alien invasion or the apocalypse were occurring. Gryell struggled to lift his head and looked toward the middle of the road, trying to figure out what had happened. He had been riding his motorcycle just moments ago, so how did he suddenly end up flying off? However, what came into view left him gaping, unable to react for a moment. Across the wide road, about 20 to 30 cars were haphazardly stopped, and a massive silver-gray robot stood out among them, towering like a crane among chickens. Its gigantic mechanical arm was raised high, tightly gripping a golden red robot. No way, I was just crossing the street, and I end up witnessing a battle between heroes and villains. This world truly is hellish, Gryell thought in shock as he stared at the two familiar robots, which looked unmistakably like Ironmonger and Iron Man. The scene was eerily familiar, clearly reminiscent of the climactic battle in the movie Iron Man that took place near Stark Industries. Recognizing the identities of the two robots, Gryell wasted no time in deciding to flee, completely dismissing any thoughts of rushing in to help or trying to befriend Tony Stark. It was far too risky for a mere mortal like him to stand shoulder to shoulder with a godlike Iron Man. If it were in a deserted area, he might have considered helping, but this was a bustling urban district filled with people and countless surveillance cameras, not to mention the unfortunate agents led by Phil Coulson who were probably nearby. If he transformed and got involved, he would undoubtedly make headlines alongside Iron Man and Ironmonger, attracting the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, and other forces. He wouldn't know how to deal with them. Tony Stark was worth billions and had extensive connections in both military and political circles. Even if someone coveted his iron armor, they would have to go through hearings. But Gryell? With no money and no power. If even a regular police officer were to come, he could either fight and flee or obediently follow them to the police station. Compared to the favor of Iron Man, his life was obviously far more important. Holding on to this thought, Gryell didn't even have time to take off his broken helmet. He just started running desperately, intending to bypass the car he had crashed into and escape the road as far as possible, avoiding getting involved in this mess. However, fate can be quite cruel. Ironmonger casually tossed Iron Man forward, and the landing point was right on the unfortunate car next to Gryell. With a loud bang, the sound startled Gryell, making him tremble as he instinctively turned his head to the right. There, on the crushed car roof, lay a golden-red Iron Man. Can I just avoid this? A strong sense of helplessness surged within Gryell. He quickly turned to look behind him, only to see Ironmonger's metallic right arm already aimed in his direction, the 20mm rotary cannon starting to spin, unleashing a barrage of bullets that zipped through the air with a sharp whistling sound, targeting Iron Man and also encompassing Gryell within the attack range. Damn it. Do you have to push me to my death? Gryell gritted his teeth and quietly cursed. As the 20mm rotary cannon began to spin, his left hand shot out like lightning, pulling out the Decade driver from his pocket and pressing it against his abdomen. In an instant, the Decade belt formed. With his life on the line, who could still care about being low-key? As countless beams of light fired from the 20mm rotary cannon, Gryell's left hand caught the Decade card that shot out from the Rider card box, forcefully inserting it into the Decade driver. Kamen Rider Decade. As a mechanical, synthesized voice echoed in his ears, 9 phantoms suddenly appeared around Gryell. When the first shell was only a meter away from him, the 9 phantoms surged into his body, and in an instant, he transformed into Kamen Rider Decade. Just as he completed his transformation, 3 shells struck him hard, the immense impact sending him flying backward, while the car beneath Iron Man was reduced to a sieve, creating large craters on the nearby asphalt road, exposing the foundation beneath. Ha ha! Obadiah Stane, sitting inside Ironmonger, laughed arrogantly, his voice amplified through the speakers, overpowering the sound of the cannon. Tony, you said you wouldn't make weapons anymore, yet you created the world's most powerful weapon. But you're so stingy. Before Obadiah could finish his sentence, an angry voice erupted from the area covered by the cannon fire. But I'm really angry. I was just passing through. Did I provoke you? As this slightly childish voice rang out, a black and white figure sprinted like the wind from the left front of Ironmonger. At that moment, Gryell was filled with rage. He was furious. The constant fear and anger he had been holding back finally erupted. His newly acquired motorcycle, with its engine still cold, had been used as a weapon by Ironmonger against Iron Man, exploding into countless fragments. If it weren't for his bizarre healing ability, he would probably be dead or severely injured by now. Moreover, this transformation exposed him to the spotlight. He could already foresee countless troubles headed his way. Thinking about this, his heart was filled with anger. He had been randomly thrown into this mess. Until now, he still didn't know how he got here. If this was a soul transfer, then his original body was likely long gone. Even if he could return, he would only be a wandering spirit. What was worse was that he couldn't go back now. The emotions he had suppressed under intense training finally erupted at this moment. He had had enough. Since I can't avoid it, then I won't. Let you see my power and weigh your options. If you provoke me and fail, Can you withstand my revenge? Gryell stared intently at Ironmonger, his legs racing forward like the wind. He raised his left hand, dramatically opening the rider card box, and a card shot out. Even in the gusting wind, it landed precisely in his left hand, which he then inserted into the decade driver at his waist. Ride Bookerblade. As the mechanical, synthesized voice sounded, a faint dark red glow emanated from the decade driver, which then materialized in Gryell's hand, instantly forming into a long sword styled like a European saber with a black hilt. However, unlike in the tokusatsu shows, the card box that would normally be an obstruction still hung on the left side of his belt, allowing the blade to extend significantly longer, occupying 2/3 of the sword instead of the 1/4 it would have had in the original series. Ironmonger's control system quickly picked up Gryell's fast-moving figure, clearly displaying it on a virtual projection screen before Obadiah. It was a black-and-white humanoid figure, distinctly different from Stark's armored suits, leaving Obadiah filled with confusion as he pondered what this entity could be. Obadiah had no time for further contemplation. With a running speed of 13 meters per second, Gryell reached Ironmonger's front in just 2 seconds. He swung his right hand forward, and the long sword struck down forcefully against the cannon on Ironmonger's right arm. Swish! The crisp sound of metal colliding rang out, sparks flying as the highly durable cannon steel was sliced cleanly in half by the sword. The immense power behind the strike allowed the sword to continue downward, cutting through half of the 3-centimeter thick reinforced steel of Ironmonger's arm. Before Gryell could pull the sword out, Ironmonger's mechanical left hand, larger than his head, swiftly reached for him, forcing Gryell to release the sword and retreat quickly. While drawing a sword may take an instant, that brief moment was enough for Ironmonger to grab him. Just as Gryell took a step back, Ironmonger's right foot shot up and kicked him hard in the chest. The force was akin to Mike Tyson kicking a child, sending Gryell flying. He tumbled through the air before crashing into a tree with a trunk as thick as a bowl. Crack! The loud sound echoed as the tree snapped in half, the upper portion falling down and completely covering Gryell beneath it. At the same time Gryell was kicked away, a golden-red figure struggled to rise from the wreckage of the car in the area previously covered by the cannon fire. Its glowing eyes quickly locked onto Ironmonger's position. Without hesitation, it raised its right arm, and the armor on its forearm opened up, releasing a miniature missile. The missile, trailing hot flames, shot towards Ironmonger's left leg at high speed. At that moment, Gryell was flying southwest, while the missile was heading northwest, the two crossing paths in the air 20 meters apart. Gryell crashed into the tree, and the missile accurately struck Ironmonger's left leg, triggering a violent explosion that echoed with thunderous force, drowning out Stark's taunting voice from the armor speaker. "Watch your left leg." The fierce explosion twisted the hydraulic column supporting Ironmonger's left leg into a pretzel shape, igniting a large amount of hydraulic oil that sprayed out like flowers in the wind, much of it igniting and clinging to Ironmonger's left leg, burning fiercely. Due to the explosion and fire, the wiring around the explosion site became scattered and broken, sparking continuously. At this point, Ironmonger struggled to run at all. Even standing upright was extremely challenging. Maintaining balance was a significant feat. On Obadiah's display screen, Ironmonger's left leg was immediately marked in red, indicating a malfunction. Left leg hydraulic system damaged, propulsion system malfunctioning, electric drive system compromised. A series of bad news flooded Obadiah's ears, turning his face pale. Just from this one hit, the left leg of the suit was nearly incapacitated. It was impossible to fly, and even walking was extremely difficult. Fuming with anger, Obadiah immediately targeted Iron Man with the 6 launcher missiles on his left arm. 2 missiles, trailing flames, sped toward Iron Man. Iron Man lowered his arms, palms facing down. Flames erupted from his feet and palms, generating a powerful thrust that propelled him into the air. Simultaneously, armor on his thighs opened, firing a barrage of flares to interfere with the 2 missiles launched by Ironmonger, preventing them from accurately targeting him. Meanwhile, Gryell, still under the fallen tree, gripped the trunk tightly, his fingers digging deep into the wood. With a surge of effort, he lifted the 300 to 400 kilogram tree and tossed it aside. As branches snapped with a crack, he stood up swiftly from the pit he had created. At that moment, he felt little pain in his chest. The force of Ironmonger's kick was enough to break through a reinforced concrete wall, but it had no effect on his exceptionally strong divine armor. Therefore, although he had been kicked away, he had not sustained any substantial injury. He just looked a bit disheveled. He didn't bother to brush off the dirt and leaves covering him, instead looking up at the front. That menacing Ironmonger stood on the road, looking up at Iron Man soaring in the air. Ironmonger's left shoulder armor opened a port, extending a mechanical arm that held an anti-tank missile comparable in size to Gryell's arm. A targeting laser beam pursued Iron Man in the air, searching for an opportunity to launch, while its left arm also carried the 6 launcher missiles, aimed at the sky. Sir, the first-generation Palladium arc reactor won't support prolonged flight. The intelligent assistant Jarvis's voice echoed in Stark's ear, while the display showing the remaining energy of the Palladium arc reactor continued to drop, indicating he could only last another minute or 2 at most. Stark did not respond. His mind was racing, thinking about how to defeat Ironmonger. His second-generation Palladium arc reactor had been taken by Obadiah back at the villa, leaving him to fight in the Mark III. The first-generation Palladium arc reactor was not designed for extended flight. The journey from the villa had already consumed 68% of its energy, and after the previous battle, only 18% remained. It was likely that he wouldn't even be able to fire the palm repulsor again after flying for a bit longer. However, Ironmonger continuously aimed its laser at him, holding the anti-tank missile ready to launch, while Stark had no jamming devices to disrupt the laser, forcing him to fly around Ironmonger, searching for an opportunity to attack. At that critical moment, a laser beam suddenly shot in from the southwest, striking the anti-tank missile that Ironmonger had raised on its shoulder. The precision strike pierced the missile's metal shell, detonating the explosive inside. With a resounding boom that echoed like thunder, the anti-tank missile erupted into a massive, fiery fireball. Thousands of degrees of heat wreaked havoc, causing many parts to warp and even begin to melt under such terrifying temperatures. The enormous shockwave from the explosion slammed Ironmonger's already damaged left leg forward, sending his massive body crashing face-first onto the solid road, creating a deep crater that shook the ground beneath. Iron Man hovered steadily in the air, his keen eyes sharp as a hawk's, turning to look in the direction for which the laser had come. He saw a figure clad in black and white armor, confidently striding toward him with a dark gun raised high in his right hand. Who is this guy? Stark's brow furrowed involuntarily. He had just witnessed this person effortlessly destroy Ironmonger's prize cannon with a single sword strike, and then be kicked away by Ironmonger without any signs of injury. Stark himself could only barely hold his ground against Ironmonger, thanks to the strength of his armored suit. Could this mysterious figure in black and white armor possibly rival his Iron Man suit? It seemed like an absurd joke. Jarvis, the efficient AI system, quickly began cross-referencing databases to identify the newcomer. Unfortunately, the result was no match found. Neither the black and white armor that resembled a leather suit nor the bizarre gun in his hand left any trace in the database. Stark casually glanced at Gryell before turning his attention back to Ironmonger lying below. At that moment, flames still flickered on Ironmonger's left leg and back, glowing brightly against the night sky. Stark said, "Jarvis, make sure to remind me to add comprehensive fire safety features to the Iron Man suit when we get back, and install safety devices on the mini-missiles to prevent them from detonating easily under external attacks." "Understood, sir," Jarvis replied in a steady, reassuring voice. It was worth noting that the Mark III suit had only seen action twice and was still in its immature phase, requiring many improvements and optimizations. This battle with Ironmonger was undoubtedly the best testing opportunity. Stark had already noted a dozen areas needing enhancement. Stark watched as Ironmonger struggled to rise from the ground. "Jarvis, if we concentrate the remaining energy, can we break through this guy's defenses?" Jarvis responded, "I'm sorry, sir, but the opponent is using composite armor similar to the Mark II. At least 23% of a first-generation Palladium arc reactor's energy is needed to breach its defenses, while you currently have only 15% left. Composite armor, which means it could have issues with ice formation at high altitudes." Stark's eyes lit up, recalling his experiments with the Mark II armor when ice had formed on its outer layer, nearly causing the entire suit to crash during a high-altitude test. He pondered that perhaps he could lure Ironmonger into a high-altitude environment. If low temperatures caused Ironmonger's systems to malfunction, a fall from such a height would surely shatter him like a crumpled piece of paper. However, Stark did not immediately implement this plan. He wanted to observe the capabilities of the mysterious figure in black and white armor further, to see what hidden abilities he might possess. Below, Ironmonger pushed himself up with his right hand, struggling to rise with the assistance of hydraulic pistons throughout his body. Smoke billowed from his left shoulder, and sparks occasionally erupted, shining brightly in the dark night. "You despicable bastard," Obadiah glared at Gryell, his eyes seemingly ablaze. He had been gaining the upper hand in the battle with Iron Man, on the verge of victory, but this sudden arrival had instantly turned the tide. First, his cannon was taken out with a single sword strike. Then he was sent flying by a kick, and just when he thought he had secured his victory, Stark seized the opportunity to destroy his left leg's hydraulic column with a mini-missile. Now, this figure had shot his own anti-tank missile, causing it to explode. Having used his own weapon against himself, the once mighty high-tech Ironmonger now sparked and sputtered, appearing more like a poorly made knockoff than the powerful machine it had been. Furious beyond measure, Ironmonger raised his left arm's six-launcher missile system, unhesitatingly targeting Gryell, who was steadily advancing. Gryell's reflexes were equally sharp. The moment Ironmonger's arm lifted, he had already aimed his gun at Ironmonger. As the missile launched, Gryell decisively pulled the trigger. A brilliant laser beam shot forth, striking the missile like a bolt of lightning. The small missile detonated instantly under the laser's immense power, erupting in a fiery explosion between Gryell and Ironmonger, illuminating the surroundings as brightly as day. The series of explosions had already attracted the attention of people in nearby buildings. Curious onlookers peeked out, astonished to see the road ablaze with fire and the hovering Iron Man alongside the mysterious figure in black and white armor. Many pulled out their cameras and phones, eager to capture the incredible moment. Amid the flashing lights, Ironmonger fired two more missiles, one arcing left and the other right toward Gryell. These missiles flew at incredible speed, nearly reaching sonic levels. However, they could not escape Gryell's enhanced sharp vision thanks to the Decade armor. He raised his hand without hesitation and fired at the left missile. Before the results of his attack could manifest, Gryell swiftly swung his arm to the right, the barrel of his laser gun rotating quickly by 90 degrees, releasing a silver blade-like projectile. As he aligned the gun with a grip, it instantly transformed into sword mode. In that brief moment, the missiles approached Gryell. Yet, Gryell's sword also struck with lightning speed to the right. The blade made from special materials was incredibly sharp, seemingly able to sever any obstruction. He easily sliced the missile in half, and propelled by inertia, it continued flying backward before exploding with a thunderous roar, releasing a vast energy burst. The roaring flames erupted violently behind Gryell, igniting 3 nearby cars and lighting up the surroundings as bright as day, making the footage shot by onlookers even clearer and more shocking. Gripping his sword, Gryell stepped closer to Ironmonger. The armor's defenses were indeed formidable, but there were too many exposed components, such as the hydraulic pistons that allowed the 2-ton robot to move flexibly and exert powerful force, all completely unshielded. If he could knock those out, Ironmonger would be reduced to a pile of useless scrap, unable to move. The 50 caliber energy bullets fired from Gryell's Ride Booker in gun mode were more than sufficient to destroy the hydraulic mechanisms, which had far weaker defenses than the armor itself. However, Gryell did not want to rely solely on this kind of kite-flying tactic to take down Ironmonger. He knew that such an approach lacked spectacle and would give some the impression that he was merely relying on his weapon's strength. What he wanted was to deliver a thorough shock to those with ill intentions, making them realize his true power. Although this might incite them to covet his abilities even more, it would also compel them to prepare fully before making any moves. In the meantime, he would utilize every moment to strengthen himself. Iron Man, clad in his armor, slowly descended from the sky, his glowing eyes fixated on Gryell, who stood about 5 to 6 meters away. The voice coming from a suit speaker was distinctly different from Stark's own. "Who exactly are you?" "Just a passing Kamen Rider," Gryell replied, not even glancing at Iron Man. He slightly raised his left hand, and the rider card box on his left side slowly opened a crack, from which a card shot out, fluttering like a butterfly before landing in Gryell's left hand. A black card with a clear depiction of a knight's head on the front emerged in Gryell's hand. The orange eyes almost dominated the face, resembling a shark's sharp teeth, while the antennae on top looked like shark fins, giving it an exceptionally bizarre and menacing appearance. Gryell gently twisted his wrist and swung his arm down, accurately inserting the card marked with KR into the driver at his waist. Immediately, a logo shaped like the Greek letter Phi was projected from the center of the driver, accompanied by a mechanical, synthesized voice echoing in Gryell's ear. Kamen Rider Faiz. From the decade driver, photon veins glowing red extended out like tentacles, quickly enveloping Gryell in a massive web. High-energy photon blood surged forth from the driver, filling the photon veins while transporting a large quantity of nanomaterials. These materials rapidly assembled on Gryell's surface, forming the Sun God armor made from Sun God Metal 315, which had a hardness comparable to diamond, along with other equipment like the Full Metal Adder. In just an instant, Gryell completed the transformation from decade to Faiz. Now he was entirely wrapped in the black, sharkskin-like Sun God armor, with areas such as his feet, limb joints, chest, and back covered in silver-white Sun God Metal 228, which was even harder than Sun God Metal 315. These pieces of equipment were interconnected through the photon veins, tightly integrated. The photon veins emitted a red glow, while the reflective silver of Sun God Metal 228 mirrored the surrounding flames vividly. Combined with the orange glow that occupied 4/5 of his face, Gryell appeared like an exceptionally conspicuous LED light against the night, making even Iron Man appear dull in comparison. After all, Iron Man only had the palladium arc reactor and glowing eyes as embellishments. Stark's eyes nearly bulged out as he witnessed the entire transformation from decade to Faiz up close. In just a second or two, Gryell had become an entirely different being. Aside from the belt at his waist, he was unrecognizable, the speed and thoroughness of the transformation more astonishing than any cosmetic surgery. Looking at the fully transformed Faiz, shimmering with red photon veins, Stark couldn't help but think of one term: nanotechnology. In his view, no known technology could achieve such a drastic change so rapidly, except for nanotechnology, which was still in its experimental early stages. "Sir, all exploration methods have failed, and we cannot scan the opponent's armor." Jarvis's voice confirmed Stark's suspicion that the technology of the armor before him far exceeded that of his own Iron Man suit. The thought of mature nanotechnology right in front of him ignited a passionate desire within Stark. He was eager to unveil the mystery of this armor and turn the unknown into the known. Without hesitation, he pushed Obadiah out of his mind and immediately commanded Jarvis. "Jarvis, I remember he wasn't in armor when he crashed into the car." Just as Stark finished speaking, Jarvis displayed a photo of Gryell in a motorcycle helmet turning to look at Iron Man on the screen before Stark. Through the cracked visor of the helmet, Gryell's face could be faintly seen. With Jarvis's efficient processing, the originally blurry face became exceptionally clear, showing a resemblance of about 90% to Gryell, with the remaining 10% difference mainly due to the chin and forehead obscured by the helmet. Then, Jarvis began hacking into the city's public safety system, retrieving videos from various cameras across New York and utilizing facial recognition to trace Gryell's origins. Simultaneously, Jarvis infiltrated the DMV and several other government departments involved in population management, comprehensively tracking Gryell's information. While Jarvis was busy hacking into government systems, Gryell casually walked within 7 or 8 meters of Ironmonger. His nonchalant, leisurely walking style ignited Obadiah's fury to its peak. To Obadiah, this person who had just been kicked away was utterly disrespecting his Ironmonger. Despite having issues with his left leg and limited mobility in his left arm, Obadiah's right arm remained intact. As Gryell approached within 3 or 4 meters, he unleashed the full power of his right arm's hydraulic pistons and drive system, generating over 10 tons of force. The speed and strength were so tremendous that they compressed the air in front into visible ripples, creating a rushing wind that howled as it struck toward Gryell, as if aiming to flatten him. However, just as Ironmonger's right arm began to swing forward, Gryell pushed off the ground with both feet. With an extraordinary leap powered by his incredible jumping ability, he soared upward like a tightly coiled spring, easily evading Ironmonger's punch and vaulting over his head. Before Ironmonger's right fist could reach Gryell's previous position, Gryell quickly turned around. He swung the Ride Booker blade forward, and with the enhancement of 2.5 tons of punching power, he easily severed the hydraulic column connecting Ironmonger's right arm, taking off a substantial portion of Ironmonger's shoulder. The destructive force of this attack was nearly 3 times greater than when he wore the Decade armor. Electric sparks erupted from the severed edge, igniting the leaking hydraulic oil and setting Ironmonger's right shoulder ablaze. With this, Ironmonger had sustained more damage, now having his right arm compromised, leaving only his right leg intact. "You broke my motorcycle, so I'll give you a night kick." Gryell's gaze was icy as he looked at Ironmonger. The long sword in his right hand vanished instantly, while his left arm slowly raised. The Rider card box opened a crack once again, and another card shot out. This card had a black background, featuring a red cone and the letters Crimson Smash. Gryell swung his left arm down, and the AR card accurately inserted itself into the driver. Attack Ride Crimson Smash. The photon blood flowing from the driver shone brighter than a powerful flashlight, following the veins toward Gryell's right leg. Instantly, a red glow emanated from the soles of Gryell's feet. As all the photon blood gathered in his right foot, Gryell began to run forward. At this moment, Ironmonger's right fist had reached its farthest point, while Gryell's right leg kicked forcefully from below, launching upward. With a loud bang, Gryell's right foot struck heavily between Ironmonger's legs. The kick, carrying a force of 5 tons, instantly caused the composite armor to cave in significantly, nearly burying Gryell's right foot within it. Afterward, Ironmonger was sent airborne by the kick, and the photon veins gathered around Gryell's right foot surged with immense power, forming a rapidly spinning red cone between Ironmonger's legs, propelling him upward like a rocket. Gryell pushed off the ground with both feet, shooting up into the air in an incredibly unnatural stance. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with Ironmonger, diving into the spinning Crimson Smash. The rotation of the Crimson Smash accelerated 5-fold, becoming an unstoppable blade that instantly broke through Ironmonger's defenses, drilling through him like a hot knife through butter, vaporizing the composite armor and causing it to disappear completely. Stark craned his neck, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. The scene before him was utterly mind-boggling, completely overturning his previous understanding and worldview. The energy could actually be projected outward and shaped into specific forms. This was simply unbelievable. Not just him, but everyone filming from the surrounding buildings was also stunned, their expressions frozen in disbelief. In front of the Stark Industries sign, a tall, blonde, blue-eyed woman with an impressive figure was also looking up in astonishment at Ironmonger, who was soaring upwards. The red cone rapidly spinning beneath Ironmonger was particularly dazzling against the dark night, resembling a magnificent firework. The end result was just like a firework. Ironmonger exploded 30 meters in the air, bursting forth into a massive fireball. Most of its mass vaporized under the high-energy impact of the photon blood, leaving only some fragments drifting away like petals scattered by the wind. Bathed in the light of the small, sun-like fireball, a figure clad in red light began to fall towards the ground. With a loud thud, he crashed onto the asphalt, creating a dent filled with cracks. Gryell bent his legs at a 120-degree angle, skillfully absorbing the force of his landing, then slowly stood up straight, easily pulling his feet out of the crater. Since Gryell began fighting Ironmonger, Stark had been quietly observing, meticulously recording every detail of their battle. With someone willing to take over the fight, he could save himself a lot of effort. Moreover, his Iron Man suit had limited energy left. If this mysterious individual turned on him after defeating Ironmonger, he would still have enough energy to put up some resistance. Gryell glanced at Iron Man, who had barely participated in the fight. Stark's unexpected entrance meant the suit had sustained little damage, unlike in the original story where it was thoroughly wrecked. Windows of nearby buildings were filled with spectators, and the ultimate vision granted by the Faiz armor allowed Gryell to see the brands of the smartphones raised by people even dozens or hundreds of meters away. Some people were in a daze, while others were excited, all pointing at Gryell and Iron Man. Many could clearly see that this robot-like figure had kicked a massive machine several times his size, 30 meters into the air, and then detonated it into fragments, all while remaining unharmed after dropping from that height. This was the quintessential superhero image one would expect in movies and comics. To witness such a battle of robots while on the night shift was an incredible stroke of luck. Many people paid no mind to their data usage and went live from the scene. Gryell sighed deeply in his heart. Without the slightest hesitation, he took off running. He then leaped onto a 30-meter-tall building to the south, vanishing into the vast night. In just a few minutes, hundreds of videos suddenly appeared on YouTube, all featuring the battle between three robots on the road near Stark Industries. One man even took the risk of running to the roadside for a side shot, and his video quickly became the most clicked, almost reaching YouTube's front page. Initially, the comments below were filled with inquiries about what new movie this was. But as more and more clear videos from different angles and devices were uploaded, and many recognized the filming location from the surrounding buildings, it became evident that these videos were not special effects but real events. Many netizens immediately shared these images across various platforms like Facebook and Twitter, allowing more people to witness the battle of the robots. The speed of information spread through the internet was astonishing, causing the situation to escalate rapidly within minutes, becoming uncontrollable. Meanwhile, in the square in front of Stark Industries, a middle-aged man in a suit stared at Gryell, who was descending from the sky. Without hesitation, he grabbed his phone, quickly pressed a few buttons, and held it to his ear. Once the call connected, he spoke urgently. "Sorry, sir, the mission has failed. The situation at the scene is terrible. We need a lot of manpower to secure the area." On the other end of the line was Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., sitting at his desk in a spacious, bright office, sporting dark skin and a single eye. He replied calmly, "No, Coulson, what you're seeing isn't the worst. The situation here is much worse. Do you know how many people have seen the footage of three robots battling on the road? And how many have immediately shared it after watching?" Coulson raised an eyebrow, pretending not to notice the underlying frustration in Fury's tone. "I can imagine, sir. Since you can imagine how troublesome this will be, hurry and make contact with this mysterious individual from the unknown world. Find a quiet place. I don't want to see a video titled Armored Man versus Agents trending online," Fury instructed decisively before hanging up and looking at the screen in front of him. It displayed Gryell's photo and personal information. 3 weeks prior, Agent Jimmy Woo had found Gryell's information to be completely blank, as if he had appeared in this world out of nowhere. S.H.I.E.L.D. even moved the servers storing driver's licenses and social security cards back to verify for an extended period, yet they never discovered how that mere few kilobytes of data was added. But now, that blank information had been filled in, from the hospital where he was born, to the doctors and nurses who delivered him, to the vaccinations he received throughout his childhood, to the professions, ages, and addresses of his deceased parents, and all details of his elementary and middle schools, all meticulously detailed, filling in the gaps of Gryell Russo's 16 years. Fury tapped lightly on the desk, changing the displayed information to Jimmy Woo's observations over the past 2 weeks, along with psychological evaluations from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s experts. In summary, Gryell was a quiet, somewhat introverted individual who was very kind-hearted. After packaging this information to send to Phil Coulson, he quickly searched for Maria Hill's name and initiated a video call, stating in a serious tone, "Hill, can we control the situation?" In the video, Hill was surrounded by shadows, with many screens showing different images behind her. She shook her head with a worried frown, saying, "Sir, there are too many witnesses. This isn't like 5 years ago. The advancement in technology and the internet has made information control exponentially more difficult. Unless we delete the videos on people's phones, we can't completely cover up this incident. Then let's infect the phones storing the clearer images with a formatting virus. Ignore the ones that aren't very clear. After that, have Stark issue a statement about an experimental robot going rogue." Fury ordered immediately. "Understood, sir." On the other side, after Coulson hung up, he pressed a few buttons on his phone, opening the files and code transmitted by Director Fury. After running the code, a map of New York City appeared along with a flashing red dot, located just 50 meters away from Coulson. That was the spot where the glowing Gryell had just landed. "Good. Let's hope we can find a quiet place in New York," Coulson said as he hurriedly walked outside, simultaneously calling for 2 special teams. Buildings soaring to over 100 meters loomed beneath Gryell as he jumped and ran across their rooftops, leaving them far behind. Compared to the impoverished neighborhoods of Brooklyn, the affluent area of Queens had a considerable number of high-rises, albeit slightly fewer than Manhattan. With a running speed of 18 meters per second, the chilling wind whipped past his ears and above him. The night sky was filled with a bright moon and countless stars. Below, a river of cars illuminated the streets, their lights twinkling like stars. After leaving the battlefield, Gryell had been running for several minutes, and now he was about 3 to 4 kilometers away from it in a straight line. Finally, he slowed down, landing on the rooftop of a building that stood 30 to 40 stories high. The only light source atop the building was a flashing red aviation obstacle light, warning passing aircraft. The silver light from the moon reflected off Gryell's silver sun god metal armor, making it shine brilliantly. Standing on the railing above the central air conditioning cluster, the previously dim photon veins on Gryell's body lit up again, and the sun god armor, metal plates on his chest, and other equipment all retracted into the silver decade driver strapped to his waist. Damn it! Gryell cursed angrily as he yanked off the shattered helmet from his head and slammed it against the concrete wall to his left. Bang! The high-strength plastic helmet shattered into countless pieces, scattering everywhere. He found that the method of smashing something in anger, as seen in TV shows, was indeed effective. At least his anger had significantly subsided. Standing still, Gryell repeatedly advised himself, "Life rarely goes as planned. This is just one of those times. Don't get angry. It's not worth damaging your health." The October chill in New York gradually calmed Gryell's mind. He pulled out his ghostly gadget, the Cobra phone, opened the all-English interface, found Damon's number, and dialed. After a few rings, the voice of the cool girl Mindy came through. "Gryell, why are you calling so late?" "What's up?" Gryell succinctly recounted the events that had just occurred, then said, "Anyway, it's done now, and trouble is bound to follow. The training ground can't be used anymore, and besides, my shooting skills are good enough for now. Let's avoid meeting up for a while, so we don't bring trouble to you guys." "Wow, cool," Mindy replied without a hint of worry, instead laughing. "I'm watching the video of you battling that robot right now. By the way, who's that golden-red robot standing by watching? You'll find out in a few days." Following the storyline, the ostentatious Stark will definitely announce his identity as Iron Man. Gryell mused inwardly, but said, "How would I know? Uncle Damon's motorcycle got wrecked by that monster." "That's fine." Damon's voice came through the phone, comforting him. "Our recent actions have forced many drug dealers into hiding. I'm currently looking for Carl Burbank, one of Parker Robin's men. I'll notify you once I have a lead." "Okay." Gryell hung up the phone and sighed deeply. He didn't mind the cold ground, leaning against the railing as he sat down, his right hand resting on the decade driver at his abdomen. With his movement, the belt vanished, and he held the decade driver in his hand. He then aimed a ruby at his eyes and saw a rows of cards again. The card for Faiz and Crimson Smash that he had exchanged during the battle glowed brightly, contrasting sharply with the surrounding darkened cards. The reason he exchanged for Faiz's card was twofold. It was relatively cheap, and while its performance wasn't remarkable, its applicability was broad. It could activate a 10-second acceleration mode, which was extremely useful for both escaping and confronting enemies. After all, in martial arts, speed is everything. At 1,000 times acceleration, it was more than enough to handle many mid-tier Marvel enemies. Furthermore, after activating the burst mode and equipping additional jetpacks on his back, he could fly at high speeds, making him one of the few knights capable of flight. Additionally, the blood-red cannons mounted on his shoulders could unleash 300 rounds of bullets in a short time, truly a powerful weapon for fire suppression. Moreover, Faiz's exclusive maneuvering Pegasus could transform into a robot equipped with wheel shields and a minigun, providing support during charges or covering retreats, making it the perfect teammate in team battles. Before being caught up in a recent fight, he had planned to exchange for the Faiz card and gradually earn points to fully equip himself with Faiz's weapons and skills, establishing himself as the main knight. Unfortunately, plans changed, and just as he had gathered enough points for the knight card and the knight kick, he found himself embroiled in the battle between Iron Man and Ironmonger, which further frustrated him, as he had been dragged into it. While the original protagonist, Iron Man, stood by watching, the passerby, was the one who clashed with the villain. Iron Man's suit was unscathed, the factory unharmed, and Obadiah, who attempted to seize his property, was already finished. Stark had done little but benefit greatly from it, while he, the absolute AC, attracted a heap of trouble, feeling like he had lost out. In a fit of anger, Gryell had kicked Ironmonger into the sky, turning him into fireworks. After exchanging for the Faiz card and the knight kick, he had over 100 points left, but now it had grown to over 2,400, making Gryell feel emotional. He comforted himself, "It's not too bad. At least I have this many points now." Feeling rested, he placed the decade driver back on his abdomen, stood up, donned the less conspicuous decade armor, and jumped off the building. Having set off from Queens on his motorcycle just before dark, unfortunate events had interrupted him. By the time he emerged from the subway at 12th Avenue and 50th Street in Brooklyn, it was nearly 10 o'clock at night. He still had over 1,000 meters to go to Uncle Jimmy's restaurant. Gryell munched on a super burger as he walked down the quiet street. At 10 o'clock, the buses had long stopped running, so he could only hope to find a taxi along the way. Unfortunately, today his luck was particularly poor. He had already walked 300 to 400 meters without catching sight of a single taxi, and the pedestrians and vehicles were exceedingly sparse, reminding him of that one night when he first arrived here, when the streets were equally desolate and cold. Just as he recalled this, he heard the sound of boots striking the pavement behind him, causing Gryell to freeze momentarily. No way, not again. He quickly turned around and, illuminated by the streetlight above, saw a man in a well-fitted black suit and polished shoes walking toward him step by step. That face was one Gryell least wanted to see since his arrival. Phil Coulson stopped 5 meters away from Gryell, speaking slowly. "Mr. Gryell Russo, I'm Agent Phil Coulson from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. I would like to have a word with you." The name Phil Coulson exploded like a bomb in Greer's face, scattering him in all directions. That familiar face looked exactly like the Phil Coulson he had seen in the Marvel movies and TV series in his past life, and the long agency name was mercilessly announcing that S.H.I.E.L.D. had indeed come knocking. "My God, how is it so fast? How long has it been? And they've already found me." Gryell was so shocked that his head felt like it was turning to mush. His eyes widened suddenly, and his mouth slightly opened. He quickly stuffed a bite of super burger into his mouth, trying to calm himself down. However, his mind kept racing, pondering why S.H.I.E.L.D. would come after him so quickly. He had always maintained an extremely low profile and had only killed a few criminals, all while wearing the D-end armor. The biggest commotion he had caused was the recent face-off with Ironmonger. It had barely been an hour or two, and S.H.I.E.L.D. had already tracked him down. Was this the power of the national machine? He had even deliberately worn the Faiz armor while running on the rooftop, trying to evade S.H.I.E.L.D. surveillance. But in the end, he was still found. Despite Gryell hurriedly lowering his head to munch on the chicken burger in his hands, the fleeting micro-expression on his face did not escape Coulson's keen eyes. Coulson still wore his standard smile, but his brain was racing, secretly pondering, is he surprised because he sees me, or because S.H.I.E.L.D. has arrived? At this moment, Greer's heart was like a stormy sea, and clinging to a shred of luck, he pretended to scoff and said, "Defense, attack, and even logistics? Your department's responsibilities are really broad. You should say you're agents of well-known departments like the FBI or CIA. That might scare people more." Phil Coulson maintained his standard smile, quietly listening to Greer's words, his gaze fixed on Gryell, looking as if he was just waiting to hear more nonsense. This made Gryell, who was initially performing a one-man show, suddenly stop speaking. Since he couldn't continue the conversation, he simply lowered his head and resumed munching on his super chicken burger. Facing such an elite agent, the more he spoke, the more he would reveal. In his past life, while watching The Avengers, he remembered how Black Widow pretended to be captured and got that silly general to spill all the necessary information. He was just a gaming otaku now, with acting skills limited to wide-eyed stares, far from the realm of lying in front of others without blushing. He didn't need anyone to do anything. Just being stared at made him want to laugh. He might as well focus on eating the super chicken burger. If they could analyze anything from how he ate it, then he would just accept it. From the very beginning until now, in just half a minute, Coulson had been silently observing Gryell. The extremely tiny camera pinned to his tie and the recorder, disguised as a button, had captured every word and action of Gryell, transmitting them in real time to the Trident headquarters. In a secret room, S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury and Deputy Director Agent Hill stood in front of a row of screens, where Gryell's pupils, facial expressions, and movements were clearly displayed. This was an internal system used by S.H.I.E.L.D. to monitor whether agents were betraying them, capable of analyzing a person's inner thoughts through subtle changes like micro-expressions and pupil dilation. Even specially trained agents found it impossible to hide their inner thoughts from this machine, equipped with a micro-expression recognition system and a vast database, let alone Gryell, who had been just an ordinary person in his past life. Almost without needing further analysis, the machine could derive the true information from Gryell's expressions. Level 9 Agent Hill had the authority to view Gryell's profile. She looked at the results from the micro-expression recognition system, turned to Nick Fury, and said, "Director, he seems to have heard of S.H.I.E.L.D., and he seems to know Agent Coulson. Who exactly is he?" Nick Fury's single, I stared at the screen where Gryell was still eating with his head down. Though he was still looking down, he subconsciously tilted his gaze upward, sneakily glancing at Coulson's expression. From his appearance now, he looked completely like an ordinary person, which ruled out the possibility of him being a trained agent. Director, do you really believe he comes from another world? Hill felt this guess was simply absurd. I organized a team of over 100 experts, listed dozens of possibilities based on his profile, and dispatched over 1,000 agents to investigate these possibilities. So far, only 2 possibilities remain, a visitor from another world and a Skrull. But these are all conjectures based on known facts. What if there are unknown factors? Agent Hill still held a different opinion. That's why I sent Agent Coulson to engage with him to see if there might be any unexpected surprises. On the screen, facing Gryell, Coulson still wore his standardized smile and began, "Since you suddenly appeared in this world, we have been paying attention to you. After half a month of observation, we concluded that you mean no harm to this world. Although what you have done during this time does not comply with legal standards, it has indeed benefited some good people. That's why I came to meet you alone, to hear your thoughts." After finishing his opening statement, Coulson's tone suddenly changed. Although he still maintained a calm tone, it carried a slightly aggressive undertone as he asked, My first question is, who exactly are you? Where do you come from? And why have you come to Earth?" As soon as Coulson's question left his lips, Agent Hill immediately turned to Nick Fury and said, "Aren't you worried he might kill Agent Coulson? The power he displayed when destroying Obadiah's ironmonger armor was over 10 tons. Nick Fury waved his hand dismissively and said, "Don't worry, Agent Hill. His temper is much better than that green big guy." Agent Hill gave Nick Fury a deep look, then turned her gaze back to the big screen to continue watching the developments. Upon hearing Coulson's words, Greer's grip on the chicken burger tightened unconsciously, feeling as if 100,000 alpacas were galloping through his mind. What the hell? Since he crossed over, what exactly had he said or done? How had S.H.I.E.L.D. recognized that he wasn't from this Earth? After watching so many novels in his past life, which protagonist got recognized so soon after crossing over like he did? Sure enough, he wasn't a protagonist at all, but a tragic cannon fodder. Damn it, the next scene wouldn't really be him smashing a cup as a signal for a group of goons to rush in and chop him in a meat sauce, would it? Thinking of this, Greer's left hand unconsciously loosened its grip on the chicken burger, slowly raising it up. This action immediately alerted the 3 snipers on the rooftop 300 meters away, who quickly placed their fingers on the triggers, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Coulson had carefully reviewed Greer's information on the way here, and in the footage shot on the rooftop of Jimmy Woo's restaurant, he noticed that this small movement was a habitual action Gryell made when summoning his armor. Although Coulson was already aware that this action indicated Gryell was about to summon his armor, there was no hint of panic on his face. He maintained that standardized smile, shaped by countless hours of training, a smile that felt like a gentle spring breeze. He said, "Mr. Gryell, I mentioned before that I mean no harm. I just want to understand some situations. Whether you are merely passing through Earth or planning to dwell here long term, it's necessary for humanity to know about you. Just like the Chinese restaurant you were renting from, the landlord wouldn't casually allow unknown individuals to stay. It's a responsibility to both the landlord and the other tenants." As Coulson spoke, Gryell placed his raised left hand back on the chicken burger, gently tugging at the wrapper before taking a big bite and chewing thoughtfully. His mind raced with thoughts. Since S.H.I.E.L.D. had come to him, it meant they possessed a wealth of information. After all, this was a vast, multinational agency that likely had him thoroughly investigated. However, why were they still asking where he came from? He clearly remembered crawling out of a truck that night, surrounded by a chaotic scene of dead bodies, with a dart embedded in his chest. If S.H.I.E.L.D. had indeed conducted a thorough investigation, they should easily uncover traces of his life before crossing into this body. Why then would they ask, "Who are you? Where do you come from?" It was as if they viewed him as an alien. Suddenly, Gryell considered a possibility. This body might not be an indigenous inhabitant of the Marvel world, which was why S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't find relevant information. After all, someone who didn't exist more than half a month ago couldn't possibly leave behind traces of life. Now, Gryell was also eager to know the answer. He wanted to ask himself, who am I? Where do I come from? And why have I been thrown here? Unfortunately, no one could answer these questions for him. If he had any hope of returning before, that hope had now almost completely vanished. Gryell stuffed the remaining chicken burger into his mouth, chewed a few times, and then swallowed hard. He then raised his head to look at Coulson across from him. Since their meeting began, Coulson, armed with a wealth of information, had firmly controlled the pace of the conversation, leaving Gryell uncertain how to respond. Yet, Gryell did not entirely trust Coulson. After all, lying was second nature to agents. Even the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. had concealed news of Coulson's resurrection from the Avengers, let alone his subordinates. Gryell contemplated in his heart, crumpling the burger wrapper into a ball, walking over to the nearby trash can, and accurately tossing the wrapper in. He then said, "I also want to know my name, where I come from, and why I was dumped here." Dumped here. Coulson seized on the key information in Gryell's words and pressed. "Are you suggesting you were abandoned on Earth by a spacecraft?" "No." Gryell leaned against the wall, arms crossed tightly, staring intently at Coulson as he replied. "Since I can remember, I've always lived on a train that never stops moving forward. According to the conductor, we are strange demons he salvaged from the desert of time, where the environment is like Earth's Gobi Desert, but chaotic images surround us, as if countless projectors are simultaneously playing movies. The conductor also said his tram travels through the cracks of time, and those images outside are events happening in different worlds and times. I don't know how long I lived on that tram. I just woke up one day in this world. It seems I was thrown out by them." Coulson's face still bore that formulaic smile, but his eyes revealed clear skepticism, as if to say, "Are you kidding me?" After Gryell finished his story, Coulson nodded slightly and said, "If you wrote your experience as a science fiction novel, it might become a bestseller. You should consider becoming a writer." "Yeah, I think so too." Gryell smiled and nodded. At that moment, his right hand, which had been pressed under his left elbow, subtly opened its fingers. A card swiftly cut through his shirt and jacket like lightning, landing firmly in his grasp. Holding the card, Gryell quietly observed Coulson before dropping a bombshell, stating, "The afternoon before I was thrown off the tram, I saw through the train window an enormous plane crash into the North Atlantic and become frozen. It drifted with the ocean currents for a long time, and inside was a man wearing a star-spangled uniform, presumably the American captain you all talk about. Although he was frozen, he seemed to still be alive." Coulson, who had been calm all along, finally changed his expression. His smile faded significantly, and his tone became less cordial, as if something important had been violated. He asked, "And then, where did you see him float to?" "Before the tram cast that image behind, I saw the plane starting to rise as the iceberg melted, revealing a corner of it. I'm not sure exactly where, but it was surrounded by a continuous expanse of ice. Since S.H.I.E.L.D. can investigate my situation so thoroughly, you must be no worse than the FBI or CIA. You should go check in the Arctic." Gryell's intent in saying this was to create a mysterious aura around himself, making it impossible for S.H.I.E.L.D. to uncover his true background, thus compelling them to exercise caution. Just like the Hulk and Thor, who had similar levels of power, the military dared to capture the Hulk largely because they knew Bruce Banner inside and out, and he was alone, minimizing the risk of the big guy showing up after capturing the small one. Thor, on the other hand, was different. People only knew he came from Asgard, but how many people were there in Asgard? And what was their strength? That was something S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military couldn't probe. Not knowing someone's background naturally made them hesitant to take action. If they captured Thor and the gods from Norse mythology showed up, that would be a real problem. Gryell was now weaving a background that couldn't be easily probed. After all, no matter how powerful S.H.I.E.L.D. was, they were still just a force on Earth. As for whether they believed him, once they found Captain America in the Arctic, the credibility of his words would naturally increase. Just like in a movie, Captain America, where S.H.I.E.L.D. located the plane where Captain America was before the events of the Avengers. Now, Captain America's plane should be surfacing too. If not found, searching the Arctic would take time, during which he could strengthen himself further. After all, in this world, no one could be completely trusted, and no one could be relied upon. Even Iron Man and Captain America eventually clashed due to differing ideologies. The only person he could trust was himself. The only strength he could rely on was his own power. Coulson tightly pressed his lips together, and his expression became even more unpleasant than before. A voice from his miniature earpiece came through. Nick Fury's voice. "All right, Coulson, stop discussing these irrelevant topics and hand that document over to Gryell." After saying this, Nick Fury decisively cut off the communication. He then turned to Agent Hill beside him, a meaningful glint in his eyes as he said, "Now, a third possibility has emerged, hasn't it?" Agent Hill looked shocked, Confusion etched on her face as she stared at Nick Fury, her eyes filled with disbelief. Director, you actually believe him? This is absurd. It's even less logical than a science fiction novel. Nick Fury waved his hand lightly, muttering 2 words as he turned to walk outside. Notify Romanoff to find a girl and arrange a chance encounter. Remember, the best way to control a man is to use a woman. As the automatic door slowly opened, Nick Fury turned his head back, looking deeply at Agent Hill, and said solemnly, Hill, for any agents participating in this mission with level 7 clearance or below, conduct memory wipes. Also, send someone to the Arctic to search for the plane he mentioned. Agent Hill was left in a state of confusion, her mind filled with question marks, silently doubting whether this was the real director. Just a moment ago, he had said he didn't believe it. How could he now send people to the Arctic to search? Standing outside the door, Nick Fury had a serious and earnest expression. He shouted, Execute the orders. The automatic door gradually closed, isolating all of Agent Hill's doubts and confusion within the room. Nick Fury took the elevator to his office on the 42nd floor, slowly sitting down at his desk. From the secret pocket of his trench coat, he pulled out a small, exquisite cube and placed it on the desk. His hands quickly slid across the surface, as if searching through a vast sea of documents for a precious treasure. He opened a folder from the last century, which contained hundreds of documents, with one prominently labeled Avengers, containing videos, images, documents, and various materials totaling several gigabytes. Among such a large number of documents, 80% of the contents were categorized under 4 names, with only the initials visible. The remaining letters and other documents had been obscured by a special encryption program, making it impossible to discern their contents. Nick Fury carefully opened the document marked with the letter K and brought up a completely blacked-out file. He slowly pulled down his eye mask, aligning his injured eye with the iris verification hole. In an instant, the black coating disappeared, revealing a blurry photograph. The photo depicted a person in peculiar armor, wielding a long sword, with wing-like attachments from the shoulders to the back, and large eyes reminiscent of a peach split in half. Following that, Nick Fury brought up the photos of Gryell battling Ironmonger and other shots of the D-End armor and Faiz armor, carefully comparing the images and discovering that the belts in these photos were identical. This discovery rarely brought a smile to Nick Fury's face as he whispered, So it's true. Welcome back, time traveler. On the other side, after Nick Fury's orders reached Coulson's ears, the previously irritated Coulson quickly adjusted his emotions. Once again wearing that standardized smile, he said, The primary responsibility of our Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics is to ensure that people do not see news they are not prepared for, allowing them to live their lives in peace. Your actions in the basement a week ago have been successfully suppressed. No one will pursue the bulletproof murderer anymore. As for the recent battle at Stark Industries, tomorrow we will release a statement claiming it was a robot malfunction. I think it would be best if your brightly glowing armor doesn't make an appearance until this incident settles down, as such powerful armor would attract a lot of interest and envy. Gryell remained silent, fully aware that he had already thrown out the Captain America trump card. If he were to drop the Hydra nuclear bomb, it would likely be hard to convince anyone. Former director Alexander Pierce had been identified as a member of Hydra, making his claims almost entirely untrustworthy. It was like a stranger bursting into your company through the window with a knife, claiming he was there to expose your boss as a spy from a rival company. Would you believe him? The answer was evident. Coulson didn't mind Greer's silence. He lifted his right arm and handed the file folder he had been holding to Gryell, saying, S.H.I.E.L.D. has compiled Gryell Russo's information from the past 16 years. You can now live on Earth as a human without worry. No matter where you come from, since you are on Earth, I hope you can adapt to the local customs and follow the rules here. S.H.I.E.L.D. will include you in the list of superpowered individuals and monitor you. Gryell took the folder, opened it, and quickly scanned the contents at a glance, still not lifting his head as he replied coolly, So how do you plan to monitor me? Will you have someone watch me 24 hours a day, or install tracking devices and cameras on me? Coulson frowned slightly and explained, You don't fit those conventional monitoring methods. What you've been doing, while not legal, has indeed benefited good people. The world's bad guys are only a small part. The reason they thrive is that good people haven't united to fight against them. As he spoke, Coulson pulled out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Gryell, saying, If you have any issues in the future, you can call this number. It's getting late, so I won't trouble you any longer. Goodbye. Gryell took the card with his left hand while holding the folder, simply saying, I will. Knowing that with an elite agent like Coulson, it was better to say less. Coulson nodded to Gryell and turned to walk away, opening the door to a car parked several meters away, starting the engine, and driving off, quickly disappearing from Gryell's view. It wasn't until several minutes after Coulson had vanished that Gryell slowly straightened up and turned to head back to Uncle Jimmy's restaurant. At the same time, he pulled out his right hand, which had been pressed against his left elbow and waist, discovering that the sweat in his palm had already dampened the card. The card, with a black background, featured a dragon's head design and the letters RYUKI, the KR card associated with the Kamen Rider Ryuki, known for revealing one's heart. Before Coulson arrived, Gryell had been contemplating exchanging for Faiz's weapons, the Drive Pegasus contract card, the Accelerated AR card, and the Burst Form FR card to make Faiz stronger in preparation for possible troubles. However, just as he leaned against the wall, he decisively exchanged for the KR card that allowed him to enter the mirror world. He knew that if Coulson had any intention of capturing him, he would transform into Kamen Rider Ryuki without hesitation and enter that mysterious mirror world. No matter how powerful S.H.I.E.L.D. was or how tight their net was cast, they could only act in the real world. As long as he entered that world that rejected matter, even S.H.I.E.L.D. could only watch helplessly. It was his exclusive safe zone. More importantly, he could freely enter and exit the mirror world and reality through mirrors and reflective objects, as if opening numerous portals. Furthermore, he could pull enemies into the mirror world, and without lifting a finger, they would die in the mirror world. If it weren't for S.H.I.E.L.D. knocking on his door, Gryell would never have exchanged for the Dragon Knight card, which had a base power of only half a ton. Moreover, the card's price was exorbitant, costing over 100 points more than the combined price of the Faiz card and the Rider Kick. This card could only allow the user to enter the mirror world, rendering it nearly useless compared to other Rider cards, not to mention the requirement that one must also acquire the all-encompassing motorcycle ride shooter for 650 points. Otherwise, he would only be able to run on his own two legs in the mirror world. Regardless of how worthless or frustrating this card was, Gryell gritted his teeth in exchange for it. Points could be earned back, but if he lost his life, he would have nothing left. Although he didn't know why he possessed the ability to heal wounds rapidly, the thought of having his arms or legs broken and being unable to heal was troublesome. He understood the principle of a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. When he transformed into Kamen Rider Ryuki, as long as there were mirrors or reflective surfaces, he could enter the mirror world. In that realm, he wouldn't have to worry even if disasters like nuclear fallout occurred in the real world. Looking at his dwindling points, Gryell let out a heavy sigh. He had originally planned to purchase Faiz's Pegasus, but now that plan was completely shot. He could only walk back. On the nighttime road, Gryell walked farther away while Coulson drove into the traffic, one hand on the steering wheel, the other quickly tapping the windshield. The windshield acted like a screen, and a small display approximately 10 centimeters wide appeared in the upper left corner, showing Nick Fury's upper body. Coulson, what's going on? Nick Fury asked. Director, I believe it's him. Coulson replied cheerfully. Although it's been 20 or 30 years, I still remember his voice. Nick Fury crossed his hands on the table in front of him, his expression serious as he said, Good. If that's the case, the Avengers Initiative might be able to be restarted. After Stark makes his statement, you need to head to New Mexico. I've heard there's a hammer there that even cars can't budge. Go check it out. Understood, Director. Coulson hung up the call and drove towards Stark Industries. He had much work to do, starting with getting that billionaire to issue the robot malfunction statement and contacting the military to have them confirm the existence of such robots, thereby framing the incident as an acceptable robot battle rather than a malicious event involving human-controlled mechs. The next morning, as expected, all the newspapers led their front pages with reports on the earth-shattering battle that took place at the entrance of Stark Industries in Queens. The papers displayed images of the chaos at the scene, cars destroyed beyond recognition and roads riddled with holes. More prominently were the slightly blurry but still visible photos of the golden red Iron Man flying through the air, Ironmonger grappling with him, and Faiz radiating brilliant red light. Accompanying the images were interviews with drivers caught in the battle and office workers from nearby buildings, all claiming to have witnessed the robot battle on the highway. Several drivers whose cars were crushed by Ironmonger insisted they heard the massive robot yell the name Stark, leading many papers to claim that Stark was inside that golden red Iron Man suit. They had merely aimed to attract attention using the billionaire's name, but inadvertently stumbled upon the truth. Stark Industries' official website released a statement early in the morning, claiming that the military experimental robots at the Queen's factory experienced a programming malfunction, causing 3 different model robots to fight on the road. They expressed their apologies to the citizens involved and promised compensation for verified damages and repairs to the destroyed roadways and public facilities. The military also sent representatives to attend the press conference held by Stark Industries, where Colonel James Rhodes, dressed in a new military uniform, stood behind the podium addressing hundreds of media outlets. War is an eternal topic. Even though technology has advanced significantly, many times, especially in urban warfare, ground troops are still necessary. To reduce soldier casualties, the military secretly collaborated with Stark Industries to develop land battle robots to replace soldiers. The types of robots that appeared last night are still in the experimental stage and clearly have much room for improvement before being ready for combat. Meanwhile, in the press conference hall's adjacent lounge, S.H.I.E.L.D. agent Coulson handed 2 handwritten notes to Pepper Potts, saying, "These are Mr. Stark's speaking notes. Just read from them later. We'll handle everything else." Pepper glanced at the notes, placed them on a small table next to Stark, and then asked Coulson, "Do you know who that silver armor glowing red was?" "I really appreciate his help." Coulson replied in a leisurely tone, "We're still searching. You know how citizens feel about having cameras installed on the streets, especially since Mr. Stark saw that mysterious person easily jump to the top of a building. I doubt there are any cameras up there, making the search quite difficult. Didn't Mr. Stark breach government departments to search? If you find any leads, please let us know." Stark picked up the speaking notes on the table, not looking up as he said, "Aren't these notes a bit too formal? And I've already said I wouldn't produce weapons anymore. Now, there's a land battle robot? What's going on? What did Obadiah say? He was kicked so hard that he's left with nothing. This project started a year ago. It's a high-tech initiative, so it's normal for it to take 3 to 5 years to produce results or even fail. Right now, our focus is to control the public opinion," Coulson calmly explained. "Obadiah went on vacation to the Maldives 3 days ago. There should be news about a small plane crash coming out the day after tomorrow." Stark raised an eyebrow, remaining non-committal and not discussing any topics with Coulson. With Pepper's help, he donned a suit and made his way to the press conference hall, arriving just as Colonel Rhodes finished speaking. Stark stood on stage, looking at the sea of reporters below. He picked up the notes and said a few ambiguous words before suddenly lifting his head and looking ahead, tossing the notes casually onto the table. Coulson, watching from backstage, felt a bad premonition. "I'm Iron Man." Stark's declaration splashed into the room like water on hot oil, causing the press conference hall to erupt. Reporters stood up, shouting questions at Stark. The cacophony of hundreds of voices nearly threatened to lift the ceiling off the hall, while Stark stood on stage, smirking and reveling in the moment of being in the spotlight. Coulson sighed deeply. He could only suggest how Stark should act, but he couldn't impose his will. If Stark didn't follow his plan, there was nothing he could do. He had no choice but to pull out his phone and dial the director, speaking with a tone of resignation. "Director, the mission has failed again." Tony Stark publicly admitted he is Iron Man. "I am Iron Man." With that bold declaration, the dazzling golden red Mark III Iron Man suit swiftly spread like a whirlwind across the nation, crossing vast oceans and informing the entire world that the billionaire, often hailed as the modern-day Da Vinci, Tony Stark, was indeed Iron Man. This legendary figure, embodying the traits of a billionaire, a super genius, and a technologically advanced armored suit, instantly became a trending search term in various countries. On any video platform, one could easily find a remarkable video of Tony Stark announcing he was Iron Man, with its views skyrocketing to over 100 million in just a few minutes. For an entire week, Tony Stark and Iron Man shone like 2 dazzling stars, dominating the front pages of major newspapers and the hot topics of various talk shows. The excitement surrounding them not only failed to diminish over time, but instead grew like a roaring flame, continuously fermenting into a focal point of national conversation. Numerous reporters gathered like a tide around the Stark Industries headquarters in Manhattan, eagerly hoping to interview the legendary Stark. At the same time, many people who dreamed of catching a glimpse of Iron Man frequented the area. This surge of interest led to a boom in business for nearby hotels, roadside stalls, and restaurants, with many owners grinning from ear to ear quickly sending letters to Stark Industries in hopes of obtaining authorization to display Iron Man's likeness in their establishments to attract customers. The rental housing and hotels surrounding Stark Tower even transformed rooms facing the tower into the best viewing spots for witnessing Iron Man, renting them out at 3 times the usual price. This initiative was met with immediate demand, driving property prices in the vicinity up by 10%. Toy manufacturers and animation companies also flooded Stark with requests to develop Iron Man-themed toys, animations, and related businesses. Disney expressed significant interest, claiming that if Stark authorized and participated in the voice work for Iron Man animations and games, they would offer him a staggering $300 million a year. People with various motives and interests seemed to surge like a tidal wave, all joining in this grand celebration. Iron Man became the hero of national discussion, and although many were still curious about the mysterious figure glowing red, their questions were ruthlessly drowned out in the excitement stirred up by various forces. At that moment, Gryell lazily lay on his bed, the television on, playing with his phone with a content expression. Although he had been quite assertive in front of Coulson, once back in his room, he couldn't help but feel a bit soft inside. If there were indeed a sniper targeting him, who knew if his reflexes could outpace a bullet? Just the thought of being shot in the head by a lethal bullet, if he were even slightly slow in inserting his card, sent chills down his spine. Because of this, he had stayed in his room for several days, going nowhere. On one hand, he genuinely had no place to go, and on the other hand, he was simply too lazy to move. Moreover, he wanted to give S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel a sense of security. After all, he had been in this world for a month now, and during that time, he had hardly rested, either enduring intense training with the Old Man and the Black Widow or accompanying them to combat criminal activities. He treated these days as a vacation for himself, waiting for the Old Man to find clues so he could continue earning points and enhancing his abilities. The television was airing a talk show where just a month or 2 ago, he had mercilessly mocked Stark Industries for not manufacturing weapons, claiming it was a waste of resources. He had even smashed a cup with a baseball bat to demonstrate that Stark Industries was on the verge of decline. Now, he continued to ridicule Tony Stark, claiming he should disband the weapons division, causing the company's stock prices to plummet significantly. However, he was secretly buying up shares of Stark Industries, cleverly creating a sensational scene of robot battles, and then launching his own developed land battle mech, causing the company's stock to skyrocket. The talk show host's imagination was larger than the universe itself. He had constructed a conspiracy theory around the capital market. He even expressed envy for how easy it was to make money in the financial industry. If one had bought Stark Industries stock at its lowest point and sold it now, they could easily quadruple their wealth. Unfortunately, despite Greer's awareness of the opportunities, he couldn't partake. All the money he had was old bills obtained from drug dealers, not in sequential order. If he tried to deposit a large sum into a bank, it would inevitably attract the scrutiny of the tax authorities. The parent information assigned to him by S.H.I.E.L.D. indicated they were extremely ordinary people, unable to explain why this minor had such a vast fortune. If the tax authorities discovered this, he would likely face severe repercussions for large amounts of unexplained wealth. Thus, unless he sought help from S.H.I.E.L.D., which he aimed to avoid until he was powerful enough, he remained distanced from their murky waters. Anyone who easily waded into that pool could be mercilessly drowned. Even the current director had almost lost his life at the hands of the Winter Soldier. Moreover, there was no such thing as a free lunch. Who would help you without a reason? Whenever someone offered free assistance, there was bound to be a greater agenda behind it. It was like those seniors eager to help freshmen carry luggage at the start of the school year. Who among them didn't have ulterior motives or their own little schemes? Therefore, until his strength was sufficient to handle everything, Gryell decided it was best to keep his distance from S.H.I.E.L.D. The plot where someone crossed over, joined S.H.I.E.L.D., undermined it from within, and successfully took over after a collapse was a feat achievable only by an SS-level protagonist. As for him, the unluckily dubbed Lucky E. Gunman, it was safer to stay far from S.H.I.E.L.D. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Gryell, startled like a frightened rabbit, leaped up from his bed and quickly walked to the door, opening it. Standing there was Uncle Jimmy, holding a steaming plate of dumplings, a warm smile on his face. Just made some beef dumplings. Give them a try, kid. Thank you, Uncle Jimmy. Gryell gratefully accepted the plate and sat at the table to savor them. Uncle Jimmy's cooking was truly exceptional. Initially, he had been fascinated by the authentic American steak and burgers, but after a few days, he could no longer tolerate them, including the local renditions of Chinese food that had become unappetizing. So, he opted to eat at Uncle Jimmy's restaurant, where he could enjoy authentic Chinese cuisine and avoid the strangely altered local dishes. Although Uncle Jimmy also prepared some Chinese dishes that catered to local tastes, his own meals always remained authentic, filled with Sichuan pepper, sesame oil, doubanjiang, and dark soy sauce. While these seasonings were cheap back home, they were outrageously expensive here. A pack of spices could cost over $100. Uncle Jimmy quickly scanned Greer's room and then said, "Greer, it's been a month since you came here, right? Have you thought about what you want to do in the future? If you really decide to live here, I know a way to get a green card for just $50,000. Before Uncle Jimmy could finish, Greer hurriedly interrupted him, saying, "I've already taken care of my identity issues. I've been busy sorting it out, and my official documents are all ready." "That's good." Uncle Jimmy nodded, pulling out a folded paper from his pocket and carefully unfolding it on the table beside Greer. "In 50 days, the SSAT exam for November will take place. This is the National High School Entrance Exam, and good scores can earn you a full scholarship. Getting into a good high school, attending a good university, and graduating to pursue a respectable career as a lawyer or doctor is a solid path. Every household on this street is scrimping and saving to send their kids to school, hoping they can break free from these streets and not end up like us, uneducated and without status, always bullied wherever they go, even ignored by the police when reporting incidents." Greer's right hand holding the chopsticks abruptly paused. Then he picked up another dumpling and slowly chewed it. Over the past month, he had deeply felt the pervasive discrimination around him. Even though only a small number of people looked at them with disdain compared to the entire community, that feeling was still very uncomfortable. On 8th Street, where Asian communities thrived, things were relatively better. But once he stepped out of that area, he would hear derogatory terms like chink and Chinaman, along with contemptuous gestures. Yet, even if he heard or saw these things, what could he do? Greer had strength far beyond that of an average person. He could easily take down one person or even 10. But would that really change anything? Would beating them up make them change their attitudes? Would it make them stop looking down on him? Could he take down 1, 10, 100, or even 1,000, 10,000, or 1,000,000? With a population of 300 million in the U.S., even if only 1/10 viewed him through the lens of discrimination, that would still be 30 million people. Could Greer fight them all? This was why he had stayed indoors for the past week, watching superhero comics, playing on his phone, and watching television. He feared he would lose control of his temper and lash out at those people. Uncle Jimmy glanced at the television screen hanging on the wall, where discussions about Stark continued. He said, "This society is very unfair. Take Tony Stark, for example. He's arrogant, flamboyant, and feels superior to everyone. If these flaws were in an ordinary person, no one would even want to pay attention to him. But Stark is wealthy and intelligent, so his arrogance and refusal to accept things from others aren't seen as contempt, but rather as eccentricities of a genius. His sense of superiority comes from his wealth, so he doesn't care about others." Uncle Jimmy sighed heavily, tapping the paper on the table as he said earnestly, "Kid, you need to think carefully. You're still young, and there's a long road ahead of you. Living day by day might seem fine now, but what about 10, 20, or 30 years from now? You can't expect the future to get better on its own. If you don't start working hard now, the future will surely be grim. When I first came here, I was worse off than a beggar. I slept in parks, rummaged through trash, and even cleaned sewers, scraping together pennies. It took me 20 years to open this restaurant and achieve a stable life with legal status. You're starting at a higher point than I did, and your future should be filled with more dignity and status. As long as each generation is stronger than the last, one day we will be the ones who can discriminate against others, rather than being discriminated against." "Yeah, I know." Greer nodded absently, mechanically shoveling dumplings into his mouth. The delicious beef dumplings now felt tasteless. Uncle Jimmy didn't say anything else, quietly walking out and gently closing the door behind him. The room was left with just Greer and the incessant chatter of the host on television. Despite the host's witty remarks, they sounded grating to Greer's ears. He raised his hand to turn off the TV with the remote, restoring silence to the room. He picked up the paper beside him, which contained handwritten notes about the spring admissions for a mid-tier high school, including addresses, admission scores, scholarship application requirements, and amounts. past year's minimum scores for scholarships, SAT exam dates, review topics, and a list of books to buy, etc. Even though Gryell had never heard of the SAT before, he now understood how to participate in the exam, what to review, and what scores were needed for different schools, among other details. It was clear that Uncle Jimmy had spent considerable time and effort compiling this information, and Gryell felt a bit irritated by this goodwill. This wasn't an urban novel. This was a doomsday world. According to the original plot, in just over a year, the Chitauri would invade New York, and within 8 years, Thanos would snap his fingers. He should be focusing all his attention on how to increase his strength. But reality didn't come with subtitles for 8 years later, nor did it gloss over the mundane daily moments like in novels or movies. Time would pass slowly, day by day, whether it was interesting or boring, sad or happy. What's this all about? Gryell felt an immense frustration. He would rather engage in a fight with enemies than face such bothersome issues. But unless he never left his house and avoided any interaction with people of different skin colors, he would inevitably encounter discrimination and disdain. In the past month, fighting crime and training only took up a third of his time. The rest was spent living an ordinary and plain life, facing the same discrimination and scorn that Asians encountered here. In the face of things that couldn't be resolved, temporary avoidance seemed to be the best choice. Gryell picked up a comic book from his left side, flipping through it absent-mindedly. The story was about Batman fighting Superman. Indeed, in this Marvel world, the rival DC Comics was very popular, and many heroes were inspired by Captain America from World War II. During the war, to bolster people's determination to fight, the super soldier was packaged as Captain America, representing the American spirit. Later, Captain America's series of outstanding performances during the war, along with his sacrifices to save people, made him a household hero. Even after the war ended, Captain America's popularity did not wane. As a result, many comics, TV shows, and movies featuring Captain America emerged, and some people, interpreting his image, created even more heroes. For instance, some believe Captain America should be all-powerful, leading to the creation of the invincible Superman. After the rise of feminist consciousness, a female comic artist created Wonder Woman to promote female empowerment, and some thought cities plagued by crime needed a hero like Captain America, resulting in the creation of Batman. Tony Stark's announcement of being Iron Man had boosted the popularity of superhero comics, significantly increasing sales. This was also the reason Disney, which held the rights to heroes like Superman, wanted to invite Stark, leveraging real-life superheroes to promote the heroes in comics and boost comic sales. Just a few pages in, Gryell's phone suddenly rang from his jacket pocket. This made his previously sluggish spirit perk up. He knew only a few people had his number, and since Uncle Jimmy had just left, it couldn't be him. That left only Damon and Mindy. It must be a mission, which meant earning points. Gryell tossed the comic aside and quickly pulled out his phone. Sure enough, it was a call from Mindy. He immediately answered the call, and before he could say anything, Mindy's voice came through, filled with a trembling tone. Gryell, something bad has happened. Dad has been captured. What? Gryell suddenly stood up from his chair, the chopsticks falling to the ground with a thud, but he was completely oblivious. How could old Dad be caught? He was just a retired officer who had trained in prison, capable only of dealing with ordinary people and those street thugs and rogues. Even in the world of the movie Kick-Ass, where no superpowered villains or bad guys appeared, didn't old Dad get caught and burned to death? Not to mention in the Marvel world, teeming with villains and heroes, his limited strength was hardly sufficient. From Mindy's tearful, intermittent narration, Gryell finally learned how things had unfolded. Old Dad had been closely pursuing Parker Robin's subordinate, Carl Burbank, because only he knew Parker Robin's specific whereabouts. Yesterday afternoon, Old Dad had received a lead through an informant he had developed during his time as a police officer, stating that Carl Burbank had been spotted at a liquor store at the intersection of 49th Street and 10th Avenue in Manhattan. Thus, last night, Old Dad had intended to confirm the authenticity of this information, which, to put it plainly, meant observing Carl Burbank from a distance with a telescope, but he hadn't returned by morning. This filled Mindy with an ominous feeling, and unable to contain herself, she called Old Dad, only to have the call ended on the other end. Shortly after, Old Dad's phone sent a picture. Old Dad, dressed in a costume strikingly similar to Batman's, was covered in blood and hanging from a rooftop, with blood pooling beneath him. Along with the picture came a text message, If you want to save him, arrive at the nightclub at 11th Avenue and 46th Street before 10 o'clock. If you're late, you can go fish him out of the Hudson River. Damn it. Gryell couldn't help but curse under his breath. This was clearly the standard trap line set by those classic villains. Yet such lines were surprisingly effective, making one aware it was a trap but still unable to resist stepping into it. He hurriedly spoke into the phone. "Mindy, you absolutely mustn't go. This is definitely a trap. I'll go rescue Uncle Damon. You know my capabilities. They can't do anything to me. If you go, you might be in danger. Do you understand?" There was no response from the other end of the line, only the sound of wind, as if she were riding a motorcycle. Gryell shouted, "Do you want me to rescue Uncle Damon and then have him drag his injured body to save you? Listen, I can get there in 10 minutes. You find a car nearby and wait. Uncle Damon needs to get to the hospital quickly. Got it?" Finally, Mindy's voice came through on the other end. "I understand. I'll find a car. Please, you must save old Dad." "I will," Gryell said, quickly hanging up the phone, putting it back in his pocket, and pulling out the decade driver. He ran towards the dressing mirror while pressing the decade driver against his abdomen. Before this call came, he had been regretting spending so many points to exchange for the Dragonite card and the mirror bike, but now he felt incredibly fortunate to have traded for the mirror bike and Dragonite card instead of enhancing Faiz. The time was now 9:20 a.m., leaving only 40 minutes until 10 o'clock. Judging by the traffic conditions outside, once he got from Brooklyn to Manhattan, he would probably only be able to fish old Dad out of the river. Reaching the mirror, the decade belt was tightly fastened around his waist. He raised his left arm, and the KR card flew into his left hand in an instant. Without wasting a moment, he inserted the card into the decade driver. In that moment, the jewel at the center of the driver projected a dragon-shaped logo. Kamen Rider. As the mechanical, synthesized voice echoed in his ears, he slammed into the mirror, and his entire being shot through it, vanishing from the room in an instant. Upon passing through the mirror, Gryell found himself enveloped in a suit made of an unknown material that looked like leather armor in shades of blue-green, while his feet, hands, and head were clad in black hard armor. Silver armor covered his shoulders, chest, and knees. Inside the silver mask, red compound eyes were visible. On his left wrist, he wore a silver summoning device with a gun muzzle. The surroundings were filled with silver crystals, but he couldn't touch them. The room behind him seemed to have a hole carved out of it. Next to him was an open, full-face motorcycle. As he jumped in, the seatbelt automatically fastened to the V-buckle on the Dragonite armor, and the transparent cover slowly descended. "Let's go." Gryell twisted the throttle, and the mirror bike shot out like an arrow, speeding through a space filled with countless shattered crystals. In no time, the mirror bike broke through this space and returned to his room. However, all the decorations here were completely opposite to the real world. It was evident he had entered the mirror world. The mirror bike, reaching speeds of up to 300 kilometers per hour, crashed into the door, splintering it to pieces, then smashed into the wall behind, creating a large hole in the brick wall. Thus, the mirror bike broke through 2 walls in succession, falling directly from the 3rd floor. Gryell turned to glance at the 3rd floor of Uncle Jimmy's restaurant he had just crashed through. The scene looked as if time had reversed, with the flying bricks quickly retreating to their original positions, reinserting themselves into the wall and merging with the surrounding debris, restoring to its former state in the blink of an eye. Just as I thought, the mirror world is a projection of the real world. Even if the shadow is temporarily obscured and becomes fragmented, once the obstruction is removed, the shadow will return to its original state. Gryell pondered silently, his gaze fixed ahead as he drove the mirror bike swiftly along the silent road. The surroundings looked exactly like the real world, with many cars on the road, as well as bicycles and electric scooters standing on the non-motorized lane without supports. It felt as if time in this world had paused the moment he entered, maintaining the state of when he, the outsider, arrived. In this deserted world, Gryell could accelerate the mirror bike to a maximum speed of 930 kilometers per hour on straight stretches. With the enhanced senses and nerve reaction speed provided by the Dragonite armor, he was more than capable of handling such high-speed driving. Sitting in the mirror bike, which reached over 240 meters per second, looking outside, the buildings became somewhat blurry due to the incredible speed, let alone the streetlights and cars, which were indistinguishable. Everything ahead seemed to rush towards him like a tidal wave, a visual distortion caused by excessive speed. Covering nearly 70 kilometers, Gryell drove the mirror bike in just 8 minutes, and that was only because many sections couldn't reach maximum speed. Otherwise, it would have taken even less time. Leaping from the open mirror bike, the more than 3-meter-long vehicle vanished in an instant after Gryell left, returning to the night card box, quietly awaiting Gryell's next summon. At this moment, the surroundings were eerily quiet, with only Gryell's footsteps echoing on the empty street. Although this was the bustling island of Manhattan, the condition of the road was little better than that of Brooklyn, appearing equally dilapidated, just with fewer patches here. In front of Gryell stood a 4-story building, with 4 rooms on each floor. The large floor-to-ceiling windows reflected the scenes of the real world clearly. Vehicles were parked on both sides of the street, and the passing people and cars were extremely sparse. The level of silence here was almost comparable to that of the eerily quiet mirror world. Dressed in Dragon Knight armor, Gryell gently pushed open the glass door and walked inside. The layout of the lobby resembled that of a bar, with many small tables standing upright with steel pipes in the middle. Through the smooth, reflective steel pipes, he could see that the lobby outside was also deserted. Gryell didn't linger in the lively lobby, but immediately began searching for the door leading to the basement within the nightclub. Many movies and TV shows often liked to imprison people in basements, and this time was no exception. Gryell quickly found the staircase leading down at the end of the hallway. This descending staircase was connected to an ascending one, and at the end of the stairs, there was a rusty iron door on the left, which was surprisingly ajar, completely different from Gryell's earlier expectations of stringent security. Could this be a fake address? A hint of doubt surged in Gryell's mind, and he started to suspect that this place might not be Old Dad's holding location at all. But since he had found it, he resolutely pulled open the iron door and stepped inside. The vast basement was unlit, with only 2 10-centimeter-sized exhaust fans spinning slowly, and the beams of sunlight filtering through the gaps in the blades served as the basement's only source of light. Thanks to the night vision feature of the Dragon Knight armor, Gryell could clearly see that this empty basement covered approximately 200 square meters. 8 thick concrete pillars were standing in the basement, and in the corners were haphazardly piled broken tables, chairs, and other debris, along with torn newspapers and shattered bricks, making the entire basement appear chaotic. In the center of the basement, a 1-meter-long rope hung from the ceiling, with a dark red pool of blood beneath it, resembling the image Mindy had sent earlier. It looks like this is it, Gryell thought to himself, glancing around. Next to a concrete pillar on his left was a broken mirror, reflecting the gloomy scenes of the basement. Unlike the mirror world, in the middle of this basement, a person dressed in black was hanging from the rope. Uncle Damon. Without a moment's hesitation, Gryell dove into the mirror. To enter the mirror world, one needed to pass through a long, shattered crystal-like tunnel, while returning to the real world only required a direct leap out. In the real world, a figure clad in blue-green leather armor adorned with silver armor suddenly appeared next to the concrete pillar, then strode towards the person hanging in the middle. His footsteps echoed throughout the quiet and empty basement, causing the barely conscious old dad to slowly open his eyes and weakly utter, "And no." That voice sounded as though it came from the throat of an aged man. If one wasn't right next to him, they could hardly hear the words. However, Gryell, with his heightened senses endowed by the Dragon Knight armor, also heard a sound even fainter than old dad's voice, a whoosh that rushed towards him at high speed. After more than half a month of training and the enhancements from the Dragon Knight armor, Gryell reacted swiftly, quickly halting his steps and leaning backward as a silver-white dart whizzed past his chest armor, embedding deeply into the opposite concrete wall, with only a small portion remaining visible. As he leaned back, Gryell swiftly turned his head to look in the direction from which the dart had come. A small man dressed in black, his face wrapped in a black mask, had appeared in the corner, his only visible eyes fixed intently on Gryell, resembling those of a predator stalking its prey, sending chills down his spine. Crash! A loud noise rang out in the quiet basement, startling Gryell, who trembled slightly. He turned his head to see the iron door had closed, and a man towering at 1.83 meters, as robust as a bear, stood at the entrance, a cigar dangling from his mouth, a shotgun in his right hand, and an M500 revolver tucked into his waistband. The upper left corner of his leather jacket bore the red lettering, "Bushwhacker, the Executioner." Finally here, and right on time. This will send you straight to hell. The executioner spat out the cigar from his mouth without hesitation, raising the shotgun and aiming it at Gryell, pulling the trigger. The deafening gunshot was accompanied by a barrage of steel pellets racing toward Gryell. At the moment the guy lifted the gun, Gryell hurriedly ran toward the concrete pillar on his left. Although the gun couldn't penetrate his armor, being hit would still send him reeling from the impact. However, just as he took a step, the man in black swiftly swung his right arm, sending a thin, iron chain toward Gryell. The chain coiled around his right arm, and with a powerful tug, it caught Gryell off guard, causing him to miss the perfect opportunity to dodge, resulting in a shotgun blast hitting his chest and sending him flying backward. He slammed into the concrete pillar 4 to 5 meters away, rebounding off and landing motionless on the rough concrete floor, just 3 to 4 meters away from Old Dad. The executioner looked at Gryell, who lay still on the ground, his face displaying disdain and mockery. Such a weakling, and we need the two of us to handle him. What a waste. I'll take care of the body. You deal with the... However, before he could finish his last word, Gryell, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly sprang up like a spring, a black and white gun appearing in his hand out of nowhere, aimed directly at the nearest man in black, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The man in black had indeed reacted quickly. The moment Gryell aimed his gun at him, he had already dodged to the side and yanked the iron chain still wrapped around Gryell's arm, attempting to deflect the bullet from its original path. If it had been an ordinary handgun with a muzzle velocity of several hundred meters per second, he might have succeeded in dodging, but what he faced was a laser with a speed of 300,000 kilometers per second. Just as his toes barely left the ground, the beam struck his chest, the immense force instantly blowing a large hole through it, causing him to fall backward without a sound, raising a cloud of dust. Fuck! The executioner hurriedly reloaded his shotgun the moment Gryell turned around, preparing to fire again. But as he just finished loading the bullet, he saw the man in black with a 10-centimeter wide hole blown through his chest, and without hesitation, he turned and hid behind the nearby concrete pillar, fearing he would be hit. Gryell quickly aimed his gun at the concrete pillar where the enemy was hiding, then swiftly stood up and ran to Old Dad's side, decisively firing to instantly sever the ropes binding Old Dad. Unprepared, Old Dad began to fall towards the ground, but with quick reflexes, Gryell extended his left arm and lunged downward, managing to catch Old Dad and prevent him from hitting the ground. Just at that critical moment, the sound of clang, clang, reached Gryell's ears. He turned to see a grenade being hurled out from behind the concrete pillar, rolling rapidly towards their position. Damn it, Gryell exclaimed in shock. While he himself was protected by the Dragon Knight armor and was not afraid of a mere grenade, Old Dad was just a mortal. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped, carrying Old Dad and jumping behind the nearest concrete pillar. With a loud boom, the entire basement shook violently as if struck by thunder, and Gryell, whose hearing was enhanced, felt it even more acutely. If it weren't for the powerful protection of the Dragon Knight armor, his eardrums might have been shattered by the deafening explosion. The blast generated a powerful shockwave that instantly kicked up dust in the basement. Numerous steel and concrete fragments flew around like rain, with many striking their hiding place, producing a series of impactful thuds as they left alarming dents in the concrete pillar. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been turned into Swiss cheese by now. Amid the chaotic noise, Gryell keenly heard the sound of the iron door being opened. Without hesitation, he stretched out his hand and, relying on his memory, aimed in the direction of the door and decisively pulled the trigger. A dazzling laser beam shot out instantly, followed by the sounds of explosions, metal and stone colliding, and piercing screams. However, the sound of footsteps clashing with the stairs made Gryell realize that his shot had not struck a vital point. But at this moment, he had no time to pursue. He quickly turned his attention back to Old Dad, who was leaning against the concrete pillar. The mask on Old Dad's face had been violently ripped off, revealing a battered visage. His eyes, nose, and mouth were all covered in blood, and his clothes were tattered and soaked through, almost completely drenched in blood. Even Gryell's Dragon Knight armor was stained a shocking red. His breathing was extremely weak, and his condition had deteriorated to the worst possible state. Gryell raised his left arm, and the snake driver flew into his hand. He quickly inserted it into his waist-mounted driver, and soon after, the snake driver appeared in his left hand. He immediately dialed Mindy's number, shouting into the receiver, "I've successfully rescued Old Dad. Where are you now? Have you found a car?" Mindy's breath came in hurried gasps over the line. "I'm in the parking lot across the street, driving a red Ford." Without hesitation, Gryell hung up the phone and picked up Old Dad, dashing towards the exit. He slammed his gun against the iron door, creating a gaping hole the size of a watermelon, with a severed arm dropping to the ground and leaving a shocking trail of blood on stairs. Following this blood trail, they would surely be able to track down the perpetrator, but at that moment, Gryell was completely unconcerned with that. He burst out of the basement, running outside without even bothering to open the door, shattering the glass as he charged through. In broad daylight, a person dressed in peculiar attire was carrying another similarly dressed individual, drawing significant attention. 3 or 4 passers-by paused in their tracks, surprised at the sight of Gryell. In the parking lot across the way, a red Ford sped towards him, screeching to a halt beside him. Inside the driver's seat was Mindy, clad in her Hit Girl outfit, her face filled with anxiety as she looked at the unconscious Old Dad in Gryell's arms. Gryell opened the car door and carefully placed Old Dad in the back seat before quickly joining him. As soon as the car door was closed, the vehicle shot off like an arrow, ignoring the narrow road and complex traffic conditions, barreling down a 40 mph road at 80 miles per hour. Not even a red light could stop it from speeding forward. Old Dad's weak voice broke through the chaos in the car. "I'm done for. No need to go to the hospital. They saw me. They'll trace you quickly. Get as far away as you can." "No!" Mindy cried out, her voice filled with desperation. "Old Dad, don't talk. We'll be at the hospital soon. You're going to be okay." Behind them, a police car was in hot pursuit, sirens blaring and loudspeakers demanding that they pull over. But Mindy showed no sign of slowing down. Instead, she accelerated, weaving rapidly through traffic, causing the previously orderly flow to descend into chaos. "I always thought revenge was my life's purpose, but now I see. You're my reason for living." Old Dad spoke in a broken voice, gazing at Hit Girl with a look full of longing and reluctance. He pleaded, "Promise me, Mindy, forget all of this. Go back to the Marcus household and live like an ordinary girl." Gryell sat quietly beside them, intently observing the scene. He could clearly feel Old Dad's pulse and breathing becoming increasingly faint. He had lost too much blood, and his wounds had stopped bleeding. When Gryell rushed into the basement to save Old Dad, he had already slipped into shock and unconsciousness. Now, his condition was merely a fleeting moment of clarity. He might stop breathing at any second. Yet even in his final moments, he was concerned about his daughter's future, urging her to let go of revenge and live a normal life. "Promise me." Old Dad's voice rose sharply, but in his effort, he began to cough, spitting out some congealed blood. Mindy nodded through her tears, her vision nearly obscured by her grief, yet she desperately wiped her tears away to keep her eyes on the road ahead. Old Dad seemed to find a sense of closure, a faint smile appearing on his face. He turned his head with great effort to look into Gryell's eyes, gripping Gryell's left hand tightly. He opened his mouth to speak, but the sound was barely audible. "We can't fight them. I'm sorry. Just be an ordinary person." Before the last word could fully leave his lips, Old Dad's head slowly drooped, and he fell silent. Gryell understood what Old Dad meant. He was saying that they couldn't compete against those powerful and wealthy villains who could hire numerous people, even having the police in their pockets. And his apology was for the vigilante ideals he had instilled in them, hoping in the end that Gryell could let go of the past and live like Mindy, avoiding unnecessary death. In the front seat, Mindy could no longer contain her emotions and began to cry loudly, her body shaking as she gripped the steering wheel tightly, weaving through the traffic and entering the Lincoln Tunnel, speeding towards New Jersey. She needed to take her father away from here. If the police caught up, those powerful villains would have their ways of dealing with them. These were the lessons Old Dad had taught her since childhood. Only you can seek justice for yourself, and neither the law nor the police can be trusted. Watching Old Dad, who had lost his breath and was covered in wounds and blood, an uncontrollable rage surged within Gryell. He swung his right hand back with a forceful motion, and with a loud crash, he shattered the rear window and the car's metal frame. He aimed his gun at the 3 police cars behind them and fired continuously. Even at the lowest power, the bullets exploded the tires, causing the leading police car to flip over. The following police car, unable to brake in time, crashed into it, leaving the officers helplessly watching as Mindy and Gryell sped away. After successfully escaping the pursuit, Gryell ruthlessly tossed the car, which had been identified by the police, into the Hudson River. Mindy then called for Marcus Williams, Old Dad's former comrade, who had taken her in after Old Dad was wrongfully imprisoned. To prevent the villains from discovering Old Dad's resting place, Marcus, as a police sergeant, arranged for a fake death certificate using a false name and photo. 2 days later, they buried Damon McCready in a cemetery in New Jersey. During these 2 days, Gryell learned about Old Dad's past in detail. Damon had originally been a righteous police officer, intolerant of any evil, refusing bribes, and dedicated solely to fighting crime. However, such a principled officer was framed by drug dealers who bribed his superiors, leading to his imprisonment. Mindy's mother also tragically passed away during surgery due to illness, miraculously giving birth to Mindy at the moment of her death. Marcus adopted Mindy, and after Damon was released, he returned her to him. Unexpectedly, after his release, Damon began training Mindy, and by the age of 11, she had already killed many bad people, mastering various weapons like knives and guns, and excelling in multiple martial arts. All of this was for revenge. From the perspective of the world, Damon's method of education was certainly not that of a qualified father. But who could say if this was not another form of paternal love? He made his daughter exceptionally strong, capable of protecting herself, just like now, when Mindy would never have to suffer the harassment and assaults that often occurred in America. Mindy stood silently at the unmarked grave, which bore no photo and was inscribed with a false name, unwilling to leave for a long time. Her tears had long dried, but the pain in her heart would remain forever. Marcus placed a bouquet of wrinkled chrysanthemums at the grave, reaching out to comfortingly pat Mindy on the shoulder. The blood-red sunset cast its glow over the earth, adding a touch of sorrow to the already desolate land. Marcus looked up at Gryell, who stood nearby, and softly said, "Child, why don't you come live with us? I'm a police officer. I can ensure your safety. There's too much evil in this world for just 1 or 2 people to change. Listen to Damon, be an ordinary person, and live a peaceful life." Gryell stared at Old Dad's grave, shaking his head as he replied, "They've already seen Old Dad's face. If they do a little digging, they'll discover Mindy exists. You'll be in danger as well for having adopted her. Then let's just kill them all." Mindy gritted her teeth, her words starkly contrasting her petite form, filled with a murderous intent that made Marcus frown. In his eyes, Damon had completely ruined Mindy, and he was beginning to regret returning her to Damon in the first place. "Mindy, you promised Uncle Damon you'd be an ordinary girl and not get involved in this," Gryell immediately warned. He had witnessed the moment Damon took his last breath in his arms, and the regret and helplessness nearly drowned him. He could not let Mindy face danger again. During these 2 days, Gryell also engaged in deep self-reflection. He realized that although he had emphasized the need to keep a low profile since arriving in this world, deep down, he always harbored a sense of pride in being apart from the world. As a transmigrator, he knew the unfolding plot like a god. He possessed the Kamen Rider transformation device, and even Iron Man would not stand a chance against him. Subconsciously, he felt he had the protagonist's halo and enjoyed the protagonist's law, believing that even bronze-tier teammates could thrive alongside him at the king level. However, reality delivered a resounding slap to his face. He had only focused on the original plot of Kick-Ass, avoiding Old Dad and the troublesome collaboration with Kick-Ass, forgetting that this was the Marvel Universe. And how could he rigidly apply the original plot? If he had thought a bit more back then, perhaps he could have prevented Old Dad's death. Gryell sighed deeply and pulled out the snake driver from his pocket. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose not to dial the number given by Carlson. Instead, he spent 80 points to exchange for encrypted communication and hacking capabilities, then searched for the phone number of 10880 Malibu Street in California. The only people he knew who could alter Mindy and Marcus's information and keep those gangsters from tracking him down were S.H.I.E.L.D. or Tony Stark. He didn't want to get involved with S.H.I.E.L.D. again and opted to seek out Tony Stark, whom he had met briefly. In a seaside villa on the West Coast, Tony Stark was in the basement modifying his Iron Man suit. After publicly acknowledging his identity as Iron Man at a press conference, he moved from his New York villa to the one in Los Angeles, completely ignoring those crowding around Stark Tower in New York, eager to interview him or witness Iron Man in action. Suddenly, the voice of his AI assistant, JRVS, rang out. "Sir, there's an encrypted signal attempting to come through, which I have intercepted." Is it S.H.I.E.L.D. again?" Stark frowned, tossing aside the screwdriver in his hand. The last time, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. had stood in his villa's hall, and JRVS hadn't raised any alarms about an intruder, as if the person were invisible. Therefore, Stark's first thought was a shield. Let it through. As soon as Stark's words fell, the call connected. Gryell took a deep breath and spoke. "Is this Tony Stark? Who are you?" Tony Stark asked, wiping his hands with a towel while instructing JRVS to locate the caller. "A passing Kamen Rider." As soon as Gryell spoke, Stark recalled the mysterious person who had kicked Obadiah and Ironmonger into oblivion. He hadn't even sought the person out yet, and now they were calling him. "Did you call to demand compensation for my motorcycle? You should contact the legal department. They'll handle it. But you did help me out, so how much do you want?" Stark's words made Gryell want to hang up immediately. It was infuriating to be treated this way, especially since he wanted to say a number that would last him a lifetime. Taking a deep breath, Gryell adjusted his mentality and tried to speak in a calm tone. "Since you mentioned that I helped you, could you help me with something?" He then detailed Mindy and Marcus's situation, hoping he could assist in changing their information or even creating a truly fake identity to keep the gangsters from finding them. "That's a small matter, but why do you think I would help?" Tony Stark asked, staring at a dot of light on the screen, as JRVS had pinpointed Gryell's location at a cemetery in New Jersey. "I have something very interesting in my possession. You won't be disappointed." Stark remembered Gryell transforming from decade armor to Faiz and raised an eyebrow. "Someone will pick you up in 15 minutes to take you to the airport. I'll be waiting for you in Los Angeles. I hope your item is as interesting as you claim." After hanging up, Marcus looked at Gryell in astonishment. "You know Tony Stark, the billionaire Iron Man?" "Yeah." Gryell's response predictably earned him a strange look from Marcus, as if he had just told a teacher that his excuse for missing class was that Alima wanted to discuss Ari's future development plans. 15 minutes later, a luxury sedan pulled up on the road beside the cemetery. A driver stepped out and said to Gryell and the others standing outside the cemetery, "Mr. Stark sent me to pick you up. Please get in the car." The car started again, disappearing into the slowly descending night. Darkness fell on the earth, the cemetery silent as the wind ceased to blow and the crickets disappeared. However, a faint glow of fire flickered through the cracks of a newly erected gravestone, appearing particularly bright in the night. The Gulfstream G650 luxury jet soared through the sky like a brilliant ray of light. The interior of the cabin was decorated with the utmost luxury, every detail exuding unparalleled sophistication, making one marvel at the fact that this was Stark's private jet, and not his only one. This was Gryell's first time flying in the blue sky, yet at that moment, he had no desire to appreciate the night view from above. He sat quietly in the leather seat, staring vacantly out the round window. The sky and earth were enveloped in endless darkness, with a brilliant blanket of stars above and the dazzling lights of countless homes below. Even though it was already past 11 at night, Gryell felt no hint of tiredness. His mind was filled with a jumble of chaotic thoughts. He knew he was no protagonist, just an ordinary mortal who had inexplicably arrived in the Marvel world, struggling to survive. He didn't possess any remarkable photographic memory or a sudden boost in intelligence. He was merely a salted fish who had gained the decade driver, transforming from a muddled existence into a fish with a purpose. As he gazed out at the night scenery, he was struck by a saying he couldn't remember where he'd heard. "Warriors are always lonely. They must fight continuously and maintain their victories, which makes them particularly isolated." Old Dad's sacrifice had deeply impressed upon Gryell truth. Heroes are better off fighting alone because friends and family, as ordinary people, often become the greatest weaknesses that enemies can exploit. Just like this time, Old Dad's capture had turned him into a bait for the enemies. If Gryell hadn't arrived in time, Hit Girl would have unwittingly walked into the trap and been caught. Batman once said, "The mask is not meant to protect you, but to protect those you love." However, if someone is completely alone and unencumbered, what difference does it make whether they wear a mask? Those with immense power and wealth, like gangsters and supervillains, would only target you without involving anyone else. Even someone as powerful as the Hulk, whose girlfriend Betty was General Ross's daughter, ultimately ended in a breakup. Maintaining a romantic relationship would only make Betty a target for those with ulterior motives. Not even General Ross could prevent some people from using Betty to control or restrain the Hulk. At midnight, the private jet gently landed at Los Angeles Airport. As soon as he disembarked, Gryell was picked up by a luxury car and taken to the penthouse suite of a five-star hotel, with one room each, exemplifying what money is no object truly means. The next morning, after breakfast, a luxury car arrived to take Gryell to meet Tony Stark. Mindy and Marcus were left at the hotel because the driver had clearly stated, "Mr. Stark only requested to see you." The driver's tone was unremarkable, yet it carried an undeniable authority and an air of superiority, much like a seventh-rank official standing before a prime minister. Upon reflection, this was only logical. Stark possessed wealth amounting to hundreds of billions of dollars. Otherwise, how could he manufacture those astounding Iron Man suits piece by piece? How could he launch Veronica, which contained features like anti-Hulk armor, high-strength isolation chambers, communication modules, and spare part storage, into the vastness of space? It's worth noting that in the past life, launching high-tech satellites cost over $300 million, and Veronica, whether in size, weight, or function, far surpassed those satellites. Even in this world, while technology was more advanced compared to his previous life, if you stripped away Stark and Banner's intelligence and the design costs, just calculating the materials, manufacturing, and launch costs would still require at least $1 billion. Before his transmigration, Gryell had read some novels where the protagonists casually met Tony Stark as if they were just visiting a neighbor in their village. However, for Gryell, no matter how much he tried to adjust his mood, he couldn't suppress the excitement and anxiety deep within him. It felt as if the former self had suddenly been notified that Alima wanted to meet him personally. The car slowly came to a stop in front of the seaside villa that Gryell had seen multiple times in movies. As soon as he got out of the car, Happy Hogan, Stark's bodyguard and driver, approached with several bodyguards dressed in black and wearing sunglasses. One of the bodyguards held a device pointed at Gryell. Happy Hogan's tablet instantly displayed an X-ray view, clearly revealing all the metal items on Gryell's person. Yet his decade driver showed no metallic reaction. Happy Hogan looked up, his expression unchanging as he said, "Please hand over your phone, keys, and any other metal items for safekeeping. They will be returned to you when you leave." Another bodyguard stepped forward, holding a shoebox-sized container. Gryell placed his phone, keys, and darts into the box and closed the lid. Then he turned sideways, signaling that he was ready to enter. Following the lavishly decorated corridor, Gryell turned several corners before finally arriving in the villa's grand hall. Along the way, he deeply felt the meaning of people are meant to be compared, and places should be critiqued. The villa boasted a bar, gym, swimming pool, and numerous other amenities, not to mention the unseen areas, such as the garage, wine cellar, and storage for Iron Man suits. Any single room was larger than all the places Gryell had lived and combined throughout his life. Poverty truly limited Gryell's imagination. He could hardly fathom what it would be like for someone to live in such a vast space. After following Happy through the villa for about a minute, they finally reached the entrance to the hall. As the door swung open, the sound of a melodious piano filled Gryell's ears. Following the sound, he saw a row of massive floor-to-ceiling windows directly opposite, through which the vast ocean could be seen, truly a sea view room. Next to the windows sat a piano, and the bright sunlight streamed in, illuminating Stark, who was dressed in pajamas and seated at the piano. The elegant music echoing in the spacious and bright living room created a stark contrast between the image of a captivated pianist lost in his music and the Hardman persona associated with Iron Man. Happy stood quietly at the door, waiting for Gryell. Gryell could only obediently stand there, and after about 3 or 4 minutes, Stark finally stood up from the piano, hands clasped behind his back, walking slowly towards Gryell. He spoke, "You look younger than I imagined. Have you gotten your driver's license?" "Of course," Gryell said, making an effort to calm himself and speak in a steady tone. "Let's talk business. Help me ensure Mindy and Marcus can live safely in Los Angeles. And I can offer you something interesting. A disc beast." "A disc beast?" Stark asked, sitting on the couch and pouring himself a drink, swirling the glass as he looked at Gryell with curiosity. "Are you talking about a pet? A cat? A dog? Or a parrot that can talk?" Gryell chose not to elaborate further. He slowly unzipped his jacket, revealing the silver Decade driver tightly strapped outside his shirt. Stark turned his head, his gaze sharpening as he looked at Gryell, while Happy appeared somewhat tense, slowly stepping closer between Stark and Gryell. A card shot out like a red lightning bolt from the night car box on the left, landing perfectly in Gryell's left hand. The card depicted a vivid red eagle, yet at first glance, it resembled an ordinary plastic toy. This was the disc beast, the red eagle, which had cost him 150 points to exchange, and now Gryell had only a handful of points left barely in single digits. "This is what I wanted to give you, the disc beast Red Eagle." As Gryell spoke, he swiftly slid the card into the driver at his waist. Almost instantaneously, a six-pointed star magic circle shimmered into existence beside him, and a red disc began to slowly fall from the magic circle. "Wow, this is quite the impressive close-up magic. What kind of spectacular show are you planning to put on for me?" Before Stark could finish a sentence, the red disc in Gryell's hand transformed into a three-dimensional eagle-like figure with lightning speed, accompanied by a sharp whoosh as the red eagle shot out at an astonishing speed of over 60 meters per second. Its sharp wings sliced through the air like blades, grazing the massive support pillar in the room, leaving a 5-centimeter deep gouge in the solid reinforced concrete. The red eagle then zipped back into Gryell's hand, reverting to its disc form, all of this happening in less than a second. Neither Happy nor Stark could follow the flight path of the red eagle. They only heard a sharp whooshing sound and turned to see a noticeable gouge on the nearby concrete pillar. This sight made Happy extremely tense. After all, if that concrete pillar couldn't withstand the mysterious eagle, a fragile human body certainly wouldn't stand a chance. He wasted no time drawing his gun. However, before he could even raise the pistol, another whoosh echoed, and in an instant, the front half of the barrel fell to the ground, the brakes smooth as a mirror, showing no signs of burrs whatsoever. "I don't like it when someone points a gun at me," Gryell said expressionlessly. He easily caught the returning red disc and placed it on the table, stepping back 3 paces to indicate that he meant no harm. Stark patted Happy's shoulder, signaling him to relax, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Ignoring Happy's objections, he stepped forward to pick up the disc from the table, examining it closely. The surface of the disc was as smooth as glass, showing no seams whatsoever. If it weren't for having witnessed it transform into that astonishingly fast red eagle, he would never have believed it. Stark squeezed the disc firmly, only to find it was neither made of metal nor plastic. Having encountered numerous strange materials, even Stark was momentarily unable to identify what this was made from. Gryell crossed his arms and spoke in a flat tone. "The disc beast Red Eagle can reach a maximum flying speed of 240 kilometers per hour, can operate continuously for 51 hours when fully energized, record audio for 46 hours straight, and can even serve as a weapon when necessary." Stark continuously examined the red disc, his mind flooded with countless questions. Where's the energy stored? How does it achieve all these functions? How does it generate such tremendous thrust for its rapid speed? What materials and manufacturing processes were involved? A tidal wave of questions surged in Stark's mind, but these were not things that could be discerned with the naked eye. He was more focused on whether he could apply this remarkable technology to his Iron Man suits. For instance, could this compact energy storage technology be used to segment power supply to the suits? Could such powerful thrust serve as auxiliary wings for stabilizing the suits? Stark pondered these questions for a while, finally setting the red disc down and nodding. "This is quite an interesting little gadget. Have you applied for a patent? If you want to bring it to market, I can invest, or you could sell it to me directly. Name your price. I'm just a user. I don't know who made it. If you can find clues about the manufacturer from the Disc Beast, please let me know," Gryell replied, zipping up his jacket to cleverly conceal the decade driver at his waist. "Is that so?" Stark raised an eyebrow, non-committally, as he settled back onto the sofa, lifting his glass. "Happy, arrange for new identities for those two, get them a house, and let that policeman join Stark Industries' security department. The little girl can choose any high school in Los Angeles. And you? What do you want?" When Stark said the last sentence, he pointed at Gryell with his index finger. Gryell shook his head lightly and said, "Thank you, but I don't need anything. Just ensuring their safety is enough for me." "All right," Stark nodded, turning to Happy. "Happy, send it back and take care of everything." With that, Gryell had no further remarks. He respectfully bid farewell to Stark and left the luxurious seaside villa. The driver who brought him here took him back to the hotel and then drove Mindy and Marcus northward in Los Angeles. The vehicle wound through the city and finally stopped by the roadside next to a 2-story small building. Most of the houses here were standalone villas, situated in a wealthy neighborhood far superior to the middle class. The driver handed over a set of keys and an employment letter from Stark Industries' Los Angeles office, informing them that the house was now under Marcus's name and that he was expected to report to Stark Industries' Los Angeles office in 3 days. Incredulously, Marcus said, I can't believe you have such a close relationship with Mr. Stark. To him, it seemed impossible for such a generous capitalist to extend such kindness without a close bond. Even if Stark were generous, why would it fall upon them? Gryell smiled but didn't continue discussing the topic. Instead, he said, "You can settle in here comfortably. Mr. Stark promised me he would arrange new identity information for you, and those people from New York won't find you. Get Mindy into a good school so she can forget the past and start anew." "And you?" Mindy turned her head to look at Gryell and asked. "Me? Of course, I'm going back to New York. I promised Uncle Damon I would help him get revenge, and a promise is a promise. I must fulfill my vow," Gryell said, gently placing his hand on her shoulder before she could speak. "Mindy, you also promised Uncle Damon to be an ordinary girl. If you expose yourself, it will put Marcus in danger as well. But don't worry. You know my capabilities. Those armed criminals can't touch me. Once I catch Frank Amick, the one who framed Uncle Damon, I will bring him to you, so you can have your revenge yourself." Mindy reluctantly nodded, and Gryell finally released her shoulder, nodding at Marcus before turning to leave. The things he had to do next would surely attract countless enemies, and interacting with Mindy and Marcus could bring them unnecessary danger. Therefore, acting alone was the best choice. Wait a minute. Just as Gryell pulled open the car door, Mindy suddenly ran over, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a fierce kiss on his cheek. "You must catch that guy. I want to kill him myself." In Greer's eyes, this was merely the reluctance of an 11 or 12-year-old girl. After all, she had just lost her father and was now facing the departure of a friend, which naturally brought forth deep sadness. Gryell gently patted Mindy's little head and nodded, speaking with determination, "I will definitely make sure you get your revenge." He then gave Marcus a slight nod before getting into the car. The driver started the engine, slowly driving away along the road, soon turning a corner and disappearing from Mindy and Marcus's sight. Mindy stood there dazed for a moment before slowly walking into her new home. Aside from the empty wardrobe and shoe cabinet, the rest was fully furnished. She wandered around upstairs and downstairs, carefully noting what was missing. Then, Marcus took her to a nearby supermarket to start shopping for essential items like food, clothes, and shoes. They sorted through the bags and put everything away in a wardrobe, along with bedding and other necessities, keeping busy until evening, when the new home finally felt a bit livelier. After dinner, Mindy returned to her room upstairs and lay down on her soft bed, the image of old Dad's smiling face flooding her mind once again. Her eyes grew red, and she quickly blinked, trying to hold back the tears. In a half-dreamy state, Mindy suddenly heard faint footsteps in the hallway. These footsteps were definitely not Marcus's. She instantly woke up and climbed out of bed without hesitation. Grabbing a pen from her desk, she removed the cap and held it tightly, tiptoeing to the door, holding her breath as she listened closely to the sounds outside. The footsteps drew closer and reached her door. The doorknob slowly turned halfway, and then the door creaked open, revealing a figure in black entering the room. Just as the intruder stepped inside, Mindy sprang from her hiding spot like a cheetah, thrusting the pen's tip at the intruder's carotid artery with incredible speed and precision. This attack was so fast and accurately angled that if it connected, it would surely pierce the artery and windpipe, causing blood to rush into the trachea, leaving the intruder no chance to make a sound and leading to immediate death. However, just as the pen's tip was 2 centimeters from the intruder's neck, the intruder raised a hand and captured Mindy's wrist with a grip as precise as a vice. The deep brown curls of the intruder brushed against Mindy's wrist, sending a tingling sensation through her. No matter how much Mindy struggled, she could not break free from the grip. A mature woman's voice reached Mindy's ears, laced with satisfaction. "Not bad, but your speed was still a bit slow. Remember to include feints next time. That way, your target will find it harder to dodge or defend." Mindy said nothing, and with her other hand, she aimed for the intruder's ribs, trying to deliver a blow. However, just as her arm moved forward halfway, it was seized again. With a powerful pull, the intruder tossed Mindy like a doll as she landed heavily back on her soft bed. The intruder didn't continue the attack, but stood at the doorway, addressing Mindy. "You have talent, but your training methods are a bit off. Do you want to become stronger?" Mindy knew she was no match for the person in front of her. Although she didn't understand their intentions, the idea of becoming stronger stirred something inside her. Still, she cautiously asked, "Who are you? How strong can you make me? Why do this?" The intruder replied slowly, The only thing I can tell you now is my surname, Romanov. If you complete my training, defeating that little boyfriend of yours will be a piece of cake. He's strong, but his technique is lacking. Think it over. If you decide, go to this school. I'll be waiting for you there. With that, the intruder tossed a business card, which spun through the air and landed in front of Mindy, then turned and left without hesitation. Mindy was filled with astonishment. She couldn't help but wonder if the person had come all this way, just to say that. By the time she rushed out after them, she couldn't see a trace of the figure. The hallway was eerily quiet, with all doors and windows tightly shut. She had no idea how the person had left. On the road in front of Mindy's house, a black car quietly started and blended into the night. Inside, a woman with a stunning figure dressed in a black leather jacket held the steering wheel with one hand and a phone with the other, speaking into it. I've already tested her. She's a very talented girl. It would be a shame to put her through formal training at the academy. Since I'll be at the Los Angeles headquarters for 2 or 3 months before heading to the New York branch, I'll personally train her during this time. I understand, sir. It won't interfere with the mission. As the vehicle gradually moved away, it finally entered an area marked with the Stark Industries sign, disappearing into the darkness. Meanwhile, in the afternoon, after Gryell left Mindy's new home, the car drove from the residential area to a logistics park. The vehicle stopped beside a shipping container, and after the driver got out and entered a password, the container door slowly opened. Inside, a sliding track extended forward, bringing out a black, heavy motorcycle that was secured inside the container. The motorcycle's metal windscreen was painted red, and there were 2 auxiliary fuel tanks on either side of the seat. The rear compartment was also metal and equipped with a combination lock. Logically, such a heavy motorcycle should weigh over 100 kilograms, but when Greer lifted it, it felt like only 40 or 50 kilograms, indicating that lightweight materials were indeed used, definitely not cheap. The driver stood by with a standardized smile and said, "This is a small gift from Mr. Stark. I hope you like it." Greer took the helmet hanging from the rearview mirror and placed it on his head, sitting on the motorcycle. He told the driver, "Please thank Mr. Stark for me. I really like his gift." After saying this, he turned the key, and the motorcycle roared to life. With a twist of the throttle, the motorcycle shot forward instantly, its speed surprising even the driver, who stood there in shock. As he watched Greer speed away, the driver finally snapped back to reality and mumbled to himself. Did he misunderstand something? He then picked up his phone to call Happy, reporting, "He took off on the motorcycle. I didn't even get a chance to say, take him to the airport. The motorcycle will be shipped back separately." Yes, he probably thinks he came to the logistics park to pick up the motorcycle, but actually it's supposed to be packed and sent to New York. Should I ignore it? All right, I'll head back now. At this moment, Greer was completely unaware of this. He was continuously accelerating, speeding through the city streets. Following the navigation from the snake driver, he turned onto the 10 freeway. This 8-lane highway allowed Greer to unleash the motorcycle's potential as he twisted the throttle, causing the speed to rapidly increase. In no time, the motorcycle reached a speed of 180 kilometers per hour, weaving through traffic with the agility of a bird battling the storm. Once he left Los Angeles, the traffic thinned significantly, allowing Greer to crank up the throttle even more, pushing the speed to a maximum of 380 kilometers per hour, faster than many sports cars. If it weren't for the decade driver at his waist, enhancing his senses even when not transformed, he wouldn't have dared to ride at such a speed. After all, at this velocity, without a specially designed windscreen generating downforce for grip, the motorcycle could almost take off with a couple of wings attached. As Greer looked at Mindy, he saw only the sorrow of an 11 or 12-year-old girl. After all, she had just lost her father and was now facing the impending departure of a friend, which naturally filled her heart with deep sadness. Greer gently patted Mindy's head and nodded, speaking firmly, "I will definitely make sure you get your revenge." He then gave Marcus a slight nod before getting into the car. The driver started the engine and slowly drove away, soon turning a corner and disappearing from Mindy and Marcus's sight. Mindy stood there dazed for a moment before slowly walking into her new home. The house was fully furnished except for the empty wardrobe and shoe cabinet. She wandered around upstairs and downstairs, carefully noting what was missing. Then, Marcus took her to a nearby supermarket to start shopping for essential items like food, clothes, and shoes. They sorted through the bags and put everything away in a wardrobe, along with bedding and other necessities, keeping busy until evening, when their new home finally felt a bit livelier. After dinner, Mindy returned to her room upstairs and lay down on her soft bed, the image of old Dad's smiling face flooding her mind once again. Her eyes grew red, and she quickly blinked, trying to hold back the tears. In a half-dreamy state, Mindy suddenly heard faint footsteps in the hallway. These footsteps were definitely not Marcus's. She instantly woke up and climbed out of bed without hesitation. Grabbing a pen from her desk, she removed the cap and held it tightly, tiptoeing to the door, holding her breath as she listened closely to the sounds outside. The footsteps drew closer and reached her door. The doorknob slowly turned halfway, and then the door creaked open, revealing a figure in black entering the room. Just as the intruder stepped inside, Mindy sprang from her hiding spot like a cheetah, thrusting the pen's tip at the intruder's carotid artery with incredible speed and precision. This attack was so fast and accurately angled that if it connected, it would surely pierce the artery and windpipe, causing blood to rush into the trachea, leaving the intruder no chance to make a sound and leading to immediate death. However, just as the pen's tip was 2 centimeters from the intruder's neck, the intruder raised a hand and captured Mindy's wrist with a grip as precise as a vice. The deep brown curls of the intruder brushed against Mindy's wrist, sending a tingling sensation through her. No matter how much Mindy struggled, she could not break free from the grip. A mature woman's voice reached Mindy's ears, laced with satisfaction. "Not bad, but your speed was still a bit slow. Remember to include feints next time. That way, your target will find it harder to dodge or defend." Mindy said nothing, and with her other hand, she aimed for the intruder's ribs, trying to deliver a blow. However, just as her arm moved forward halfway, it was seized again. With a powerful pull, the intruder tossed Mindy like a doll, and she landed heavily back on her soft bed. The intruder didn't continue the attack, but stood at the doorway, addressing Mindy. "You have talent, but your training methods are a bit off. Do you want to become stronger?" Mindy knew she was no match for the person in front of her. Although she didn't understand their intentions, the idea of becoming stronger stirred something inside her. Still, she cautiously asked, "Who are you? How strong can you make me? Why do this?" The intruder replied slowly, "The only thing I can tell you now is my surname, Romanoff. If you complete my training, defeating that little boyfriend of yours will be a piece of cake. He's strong, but his technique is lacking. Think it over. If you decide, go to this school. I'll be waiting for you there." With that, the intruder tossed a business card, which spun through the air and landed in front of Mindy, then turned and left without hesitation. Mindy was filled with astonishment. She couldn't help but wonder if the person had come all this way just to say that. By the time she rushed out after them, she couldn't see a trace of the figure. The hallway was eerily quiet, with all doors and windows tightly shut. She had no idea how the person had left. On the road in front of Mindy's house, a black car quietly started and blended into the night. Inside, a woman with a stunning figure dressed in a black leather jacket held the steering wheel with one hand and a phone with the other, speaking into it. "I've already tested her. She's a very talented girl. It would be a shame to put her through formal training at the academy. Since I'll be at the Los Angeles headquarters for 2 or 3 months before heading to the New York branch, I'll personally train her during this time." "I understand, sir. It won't interfere with the mission." As the vehicle gradually moved away, it finally entered an area marked with the Stark Industries sign, disappearing into the darkness. Meanwhile, in the afternoon, after Gryell left Mindy's new home, the car drove from the residential area to a logistics park. The vehicle stopped beside a shipping container, and after the driver got out and entered a password, the container door slowly opened. Inside, a sliding track extended forward, bringing out a black, heavy motorcycle that was secured inside the container. The motorcycle's metal windscreen was painted red, and there were 2 auxiliary fuel tanks on either side of the seat. The rear compartment was also metal and equipped with a combination lock. Logically, such a heavy motorcycle should weigh over 100 kilograms, but when Gryell lifted it, it felt like only 40 or 50 kilograms, indicating that lightweight materials were indeed used, definitely not cheap. The driver stood by with a standardized smile and said, "This is a small gift from Mr. Stark. I hope you like it." Gryell took the helmet hanging from the rearview mirror and placed it on his head, sitting on the motorcycle. He told the driver, "Please thank Mr. Stark for me. I really like his gift." After saying this, he turned the key, and the motorcycle roared to life. With a twist of the throttle, the motorcycle shot forward instantly, its speed surprising even the driver, who stood there in shock. As he watched Gryell speed away, The driver finally snapped back to reality and mumbled to himself. Did he misunderstand something? He then picked up his phone to call Happy, reporting, "He took off on a motorcycle. I didn't even get a chance to say, take him to the airport. The motorcycle will be shipped back separately." Yes, he probably thinks he came to the logistics park to pick up the motorcycle, but actually, it's supposed to be packed and sent to New York. Should I ignore it? All right, I'll head back now. At this moment, Gryell was completely unaware of this. He was continuously accelerating, speeding through the city streets. Following the navigation from the snake driver, he turned onto the 10 freeway. This 8-lane highway allowed Gryell to unleash the motorcycle's potential as he twisted the throttle, causing the speed to rapidly increase. In no time, the motorcycle reached a speed of 180 kilometers per hour, weaving through traffic with the agility of a bird battling the storm. Once he left Los Angeles, the traffic thinned significantly, allowing Gryell to crank up the throttle even more, pushing the speed to a maximum of 380 kilometers per hour, faster than many sports cars. If it weren't for the decade driver at his waist, enhancing his senses even when not transformed, he wouldn't have dared to ride at such a speed. After all, at this velocity, without a specially designed windscreen generating downforce for grip, the motorcycle could almost take off with a couple of wings attached. The vehicle had already started, but Gryell felt the urge to jump out. This was clearly not a car heading to a human town. It might get stopped by the destroyer or Loki halfway. And at that time, he might even have a dramatic brotherly conflict with the god of thunder, while turning the onlookers into ashes. But Gryell was filled with doubts. According to the original plot he was familiar with from his past life, Thor was interrupted by frost giants during the coronation ceremony in 2011, which led him to attack the frost giants, resulting in Odin's fury and his banishment to Earth, right? But it was only late October 2010 now. How could Thor already be on Earth? Even if there was an additional masked rider, what did it have to do with Asgard while he flapped his wings on Earth? Even if it did matter, how could a storm possibly cross the vast void of space in just 1 month to affect Asgard? Thor noticed Gryell's surprise and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" Gryell quickly averted his gaze, took out his phone, and casually tapped the screen, pretending to be playing with his phone, and casually replied, "Nothing, just thought you looked a lot like a neighbor I had when I was a kid. He was taller than me and always bullied me. I thought I ran into him again just now." Thor said with a hint of nostalgia, "I'm the opposite. My younger brother is much smaller than me, but he always bullies me." Daisy, who was driving, chimed in, "If our equipment and data hadn't been taken, we really wouldn't have anywhere to put your motorcycle. At that point, either someone will have to get in the car and leave it behind, or we'll just have to stand by the roadside waiting for the next car to come at an unknown time." Gryell chuckled awkwardly and said, "Well, I guess I'm pretty lucky then." Ahem. The girl in the passenger seat coughed lightly, and Daisy seemed to realize she had let something slip, quickly changing the subject and no longer mentioning the equipment and data. Gryell responded half-heartedly while his brain was racing. In the movie, after Jane's equipment and data were taken by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, Thor sneaked into the camp with Mjolnir, and the next day the destroyer attacked. After Thor defeated the destroyer, he returned to Asgard, ending his 3-day exile on Earth. Throughout, they were only active around the town and the pit where Mjolnir was located. There was no plot like now, leisurely traveling on the highway with a trailer. Thinking of this, Gryell searched for Unmovable Hammer, New Mexico, on his phone, but didn't find any useful information. It seemed S.H.I.E.L.D. had blocked that information. After hesitating for a moment, Gryell casually said, "By the way, have you guys heard? A hammer fell from the sky nearby, and it can't even be moved by a car. Why can't I find that video? I clearly saved it." As soon as Gryell's words came out, a hint of melancholy flashed in Thor's eyes, and he appeared listless. Daisy looked surprised and asked, "You drove all the way out here just to see that thing?" "Yeah," Gryell nodded. Daisy smacked her lips and said, "I wish I could go back to high school. There was so much time to play around then. Unlike now, with endless papers to write, experiments to do, I'm so busy, I don't even have time to date." Jane sighed slightly and said, "That place has been sealed off. They say it's debris from a fallen satellite, and people aren't allowed to get close." Gryell said disappointedly, "Ah, so that's how it is. I thought it was something rare." Daisy rolled her eyes and said, "It doesn't really matter. If they say it's satellite debris, then it must be satellite debris." Daisy. Jane elongated her tone. Daisy rolled her eyes again, not continuing the topic, and focused on driving. Gryell decided not to say much anymore. and kept his head down playing with his phone. He didn't want to get involved in the throne struggle of Asgard. In ancient times, vying for the throne often led to many deaths, not to mention the throne of Asgard, which ruled over the 9 realms. Right now, he just wanted to return to New York to take revenge on the big boss, and as for the so-called achievements of dragons, he would leave that to those with ambitions. Everyone in the car was lost in their thoughts, falling into silence, with only the sound of the engine propelling the wheels quickly along the road at dusk. Meanwhile, in the distant realm of Asgard, Heimdall, the guardian of the celestial palace, leaned on his sword of protection, standing on the rainbow bridge, his eyes penetrating the distant star realms, closely watching the speeding car. Odin, riding his 8-legged horse, quietly arrived at the rainbow bridge. He leaped down from his mount and gazed into the vast cosmic starry sky, softly saying, "Thor, how is he doing now?" Heimdall immediately reported. After he failed to lift Mjolnir, he left there with a few friends he met on Earth. Odin said with hope, "I hope he learns humility in the human world, understanding that a king cannot solely rely on violence to rule the 9 realms. A balance of grace and power is necessary to maintain stability in the 9 realms. Humans do this very well. They know when to strike and when to sit down and negotiate." However, there was a lack of the previous vigor in Odin's tone. Heimdall said with concern, "My king, if the news of Thor losing his power on Earth reaches Asgard's enemies, they will definitely not miss this opportunity." Odin nodded slightly, his brow furrowed with worry, and spoke gently, "I know, but there isn't much time left. I wanted to give Thor more time to grow before passing the throne to him, before I fall into my slumber, but..." Heimdall speculated, "Is it because of what happened last time?" Over a month ago, Odin had come here in a state of extreme anxiety, asking Heimdall to expend a great deal of divine power to thoroughly investigate the 9 realms. Afterward, he went to a lost place devoid of any life and returned saying he wanted to pass the throne to Thor. Odin nodded, focusing his single eye on the vast star realm ahead, softly saying, "My father once led the Asgardian army to fight the Dark Elves, defeating them and seizing the Aether, which gave Asgard half of the Infinity Stones. But one day, when my father returned, he destroyed the glove, placed the Time Stone on Midgard, left the Space Stone in the treasury, and sealed the Aether in the Lost Realm, leaving behind a saying, 'Never place 2 Infinity Stones in one location.'" Heimdall immediately realized that something must have gone wrong with the Aether in the Lost Realm, which was why Odin was so eager to pass the throne to Thor. Odin gripped Gungnir tightly, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled, saying helplessly, "Since that war ended, the Dark Elves have been searching for the Aether. Now that the Aether is missing, the Dark Elves could strike back at any moment. All my power is used to suppress the realm of hell, and if the Dark Elves come, we can only rely on Thor. So he must grow up quickly." Heimdall solemnly swore, "I understand, Father of the Gods. I will keep a close watch on Thor's every move." Odin nodded slightly, a hint of fatigue appearing on his aged face. He turned around, leaped onto his 8-legged horse, and then turned back to Heimdall, instructing, "Pay attention to the movements of the frost giants." Thor's coronation ceremony was interrupted by them, and after causing a ruckus in Jotunheim and killing so many frost giants, Laufey will not let this go easily. "I will remember, Father of the Gods. I hope it's not too late." Odin murmured softly, gently pulling on the reins, and the 8-legged horse galloped like lightning across the transparent bridge toward the palace, soon disappearing into the distance. Heimdall stood like a statue, his gaze fixed on the star realms that would not change for a long time. On a balcony of the palace, shaped like a pipe organ, the pale and tall second prince of Asgard, Loki Odinson, was staring intently at the distant Bifrost. In front of him lay a magical water mirror, clearly reflecting the scenes inside Bifrost, with the sounds reaching his ears. Suddenly, it was as if a stone had been thrown into the calm water mirror, causing strong ripples to appear on the surface. But just 1 second later, the ripples vanished without a trace. This abrupt change startled Loki slightly, and he slowly turned around to see a woman dressed in luxurious attire standing quietly at the door. It was none other than the Queen of Asgard, Frigga. "Mother!" Loki's eyes sparkled with surprise. Frigga gently dispersed the magic from her palms, looking at Loki with a serious tone. "Loki, I taught you magic not for you to eavesdrop on your father's secrets." Loki hurriedly explained, "Mother, I just want to know when father will allow brother to return." He caused such a commotion in Jotunheim last time. The frost giants will not let this go. Asgard needs his strength. Frigga walked in front of Loki, raised her hand to gently stroke his face, her eyes filled with pleading. Loki, you and Thor are brothers. You must work together to protect Asgard. All right? Loki looked at his mother's pleading expression, took her hand in his, pressed her warm palm firmly against his face, and solemnly nodded. I will, mother. I will do my best to protect Asgard with brother. Seeing Loki's determined attitude, a smile of relief finally appeared on Frigga's face, and Loki smiled in response. However, once Frigga left, Loki's smile vanished instantly, reverting to his usual cold demeanor, as if everyone owed him 5 million. He murmured to himself, I can protect Asgard all by myself. I will prove my worth to you all. The night fell like a huge black curtain, swiftly enveloping Asgard. In this quiet night, a figure quietly left the palace, piloting a flying vessel towards the continuous mountain ranges, quickly disappearing into the endless night. After a long time, the flying vessel returned quietly, unnoticed by Heimdall or anyone else, as if it had never appeared. Deep within Jotunheim, perpetually covered in ice and snow with endless icebergs and ice layers, the king of the frost giants, Laufey, welcomed the informant he had cooperated with multiple times. It was from this guy that he had obtained information last time, allowing several frost giants to slip past Asgard defenses and quietly reach Odin's treasury. Although those frost giants had ultimately been shattered by the destroyer guarding the treasury, they had at least managed to sneak into it. This time, the mysterious informant sold the news that Thor, who had caused a ruckus in Jotunheim last time, had angered Odin, been stripped of his powers, and was exiled to Midgard. This news thrilled Laufey. If he were in the heavily guarded Asgard, he might have to endure it, but if Thor was indeed exiled to the weak Midgard and stripped of his powers, it was like a divine gift bestowed upon him. Laufey paid a hefty price in cold iron, which could only be produced in the frigid Jotunheim, to finally learn Thor's general location and how to avoid Heimdall's sharp eyes to safely reach Midgard. After the man in black left, a mocking smile appeared on Laufey's face as he muttered to himself, Odin, your Asgard is not an unbreakable fortress after all. So soon, someone wants your son's life. Laufey's eyes sparkled with hatred, his face twisted in fury, his tightly clenched fists crackling with frost. He shouted at the empty ice palace. Immediately send a small team to Midgard to check if Thor has really been stripped of his powers, and test whether the information provided by this traitor from Asgard can truly evade Heimdall's watchful eyes. If it works, many will be interested, and we can sell it for some of the things we need. Laufey did not fully trust this so-called informant, nor did he send his elite troops to Midgard. He knew well that if the information was wrong, sending elite troops could result in significant losses, so he only dispatched an ordinary team. But he was fully prepared. Once the authenticity of the news was confirmed, he would not hesitate to send elite troops to Midgard to capture Thor, using him to exchange for the frost giant artifact, the frost box, sealed in Odin's treasury. Except for those involved, no one knew of the events happening in Jotunheim. At this moment, the powerless Thor, in the guise of a mere mortal, was driving a long off-road vehicle, slowly making his way through the night. This section of Highway 40 was desolate and eerie, and the vehicle towing the trailer had driven nearly 200 kilometers before finally finding a small town with a gas station. Although this town was called a small town, it was merely a gathering of businesses dealing in auto tires, repairs, car washes, and bars. The entire town had only one gas station with exorbitantly high prices. Clearly, it was run by someone influential, or else others would not have given up such a profitable venture. After all, this area was close to Highway 40, with countless vehicles passing by each day. By the time they reached this town, the sky had completely darkened, with countless stars and a bright full moon hanging in the sky, casting a faint glow over the land. Looking out from the car window, besides the area illuminated by the headlights, all other directions were pitch black, as if the entire world had fallen into endless darkness. Thor parked the trailer in an open area behind, then drove the off-road vehicle carrying the motorcycle to the gas station on the north side of the town. He filled both vehicles with gas, and Gryell readily paid for the fuel as a reward for bringing him here. Just as Thor was pulling out his money to pay, Dr. Eric Selvig, who had been resting inside the trailer, inadvertently caught sight of the money in Gryell's wallet. He frowned slightly and quickly walked over to Jane's side, lowering his voice to say, "Jane, you and Thor shouldn't stray too far. Tell Daisy to keep her stun gun ready." "What's wrong? Is something happening?" Jane asked, puzzled, secretly wondering if there was something off about this small town. Eric glanced at Gryell, who was selecting snacks, then lowered his voice again. "The money this kid is using and the $100 bills in his wallet are all old bills that are hard to trace. Not a single one is new." Jane turned her head, scrutinizing Gryell, who came out holding 2 bags of snacks and handed one to Daisy, and said, "He's just a kid. Maybe this money is from his parents. In a place this desolate, we should still be cautious." Before Eric could finish, Thor suddenly turned sharply, his eyes fixed on the dark expanse outside the town, revealing an ominous glint, as if he were a predator searching for prey. Thor's muscles, like steel, were tense as he slowly turned his head, scanning the surroundings like a scanner. His demeanor made Jane forget her previous conversation with Eric. She quickly moved to stand behind Thor, her face filled with concern as she asked, "Thor, what's wrong? Is something happening?" Thor continued to scan the dark landscape, responding without turning his head, "I'm not sure, but I can feel something approaching, and that feeling is very familiar." Following Thor's gaze, Jane looked ahead. The dim light of the gas station barely pierced the night for 7 or 8 meters, and beyond that was utter darkness with nothing visible. Coupled with Thor's earlier words, an inexplicable fear surged within Jane, causing goosebumps to rise all over her body. She instinctively took 2 steps back and quickly said, "Stop talking. It's too scary." Eric picked up a flashlight and shone in the direction Thor was looking. The limited light revealed only bare rocks, withered yellow grass, and that eerie frost. Frost? Eric froze for a moment, quickly moving the flashlight back. Indeed, it was a patch of frost, standing out starkly on the barren ground. As soon as Eric's flashlight illuminated that area, Thor shot toward it like an arrow released from a bow. His speed was astonishing, even faster than the world-famous sprinter Usain Bolt. Seeing this, Jane was shocked and hurriedly followed after Thor, running toward the frozen area. "Wait, Jane, don't go over there." Eric tried to stop her, but Jane ignored him and confidently followed Thor toward the mysterious frozen ground. Thor knelt down, forcefully pried off a chunk of broken ice, and crushed it into powder, revealing a look of astonishment as he said, "It's the frost giants. How do they come to Midgard?" After saying this, Thor immediately stood up and shouted to the sky, "Heimdall, frost giants have come to Midgard. Quickly report to my father, restore my powers, and let me go eliminate the enemies from Jotunheim." Thor's voice echoed loudly in the quiet night, causing everyone at the gas station to look at him in astonishment, as if they were staring at a madman. Gryell, who had just handed a bag of bread and drinks to Daisy, turned to look at the shouting Thor. Did he just say that frost giants had come to Earth? That was truly hard to believe. It wasn't in the movie at all. Gryell didn't have time to say goodbye to Daisy and hurriedly walked toward his motorcycle. He didn't want to get involved in this struggle for the throne of Asgard. It was obvious that the presence of frost giants on Earth had to be related to Loki. While those 2 brothers were fighting, what business did an outsider have to meddle? Moreover, Odin was watching. In his past life, he had seen many reckless kids get punished, with parents generally not caring about the details and just going in to teach a lesson. If everyone could selflessly let strangers teach misbehaving kids a lesson, there wouldn't be so many unruly kids in the world. So why should he do something so thankless? In the distant realm of Asgard, Heimdall heard Thor's call and immediately focused his gaze around Thor, but he saw no sign of any frost giants, only the patch of frost under Thor's feet. Without hesitation, Heimdall reported this matter to Odin, asking whether Thor should be brought back or if someone should be sent to assist. However, Odin's reply was simply, "Just keep watch." He also instructed Heimdall to look for secret passages between Midgard and Jotunheim, and to begin gathering forces to investigate whether Asgard had similar secret passages, showing no intention of aiding the god of thunder. This led to Thor's shouts echoing in the night, without any response from Asgard. Just then, 2 red dots suddenly lit up in the darkness, about 10 meters away from Thor. Eric immediately shone his flashlight in that direction. The limited light barely revealed a blue, indistinct creature, covered entirely in frost, resembling a giant blue smuff that had been put in a freezer for a while before being taken out. Roar! This blue giant let out a thunderous roar, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth, and the booming sound reverberated through the night sky, spreading across the small town. "Frost giant?" Thor blurted out, and then the frost giant took large strides toward Thor, its rapidly swinging arms forming two spiky ice blades that did not look like a random passerby. "Get out of here!" Thor shouted to Jane, then charged straight at the frost giant. A second later, the two collided forcefully, the ice blade on the frost giant's right arm thrust toward Thor, who rolled forward without hesitation, skillfully dodging to the left of the frost giant. He quickly sprang to his feet and delivered a powerful kick to the frost giant's waist. In the past, that kick would have been enough to create a massive hole in the frost giant's body, but now it merely made the already forward-moving frost giant stagger slightly. However, Thor could distinctly feel the chill radiating from the kick, as if he had stepped barefoot on ice. The frost giant turned its head, grinning at Thor, and mockingly said, "So it's true. The god of thunder has lost his power. Who told you?" Thor was filled with astonishment. He had just been exiled to Earth for a few days. How could the frost giants have already learned this news and found him so precisely? After the frost giant appeared, Eric stared wide-eyed in shock, unable to believe this bizarre humanoid creature. Wherever it stepped, frost formed instantly, and its arms extended ice blades, making it seem like a scene from a sci-fi movie. Daisy, standing beside the gas pump, was nearly paralyzed with fear, stammering, "What on earth is that thing?" Before her words could finish, a loud crash echoed from inside the gas station, as a frost giant over 2 meters tall smashed through the back wall, creating a large hole. Bricks and stones scattered like raindrops, striking the shelves and knocking them askew. The frost giant's lowered hands were enveloped in frost, rapidly coalescing into 2 ice knives about half a meter long. With a swift motion, one of the ice knives stabbed into the chest of a clerk inside the gas station, the sheer force lifting the clerk, who weighed over 100 pounds, off the ground and pinning him against the wall, blood gushing from his back and staining the wall a deep red. The other ice knife flew toward Gryell, who was just about to mount his motorcycle, exuding an intense chill that caused the temperature of the air in its path to plummet. "Damn, why do I always encounter such bad luck?" Gryell cursed inwardly. He suddenly yanked the zipper with his right hand, quickly raised his left hand, and a card flew out of the knight's card box, perfectly landing in his grasp. He swiftly inserted the card into the Decade driver. Kamen Rider Decade. With a shout, 9 phantoms appeared around him in an instant. 2 of those phantoms transformed from grayish-white into distinct colors and shapes, Dragon Knight and Faiz, while the other 7 maintained their grayish-white forms. As the icy knife approached the phantom that stood between Gryell and the frost giant, all 9 phantoms surged toward the center as if summoned, merging into Gryell's body in an instant, transforming him into a dazzling set of Decade armor. About 100 meters away from the gas station where Gryell and the others were, a group of agents dressed in black were positioned in a house. Some were lying on the roof, while others stood by the windows, tightly gripping long-range sound capture amplifiers aimed at Gryell and his companions. All the windows in the house were covered with black fabric to prevent any light from escaping. Various advanced listening and surveillance devices cluttered the tables in the room, and one of the agents was none other than Coulson, whom Gryell had seen before. Upon hearing the mention of frost giants, Coulson immediately discarded his earpiece and quickly grabbed a nearby walkie-talkie, shouting, "Position 3, use the thermal imaging device immediately and search the low-temperature areas carefully." On a small hillside across Highway 40, directly facing the gas station, 3 agents in camouflage gear slowly operated the thermal imaging device, meticulously scanning the vicinity of the gas station. The search results they obtained were transmitted via advanced technology to several computers in the room where Coulson was. Under the technicians' careful processing, these results formed clear isotherm images. Nearby the gas station, 6 areas clearly representing low temperatures appeared as blue zones, resembling 6 extremely powerful condensation devices placed there. Even more startling was that these condensation devices, strangely, took on humanoid shapes. Connecting this to what Thor had previously said about frost giants, Coulson instantly understood how these low-temperature areas had come to be. Before he could issue the next command, the frost giant in front of Thor charged out like an arrow, engaging in a fierce battle with him. Accompanied by a loud roar, all those low-temperature areas around the gas station began to move, uniformly rushing toward the gas station. This scene sent a wave of panic through the agents at various observation points nearby, who quickly requested further action instructions via their walkie-talkies. In the room, a man dressed in a short-sleeve, tight-fitting leather outfit, distinctly different from the ordinary agents, slowly stood up. He opened a briefcase on the left side of the table, revealing a short weapon. He turned to Coulson, his eyes sharp like a hawk's, and asked, "Sir, do you need me to take action?" "No, Clint, remain on standby," Coulson replied, shaking his head. He glanced at the computer screen displaying the conspicuous motorcycle in the gas station and then picked up the walkie-talkie, saying, "Positions 1 and 5, evacuate immediately. The rest stay on standby, and continue using the thermal imaging device to observe the surroundings for any other low-temperature zones." After putting down the walkie-talkie, Coulson took out his phone and quickly dialed a number, speaking with a serious tone. "Sir, a Level 3 emergency has occurred here. Frost giant from another realm are invading Earth. Requesting backup." Just as Coulson was speaking, the low-temperature mass behind the gas station surged into the gas station like a tide. With a wave of its hand, it killed a person with its ice blade. This scene made Daisy scream in terror as Ariel instinctively threw the flashlight at the frost giant rushing out of the store in an attempt to block its advance and shouted at Daisy, "Run!" The flashlight spun through the air, grazing Gryell before colliding with a grayish-white phantom. The next moment, all those phantoms vanished. Under the watchful eyes of Daisy and Eric, a set of black and white armor suddenly appeared on Gryell, who had been surrounded by the phantoms. The ice blade, covered in rough spikes, struck the divine armor with a crisp sound of ping before shattering into pieces. The impact from the ice blade made Gryell stagger back a few steps. As he retreated, Gryell's left arm lifted slightly. The night card box opened again, ejecting a card that he swiftly caught and inserted into the decade driver. "Ride Booker firearm." With a mechanical, synthesized voice ringing in Gryell's ears, a black and white firearm seemingly appeared his right hand out of thin air. Before the frost giant inside the store could throw another ice blade, Gryell decisively pulled the trigger. A beam of light shot out instantly, striking the frost giant's left chest and exploding. With a loud bang, the frost giant's left shoulder and part of its chest were obliterated. Shards of ice flew everywhere, and the cold release from the explosion caused the temperature in the entire room to plummet. A significant portion of the frost giant's arm was blown off, landing on a pile of drinks, which were instantly frozen into ice-cold cola by the chilling air. After landing a hit, Gryell immediately turned around, aiming his gun at the frost giant opposite Thor, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. However, having learned from his companion's experience, this frost giant jumped up as soon as Gryell turned around, skillfully evading the incoming beam. In the blink of an eye, from the moment the frost giant jumped to when Gryell's shot missed, only 5 seconds had passed. Yet, in those fleeting moments, more had happened than in all the shocking events Eric and Daisy had experienced in the past. "I must be dreaming," Daisy exclaimed, staring at Gryell in his decade armor, her voice filled with disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost. Eric's expression was no better. His worldview, built over half a lifetime, had completely collapsed in just a few days. First, the Norse god Thor had appeared out of nowhere. Then a giant blue smurf emerged. And now, even a kid they had only been traveling with for 2 hours had suddenly transformed into a Superman. Eric couldn't help but wonder if there were any normal people left in this world. Why was it that every encounter was with non-human beings? Seeing that Eric and Daisy were still standing there, looking as if they had seen a ghost, Gryell shouted at them, "Run!" Hearing Gryell shout, Eric finally snapped out of shock, grabbing Daisy and running toward the off-road vehicle. As they ran, he called out to Jane, "Jane, this way, hurry!" The frost giant inside the store, with its left chest blown away, was emitting a large amount of cold air from its wound, causing the temperature in the store to drop rapidly. Soon, the ground, shelves, and various goods around the frost giant were encased in thick frost. If it were a human suffering such injuries, they would undoubtedly die in a short time. However, the frost giant seemed unaffected. After stepping back slightly, it charged forward again. Its remaining right arm lifted, revealing a conical ice spike, covered in sharp protrusions, resembling a terrifying spiked mace. As Gryell turned to attack the frost giant opposite Thor, this frost giant continued to charge forward, swinging its mace with great force toward Gryell, who was not too far from the door. Gryell, aided by his enhanced hearing, keenly detected the sound of the frozen mace slicing through the air. He quickly pulled his right leg back and spun his body around in a swift half-circle. The frozen mace narrowly missed his shoulder before smashing into the concrete floor with a resounding bang. The concrete was immediately dented, cracked, and the mace's tip sank deeply into it. P.S. I recommend a baseball novel written by a friend, Diamond Ace. Synopsis: Fight for faith. Desire victory in every battle. Soaring immediately, flying to the ever-changing baseball field. The glory on the red clay, the pride of the Diamond Ace. As brilliant as a diamond, standing proudly in the center of the field, that most dazzling brilliance is the king's most sincere vow. Who are we? The king Sidu. Gryell nimbly sidestepped, while simultaneously swinging his right arm forward. The gun in his hand transformed instantly into a sword. With a downward swing of the blade, he struck hard against the frozen mace. Accompanied by a crisp bang, the blade made of special material effortlessly cleaved the mace in two. The frost giant, unable to strike with its weapon, immediately raised its leg and kicked fiercely at Gryell. In response, Gryell did not back down and kicked back with equal force. As the frost giant's foot collided with Gryell's right foot also struck the giant's abdomen. The immense power of the frost giant, combined with the force of Gryell's attack, caused both to stagger backward rapidly. Surprisingly, the frost giant's strength was not significantly less than Gryell's, proving that this was indeed a race that once dared to confront Asgard head-on. Just a regular squad possessed such formidable power. One could only imagine the might of the elite forces guarding Laufey. The frost giant was sent crashing back against the brick wall, creating a deep dent. Its ice-armored abdomen cracked, spiderweb-like fissures spreading across its surface. Gryell, on the other hand, collided with a gas pump, which crumpled under his impact like a flattened soda can. Gasoline erupted like a fountain, drenching Gryell from head to toe, and the unpleasant smell quickly filled the air. Gasoline. Gryell's mind raced, and instead of pursuing the frost giant, he began to slowly retreat. The sword in his right hand gradually lowered, the blade disappearing as it transformed back into gun mode. The frost giant pushed against the wall that had trapped it, shoving it aside with brute strength. As bricks fell with a clatter, the giant stepped forward, charging toward Gryell. Its right arm condensed ice once more, transforming into an ice blade. In just 2 steps, it closed the distance of over 10 meters. Just as the frost giant took its second step, its massive foot about to come down, Gryell thought, now. He pushed off the ground with both feet, launching himself high into the air like an arrow, and aimed his gun at the gasoline splattering below, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Meanwhile, Thor found himself in a perilous situation. Although his combat instincts remained sharp, he had lost his divine powers, rendering him much weaker in both strength and speed, and his stamina had significantly diminished. He could only rely on the experience he had accumulated from years of battle to evade the frost giant's attacks. The scene resembled driving on a treacherous mountain road, the ever-present danger of plummeting off a cliff enough to make anyone's heart race. The frost giant swung its ice blade, reveling in the sight of the once mighty god of thunder, now struggling and dodging. This feeling of conquering a former champion filled the giant with a twisted pleasure. At that critical moment, the sound of an approaching car engine grew louder, its headlights illuminating the frost giant with an alluring blue glow. The sudden noise caused the frost giant to turn its head, and it saw a rugged vehicle barreling toward it at high speed, its engine roaring. The dazzling headlights forced the frost giant, accustomed to the dark and cold of Jotunheim, to instinctively raise its hand to shield its eyes. Then, Jane, driving the vehicle, crashed into the giant with a tremendous impact. The sound of bang echoed as the frost giant was sent flying, tumbling like a rubber ball across the ground until it collided with a massive boulder and finally came to a stop. The vehicle also fared poorly. Hitting the frost giant was no better than crashing into a stone pillar. The bumper in front of the SUV crumpled significantly, and despite being buckled in, Jane, Eric, and Daisy were all thrust forward. If the airbags hadn't deployed in time, they would have smashed into the windshield. Jane shook her head vigorously, trying to clear her dazed mind, then shouted out the window, "Thor, get in the car." No, warriors of Asgard do not flee in battle. Thor, covered in dirt and grass clippings from rolling to evade, firmly rejected Jane's suggestion. This left Eric and Daisy speechless. They finally understood why Thor had charged forward so bravely. He was fighting for the honor of a warrior. Jane wanted to say more when a thunderous explosion suddenly erupted from the left, cracking the car's windows. If the explosion had been any stronger, the glass would have shattered completely. The ensuing shockwave rocked the entire vehicle. This sudden explosion caused Jane, Thor, and the others to turn their heads simultaneously, facing the intense heat wave that ruffled their hair. They saw that the gas station had become a raging inferno about 30 meters away. 3 gas pumps were twisted and deformed by the roaring flames, ultimately melting into pools of molten metal. The ground was covered in a layer of searing fire, and the 2 buildings at the gas station were ignited, resembling a massive torch that lit up the sky, dispelling the night and illuminating a 100-meter radius around the gas station. Amidst the raging flames, a figure clad in black and white armor emerged from the firestorm, walking slowly with flames licking at its body. In its right hand, it held a long sword, which bore the severed head of the frost giant, slowly melting in the intense heat. Time seemed to rewind 10 seconds as Gryell leapt high into the air, firing a shot that struck the ground precisely. Although he didn't expend much energy, it triggered a violent explosion that ignited the gasoline-soaked ground. The flames spread at an astonishing speed, first igniting the gas pump Gryell had crashed into, then quickly reaching the other 2 pumps. In just 3 or 4 seconds, the entire gas station was engulfed in flames. As Gryell landed, the gasoline coating his body ignited. However, in his divine armor, he felt no heat. He strode boldly toward the frost giant, struggling in the fire. With a swift motion, he swung his right arm back, and the gun transformed back into sword mode. With flames engulfing him, Gryell dashed forward like a bolt of lightning, aiming directly at the frost giant in agony within the inferno. He could run at a speed of 12 to 13 meters per second, reaching the giant in just 1 second. He sliced forward with the sword, the blade forged from special material parting the flames around him as if they were nothing. The blade flashed like lightning, slicing through the frost giant's neck. With a crisp snap, the giant's head fell, and before it hit the ground, Gryell pierced it through with his sword. The massive body then toppled backward, helpless against the flames that mercilessly consumed it. It was dead beyond recovery. P.S. I recommend a Dragon Ball novel written by a friend, The Legend of the Pastoral God. Synopsis: Muyang opens his eyes and finds himself in an extraordinary world. The upcoming basic operations are training, showing off, and crushing opponents? No. Upon seeing an orange glass ball containing stars, he realizes that this basic operation is a bit difficult. Vegeta, Frieza, Cell, Majin Buu, who isn't a dangerous character? To show off with them, one must have strength. By the way, this is Earth, and it seems like the time of crossing over is a bit early. There should still be hope? Asterisk. In a raging sea of flames, with temperatures soaring above 1,000 degrees, any metal would melt and deform. Yet Gryell, clad in divine armor, seemed utterly oblivious to the heat, steadily stepping onto the searing ground as he walked confidently out of the fire's embrace. The frost giant's head, impaled on his sword, slowly melted under the intense heat, blue liquid dripping onto the ground, dyeing it a deep blue. In a distant room, Coulson stared intently at Gryell emerging from the inferno, the frost giant's head still on his blade. He fixed his gaze on the screen and said slowly, "Record this. The high temperatures from burning gasoline can actually melt frost giants. It seems we need even hotter weapons to deal with them." After saying this, Coulson straightened up and turned to Clint, who stood nearby. A smile crept onto his face as he remarked, "Looks like your quiver needs a new type of arrow." Clint merely nodded slightly without voicing an opinion, his eagle-like eyes locked on Gryell as he emerged from the flames. He quietly asked, "Is there an arrowhead that can penetrate that unique armor?" Coulson maintained his smile and replied, "There should be one, but it's extremely expensive. We would need to request funding and special materials from the director, and we can't test it in advance." Clint remained silent, understanding the implications of Coulson's words. If such a special arrowhead were made, it could only be tested in combat. If it could penetrate the armor, that would be fine, but if it couldn't, it would be quite embarrassing. Therefore, it was unlikely they could formulate a strategy centered around his archery skills. As they conversed, Gryell suddenly swung his right arm, forcefully tossing the frost giant's head from his sword. The head rolled several times on the ground before coming to a stop. The frost giant, struggling to rise, glanced at its fallen comrade's head, its mouth slightly agape with sharp teeth revealing a fierce glare as if it wanted to devour Gryell alive. Gryell continued to walk forward unhurriedly, seemingly dismissing the frost giant entirely. He softly remarked, "Your strength and defense are indeed impressive. My full power kick barely cracked your ice armor. Unfortunately, your weakness is all too apparent. High temperatures can easily melt your ice armor. Look, I took your comrade's head with just one strike." Roar! The enraged frost giant jumped up like a wild beast, letting out a thunderous roar that echoed through the small town. The sound seemed to resonate in the clouds above, accelerating the movement of the surrounding low-temperature areas, which began to converge toward the burning gas station. "Do you think that with the gasoline burned, you can no longer deal with us?" "Humph," Gryell muttered to himself, raising his empty left hand. The night card box slowly opened, and a card flew into his hand like a spinning top, which he quickly inserted into the decade driver. The red jewel at the center of the driver projected a unique Phi logo, and the mechanical, synthesized voice echoed in Gryell's ears. "Kamen Rider Faiz." With that call, the decade driver extended over a dozen photon tendrils glowing red, which rapidly spread across Gryell's body, forming the dazzling Raijin suit and sturdy Raijin metal plates. In the blink of an eye, Gryell's black and white armor transformed into the red glowing Faiz armor, standing out prominently in the dark night. Eric and the others in the vehicle were once again left speechless, wondering if they were witnessing a magic trick as he changed into a completely new suit of armor in an instant. Thor, meanwhile, remained composed, curiously observing Gryell's new armor, secretly contemplating whether his own armor could be made to shine and look cooler as well. In the brief moments it took for Gryell to transform into Decade Faiz, the frost giant charged forward like a hungry wolf, leaping at him. It raised its arms, tightly gripping two ice blades, and swung down at Gryell with a force reminiscent of a mighty cleaver. The ice glimmered in the firelight, sparkling like precious crystals. "Watch out!" Thor exclaimed, his heart racing as he attempted to rush forward to assist Gryell. Unfortunately, without his divine powers, he was far too slow to reach him in time. Just as Thor's warning left his lips, Gryell sprang into action. His body moved like a nimble cheetah, gracefully sidestepping to the side. At the same time, his right arm brandished the long sword to intercept the two ice blades, clashing violently against them. Gryell naturally possessed an incredible strength of 2 to 3 tons, and when combined with the force of the frost giant's leap and its own weight, the collision's force exceeded 10 tons in an instant. The overwhelming impact caused Gryell's arm to plunge downward, and the ground beneath his feet sank, as if it were about to swallow him whole. The two ice blades, in that moment, shattered into fragments. With his empty left hand clenched into a fist, the photon tendrils on his bent arm flared to life, and 3 portions of photon blood rapidly gathered at his right fist under Gryell's control. After the swords clashed, his bent left arm shot out like a tightly wound spring, delivering a powerful punch infused with enough force to crack mountains and shatter stones into the frost giant's abdomen. With a thunderous bang, the ice armor on the frost giant's abdomen shattered instantly, caving inward as if struck by a giant hammer. Gryell's left fist sank deep within, and a sheer power propelled the already descending frost giant even higher, sending its body flying away like a golf ball struck off course. Gryell pushed off the ground with his feet, utilizing the recoil to leap into the air. A card flew out from the night card box, landing perfectly in his hand, and he quickly inserted it back into the decade driver. "Attack Ride Crimson Smash." With that call, Gryell soared 35 meters into the air, and the photon tendrils on his right leg ignited. 60% of the photon blood surged toward his right foot. That right foot glowed brightly in red as a 2.5-meter beam shot out, striking the frost giant, which was plummeting from its highest point. Upon contact, the beam expanded like an umbrella, forming a cone that spun rapidly. Gryell's descent accelerated dramatically, plunging into the crimson drill-like energy. The powerful energy carried by the photon blood exploded forward like a volcanic eruption, effortlessly blasting a nearly 1-meter-wide hole through the frost giant's chest, nearly severing it in half. As Gryell passed through the frost giant's body, he landed steadily on the ground, bending his right leg slightly to absorb the impact. Behind him, The frost giant's massive body crashed to the ground, bouncing half a meter high before finally coming to rest, lifeless. Grayer's score shot up from 404 to 821. Standing tall, Grayer's photon tendrils quickly vanished, and the red jewel at the center of the decade driver projected its logo, signaling that the energy of the Faiz photon tendrils had been completely depleted. This included the energy consumed while using the Dragon Knight card in the mirror world. Once depleted, the energy from the cards would automatically return to the Klein bottle connected to the Knight card box for restoration. Upon learning that killing a frost giant could yield about 400 points, Grayer felt a surge of excitement. The value of a frost giant was equivalent to that of 10 or 20 ordinary criminals. Such high experience points made Grayer's imagination run wild, even sparking thoughts of heading to Jotunheim to grind monsters. However, the moment this idea surfaced, he quickly suppressed it. To tackle a high-level dungeon, he would first need to gather a complete set of epic gear, acquire a plus 12 weapon, and obtain a set of outfits that boosted various attributes. With his current blue sky and white clouds gear, it was better to stick to grinding lower-level monsters, and he certainly didn't want to end up being the one ground down by them. Just as he glanced at his points, heavy footsteps echoed through the small town, accompanied by the sound of cracking ice, identical to the noise made by the previous two frost giants as they moved. This startled Grayer, and he thought to himself, could there be more than just these two frost giants? How could Asgard allow so many frost giants to come to Earth? Was Odin truly in a deep slumber, as depicted in the original story, allowing Loki to run rampant and causing Asgard to lose its order? Unfortunately, no amount of speculation could affect the distant Asgard. He could only focus on the immediate situation. Grayer shouted to Thor, who was covered in dirt and grass clippings, looking more like a vagrant than a god. "We need to go. There are more frost giants coming." "What?" Thor exclaimed, his expression sharpening as he began to scan the surroundings cautiously. While he preferred to solve problems with brute force, he wasn't foolish. One or two frost giants could be considered coincidence, but if there were 3, 4, or even more, it clearly indicated something was wrong. Moreover, the fact that these frost giants could locate him with such precision gave Thor a bad feeling. Jane shouted again, "Thor, we need to go. We're only getting in the way here." Hearing her, Thor clenched his fists, his face a mixture of reluctance and anger. He was Thor, the god of thunder, yet now he felt like a hindrance. However, no amount of reluctance or anger could change the fact that he had lost his powers and couldn't even handle a single frost giant. If it weren't for this kid, he and Jane would likely have been killed by the frost giants by now. Moreover, Jane was right. They were indeed hindering Grayer's performance. It was like when Thor used to charge into enemy ranks alone, unleashing wide-area attacks with lightning storms. Having teammates nearby would limit his ability to use such indiscriminate attacks. With this in mind, Thor jumped into the vehicle, ready to let Jane drive them away so as not to interfere with Grayer eliminating the frost giants. After all, to Asgard, frost giants might not be significant, but to weak humans, they were incredibly powerful foes that needed to be eradicated. Grayer quickly dashed to the car, yanking out the bag he had previously given to Daisy. Under the curious, astonished, and slightly fearful gazes of Eric and Daisy in the back seat, he hurled the bag into the air and swung his sword, slicing all the water bottles inside in half. He then kicked and punched the remaining drinks further away. Due to the chill radiating from the frost giants, the temperature in the area dropped significantly, and the spilled water quickly froze into patches of thin ice. Amidst the roar of the car's engine, Grayer looked around. The enhanced vision granted by the Decade armor allowed him to clearly see 6 frost giants moving in pairs along the street. Leaping from rooftops, charging from the desolate wilderness, they had nowhere to hide. Calculating that one Knight card could defeat a frost giant comparable to the basic form of Decade, Grayer realized he would need 6 cards. Unfortunately, he was down to just one Knight card. He raised his left arm, opening the Knight card box, from which the Dragon Knight card flew out. With a swift motion, Grayer slotted the Dragon Knight card into the Decade driver. Kamen Rider. The jewel at the center of the Decade driver projected a dragon-shaped logo, and his black and white armor transformed into a bluish-green suit, with silver metal plates appearing at the joints and red compound eyes covered by a silver lattice mask. He became Kamen Rider Ryuki in the blink of an eye. "Let's play a game," Grayer said with a smile, leaping forward and effortlessly gliding across a small patch of thin ice, disappearing from sight like a liquid cat adept at squeezing through tight spaces. This scene left the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents observing from different angles stunned, and soon the communication channels were flooded with reports of target disappearance. Coulson hurried to the screen, where several computer displays showed only the rapidly approaching cold spots, the flaming gas station, and the flattened SUV speeding toward Highway 40. Grayer's figure was nowhere to be found. The 6 frost giants, surrounding from different directions, appeared confused. They glanced at the empty gas station before shifting their focus to the SUV containing Thor and the others, as their mission from Laufey was to deal with Thor, and everything else was secondary. Daisy, seeing the group of menacing monsters charging toward them, turned pale and exclaimed, "Hurry, hurry! They're going to catch us!" She looked as if she wished she were in a rocket that could instantly fly far away, rather than a car. "Shut up!" Jane shouted. "Try to focus on the bumpy road ahead. As long as they could reach the interstate, they could speed away, and surely they would leave those frost giants in the dust." The last frost giant, leaping from the rooftop, landed in front of the blazing gas station, preparing to sprint forward when a bluish-green figure suddenly burst forth from the moonlit ice behind it. The silver armor of this figure stood out starkly in the moonlight. As Grayer jumped upward, the gun in his right hand aimed at the frost giant's back, firing beams of energy. The beams exploded upon contact, sending shards of ice and debris flying everywhere while creating numerous gashes on the frost giant's body. In the instant Grayer landed, he vanished into the thin ice again, while his last shot hit the frost giant's head. The enormous head exploded like a watermelon struck by a hammer, splattering everywhere. This series of explosions startled the frost giants ahead. When they turned around, all they saw was a headless body lying on the ground, with no trace of the assailant, just the sensation of having finished and hidden away, leaving you unable to find me. The gas station, 30 to 40 meters away, continued to burn fiercely, standing out starkly against the darkened landscape. However, the small town seemed to have fallen into utter silence, with no one emerging from the buildings. It was as if the inhabitants couldn't hear the roar of the flames, or perhaps the town was entirely deserted. This eerie silence heightened the unease of the remaining 5 frost giants, who twisted their necks, scanning their surroundings warily in search of the mysterious attacker. Just as one of the frost giants slowly turned its head to the left, Grayer suddenly burst forth from the thin ice on the right like a phantom. With both hands gripping his long sword, he thrust it forward, aiming directly at the frost giant's neck. Grayer, clad in 80 kilograms of armor, made a leap that produced minimal friction with the air, nearly imperceptible to a human. But to the frost giants, it sounded as loud as thunder. Since being defeated by Asgard, these frost giants had not experienced war, making their combat experience nearly non-existent. At that moment, hearing the sudden sound, they failed to instinctively dodge. Instead, they turned their heads to see what was happening. Their reactions were akin to ordinary humans rather than seasoned warriors. As their heads turned halfway, a flash of silver caught their attention. Almost immediately, they felt a sharp pain in their necks as Grayer's specially crafted blade plunged deep into the frost giant's throat. As Grayer descended, he forcefully pulled his arm downward, ripping open a large gash in the frost giant's neck. The moment the blade exited the frost giant's neck, it vanished from view. The remaining sword rapidly rotated 90 degrees, transforming into gun mode in a mere 0.1 seconds. Then, a beam shot from the barrel, striking the gash in the frost giant's neck with deadly precision. The beam exploded within, sending the frost giant's head flying into the air like a crow taking flight. As Grayer landed, he vanished without a trace. The entire sequence, from his emergence to his disappearance, took less than 2 seconds, shorter than the time it took for the headless frost giant to hit the ground. However, 2 frost giants had witnessed Grayer's entire appearance and disappearance. They immediately began to roar, speaking in a language that was incomprehensible to the other 2 frost giants, one that was not the universal English of the Marvel movies. Despite their heightened alertness, the reflective frost all around made it difficult for their 8 eyes to cover every corner. Just as the head of the airborne frost giant crashed to the ground, Grayer's figure reappeared behind the frost giant, standing with its back to the gas station. Ambushing was like a game of fright. The first attempt often yielded significant results, the second could still be decent, but achieving the same effect on a third ambush within a short span was considered lucky. Because of this, when Gryell jumped out from the mirror world this time, he was spotted by the prepared frost giants. Without hesitation, one of them hurled an ice blade at Gryell, trying to thwart his attack. The frost giant that had been ambushed quickly twisted its waist and turned around, aiming to strike Gryell with a knife in its right hand. This side movement caused Gryell's beam, originally aimed at its neck, to hit its right shoulder instead, blasting it away. The explosion's impact forced the frost giant to stagger backward. The ice blade thrown by the other frost giant struck Gryell's chest, where two heart-shaped metal plates were located. The powerful force sent Gryell flying backward, and he landed heavily on the ground, retreating 3 or 4 steps before managing to steady himself. In that brief moment, 3 frost giants swung their heavy ice blades, charging at Gryell from different angles. The frost giant, with the damaged right shoulder, stood firm after regaining its balance, raising its intact left arm and rushing toward Gryell. The dragon-shaped logo on the red jewel at the center of the decade driver had dimmed to the point of being nearly unrecognizable, and in the next instant, it would completely disappear. Simultaneously, Gryell's Ryuki armor vanished, reverting back to his black and white decade armor. This was the limitation of the Knight cards. Whether it was a KR card or another type of FR card, they all possessed fixed energy. When a card was inserted into the decade driver for reading, it began to consume the card's energy. The stronger the attack initiated, the faster the energy depletion. For instance, one kick from a Knight consumed 60% of the photon blood energy from Faiz's usual form. Once the energy was exhausted, the Knight would revert to their original state. However, not all Knight cards were like this. For example, Kamen Rider Wizard, known as the Magician of Rings, could control the 4 elements of water, fire, earth, and wind, drawing upon external energies to launch attacks without depleting his own energy, significantly extending his operational time. But such Knight cards that could gather and utilize external energy for attacks were quite costly. The base form of Wizard required twice the points of Ryuki. Moreover, simply exchanging for the cards was far from enough. Extensive time was needed to familiarize oneself and master how to manipulate and use magic. This was akin to a swordsman, who could start practicing swordsmanship with just a sword or even a stick. Magicians, however, had to sense magical elements, learn to arrange these elements in a specific order using mental power, and transform them into skills that could be unleashed, often requiring wands and other tools. Because of this, there was a saying that magicians are the wealthiest of the poor. They spent all their resources on various magical materials, much like those who had millions in assets but could only afford instant noodles. Thus, after reading through the exchange and usage conditions for the wizard, Gryell decisively chose to forego it, opting instead to exchange for a card that granted him shell. The various magical skills and methods to manipulate and unleash them either required personal comprehension or further exchanges, essentially a bottomless pit. In contrast, Kamen Rider Den-O, who had the ability to traverse time, was even more of a trap. After all, Wizard did not require a train, while Den-O needed to exchange for trains priced in the tens of thousands to travel through time, and they were bare bones. Various attack weapons needed to be exchanged separately. This approach, which epitomized the style of the Goose Factory, was akin to dismantling the train into parts for individual sale. It was precisely because of financial constraints that Gryell had exchanged for the versatile yet unremarkable Faiz to make an appearance. But now, facing 3 half-maddened frost giants, he began to consider the necessity of acquiring a Knight that could absorb external energy to reduce his own energy losses and extend his active time. After all, with Thor arriving on Earth a year early in the presence of these frost giants, who were originally not supposed to appear in this timeline, indicated that the original plot had spiraled out of control. Whether the Chitauri would invade Earth in 2 years was now an unknown. If he were to participate in such a large-scale dungeon, he would certainly need a durable hero who couldn't be easily defeated. Gryell had to admit that his mindset was often quite open-minded. Even when facing the attack of 3 frost giants whose strength was not inferior to the basic form of Decade, he could still spare a thought for future developments. This habit of subconsciously distracting himself was something he had developed in class, often daydreaming while staring blankly at the blackboard until an entire lesson passed. Although his mind was occupied with other thoughts, his actions remained swift and steady. He continued to retreat methodically while pulling the trigger, firing powerful beams at the rapidly approaching frost giants. The frost giants, who had experienced Grayer's firepower before, hurriedly slowed down to evade the incoming beams, stretching the distance that would normally take 2 seconds to cross into 4 or 5. Seizing this rare opportunity, Grayer quickly browsed through his KR card set. Eventually, his gaze landed on Kamen Rider Agit, who was said to transcend body, mind, and soul. This rider could harness the powers of earth, storm, and flame residing within, gathering and manipulating these external energies to unleash powerful attacks. Compared to Kamen Rider Wizard, who was adept at utilizing all 4 elemental powers and casting dazzling spells, Kamen Rider Agit's method of wielding these 3 energies was relatively straightforward and direct, making it well-suited for someone like Grayer, who had no prior experience. After all, Grayer lacked the luxury of having someone create magical rings that stored power and skills for him, like Wizard did. He would need to either exchange points for corresponding magical skills or start from scratch, learning the theories and knowledge of magic, much like Doctor Strange did, piece by piece until he mastered the various properties of magic. In simpler terms, it was akin to Grayer braving the heat and cold to obtain a driver's license, simply because he couldn't afford a personal chauffeur. If he had that option, who would want to drive while constantly being on high alert? It would be so much more enjoyable to sit in the back seat and play on their phone. In summary, it all came down to being broke. If he had tens of millions of points now, why would he hesitate or plan? He could simply exchange for all the cards at once, drive a train to Titan, find the big purple potato, and beat it down, allowing him to live in peace without such constant anxiety. As these thoughts raced through his mind, his hands never faltered. His right hand continued to attack the frost giants while his left arm gradually lifted, causing the night card box's waist to automatically open. A card flew out like a spinning top, landing steadily in Grayer's hand. He swiftly inserted the card into the Decade Driver. Kamen Rider Agito, the red jewel at the center of the Decade Driver, illuminated instantly, projecting a symbol resembling Agit's head. In the next moment, his black and white armor transformed into a pure black suit, with dark golden metal bracers of varying lengths appearing at his ankles and wrists, and knee pads being added as well. He donned a half-armor interspersed with dark gold and bright silver, featuring shoulder guards that resembled upturned eaves and a pair of inward curving horns sprouting from his head. The overall design exuded a distinctly Western dragon aesthetic, contrasting sharply with the Eastern dragon design of Ryuki. This scene was clearly displayed on several screens in the distant house. Coulson watched Grayer transform into yet another form on the screen, pursing his lips without commenting. He focused intently on the other screens, showcasing Grayer's previous transformations, Decade, Ryuki, and Faiz, adding to this new one, revealing a total of 5 different armors. He couldn't help but ponder whether Grayer had even more transformation forms. At that moment, the fastest frost giant had already charged directly toward Grayer. It swung its ice blade menacingly, aiming to strike Grayer, who was significantly shorter. Yet, instead of dodging, Grayer took a step forward, raising his left arm as if he were a martial arts master, effortlessly executing an empty hand catch against the incoming blade. The descending ice blade halted midair as if bound by an invisible force, unable to move even slightly downward. Grayer's grip on the sharp, cold weapon was as firm as iron, and the frost giant's blade, now caught, felt as if it were being held by a child swinging a stick, effortless. With a slight increase in pressure from Grayer's fingers, a series of crisp-cracking sounds echoed as the ice blade, harder than tempered steel, began to fracture under his grip. Eventually, the blade could not withstand the stress, shattering like glass and scattering into pieces on the ground. "Is this all the power you have?" Grayer scoffed. As he spoke, he thrust his right arm forward, unleashing a powerful fist that moved with incredible speed, compressing the air into visible ripples. In the next instant, his fist collided with the frost giant's chest with a thunderous bang. A deep imprint formed where Grayer struck, nearly enveloping his entire fist within the giant's frozen armor. The impact sent the frost giant flying backward, as if it had been kicked like a soccer ball, crashing into another frost giant that had been charging forward. The two collided with explosive force, rolling together across the ground for several meters before finally coming to a stop. After sending one frost giant flying, Grayer dashed forward like an arrow toward the remaining frost giant on his left. As he approached, the frost giant swung its ice blade at him, but Gryell reacted swiftly. He twisted his waist, spinning like a top, and delivered a series of kicks that sent the ice blade flying away, while simultaneously delivering a powerful strike to the frost giant's waist. With a muffled thud, the frost giant was knocked sideways, crashing heavily to the ground. The tremendous force caused it to slide over the gravelly and dry ground for several meters, carving a deep furrow as it came to a halt. Finally, only the frost giant with the damaged right shoulder remained. It had only taken 2 steps forward when the situation took a dramatic turn. In mere moments, its 3 companions had been sent flying by Gryell, leaving it to continue running on sheer instinct. Before it could process what was happening, Gryell, moving at a speed of 20 meters per second, appeared before it like a ghost. He reached out with his right hand, seizing the frost giant's intact left arm. Then, with his raised left arm, he yanked it downward while his right hand sliced down like a sharp knife, delivering a powerful blow to the frost giant's elbow. Accompanied by a sharp crack sound, the force of 7 tons was instantly applied to the frost giant's left arm, cleaving it cleanly in 2. Agonizing pain coursed through the giant's body as it let out a horrific scream, its anguished howl echoing through the silent night, sending chills down the spine of anyone who heard it. Gryell casually tossed aside the severed arm of the frost giant, bending his left knee slightly to lean his body to the left, shifting his center of gravity in preparation. He executed a powerful shoulder charge, slamming into the frost giant's chest with a resounding crash. The impact caused the frost giant's chest to cave in significantly, sending cracks radiating across its icy armor. The immense force made the frost giant stagger backward, and before it could fully regain its balance, Gryell stepped forward and delivered another punch to its chest. Without waiting for it to retreat, he followed up with another blow. In the span of just half a second, Gryell unleashed 3 punches. While not every punch reached the maximum power of 7 tons, they still packed a force of 5 to 6 tons. Such power could bend or even shatter steel, let alone affect a frost giant. After the 3 punches, the frost giant, weighing several hundred kilograms, was sent flying off the ground, hurtling backward over 20 meters before crashing heavily onto the ground. 4 deep dents appeared on its chest, and cracks spread throughout, resembling a shattered porcelain doll. A torrent of icy liquid seeped from the cracks, and the frost giant's mouth and nostrils leaked ultra-cold liquid. After twitching on the ground a few times, it fell silent, having been literally beaten to death by Gryell's fists. Gryell straightened his back, hands clenched into fists as he reveled in the overwhelming strength he now possessed, far greater than that of Ryuki, Faiz, or Decade. It felt as if he had instantly grown from an infant to an adult, with the power to shake mountains and flood oceans with a stomp of his feet. After exchanging for the Agito KR card valued at 1,400 points, his remaining 200 points surged to 612, clearly indicating that the frost giant had expired. Previously, using other night cards required him to perform night kicks or ambush tactics to eliminate frost giants, and facing them directly would have been impossible with such ease. Now he could take them down with mere punches, making the 3 frost giants rising from the ground appear as nothing more than experience points awaiting harvest. The expression in the eyes of the remaining frost giants shifted to one of fear. They had come with 8, and now most were dead at the hands of this Midgardian. Wasn't it said that Midgardians were incredibly weak? What was going on with this constantly changing armored figure? However, Gryell didn't give him time to think. The horns atop his head spread into 3 parts, and the ground beneath him shifted in a way that felt almost mystical, as if the earth had become an extension of his body. The stronger his will, the more energy he could summon. Once the horns fully extended, a pattern resembling his head appeared on the ground, glowing with an earthy hue. He took a half step forward with his left foot, spread his arms wide, and focused his mind, drawing upon the infinite energy hidden within the earth. If ever there was a time for a thematic victory song, it would be now. The pattern on the ground began to rotate slowly, merging entirely with Gryell's feet. The 2 dark golden metal rings on his calves also glowed with the same earthy light, their intensity increasing, though Gryell's legs began to tremble slightly. This was his first attempt at gathering energy, and without any experience, he relied solely on instinct. As a result, the energy was somewhat out of control, and before he could concentrate it to its fullest, he leapt into the air, Soaring 7 or 8 meters high, he descended rapidly at an angle, taking less than a second to kick a frost giant that had just risen to its feet. With a dull thud, the accumulated force of the earth transferred entirely into the frost giant, causing it to topple backward, its back smashing into the ground and creating a deep depression while sliding several meters, akin to a bulldozer carving a trench. Gryell used the momentum to perform a backflip, landing gracefully on the ground as the horns atop his head closed. In the trench formed by the impact, a column of flame erupted, followed by a thunderous explosion. The frost giant was obliterated, and the long trench was transformed into a semi-spherical crater, with dirt propelled into the air like beads rolling off a plate, then falling back down. This was not the night kick of Agito that he had exchanged for. Rather, it was Gryell mimicking the movements and attack patterns of Faiz's kick. Although it didn't reach the maximum 30 tons, the kick still delivered a solid 20 tons of force. This 10-ton disparity stemmed from Gryell's inexperience in gathering the Earth's power and the inherent differences in weight, speed, jump height, and strength among various knight armors. Even if he tried to replicate the technique, it wouldn't be quite the same. It was like cooking. A chef and a novice using the same ingredients would yield different flavors. Cooking noodles with the method for dumplings would surely result in half-cooked dumplings. Reading skills like the night kick allowed one to execute the best force application, attack angles, jump heights, and descent speeds, maximizing the power of the night kick, akin to having a chef's memories and experience at one's disposal, just needing to follow the steps precisely. Alternatively, one could spend a lot of time practicing multiple times to gradually acquire experience, which was akin to needing either to spend a lot of points on skill cards or invest considerable time in practice. After standing up, Gryell's points jumped from 612 to 1,021. Without hesitation, he exchanged for the Agito Night Kick, which cost 850 points, leaving him with 171 points. The high cost of Agito's Night Kick was not just about how to execute the kick. It also included the experience of gathering and using the Earth's power. Having gained that experience card transformed Gryell from a novice into a seasoned driver. He unfurled his horns again, and the Agito pattern on the ground glowed 2 levels brighter than before, making it visible not just from above but from all directions around him. The last 2 frost giants, witnessing the 3rd frost giant being crushed into pieces by Gryell's kick, suddenly turned around in fear and fled for their lives. They had realized that they were no match for Gryell. If they stayed here any longer, it would only lead to their doom. Under the shadow of death, the 2 frost giants seemed to muster every ounce of strength they had, reaching the peak of their running speed. They darted away like wisps of smoke, fleeing towards the pitch-black town beyond, completely shedding their previous imposing and aggressive demeanor, looking as helpless as stray dogs. Behind them, Gryell soared high into the air, the bright moonlight casting a radiant glow on the armor of Kamen Rider Agito. Even at night, one could clearly see a figure in the sky. At this moment, Gryell looked down upon all beings like a god, standing 30 meters tall, enough to make everyone gaze up in awe, feeling a sense of unattainable admiration. Especially now, as he was also channeling the heavy power of the earth, his imposing presence was further enhanced. The earth power stored in the glowing metal ring on his feet was intentionally redirected to his wrists by Gryell, causing the arm guards to shine brightly, while the ring on his feet gradually dimmed. After reaching the peak of his jump, Gryell suddenly glided downwards at a sharp angle, his speed far exceeding that of gravitational acceleration, as if he had rocket boosters attached to his back. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to the 2 fleeing frost giants on the ground. The rapid descent caused the Agito armor to generate a shrill sound as it sliced through the air, a sound that, to the frost giants, was akin to a death knell. One of the frost giants instinctively turned his head and saw a human cannon rushing towards him at an incredible speed. Before his brain could process the information, Gryell's fist had already struck the backs of the 2 fleeing frost giants simultaneously. Crack! Snap! With the sound of ice pillars shattering, the waists of the 2 frost giants bent forward. While their upper bodies and lower limbs arched backward like bows, their massive bodies crashing forward as they fell heavily to the ground, creating a deep dent in the gravel and dry grass below. 2 deep fist imprints appeared on their backs, crushing a section of their spines. The gathered earth power was all released at the moment of impact, rampaging within the bodies of the frost giants like a runaway car. Boom! Boom! The thunderous explosions rang out almost simultaneously, and the rising pillars of fire obscured Gryell, who was in the center. Amidst the surging flames and the shockwave that sent dirt flying into the sky, Gryell slowly stood upright, remaining unmoved despite the shockwave powerful enough to blow stones away, indifferent to the flames licking around him. The score jumped again, turning to 985. Gryell straightened his back, standing proudly amidst the flames, allowing the scorching fire tongues to lick at his agito armor. The gravel beneath him had already begun to melt, and the dry grass nearby, turning yellow with the approach of autumn, was ignited, with the fire gradually spreading, turning the area into a sea of flames, visible from afar as the night sky was painted red by the fire. Stepping on the searing ground, hot enough to fry meat, Gryell walked forward, and as he did, a phantom appeared around his body. In the next moment, he transformed from agito back to decade. Even after executing 2 finishing moves in succession, only a third of agito's card energy was consumed, which was due to Gryell's inexperience wasting a lot of energy, similar to how a novice driver uses more fuel than an experienced one. Otherwise, it would have only consumed about a quarter of the energy. The gas station that Gryell had ignited with a single shot was still burning, and a motorcycle parked beside the gas pump was reduced to nothing but a metal frame, barely showing its original shape. This left Gryell quite frustrated. Shouldn't Kamen Riders be more compatible with motorcycles? Why was he incompatible with them? Both motorcycles had been totaled before they could even warm up. It was now late at night, around 8 or 9 o'clock, making it as difficult to hitch a ride as finding a pearl in the sand. Gryell sighed softly, raised his left arm, and a card flew out from the rider card box, while his score dropped to 275. I refuse to believe that this time it can be destroyed again, Gryell muttered angrily as he inserted the card into the decade driver. Instantly, a 6-pointed star magic circle appeared on the ground, shining brighter than the bright moon in the sky. In that light, in the next moment, a heavy motorcycle measuring 2 meters and 3 centimeters in length, 1 meter and 1 centimeter in height, and 83 centimeters in width appeared out of thin air at the center of the magic circle, even larger than the one Stock had sent. The entire motorcycle was silver-coated, with barcode-like protrusions on the front and back, and painted a magenta color. After the magic circle disappeared, Gryell walked over and swung his leg over the motorcycle. Even with the armor, the 83-kilogram weight only caused the motorcycle to sink a few millimeters. This was Decade's exclusive motorcycle, named Machine Decader, which cost 710 points to redeem, 60 points more expensive than the mirror bike for traveling through mirror worlds. The reason for its high cost was that the fairing, engine, frame, and body of the motorcycle were all crafted from the same design, or as the Decade armor. Not even bombs could destroy this motorcycle. Moreover, this bike was like bound equipment. Even if it was far from Gryell, he could start it just by thinking about it. In an unmanned state, it could still ride up to Gryell's side. Additionally, it could transform into other Kamen Riders' exclusive rides through Attack Ride, such as the Pegasus. The fuel tank beneath the seat was connected to an infinite Klein bottle, capable of holding all the oil from the Middle East without ever running out. The special engine could run on gasoline on the road, and when powered by dimensional energy, it could move across land, sea, air, and even space, becoming an invincible steed. After Gryell mounted the motorcycle, it automatically started, illuminating the dimensional headlights both front and back, which when set to maximum brightness, could light up the ground up to 150 meters away, comparable to a powerful searchlight, blinding any oncoming vehicles. In truth, Gryell did not want to be driving at this late hour, but after a fierce battle with the frost giants that not only burned down a gas station, but also created several large craters, the commotion had been too great. If he didn't leave now, would he be waiting to pay for damages? With a twist of the throttle, the motorcycle shot forward. Despite the uneven ground, the motorcycle's powerful suspension and hydraulic system minimized the vibrations felt by Gryell. In just a breath, he turned on a Highway 40, speeding away from the small town at an incredible pace. Highway 40 was pitch black, stretching endlessly as if it had no end, and not a single vehicle was in sight. Gryell turned the motorcycle's headlights to their maximum brightness, illuminating the road over 150 meters ahead. He accelerated the motorcycle to its top speed of 350 kilometers per hour, covering 97 to 98 meters per second, looking incredibly cool as he did so. Not far down the road, Gryell spotted an SUV parked by the roadside, and a few people were arguing outside the railings, one of whom was the burly figure of Thor. Why haven't they left yet? Gryell wondered to himself, easing off the throttle and allowing the motorcycle to coast forward. The bright light from the headlights was particularly conspicuous in the night, causing Thor and the others to turn their heads in unison towards the source of the light. 5 seconds later, the motorcycle reached the back of the SUV. Gryell pressed the brake, bringing the motorcycle to a steady stop, the agito armor then dissipating, leaving only the silver metal belt still fastened around his waist. He switched the high beams to low beams and called out to Thor and the others, "What are you still doing here?" Upon hearing Gryell's voice, the four of them displayed expressions of surprise and disbelief. Without hesitation, Thor ran over, while Jane and Eric followed after a moment of hesitation. Daisy, on the other hand, cautiously approached, moving as if she were getting close to a bomb that could explode at any moment. Thor reached Gryell's side, clapping a large hand on his shoulder, and said in a booming voice, "I didn't expect to find humans here who are as formidable as the warriors of Asgard. You helped me and possess such great power. Join my guard. I can have you lead a small squad." To Thor, being part of his guard was a tremendous honor. In both Asgard and elsewhere, being part of the royal guard was regarded as a significant recognition of a warrior's worth. It was like being asked by Emperor Li Shimin in the Tang Dynasty if you wanted to be his trusted aide, or being asked by Ali Ma when Alipay was first launched if you wanted to manage the new software. Before Gryell could respond, Jane quickly squeezed in to smooth things over, saying he was hit by Daisy's car earlier and fell on his head, so he's been saying he's Thor, the god of thunder from Norse mythology, ever since. In Jane's view, Thor's words sounded utterly insane. Who meets a stranger and immediately offers them a position as their squad leader? This wasn't a job interview, and they weren't in a high-rise office building. Moreover, the person not only possessed incredible power, but had just rescued them from a group of unknown monsters. Could it be that the gods of Asgard were so socially clueless? Jane felt as if a beautiful myth had been shattered. Indeed, legends were just that, legends, and the mythological tales never described Thor as acting like a goofy dog. If Gryell had not traveled here and knew that Thor was not human, but a prince of Asgard, he would have thought Thor was a lunatic. Even so, hearing Thor's words made Gryell's cheeks twitch involuntarily. Thor's mindset still lingered on his identity as a prince of Asgard, showing no awareness of having fallen to the mortal realm. With his tone and thought process, if he were thrown into New York, he would be beaten up 3 times a day without fail. Eric quickly changed the subject, asking, Russo, what about the frost giants in the town? I killed all 8 of them. You killed them. Eric and Jane exchanged glances. Although they studied astronomy and physics, they understood the value of alien life forms. How could one simply say they killed living aliens? That was too cruel. They should have been captured for research and dissection instead. As soon as Gryell finished speaking, Daisy, who had been standing at the back, brightened up and hurriedly asked, "So that means there are no frost giants left in the town?" "Probably. At least all the ones I saw are dead." Gryell crossed his arms and leaned on the motorcycle's dashboard, asking, "So why are you parked by the roadside?" "That's great," Daisy said, her face filled with relief and joy. After a moment's hesitation, she added, Could you accompany us back? Our RV is still parked outside the town." Jane sighed and explained, "Thor insisted on going back to help, and Daisy wanted to bring her RV, so that's why the car is parked here." Daisy pouted and grumbled, "But that's my new one. I just finished paying off 3 months of the loan. And aren't you guys hungry? All the food and drinks are in the RV." Daisy's words made everyone else realize they were hungry too. They had left the town where the hammer had fallen at noon, and now it was already 9 hours later without a meal. Gryell had also left Los Angeles at noon, and having gone 7 or 8 hours without food or drink, he was already extremely thirsty and hungry, especially since everything he just bought had been burned to ashes at the gas station. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Daisy spread her hands and said, "So we either go back for the RV or drive 100 or 200 kilometers to the next town. Maybe there's a convenience store open 24 hours. If not, we'll just have to continue on hungry. What will you choose?" 5 seconds later, the motorcycle and SUV turned around, cautiously making their way back to the town. The fire at the gas station was still raging, and many houses in the town had lights on, with the faint sound of commotion indicating that the residents were alarmed and coming out to extinguish the fire. Eric and Thor quickly got out of the car, with Eric directing the SUV to back up closer to the RV to connect it. Gryell stayed on the motorcycle, scanning the surroundings and keeping alert for any potential frost giants that might still appear. In just over 10 seconds, the RV was connected. Eric waved at Gryell, then hurriedly got back in the car with Thor. Seeing this, Gryell started the motorcycle, preparing to leave. He sensed something and looked towards the north side of the town, where it was dark and nothing was visible. The SUV had started and was heading toward Highway 40. Gryell shook his head, dismissing the strange feeling, and twisted the throttle to follow. The two vehicles quickly disappeared into the night, with even the light from the headlights obscured by the mountain. In the direction Gryell had been watching, a figure dressed in a yellow-brown robe hovered over 10 meters above the ground, their eyes peering through the distance of 7,000 or 8,000 meters, staring at Gryell, who was riding the motorcycle, and Thor, who was in the SUV. The figure raised their right arm, waving it in front of them, causing a swirling ring of fire to appear, which then moved back, allowing the figure to pass through the fire ring and vanish. In the next moment, the fire ring disappeared without a trace. After the motorcycle and SUV completely vanished from sight, dozens of agents in the town emerged from their hiding spots. The gas station nearby was still engulfed in fierce flames. However, this did not intimidate the dozen agents, who rushed towards the scene to begin firefighting operations. Many individuals dressed in protective suits carried cases and coolers, jogging towards the gas station, carefully searching for fragments of the frost giants and cautiously placing them into the boxes and coolers for storage. After completing the firefighting and fragment recovery tasks, they began the disinfection process. Despite their large numbers, they worked methodically on different tasks, quickly transforming the scene into an ordinary gas station fire incident before evacuating the area. In distant Asgard, Heimdall, the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, had eyes glowing with a faint orange light. Ignoring the limitations of distance and space, he gazed intently at Thor on Earth. He had been staring for 10 minutes, yet still could not locate the secret passage through which the frost giants had entered Midgard from Jotunheim. This left Heimdall with an ominous premonition. This was concerning because it suggested that the frost giants might possess a method to evade his all-seeing eye, which was undoubtedly bad news for Asgard. The reason Asgard had been able to keep the frost giants of Jotunheim at bay was largely due to the existence of the Rainbow Bridge and the all-seeing eye. The all-seeing eye was like a fully opened map, always aware of the movements of enemy troops, while the Rainbow Bridge could instantaneously deploy vast armies, catching the enemy off guard. Many forces comparable to, or even stronger than Asgard had been defeated in this manner. But now, the all-seeing eye could not discern the movements of the frost giants, greatly increasing Heimdall's vigilance. He focused much of his attention on Thor, fearing he might fall victim to the frost giants or other sinister forces. What troubled Heimdall even more was that there should be another person beside Thor, yet he could not see their figure. This led him to speculate whether this person was connected to the frost giants and whether they had anything to do with the frost giants' ability to evade the watchful eye. While he pondered this, Odin approached, leaning on Gungnir and slightly out of breath, asking Heimdall, "Have you yet found the reason the frost giants can evade your all-seeing eye?" Heimdall shook his head, choosing not to mention that issue, and instead spoke about Thor. "There is someone next to Thor whose presence I cannot detect. I wonder if they're related to the frost giants. Should we send someone to check?" Odin slowly shook his head, saying no need. Midgard has its own guardians. I have already informed her about the secret passages connecting Midgard and Jotunheim. She will handle it herself. I have also asked her to keep an eye on Thor, so we needn't worry too much about Midgard. The most important thing now is to find out if Asgard has any such secret passages. We must not allow the frost giants to breach our defenses before Thor returns. As Odin spoke, his single eye inadvertently looked in the direction of Midgard, where Thor and the others had already departed from Highway 40 and arrived in an open area. To accommodate the speed of the SUV towing the RV, Gryell had also reduced the motorcycle's speed to 110 kilometers per hour. After all, it was nighttime and visibility was limited. He did not dare to reach top speed without transforming. After leaving the town, they drove for over an hour before arriving at a small village. However, it was now close to 11 at night, and most houses had turned off their lights. The few that were still lit were not shops, and even if they had money, there was nowhere to buy anything. With no other options, they parked the RV in an empty space outside the village. Daisy and Jane began preparing dinner inside the RV. Eric, Gryell, and Thor brought out a few lounge chairs, lazily lying on them while gazing at the starry sky and chatting. Despite his age, Eric's curiosity was as vibrant as ever. He incessantly asked Gryell how he donned and changed his armor, whether it involved theoretical nanotechnology, and if that red cone was solidifying energy. A flurry of questions left Gryell a bit overwhelmed. He had no idea about the principles behind the Crimson Drill. He only knew it was due to photon blood and could only say he was using it, not making it. He himself was unclear about the principles, much like how few viewers understand the mechanics of a television. Thor listened with great interest, praising, "Your armor is incredible. Who forged it? The dwarven weapons and armor are not like this. Is it made by artisans from beyond the Nine Realms?" "I don't know," Gryell shrugged, quickly shifting the topic to Thor, pretending to be curious, and asked, "Are you really Thor, the god of thunder from Norse mythology?" Upon hearing Gryell's question, Eric perked up, listening intently. Although there was much evidence suggesting this robust man was indeed Thor, Eric, a staunch believer in science, found it hard to accept that a fictional mythological character could truly exist. Thor beamed with pride and said, "The armies of Asgard have fought across the Nine Realms, leaving legends in many places. 2,000 years ago, my father led the armies of Asgard in battle against the frost giants of Jotunheim, driving them out of Midgard and bringing it under Asgard's protection. But later, my father forbade the armies of Asgard from entering Midgard, no longer disturbing the development and reproduction of humanity. Because after a long absence, humans tend to forget. Thus, real events and figures become myths passed down by word of mouth." Eric chimed in. Gryell nodded slightly and continued. "So how did the frost giants come to Earth? Isn't Earth supposed to be within Asgard's protective range?" When it came to this matter, Thor also looked perplexed, shaking his head. "I don't know why frost giants appeared in Midgard without Asgard responding or sending troops. Previously, my coronation ceremony was interrupted because the frost giants crossed the line into Odin's treasury. Why did this happen? Anyone or anything within the Nine Realms cannot escape Heimdall's sight." Yet, as he trailed off, Thor fell into deep thought. His ignorance weighed heavily on Gryell's heart. It seemed likely that, just like in the movies, Loki was starting trouble, causing the originally orderly Asgard to fall into chaos, and leaving no time to address the frost giants' invasion of Midgard. "It seems I must strengthen my power quickly," Gryell thought to himself, his mind filled with concerns, leaving him little desire to ask further questions. He lay back in a lounge chair, gazing at the stars in the night sky, lost in contemplation. The night was peaceful, undisturbed by any frost giants or destroyers that might disrupt its tranquility. The next morning, Gryell resolutely bid farewell to Thor and the others, revving up his motorcycle and speeding down Highway 40 towards New York. He did not ask Thor where he was headed or about his future plans on Earth. Instead, he swiftly drove away like a flash of lightning, disappearing from their sight. Had it not been for the unexpected appearance of the frost giants the night before, he would have left much earlier. The throne of Asgard was merely a matter of inheritance disputes between brothers. As an outsider, there was no reason for him to get involved. Standing beside the RV and watching as Gryell sped away on his motorcycle, Thor couldn't help but exclaim, "Midgard has such brave and capable warriors. When I return, I must report this to my father and request that he allows him to join the army of the gods." Jane, who had just stepped out of the RV, sighed helplessly upon hearing Thor's words. "Thor, this is not Asgard. It is Earth. Do not mention such things again. I don't know when you will return, but before you do, you must learn to live here as a human. Also, your name is Donald Blake, not Thor Odinson." "Yes, I know," Thor replied absent-mindedly, which only deepened Jane's frustration. She decided to give up on further lecturing Thor and began to pack things up for their journey. Their astronomical observations in New Mexico had barely begun when they ended abruptly. All the equipment and research materials had been confiscated by a group of agents, and the only takeaway was this unreliable Thor from Asgard, who had lost his powers. It was because they suspected this man might be the god of thunder that Jane and Eric had hastily left the chaos surrounding the fallen hammer, hoping to prevent Thor from being discovered and taken away by the agents. Otherwise, their only gain would have been lost. Unexpectedly, they encountered a boy on the road who had run out of gas, and like magic, he produced bizarre sets of armor from thin air, subsequently unleashing a flurry of blows against those creatures Thor referred to as frost giants. In just a few days, Jane and her companions had truly broadened their horizons and gained new insights, marveling at the vastness and oddities of the world. Although their planned observations and experiments were unfulfilled, even losing their equipment and materials, capturing a Norse god, and witnessing the battle between Kamen Rider and the frost giants made the trip worthwhile. As Jane and the others busily packed up the RV, preparing to head back to school, Gryell had cranked up his motorcycle to its maximum speed. The high velocity made the wind whip past his ears with a whooshing sound. Even with a helmet on, he could clearly hear the rush of air. He continued to speed down the highway until dusk, finally arriving in New Jersey. Crossing the Washington Bridge, he returned to Manhattan Island, New York, the bustling economic center of America, after 4 days of absence. His previous visit had been to rescue Uncle Ben, a hurried trip with no time to appreciate the exotic scenery. Now, Gryell similarly found no leisure. He followed Route 9A all the way from Washington Heights to Harlem, a well-known African-American community. The proportion of black residents here was even higher than in Brooklyn. Although part of Manhattan, the area was a stark contrast in terms of greenery, infrastructure, and safety compared to the central business district. This reality struck Gryell particularly hard as he turned off Route 9A. Vehicles lined the sides of the roads, occupying half the width of the street. Perhaps due to the late autumn, many yellowed leaves were scattered across the road and sidewalks, and the bustling pedestrians were mostly not of Caucasian descent. This place was not unfamiliar to Gryell. In his previous life, he had played the game Prototype 1.2, which was set in Manhattan. He had controlled the protagonist to scale walls and glide through the city many times, with many buildings feeling quite familiar, such as the 14 cross-shaped 14-story buildings in the park before him, where he had killed, climbed, and glided as Alex countless times. However, Gryell was not there for a pilgrimage. There was a safe house set up by Uncle Ben during his lifetime. There were 4 such safe houses in total. The one in Brooklyn had already been evacuated, and the one in Queens had likely been compromised. Now only these 2 in Manhattan remained. Before leaving, Mindy had given Gryell the address and the keys. He parked the motorcycle beneath one of the buildings, took the elevator to the 14th floor, and unlocked the wooden door with the key. From the outside, the door looked like any other, but inside there was a second iron door. It could only be breached with explosives. The apartment was a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room setup, but the door to the 3rd bedroom was concealed within the closet of the left bedroom. Once inside, it revealed a hidden space. The walls were lined with iron racks filled with various firearms, and there were boxes of ammunition of all calibers below. Handguns, shotguns, submachine guns, sniper rifles, grenades, C4 explosives, everything was there resembling a small armory. This finally clarified where Uncle Ben's money had gone, all spent on weapons. Near the windows, there was a table with 2 computers. A wooden board hung on the window, covered with photos and names, connected by red lines indicating their relationships, resembling a pyramid. Many names at the bottom of the pyramid had red crosses marked on them, and the higher up, the fewer red crosses there were. The top 3 rows contained over 10 names, none marked with red crosses, indicating that the lower minions were easier to find and eliminate, while the higher-ups were much harder to trace. Gryell sat down and began browsing through the computers and paper documents related to Uncle Ben's revenge targets and plans, spending 3 hours finally piecing together some clues. These materials were collected by Uncle Ben after his release, gathered little by little in secret regarding the drug lord Frank Amick, who had framed him. Over the span of 6 years, he had collected information while training Mindy, compiling photos and pages of documents that outlined Frank Amick's drug trafficking network and the politicians who sheltered it. Uncle Ben's goal was to eliminate everyone at the top, making Frank Amick suffer the loss of wealth, men, and everything else before returning to kill him. This revenge plan had only begun 5 months ago. The Brooklyn gang leader Parker Robbins, whom they had sought earlier, was the executor of Uncle Ben's framing. When rescuing Uncle Ben, it was Parker Robbins' henchman, Carl Burbank, who had his arm broken by Gryell's gun. In the dark depths of the secret base, a massive relational map hung on the wall like a specter, resembling the network of dark forces. Each red line appeared as a tentacle reaching into the abyss of evil. This map measured 2 meters in length and width, silently narrating the conspiracy and crimes hidden beneath the night in New York. The red lines connected photographs and names tightly together, the crimson hue resembling the blood of sin flowing through the network. The various relationships noted beside the lines and the character descriptions beneath the photos resembled dark codes, sending a chill through Gryell's heart. He could clearly see that more than half of the people on this map were gangsters and criminals, forming the notorious drug trafficking group. The remaining individuals were the protectors of this web of crime. From New York State legislators to city council members, from the NYPD to dock managers, they were like greedy termites, providing shelter and nourishment for this evil network. These officials, big and small, would not hesitate to reap benefits from this network as long as it operated smoothly or served their interests. Depending on their rank and involvement in protecting the network, they received varying amounts of cash. It was as if this web was their cash cow. Anyone daring to attempt to tear it apart would face ruthless backlash. Whatever force they used to tear it would rebound upon them tenfold. Gryell could easily imagine the troubles and dangers he would face once he started to dismantle this web of crime. Cutting off someone's financial lifeline was akin to killing their parents. The drug lords would not let it go easily, and the bureaucratic power of the NYPD would join the hunt for him without hesitation. It was reminiscent of the tragic scene depicted in the classic Batman, The Dark Knight, where all the police officers pursued the Dark Knight, perceived as a criminal. Gryell believed he would soon earn such honors, being hunted down by both the forces of law and the underworld like a mad dog. However, unlike Batman, Gryell was not fighting to protect a city that was entirely foreign to him. He lacked Batman's noble character and universal sentiments. His heart only held one goal: to fulfill Uncle Ben's last wish. Although Uncle Ben had repeatedly told him not to seek revenge and to return to a normal life, Gryell could not forget the deep-seated hatred within him. If he did not possess such extraordinary power, perhaps he would heed Uncle Ben's words and lead a mundane life. But now that he had this strength, he had to avenge Uncle Ben to repay him for his diligent mentoring over the past month. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. He would let Uncle Ben's revenge plan come to fruition, allowing him to rest in peace in the afterlife, while also earning some precious points for himself. With this resolve, Gryell stood up, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He slowly surveyed the guns hanging on the wall, as if they were swords ready to be drawn, prepared to pave the way for his path of vengeance. He opened a drawer, donned a pair of black leather gloves, and without hesitation, took 2 handguns, an assault rifle, a sniper rifle, and 6 grenades, then began skillfully loading the appropriate bullets into the magazines. He knew well that this operation had to be kept low profile to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, the firepower of the weapons that came with Kamen Rider was far too great. Using them against ordinary criminals would be like using a ship cutter to kill a chicken. Not only would it create a huge commotion, but it would also attract unwanted attention. He didn't want powerful entities like S.H.I.E.L.D. knocking on his door. What he needed now was to complete his revenge silently and withdraw unscathed. Carefully attaching the suppressor to the gun's muzzle, he filled the magazine to capacity, slinging the sniper rifle on his back, the assault rifle across his chest, and placing the 2 handguns in holsters on either side of his hips. The grenades were stowed in a pouch on his decade belt, zipped up securely to ensure everything was ready. Next, he found a large black robe with a hood, wrapping himself tightly as if transforming into a ghost of darkness. He picked up the half-mask helmet that Uncle Ben had worn, resembling Batman's, and placed it on his head, feeling as though he was merging into the shadows. Finally, he raised his left arm, pulled out the decade card, and gently inserted it into the decade driver. In an instant, a flash of light enveloped him, transforming him into the fearsome Kamen Rider decade. Turning off the lights in the secret room, he stepped into the darkened living room. The world outside was already aglow with lights. From his height on the 14th floor, he could see far into the distance, with countless homes illuminated. It appeared as though the entire city was immersed in a facade of prosperity, with few caring about the evil hidden beneath the cover of night. "Dark New York, here I come," Gryell whispered, slowly pulling open the living room window and leaping down. The dim light of a street lamp by the winding path of the park apartment cast shadows, and the dark light, combined with the cover of the large trees, created an area of darkness a little further away. Gryell's black and white armor served as a natural camouflage, allowing him to land silently on the ground littered with dry leaves, bending his legs to absorb the impact. As he stood up, the decade armor faded away without a trace, as if it had never existed. A driverless motorcycle glided smoothly along the now empty road, coming to a stop right beside him as he stepped onto the street. Gryell swung his leg over the motorcycle, twisting the throttle to burst forth at high speed down the road. The wind whipped through his robe, creating a rustling sound that resembled a dark melody. Accompanied by this rhythmic refrain, he quickly vanished into the flow of traffic, racing towards his hidden, sinister target cloaked in darkness. Uncle Ben's death was undoubtedly connected to that so-called informant, and the first person Gryell needed to find was him. He used his Cobra phone to infiltrate the communications company's system, tracking the strength of signals from 3 signal towers to pinpoint the informant's location. The streets were eerily quiet at 11 o'clock at night, nearly deserted. A motorcycle zipped through the relatively empty streets at an incredible speed while Gryell, navigating the bike, scanned the area to ensure no one noticed his actions. Once he confirmed that the coast was clear, he released his grip on the motorcycle with his left hand, and a card instantly flew into his grasp. Without hesitation, he inserted it into the decade driver at his waist. In the next moment, his black robe was replaced by the dazzling dragon knight armor. At the instant he completed his transformation, the motorcycle seemed to be enchanted, abruptly swerving left and crashing into the storefront window of a nearby shop, both rider and machine disappearing into the darkness as if they had never appeared. In a building on the 15th floor, 5 or 6 men and women lay sprawled on the filthy floor, sofa, and tables, surrounded by bottles, clothing, and numerous used syringes. Clearly, they were a group of junkies holding their filthy gathering. One middle-aged black man, swaying unsteadily, stood up naked and staggered toward the bathroom. Just as he reached the living room, he had not yet turned on the lights when he saw a figure suddenly leap out from the living room window. The silhouette appeared particularly jarring against the darkness, causing him to freeze in place, blinking and shaking his head in an attempt to shake off the alcohol-induced stupor, thinking it was merely a hallucination. But before his senses could return to normal, the shadowy figure was already in front of him, gripping his neck. The sudden pain and choking sensation jolted him awake momentarily from his drunken haze. He struggled to open his eyes, trying to see the visage of his assailant. Gryell's right hand tightened around the man's neck, and with a swift tap of his left hand on the man's head, he knocked him out cold. Gryell easily hoisted the unconscious body and flipped it out the window. He leaped down, catching the fire escape of the 18th floor with one hand, using that strength to propel himself upward. Like an agile leopard, he swiftly ascended to the rooftop, tossing the man who had betrayed Uncle Ben onto the ground, cold, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. In that autumn wind, the cold ground seemed to seep into the very essence of the air, and a naked man slowly began to awaken in this chilling atmosphere. His once relaxed arms instinctively hugged his body tightly, curling up like a ball, as if that would somehow shield him from the biting wind and grant him even a fleeting moment of warmth. However, before he could comprehend why he found himself in such a predicament, Gryell, clad in the shimmering dragon knight armor, appeared like a ghost. Grabbing the man's right leg as if seizing a lamb destined for slaughter, he forcefully yanked him off the ground and mercilessly flung him outside, sending him soaring through the void. The inertia of the throw acted like a violent force, causing the man's forehead to collide painfully with a hard wall, blood gushing forth and trickling down like a small stream from a gash in his head. In that moment, he found himself hanging upside down, face against the wall. The awkward position left him unable to bend his body, and he could only strain to turn his neck, attempting to avert his gaze from the abyss below, as if it concealed endless horrors. Suspended at a height of 100 meters, being held by his leg with his head down, the feeling of terror overwhelmed him, far more intense than any bungee jump. At least with bungee jumping, there was a safety rope. Here, if his captor were to release him, he would plummet into the depths of oblivion and death. The extreme fear involuntarily caused him to let out a piercing scream, desperately twisting his neck to catch a glimpse of the person who had him in such a precarious situation. In the pitch-black night, he could only make out a blurred silhouette. The upper half of the figure that wasn't obscured by the rooftop wall radiated a silvery light, and the 2 red lights on the head appeared fragmented, making it impossible to discern the identity of his captor. Although he had no idea who this masked figure was, his instinct for survival kicked in, and he hurriedly shouted, "What do you want? I can give you anything. The money is in the safe in the room. I can open it for you." And my card, it's in my pocket. The password is... Before he could finish his sentence, Gryell loosened his grip slightly, allowing him to slide down a bit. The sudden sensation of weightlessness made him panic, causing snot and tears to stream down his face as he cried out, "What do you want? I'll give you everything." However, his pitiful display did nothing to sway Gryell, only fueling his anger further. Gryell bent down, his voice low and icy as he asked, "Where is Parker Robbins?" The man looked bewildered, stammering, "What?" Gryell repeated his question, and the man trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering, as he answered fearfully, I don't know. I've never heard that name. I can give you money." "Oh, really? You don't know?" Gryell said, releasing his right hand. The man immediately began to slide downward, the intense feeling of falling eliciting a chilling scream from him. After he fell about a meter, Gryell reached down again, gripping his ankle and lifting him back up. As the man shouted in terror, Gryell's demonic voice returned to his ears. "But you told someone that you knew where Parker Robbins was, and then you sold him out. Does that ring a bell? If not, I can help you remember. Maybe this will jog your memory." Gryell's words struck him like a heavy hammer against his heart, suddenly reminding him of the encounter from last week. A so-called officer he had dealt with a long time ago had come to ask about Parker Robbins. Initially, he had merely sold information about the street people to earn some cash, but he thought this officer was an easy mark. After taking the money, he had no qualms about selling the officer out, pocketing the sum. Afterward, he had pushed the incident from his mind, happily squandering the money he had earned and even gathering a group of people for a party at his place. Now, hanging upside down with blood rushing to his head, Gryell's words filled him with dread, making him mutter to himself, "Could it be that guy found out he was duped and has come for revenge?" Noticing the man's prolonged silence, Gryell again loosened his grip, allowing him to slide down slowly, inch by inch. The fear of sliding down slowly, not knowing when he would be dropped to become a splattered mess, was far more terrifying than the prospect of immediate death. The man screamed in panic, desperately clawing at the wall as if trying to grab onto a lifeline, even as the rough concrete scraped his fingers, refusing to let go. The terror of death compelled him to spill everything. "I'll tell you everything. Just don't let go. I like honest people, so please don't lie," Gryell said, giving his arm a slight shake, which only elicited more frantic cries from the man. After threatening him, Gryell did not pull him back but continued to dangle him outside, asking, "Now answer my question. Where is Parker Robbins?" The man hurriedly replied, "I don't know. I really don't. I'm just a small-time thug. How can I know his whereabouts?" Before he could finish his defense, Gryell growled, "But you said you knew. You told him you knew where he was." The man quickly retorted, "I just wanted to scam some information fees. I was just saying that. I really don't know where the Red Hood boss is. I swear. And what else? What else?" Gryell's voice grew heavier as he slowly released his grip, allowing the man's legs to slide down again. At this height, the icy wind felt like knives cutting into him, and the blood pooling in his head made him feel more miserable than death itself. He trembled uncontrollably, his skin nearly turning purple. I said," the man stammered, his teeth chattering, "I sold some information about the Red Hood boss and his Sandy Jess. That's all I know. I swear it's all true. Where can I find his Sandy Jess?" "At the 9-story building, apartment 304 on the 3rd floor, at 1st Avenue and 116th Street in East Harlem." "Is that true?" Yes. The man nodded vigorously. As if afraid that wasn't enough, he quickly added, "That's all I know. I have cash. I can give it to you. I don't want your money. I want you to atone for your sins," Gryell said, yanking him back from the ledge, stepping forward and onto a 1-square-meter puddle on the rooftop. Instantly, he and the man vanished into the puddle, as if they had never existed. A few minutes later, the building manager, alerted by the shouting from the rooftop, came to investigate. He shone his flashlight around, but found nothing and left in frustration. Meanwhile, after stepping into the puddle for just over 10 seconds, Gryell burst out a shop window 2 streets away on his motorcycle, speeding down the empty street at lightning speed. As for the man who had betrayed Uncle Ben, he vanished without a trace the moment he entered the mirror world, that mysterious realm seeming to possess the power to consume everything, thoroughly erasing all evidence and leaving no clues for anyone to follow. According to the enigmatic theory of 6 degrees of separation, all things in the world seem to be intricately connected by invisible threads. Gryell, the seeker of fate, appeared to be favored by the goddess of fortune, as he learned the whereabouts of Parker Robbins through just 3 intermediaries. The informant who had once betrayed Uncle Ben, driven by the fear of death, spilled everything he knew like beans tumbling out of a bamboo tube. The layers of clues unfolded like a winding secret passage, guiding Gryell to a crucial node. The peripheral members of the Brooklyn gang, under the shadow of death, dared not hold anything back, revealing the names of those who could connect to Parker Robbins. Thus, Gryell became like a skilled detective, employing these seemingly random, yet inevitable clues to inch closer to the truth hidden in darkness. At this moment, he hung suspended outside the towering building, the cold wind cutting through his skin like sharp ice knives, his body swaying like a leaf in the wind at the dangerous precipice. Yet, the passion for justice burning in his heart was like a blazing fire, igniting his soul and allowing him to remain calm and decisive even in the face of life and death, as he sought out the evil lurking in the shadows. As the mysterious clues became clearer, Gryell's actions transformed into a sword that was about to be unsheathed, radiating endless sharpness. He rode his motorcycle, racing down the winding roads toward the enigmatic destination. The speed felt as though it could leave time and space behind, all in a bid to quickly unveil the fog surrounding Parker Robbins, exposing the hidden evil lurking in darkness. He was dressed in a peculiar outfit, with a sniper rifle slung over his back, an assault rifle hanging on his chest, and 2 handguns gripped tightly in his hands. His body was adorned with grenades and magazines, resembling a ruthless gangster, completely at odds with the image of a Kamen Rider, as if he were wantonly tarnishing the original persona. Yet, at this moment, Gryell paid no mind to appearances. His eyes were solely focused on the target of his wrath. Skillfully chambering bullets into the 2 handguns, he listened intently to the faint footsteps echoing from both sides of the corridor. Then, like a ferocious leopard, he lunged forward and kicked open the door with a force that shattered any remaining silence, striding confidently into the hallway. As he stepped through the doorway, his arms shot out like lightning, the gun barrels precisely aimed at both sides of the corridor. In that instant, he curled his fingers and decisively pulled the triggers. The muffled yet powerful gunfire, enhanced by the suppressors, echoed through the air. 2 bullets flew like arrows released from a bow, slicing through the atmosphere with an ear-piercing whistle, striking the heads of 2 men on either side of the corridor with astounding accuracy. The hardened skulls of the victims shattered under the impact of the bullets, instantly creating gaping holes as blood erupted forth, cascading down like a stream. Both men fell backward, crashing heavily onto the marble floor, lifeless. A stream of crimson fluid flowed from the small holes in their heads, marking the end of their lives, reduced to mere souls claimed by Gryell's gun. Without pausing to glance at the 2 corpses, Gryell stepped over them and continued forward, as if the killings were nothing out of the ordinary. In just over a month since arriving in this unfamiliar world, he had undergone a terrifying transformation, evolving from a man who had never harmed anything to a cold-hearted warrior capable of taking lives without a second thought. Is it true that one becomes accustomed to doing something after repeating it enough times? Perhaps so. After all, with each killing, the fear and pity in his heart gradually faded away. Now, he faced any situation without flinching. Even if a ghost were to suddenly appear, he would pull the trigger without hesitation. He made no effort to hide, striding boldly through the dimly lit indoor arena. When the beam of a flashlight entered his line of sight, he raised his gun and fired, followed by the sound of a body hitting the ground and the flashlight rolling away. The battle had been decidedly asymmetric from the start. Though there were 2 or 3 dozen gang members present, their firearms were utterly ineffective against Gryell, clad in Dragon Knight armor. Conversely, Gryell's shots were precise, and after emptying the magazines of both handguns, he tossed them into a nearby, shattered glass door, allowing the bullets to be obliterated in the mirror world. Next, he yanked down the assault rifle, firing with one hand while tossing 2 grenades toward the gang members hiding behind cars with the other. The thunderous explosions rang out across the yard, their power eclipsing the earlier gunfire, as flames erupted, visible even from a distance. The cars parked in the yard were riddled with bullet holes and now reduced to scrap metal by the grenades. The windows and mirrors shattered under the shockwaves of the blasts. The 8 or 9 gang members who had been shooting from behind the cars lay scattered across the ground, some dead on the spot, while others were grievously wounded, writhing in agony. With his immense strength of 500 kilograms, Gryell tossed grenades, as if playing a game, accurately throwing them behind every cover where gang members were hiding. Each explosion was accompanied by screams, wails, and terrified cries, as if the Grim Reaper were mercilessly reaping lives. After 5 explosions, the yard was eerily silent, devoid of any gunfire. All those who had been present, except for Gryell, lay still on the ground, as if time had frozen in that moment. The ground was littered with shattered glass and spent bullet casings, and several cars were engulfed in flames, illuminating the bodies sprawled in the vicinity. The warm blood flowed through the cracks in the pavement, saturating the entire area with a thick stench of death, with many pieces of flesh and blood sticking to the sports equipment, turning what was once a vibrant arena of health and youth into a gruesome slaughterhouse. Gryell jabbed his right arm down forcefully, half of it disappearing into the shards of glass on the ground, and when he withdrew it, the rifle was gone. He raised his right arm, pulling down the sniper rifle from his back, holding it in his hand, and elevating his left arm to support the barrel, aiming at the rooftop of the building at a 60-degree angle in front of him. A lookout was peering through binoculars, speaking into a walkie-talkie. When he saw Gryell aiming the sniper rifle at him through the lenses, their eyes met, as if confirming each other's presence. Gryell could clearly see the man's momentary pause, unsure whether it was the Dragon Knight armor or the sniper rifle that had shocked him. With a smirk, Gryell whispered, "I see you." Then, with a flick of his finger, he pulled the trigger. The thunderous sound echoed, and though he wore the Decade armor, the recoil pushed him back slightly. Yet he remained steady, supporting the sniper rifle as a long bullet shot out, streaking through the air like a meteor. In the next moment, the man's head exploded like a watermelon hit by a hammer, instantly turning into a gory mess. Gryell swiftly adjusted his aim at another lookout on a different building, pulling the trigger again. After emptying 7 rounds, all the lookouts were eliminated in a mere 10 seconds. With the sniper rifle slung over his back, Gryell stepped forward, beginning to collect usable weapons from the ground. Regardless of whether the gang members were still moaning or lying still, he methodically checked off each one with crisp gunfire echoing in the open yard, drowning out their cries for help and moans. After emptying the 5th handgun, the yard finally returned to a haunting silence, as if it had been enveloped by death, leaving no one capable of uttering a sound. He casually tossed the 2 handguns he had collected into the flaming wreckage of a car and walked toward the room leading to the hidden dock below. It had only been 5 minutes since he kicked down the door and launched his assault, and over 30 ruthless gang members had fallen before his guns. The only thing that left him feeling unsatisfied was that the points earned from killing these gang members, added to the previous 175, only amounted to 1121, a far cry from what he had gained from dealing with the frost giants. As the transaction below was abruptly cut short, the gunfire and explosions above sent shockwaves of fear through the shady characters down below. They began to suspect that the police had arrived, casting wary and suspicious glances at one another, each believing the other had drawn the trouble. Box after box of priceless white powder was tossed into the water, even the boxes being soaked. While his underlings were busy with this, Parker Robbins, the Red Hood boss, stood silently, donning his red hood, scanning everyone in the room with a grim expression, as though deep in thought. A few of his men communicated with the ground over the walkie-talkie, trying to figure out what was happening, but all they heard were gunshots, explosions, screams, and moans. After the final 7 heavy gunshots rang out, everything fell into silence, and they finally finished destroying all evidence. The seller from the distant lands of South America seemed to be engulfed in flames of anger, spewing forth a barrage of incomprehensible, rapid-fire words in a strange language, filled with intense fury. It was no wonder. After enduring countless hardships to transport such a large shipment, they had suddenly seen it thrown into the river by an unknown force, akin to tossing large sums of cash into the water without a second thought. How could he not be furious? As he continued his tirade, he beckoned his subordinates, urgently preparing to board the speedboat they had arrived in, eager to flee this seemingly cursed place. Yet, just as he took 2 steps forward, Parker Robbins, who had previously appeared calm, suddenly transformed into a menacing figure. His raspy voice echoed like a voice from hell as he said, "Why the rush? You can't even hear any sirens. It seems someone is here to stir things up." The seller felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue, his eyes wide in disbelief as he turned to look at the empty boxes and the water devoid of any white powder. In an instant, His rage erupted like a volcano, and he screamed at Parker, "Why didn't you say that earlier? You wait until all the goods are tossed into the water to tell me. Are you an idiot?" For him, it didn't matter who he sold the goods to, as long as he got paid. But now, having risked his life to transport cargo all the way from South America, only to have it thrown into the water before he could even unload it, he was furious beyond measure, fearing he would lose everything. "Don't worry, my friend. You didn't come all this way just to go home empty-handed. Your money is safe." Parker Robbins managed to force a smile, speaking in a tone that seemed deceptively calm. "This is our first transaction, and it's a shame to have it interrupted like this. Let me catch these uninvited guests so you can judge if I'm strong enough to be your sole partner in New York." As he spoke, the gang members who had previously surrounded him dwindled to 5, while the remaining 10 swiftly drew automatic rifles, splitting into 2 groups, one heading toward the staircase and the other toward the water, preparing to strike simultaneously and teach the intruders a harsh lesson. Among those advancing toward the staircase were only 3 individuals, their mission solely to draw the enemy's attention, creating an opportunity for the other 7 to ascend the ramp from the embankment and launch a surprise attack. As one of them made his way up the stairs, his rifle's safety had long been disengaged, the cold muzzle aimed straight ahead, ready to unleash death at a moment's notice. The dim light from above cast his shadow onto the 2 behind him, creating an ominous silhouette that obscured their vision. Just as this seemingly calm moment unfolded, the previously closed iron door at the top of the stairs suddenly cracked open a mere 20 centimeters. A ghostly arm shot in with lightning speed, followed by 2 dark iron objects that were ruthlessly tossed inside. The arm, clad in a black glove, retracted just as swiftly, and the iron door slammed shut with a resounding bang, as if sealing that terrifying moment within. "Grenade!" The leading man screamed in terror, his voice filled with despair as he turned and bolted back, desperate to escape the impending doom. But his speed was too slow. The 2 grenades rolled after him like merciless harbingers of death, exploding above his head with a deafening roar. In that narrow corridor, the power of the grenades was magnified, sending a shower of metal fragments flying like confetti in all directions. Human bodies and hard bricks were effortlessly penetrated by the invisible force of the explosion. It was as if the place had transformed into a hell on earth, the horrific scene too gruesome to behold. No one could hear any cries of anguish, as the thunderous explosions drowned out all sound. After the blasts, the once pristine white walls were now splattered with vivid red, a horrifying tableau of mingled blood and debris. Fragments of flesh, steel, and brick littered the ground, not to mention the 3 bodies that had been blown to pieces, their forms unrecognizable. Anyone with even a slightly weaker constitution would surely be driven insane by the sight of such bloodshed. Meanwhile, in the small dock below, 7 individuals had only just begun to climb the staircase when a thunderous roar erupted from above. A thick cloud of smoke surged from the stairway, mingling with a nauseating scent of blood. The fate of the 3 men above was all too clear. Instantly, everyone below was like startled beasts, hurriedly raising their guns to aim at the still smoking stairway, searching for any cover. The South American seller, crouched low and looking like a rabbit fleeing for its life, dashed toward the speedboat, thinking that money could be earned again, but if he lost his life, everything would be over. Above, Gryell turned after tossing the grenades through the door, moving like a leopard toward the riverbank. He casually picked up a brick and began tossing it up and down in his hand, performing a silent act of preparation. As he approached the river, the first man to peek out was met with a terrified expression that hadn't yet faded. He saw a dark figure standing silently by the riverbank, resembling a statue from hell. Before he could discern the figure's appearance, Gryell's iron grip seized his neck with lightning speed, yanking him upward. At the same time, his right hand, like the scythe of death, struck down with the brick. Thud! It echoed, the brick shattering upon impact, a stream of warm blood trickling down the man's face, painting a gruesome picture. He didn't even have a chance to scream before being knocked unconscious and tossed aside. Gryell swiftly grabbed the automatic rifle from his limp hands and yanked it free, snapping the strap in the process. One by one, coming up like little kids saving Grandpa. Truly the choice of the clever, Gryell said, his voice cold as ice, as he pointed the rifle over the riverbank, aiming at the chaotic scene below, pulling the trigger. Bang! 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 The crisp and rhythmic sound of the three-round burst rang out, and the two men still climbing let out piercing screams, as if their lives were being harvested by the scythe of death. Their bodies tumbled like kites with severed strings, plunging into the river with a splash, their last cries echoing in the night. The river erupted in two massive splashes, then gradually fell silent, making it difficult to find any trace of them. The five individuals preparing to continue climbing were now paralyzed with fear. They hurriedly retreated into the dock, not daring to show their heads, terrified of becoming the next victims of gunfire. They merely pointed their guns out, firing blindly at the still smoking stairway, with bullets spiraling upward like meteors, a futile attempt to find solace for their fragile hearts. Meanwhile, in the underwater dock, the South American sailor and his men boarded the speedboat, completely ignoring Parker Robbins's urgent pleas. To them, this was a conflict between others, and they would not involve themselves. Just as they were bickering, a shadow emerged beneath the water. The figure, resembling a ghost in the depths, propelled itself swiftly towards the speedboat. Upon closer inspection, the shadow was Gryell, clad in decade armor, holding two grenades with the safety pins removed, appearing as a harbinger of doom. When he was 3 meters away from the speedboat, Gryell released his thumb from the safety lever, sending the grenades flying into the boat. Boom! Boom! The twin explosions echoed like thunder, the flames erupting in the cramped dock, resembling a dazzling yet terrifying fireworks display. In such a confined space, the power of the grenades was unimaginable, obliterating the speedboat and leaving no chance for the occupants to survive. They were all doomed. Shrapnel scattered like the claws of demons, causing screams to erupt as they flew past. Parker Robbins's men suffered catastrophic injuries, with even Parker himself being thrown to the ground by the force of the blast, as if fate had mercilessly slammed him down. Gryell was clad in an unusual attire, with a sniper rifle slung over his back, an assault rifle hanging from his chest, and 2 handguns gripped tightly in his hands. He was adorned with grenades and magazines, looking every bit like a ruthless thug, completely breaking the traditional image of a Kamen Rider, as if he were deliberately tarnishing its essence. But at that moment, Gryell paid no mind to appearances. His focus was solely on the target of his wrath. Skillfully chambering bullets into both handguns, he listened intently to the faint footsteps echoing from both sides of the corridor. Then, like a fierce leopard, he lunged forward and kicked open the door with a force that shattered the silence, striding confidently into the hallway. As he stepped through the doorway, his arms shot out like lightning, the gun barrels perfectly aimed at both sides of the corridor. In that instant, he curled his fingers and decisively pulled the triggers. The muffled yet powerful gunfire, enhanced by the suppressors, echoed through the air. 2 bullets flew like arrows released from a bow, slicing through the atmosphere with an ear-piercing whistle, striking the heads of 2 men on either side of the corridor with astounding accuracy. The hardened skulls of the victims shattered under the impact of the bullets, instantly creating gaping holes as blood erupted forth, cascading down like a stream. Both men fell backward, crashing heavily onto the marble floor, lifeless. A stream of crimson fluid flowed from the small holes in their heads, marking the end of their lives, reduced to mere souls claimed by Gryell's gun. Without pausing to glance at the 2 corpses, Gryell stepped over them and continued forward, as if the killings were nothing out of the ordinary. In just over a month since arriving in this unfamiliar world, he had undergone a terrifying transformation, evolving from a man who had never harmed anything to a cold-hearted warrior capable of taking lives without a second thought. Is it true that one becomes accustomed to doing something after repeating it enough times? Perhaps so. After all, with each killing, the fear and pity in his heart gradually faded away. Now, he faced any situation without flinching. Even if a ghost were to suddenly appear, he would pull the trigger without hesitation. He made no effort to hide, striding boldly through the dimly lit indoor arena. When the beam of a flashlight entered his line of sight, he raised his gun and fired, followed by the sound of a body hitting the ground and the flashlight rolling away. The battle had been decidedly asymmetric from the start. Though there were 2 or 3 dozen gang members present, their firearms were utterly ineffective against Gryell, clad in Dragon Knight armor. Conversely, Gryell's shots were precise, and after emptying the magazines of both handguns, he tossed them into a nearby shattered glass door, allowing the bullets to be obliterated in the mirror world. Next, he yanked down the assault rifle, firing with one hand while tossing 2 grenades toward the gang members hiding behind cars with the other. The thunderous explosions rang out across the yard, their power eclipsing the earlier gunfire, as flames erupted, visible even from a distance. The cars parked in the yard were riddled with bullet holes and now reduced to scrap metal by the grenades. The windows and mirrors shattered under the shock waves of the blasts. The 8 or 9 gang members who had been shooting from behind the cars lay scattered across the ground, some dead on the spot, while others were grievously wounded, writhing in agony. With his immense strength of 500 kilograms, Gryell tossed grenades as if playing a game, accurately throwing them behind every cover where gang members were hiding. Each explosion was accompanied by screams, wails, and terrified cries, as if the Grim Reaper were mercilessly reaping lives. After 5 explosions, the yard was eerily silent, devoid of any gunfire. All those who had been present, except for Gryell, lay still on the ground, as if time had frozen in that moment. The ground was littered with shattered glass and spent bullet casings, and several cars were engulfed in flames, illuminating the bodies sprawled in the vicinity. The warm blood flowed through the cracks in the pavement, saturating the entire area with a thick stench of death, with many pieces of flesh and blood sticking to the sports equipment, turning what was once a vibrant arena of health and youth into a gruesome slaughterhouse. Gryell jabbed his right arm down forcefully, half of it disappearing into the shards of glass on the ground, and when he withdrew it, the rifle was gone. He raised his right arm, pulling down the sniper rifle from his back, holding it in his hand, and elevating his left arm to support the barrel, aiming at the rooftop of the building at a 60-degree angle in front of him. A lookout was peering through binoculars, speaking into a walkie-talkie. When he saw Gryell aiming the sniper rifle at him through the lenses, their eyes met, as if confirming each other's presence. Gryell could clearly see the man's momentary pause, unsure whether it was the Dragon Knight armor or the sniper rifle that had shocked him. With a smirk, Gryell whispered, "I see you." Then, with a flick of his finger, he pulled the trigger. The thunderous sound echoed, and though he wore the Decade armor, the recoil pushed him back slightly. Yet he remained steady, supporting the sniper rifle as a long bullet shot out, streaking through the air like a meteor. In the next moment, the man's head exploded like a watermelon hit by a hammer, instantly turning into a gory mess. Gryell swiftly adjusted his aim at another lookout on a different building, pulling the trigger again. After emptying 7 rounds, all the lookouts were eliminated in a mere 10 seconds. With the sniper rifle slung over his back, Gryell stepped forward, beginning to collect usable weapons from the ground. Regardless of whether the gang members were still moaning or lying still, he methodically checked off, each one with crisp gunfire echoing in the open yard, drowning out their cries for help and moans. After emptying the 5th handgun, the yard finally returned to a haunting silence, as if it had been enveloped by death, leaving no one capable of uttering a sound. He casually tossed the 2 handguns he had collected into the flaming wreckage of a car and walked toward the room leading to the hidden dock below. It had only been 5 minutes since he kicked down the door and launched his assault, and over 30 ruthless gang members had fallen before his guns. The only thing that left him feeling unsatisfied was that the points earned from killing these gang members, added to the previous 175, only amounted to 1121, a far cry from what he had gained from dealing with the frost giants. As the transaction below was abruptly cut short, the gunfire and explosions above sent shockwaves of fear through the shady characters down below. They began to suspect that the police had arrived, casting wary and suspicious glances at one another, each believing the other had drawn the trouble. Box after box of priceless white powder was tossed into the water, even the boxes being soaked. While his underlings were busy with this, Parker Robbins, the Red Hood boss, stood silently, donning his red hood, scanning everyone in the room with a grim expression, as though deep in thought. A few of his men communicated with the ground over the walkie-talkie, trying to figure out what was happening, but all they heard were gunshots, explosions, screams, and moans. After the final 7 heavy gunshots rang out, everything fell into silence, and they finally finished destroying all evidence. Despite Gryell's mind being occupied with matters regarding mutants and Inhumans, his alertness had not diminished. He was fully focused on searching for Parker Robbins' whereabouts, his ears sharp as radar, carefully listening to every sound in the room. In the dock, strewn with corpses, there were no other sounds except for the wind, the explosions of the burning speedboats, and the distant sounds of ship whistles and car engines. This made Gryell furrow his brow, a hint of doubt surfacing in his mind. Could it be that Parker Robbins was staying put without moving? As this thought crossed his mind, Gryell reacted swiftly. He raised his left arm, and a card flew into his hand like a bird. But before he could insert it into the driver of the Emperor's bike at his waist, a sudden sound of slicing air came from behind him. There was no time to think. He quickly twisted his waist and kicked hard toward the direction of the sound. Although his movements were seamless like flowing water, he was ultimately a beat too slow. At the moment the night card box at his waist spat out a card, Parker Robbins' figure appeared. His palms were entwined with bolts of lightning energy, mercilessly striking at Gryell, who had only just turned 60 degrees. The explosion of electrical energy was extremely powerful, far surpassing that of a grenade. This force sent Gryell flying, and he tumbled through the air 2 or 3 times before crashing down onto a sinking and burning speedboat like a cannonball. The speedboat tipped up at the other end from the impact, while he sank toward the water's bottom. Around him, debris from 2 grenades was thrown into the air again by the shock wave of the electrical explosion, hitting the surrounding walls or falling into the water like hidden weapons. Amidst this hurricane-like shock wave, Parker Robbins, with his feet floating 20 centimeters above the ground, landed steadily like a rock. His red hood swayed up and down, blown by the strong wind, as if declaring his authority. Upon landing, the lifeless gray smoke threads swirling on the surface of the red hood shot towards the surrounding corpses like flying needles, seemingly sucking something in. After a pause of 2 breaths, these smoke threads returned to the red hood, appearing slightly thicker than before. However, Parker Robbins' expression remained unchanged, as if he were already accustomed to it. His eyes were fixed intently on the rippling surface of the water, filled with anger and resentment, as he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, who is trying to sabotage this deal? When I find you, I will definitely extract your soul." Before he could finish his sentence, the water surface suddenly exploded with a loud bang. A column of water shot up toward the ceiling, crashing against it and instantly shattering into countless droplets that rained down. Amidst these countless water droplets, a figure in a black tight leather suit, adorned with dark golden metal plates and wearing a different helmet from before, leaped out of the water. This scene made Parker Robbins' eyes widen in shock. He could hardly believe that his attack had had no effect whatsoever. He had concentrated most of his energy into that attack, enough to kill an elephant, but this oddly armored guy was completely unharmed, even able to leap so high from the resistance of the water, leaving him with a strong sense of surprise and shock. After Gryell jumped out of the water, he immediately assumed the knight kick stance and charged towards Parker Robbins diagonally with explosive speed. The short distance of 3 meters seemed to vanish in an instant in his eyes. However, just like before, Parker Robbins vanished from his sight once again, causing Gryell's knight kick, which relied solely on gravitational potential without prior charge, to hit nothing but air. His foot crashed heavily onto the concrete floor, producing a resounding thud. The previously solid concrete floor immediately cracked with numerous fissures, and a large pit appeared at the center, swallowing half of Gryell's lower leg. Just as the kick's power fully transferred to the concrete floor, the invisible Parker Robbins reappeared behind Gryell. This time, not only did his fists gather energy, but even the gray mist swirling around his red hood focused onto his fists, clearly indicating he was about to strike with maximum power. "Using the same trick on me won't work twice," Gryell said, as if he had anticipated this scene. He turned around at double the speed of before, bent his legs, lowered his center of gravity, and swung his tightly clenched right fist forward, resulting in a fierce collision with Parker Robbins' incoming punch. Bang! The sound of their fists colliding was extremely loud, and the recoil force made Gryell slide back 3 to 4 dozen centimeters. Parker Robbins, on the other hand, fared worse. The 7-ton punch made him feel as if his entire arm had gone completely numb, with muscles, bones, blood vessels, and nerves all crushed. If it weren't for the protection of the surface energy, his arm would have likely exploded like a popped balloon. He flew backward like a baseball hit out of the park, crashing heavily into the wall, with half his body embedded within it. Sharp fragments of bricks mercilessly pierced through his clothing and skin, deeply embedding themselves in his body. Both his spine and flesh were crushed to dust under this immense force. After delivering a punch, Gryell immediately stepped forward arms spread wide, and assumed a pose to gather energy. At the center of where his feet stood, the symbol of Agito's head appeared on the ground, while the two horns on his head unfolded, transforming into 6. He did not gather energy to the maximum. Instead, he accumulated merely 10% of it, and then leaped 2 meters high, gliding horizontally as if in zero gravity, and stomped down heavily on Parker Robbins' chest. In the next second, Parker Robbins exploded, creating a 3-meter-deep pit in the concrete wall, with countless shards of bricks and soil scattering in all directions, falling into the water with a loud splash. The enormous impact caused the dock's ceiling and walls to crack with numerous large and small fissures. At the deep pit in the wall where Gryell stood, large clumps of soil collapsed, burying his tattered clothes and worn-out boots beneath. Gryell glanced at the constantly rising numbers on the points display screen, which had already reached 1965. Just this Parker Robbins alone had contributed 520 points, even more than he earned from dealing with the frost giant. This made him sigh inwardly, realizing that indeed, the higher the strength, the more experience gained. The entire dock was teetering on the brink of collapse, and Gryell quickly ran out of the dock, jumping onto a motorcycle. He didn't even glance at the corpses strewn across the ground, rushing outside without hesitation. His left hand slightly lifted, a card flew out, and he accurately caught it before inserting it into the driver of the Emperor's bike. In the next second, a motorcycle exclusive to Decade appeared out of thin air in front of him. He lightly leaped onto the motorcycle, twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle roared to life, shooting out like an arrow released from a bow, speeding away at 100 meters per second. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the night, while in the distance, flashing police lights could faintly be seen, as if heralding the approach of a new crisis. In the collapsing dock, the broken red hood and tattered boots buried in the soil seemed to come alive, automatically digging themselves out of the mud and flying across the river to Manhattan Island, where they were caught by a humanoid figure covered in black scales. That mysterious scene seemed to foreshadow that the aftershocks of this battle would continue to spread throughout the city. As the night fell like a heavy curtain, the earth was instantly plunged into endless darkness, as if the entire world had been swallowed by this abyss of black. It was precisely because of this profound darkness that the figure in black standing by the riverbank appeared especially inconspicuous. Unless one approached and observed closely, it would be nearly impossible to detect his presence. Most of his body was covered in scales resembling fish scales, giving him the appearance of a fish spirit emerging from the deep sea. Despite wearing a thick black robe that covered even his head, it still could not completely hide his large, furry feet with only 3 toes, nor the dark purple tail that swung slowly in the darkness. His hands, which held a red hood and black boots, had only 4 fingers, each with long, hard nails. From these features, he looked nothing like a human, but rather resembled the evil demons described in legends. At that moment, a large amount of dark mist suddenly emerged from his palms. In just 3 to 5 seconds, the originally flat red hood and old boots became swollen with this mist, as if filled with some mysterious power. He discarded these items aside carelessly, and the mist swirled upward from the red hood and old boots, gradually converging in the center. In the blink of an eye, it coalesced into a blurry humanoid silhouette that gently landed on the grassy ground. Next, the demon formed from the mist began to chant a series of incomprehensible notes. As he recited, the mist gradually dissipated, and standing on the ground was none other than Parker Robbins, looking exactly the same. After the last note was spoken, the Parker Robbins lying on the ground, wearing only the red hood and boots, suddenly opened his eyes and sprang up from the ground with a fish-like motion, as if he had been granted new life in an instant. He paid no mind to his current nakedness and immediately grabbed the red hood that hung down to his waist, only to find that not a single gray thread was left on it. This sudden change made Parker Robbins' expression turn ugly in an instant, his face elongating like a donkey's. His expression fluctuated for a moment before he finally managed to suppress his inner anger. Then, he deeply bowed to the demon facing the river, speaking in an extremely respectful tone. "Thank you very much for saving me, Lord Nishandi." The demon, named Nishandi, standing by the river grinned savagely and said, "How did you die again? With you like this, how can I feel at ease? That guy Mephisto also found a contractor a few days ago to snatch souls here. If you can't beat him, don't blame me for looking for a new contractor. As soon as Nishandi finished speaking, Parker Robin's expression changed dramatically, and he quickly declared his determination. Rest assured, Lord Nishandi, I will definitely bring you many high-quality souls and won't let you down. That's good. You must remember, everything you have is given by me. Without me, you are just a poor little character. The more souls you provide me, the stronger the power I grant you. Don't let me down. Nishandi raised his right hand, his long, hard nails gently tapping the air in front of the deeply bowing Parker Robbins. This action made Parker Robbins lower his head even further, fearing that a slight oversight on his part would displease Nishandi and strip him of the powerful abilities he possessed. The cold, damp wind blowing from the river felt like icy blades, causing goosebumps to rise all over Parker Robbins' body. Though he trembled from the cold, he dared not move easily, as if afraid his actions would provoke the demon before him. After a long while, he secretly raised his head, only to find that the area was already empty. Nishandi had quietly left at some point. This made Parker Robbins let out a long sigh of relief. Each time he faced this demon, he felt an immense pressure, as if an invisible mountain was weighing down on his heart. Years ago, he was just a destitute, low-level thug, engaging in petty thefts and living a precarious life. One day, he went to steal something from a warehouse, expecting to find something valuable, only to discover that it contained nothing but rows of lit white candles forming a mysterious pattern. In the center of this pattern lay a red cloak and a pair of old boots. Out of a sense of unwillingness to return empty-handed, he took these items, never anticipating that he would attract the attention of the demon Nishandi. As the cost of disrupting the summoning ritual, Nishandi demanded that Parker Robbins fetch him souls, or else he would extract Parker's own soul. Initially, Parker Robbins was forced into this, but after finding souls and performing sacrifices, he discovered that the red hood and boots granted him a tremendous strength that made defeating 3 opponents feel effortless. As he sacrificed more souls, his abilities grew stronger and more numerous. Now, even when faced with dozens of attackers, he felt no fear. This transformation led Parker Robbins from initial reluctance to eventual eagerness. He had come to depend on these 2 items and did not want to lose the powerful strength they provided, reverting back to being an ordinary, unnoticed person. He wanted to become someone who stood above others, controlling everything. Tonight's operation was just a segment of his plan to rise above. He originally intended to acquire goods from South America, seeking to free himself from dependence on supply sources while also earning more money, recruiting more subordinates, and purchasing more powerful weapons. However, before he could initiate the deal, an unexpected guest burst in, slaughtering his subordinates and putting him in danger, shattering the connection he had painstakingly established with South America, making it as if it had snapped like a broken branch. Reconnecting would be exponentially more difficult. But Parker Robbins knew that as long as he was alive, there was still a chance to start anew. Clinging to this thought, he stepped onto the road. Even though he was naked and shivering from the cold, his heart burned with a fiery determination. He kept calculating in his mind how to quickly deliver a large batch of souls to Nishandi, to avoid losing his contractor status and the powerful strength he had become obsessed with. As he walked onto the road, he couldn't help but look back at the collapsed stadium on the opposite riverbank, now surrounded by flashing police lights. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. A smirk crept onto his lips, revealing a hint of a sinister smile as he thought. The more people die, the more souls there will be, right? It's far from the battlefield here, but gang wars happen all the time. Why not create a massive gang conflict? Resolute in his decision, Parker Robbins quickly approached a car parked by the roadside. With all his strength, he smashed the car window with his fist. Amid the car's blaring alarm, he jumped through the window without hesitation, swiftly dismantled the lock, and within moments he started the car using wires, speeding away and quickly disappearing into the night, leaving behind a trail of dust and the firm plan in his heart. Meanwhile, far out in the Atlantic Ocean, Nishandi no longer held the high and mighty demeanor he had when facing Parker Robbins. He was like a frightened beast, flying swiftly over the water's surface, occasionally glancing back as if something terrifying were closely pursuing him. At that moment, as he turned to look behind him, a golden fire ring suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea. In the pitch-black waters, the fire ring was exceptionally bright, like a beacon in the darkness. The next second, a figure dressed in a brown robe leaped out of the fire ring, wielding a golden lasso that wrapped around Nishandi's right arm like lightning. With a powerful tug of the lasso, it caused Nishandi, who was running at high speed, to crash into the water, splashing up a spray. Almost simultaneously, identical fire rings appeared from 7 other directions, and 7 figures in the same brown robes, identical in shape, jumped out. Each wielded a lasso, throwing them toward the fallen Nishandi, instantly binding his limbs and body tightly, trapping him as if he'd become prey in an unbreakable cage. Despite Nishandi being tightly bound by the ropes, as if imprisoned in place, he showed no sign of tension. Instead, he leisurely surveyed his surroundings. Addressing the figure standing on the surface of the sea in a brown robe, he slowly spoke, truly worthy of the legendary Supreme Mage. I've only just arrived, and yet you've already noticed. So, how do you intend to deal with me? Will you use your seemingly infinite power to erase me completely? But that would require you to step back into that dark space, wouldn't it? As Nishandi spoke with a hint of mockery, the 8 figures simultaneously lifted their heads. In the faint light of the moon, one could vaguely see the identical faces hidden beneath their hoods, as if they had been copied and pasted through some mysterious means. These faces appeared exceptionally youthful, looking no older than 20, yet they were completely bald, devoid of any hair, and their unique attire bore the style of ascetics. Since you have come to Earth, do not think of returning. The 8 figures remained silent, but their authoritative words echoed across the sea, stirring up waves as if imbued with mysterious power that made their every utterance a command. Then, the 8 of them tightened their energy whips simultaneously. The astonishingly defensive scales on Nishandi's body seemed as fragile as tofu in the face of the energy whips, ripping apart at a gentle tug. The 8 energy whips deeply pierced into Nishandi's flesh, and the air filled with the smell of charred flesh, reminiscent of a brutal dismemberment. However, Nishandi seemed utterly unconcerned, bursting into laughter instead. He casually swung his long tail behind him and said nonchalantly, "Oh, what does it matter if you kill this projection? I can send another one at any time. If you have the guts, come to that dark space. My true self awaits your esteemed arrival there." In response to Nishandi's provocative words, the surrounding 8 figures remained silent, tightening their grips on the energy magic whips to keep Nishandi immobilized. Just then, a mysterious portal appeared in the sky above, and another figure in a brown robe, but without a hood, leaped out. With hands clasped together, the magic emanating from him coalesced into an incredibly complex magical array made of hundreds of lines, exuding a mysterious aura. Nishandi showed no signs of fear at this sudden change, loudly declaring, "Ever since you began to wield dark energy, the fate of Earth has been sealed. More and more demons will become aware of Earth's existence and see it as a hunting ground. Each time you use dark energy, the rift between the dark dimension and Earth will widen even further." Before he could finish, the magical array formed from magic instantly transformed into a golden-red lightning bolt. Bow starts thunder, striking Nishandi and reducing this projection to ashes, causing him to completely vanish from this realm. Subsequently, the 8 duplicates around him disappeared one by one, leaving only the Supreme Mage, Ancient One, hovering above. The dark web pattern on her forehead gradually faded, as if it had never existed. Ancient One merely glanced at the surging sea below before stepping into the portal, vanishing into the vast night, leaving behind the roaring waves, which seemed to narrate the unrest that had once occurred here. At this moment, unrest was not limited to the sea. Late at night, Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., was awakened by an urgent call. A large screen embedded in the wall displayed a man in his 30s, dressed in a coarse work outfit with Pingo Doce printed on it, his expression anxious. He spoke in a hurried tone, "Director, there's a problem. 10 minutes ago, the military sealed off that factory, and a minute ago, gunfire was heard. They must be trying to capture the target." "What?" Nick Fury's dark face grew even darker, as if enveloped in clouds. Moments later, the screen displayed surveillance footage from inside the factory, showing armed soldiers cautiously navigating through the facility filled with various machinery. In the next second, 2 soldiers in one of the surveillance feeds suddenly seemed to be propelled by a mysterious force, flying into the air and crashing heavily onto the machinery, shattering soda bottles piled atop, with colorful soda flowing down like a stream. Following that, a massive green figure flashed across the surveillance footage. The originally sturdy iron machinery appeared to become extraordinarily fragile in an instant, collapsing and twisting like pretzels under the impact, breaking apart as if they were mere tofu. The factory, once somewhat orderly, had instantly descended into chaos, a complete wreck. Nick Fury didn't need to watch any further to realize that the worst had happened. Frowning deeply, he took a deep breath, struggling to suppress the anger boiling inside him, and spoke in a seemingly calm tone. Try not to reveal our identity. Monitor the situation closely, and report to me immediately if anything changes. Yes, sir. The brief communication ended, but Nick Fury could no longer return to sleep. Sitting on the couch, he picked up a cup of coffee and gulped it down, slamming the cup back onto the table. He wanted to curse. The military personnel were like a bunch of foolish pigs. He had been desperately trying to cover up the truth, while General Ross and his crew always seemed eager to announce the presence of the Hulk to the world, making grand attempts to capture him. It had been like this 5 years ago, and now it was the same, yet he felt utterly powerless, only able to offer suggestions from the sidelines. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. was a spy organization and was not permitted to build power within the military. Otherwise, if such a large organization gained access to so much intelligence in the military, no one would be able to sleep peacefully. Nick Fury sat on the couch for a long while before gradually regaining his composure. He shouted into the empty, dim room, "Contact Phil Coulson." A phone number for Coulson appeared automatically on the wall, and 3 seconds later, the call connected. Coulson, nearly wrapped up like a dumpling, stood in a tent, blowing out mist from his mouth, clearly in an extremely cold place. "Coulson, how's the situation on your end?" Nick Fury asked with concern. Coulson revealed a hint of joy on his face, saying, "Director, I'm ready to report to you tomorrow." The high-altitude drone detected a large area of surface metal reaction on the ice field 500 kilometers away. The icebreaker set out an hour ago, and I believe we will have news to report back tomorrow. Hearing this good news, a smile finally appeared on Nick Fury's face. He said, "Find him as soon as possible. A team needs a core. Scattered individuals cannot accomplish great things." "I will, sir," Coulson replied firmly. After ending the communication, Nick Fury let out a long sigh. Throughout the week, he had been inundated with bad news. Stark acted unpredictably, announcing himself as Iron Man. Although this news overshadowed the mysterious masked rider, Thor, also from another realm, soon followed. After barely surviving a weekend, he received word that the Hulk, who had remained low-key for 5 long years, was now being pursued by the military. It had truly been a week of utter disaster. However, Nick Fury silently reassured himself, "It's not all that bad. At least with these individuals, our team is beginning to take shape. That's not too terrible, is it?" He then walked toward the bedroom, knowing that only with sufficient sleep could he have enough energy to manage the challenges ahead. The ancients once said on a night of dark moon and high winds is a good time for murder and arson. This night, the darkness of the world seemed to possess a magical power, concealing countless evils. All sorts of clandestine dealings took place under the cloak of night, akin to a gathering of ghosts, with good people avoiding it at all costs. In a dock area of Brooklyn, near the Atlantic Ocean, numerous colorful shipping containers towered like majestic mountains. Neither the faint starlight, the hazy moonlight, nor the glaring searchlight could penetrate this place, creating countless dark corners. At the southeastern corner of the dock, a large number of ships were docked. Among them was a vessel only 20 to 30 meters long, bustling with people unloading cargo, creating a lively scene. Nearby, armed personnel stood atop containers at various heights, like vigilant sentinels, focusing intently on their surroundings. If you didn't approach closely and observe carefully, you would never notice the figures standing or crouching in the shadows. At the highest vantage point, a man lay prone with a sniper rifle on a container. Suddenly, he faintly heard a subtle sound of footsteps behind him. Before he could react, a large hand clamped down on his neck like an iron vise, followed by an overwhelming force. With a sharp crack, he fell silent, limp and motionless. Gryell, clad in his decade armor, casually tossed the neck-snapped body aside. He knelt on the container, picked up the sniper rifle, and coldly aimed at a figure standing on another container, pulling the trigger without hesitation. With a loud bang, Gryell's body trembled slightly, while a large hole appeared in the chest of the person across from him. The impact sent the figure flying, crashing heavily to the ground and disappearing into the endless darkness. The gunshot was like a massive stone thrown into a calm lake, sending ripples of chaos. The workers and guards panicked, rushing towards the nearest cover. Several leaders fumbled for their phones, urgently calling as if inquiring about the terrible events unfolding. "You so-called leaders, let's start with you," Gryell whispered, taking advantage of his elevated position to continuously pull the trigger at those issuing commands. Each shot echoed in the silent night, and with each gunshot, another figure fell, as if death were mercilessly reaping lives. Had Gryell not been enhanced by his decade armor, he wouldn't have achieved such accuracy, even against stationary targets. Yet the power and amplified senses granted by the armor transformed him into a sharpshooter. With just one bullet, he could easily eliminate a target. After quickly emptying a magazine, Gryell leaped onto a nearby container, swiftly changing his position. As he jumped, he discarded the empty magazine and expertly replaced it with a full one he had retrieved from the previous assassin's body. In the instant he finished reloading, Gryell steadied himself and continued firing at the enemies below. After shifting positions 4 times, he had emptied all his bullets. Shaking his slightly numb arm, he stood and threw his sniper rifle at a gang member climbing up about 20 meters below. He distinctly heard a short scream, followed by the dull thud of a body hitting the ground. Gryell's constant movement made it impossible for the gang members below to pinpoint his location. They could only fire wildly based on instinct. Bullets streaked through the air like meteors, hitting the containers and sparking brightly, resembling a dazzling yet terrifying fireworks display. However, none of those bullets came close to Gryell's new position. Gryell flicked his long black robe aside, revealing a canvas backpack. He set the backpack on the container in front of him and opened it. Inside were various grenades, spherical, melon-shaped, cylindrical, and even wooden-handled ones. These items could not be bought in legitimate gun stores, but through unofficial channels, one could easily acquire them with enough money. With his enhanced night vision, Gryell could clearly see the position of every individual below. He weighed a grenade in his hand, then, with a powerful throw, began launching them one after another. His immense strength allowed him to throw grenades as far as infantry artillery. The arcing trajectory meant he didn't need to expose himself to accurately hit the gang members beside and above him. In such complex terrain, grenades were far more effective than guns. Thunderous explosions echoed through the night, and columns of searing flames shot into the air. The powerful shock waves from the blast scattered countless metal fragments like a ferocious beast. Both the gang members' bodies and the iron containers were shredded by the terrifying force, followed by piercing screams. Blood gushed forth, and severed limbs and shattered bones littered the ground, turning the dock into a hell on earth. As the grenades in the backpack dwindled, the gunfire around him began to diminish. After throwing 15 grenades, some individuals could no longer withstand the horror and chose to flee in panic. If both sides could still engage in combat, they might have held on for a while longer. But in a situation where they could not see their enemies and suffered heavy casualties, even a well-trained army would struggle to maintain morale, let alone these disorganized gang members. Gryell paid no mind to the fleeing individuals and continued throwing grenades at the gang members still holding their positions. Each explosion echoed ominously, as if the footsteps of death were drawing closer. For these gang members, the choice was clear: be blown to pieces like others, or choose to flee. With one person leading the way, the rest soon followed suit in a chaotic retreat. "Thinking of escaping? Did you consult me first?" Gryell murmured, slinging the now empty grenade bag over his shoulder. He leaped down directly from the 20-meter-high container, landing steadily on the ground. He picked up an AR-15 rifle from a gang member lying on the ground, fired a shot to ensure the foe would no longer move, then sprinted swiftly through the gaps between the stacked containers. The enhanced hearing from his decade armor allowed him to clearly hear the fleeing footsteps, the pained cries of the injured, the whistling of the wind through the container gaps, and the distant sound of police sirens. "Let's play a game of hide and seek. Once I find you, don't think you'll leave alive," Gryell said, bolting out of the 20-meter alley and into the gaps between the line containers. He continued to run forward, raising his weapon to aim at the empty space to his left, poised to confront the next enemy that might appear. A young man of Mexican descent, barely in his 20s, was currently sprinting through a narrow alley formed by stacked containers, drenched in sweat. Above him shone a brilliant sky full of stars, while in front lay endless darkness, punctuated by the sharp sounds of gunfire ringing out every few seconds. Each gunshot felt like a death knell, making his body tremble violently as cold sweat poured down, almost soaking his clothes. He had participated in countless gang fights, yet never had he felt so ruthlessly pressed down as if being ground into the dirt. He had emptied several magazines, yet he still had no idea who his attackers were, how many there were, or even what they looked like. His companions were being blown to bits by grenades, turning into nothing more than puddles of flesh. As the defensive line collapsed and the remaining members began to scatter, he witnessed 4 or 5 people suddenly struck down mid-run by bullets that seemed to come from nowhere, crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless. The rows of containers served as a natural barrier, narrowing his field of vision, preventing him from spotting his attackers, forcing him to flee in a state of endless terror. Once, he reveled in the torment of others, taking pleasure in watching the weak scream and plead before him, savoring their fear and pain as they slowly approached death. Now he was experiencing that same fear firsthand, as if blindfolded, feeling the searing heat of a branding iron without knowing when it would sear his chest. This overwhelming terror, amplified by the darkness of the narrow container alley, threatened to swallow his very soul. In the distance, the sharp wail of police sirens pierced the night. Normally, this sound irritated and frightened him, but in that moment, it felt like a heavenly melody, bringing him immense comfort, and tears welled up in his eyes. He sprinted towards the sound, as if he were rushing to reunite with a long-lost family member. Just as he continued to run, he heard 3 more gunshots. Finally, he burst out of the container area into the open, and his heart leaped at the sight of several police cars lined up, their lights flashing as they approached. Without hesitation, the gang member dashed towards the police cars, shouting desperately, as if seeking his last chance at salvation. The police cars slowed to a stop about 20 meters away, and the doors swung open. 7 or 8 officers quickly exited, guns drawn, and shouted at him, "Get on the ground. Keep your hands where we can see them." However, just as the last command left their lips, a gunshot rang out from the distant container area. The young man, who had just raised his hands, fell forward, a hole appearing at the back of his head, blood and brain matter slowly oozing out. All the officers immediately crouched down, pressing their bodies tightly against the bulletproof doors, exposing only their gun-holding hands as they cautiously scanned the darkened container area. Shadows danced ominously, each one seemingly concealing a shooter, and they were too wary to let their guard down. They heard the gunfire, but could not see the flash of the muzzle, leaving them uncertain where to direct their bullets. They could only aim wildly to intimidate, never daring to step away from the car doors, firing their weapons while calling for backup. It wasn't long before helicopters and the NYPD ESU, Emergency Service Unit, arrived on the scene. These heavily armed officers advanced carefully into the container area, holding blast shields and wearing thick body armor. The helicopters patrolled from above, maintaining vigilance, while the ESU began their cautious search among the containers. They spent several hours turning the area upside down, but found not a single survivor. What remained were 33 intact bodies and several dismembered corpses, a plethora of firearms, shell casings, and the traces left by various grenades, along with over 700 kilograms of white powder. After completing their search, the police could only seal off the area and await forensic experts to arrive, hoping to uncover more clues. However, nothing is truly airtight in this world, especially when a bustling dock is sealed off, which inevitably piques curiosity. Soon, reporters flocked to the scene like bees drawn to honey. Although they were kept outside the perimeter, the bodies, weapons, and bags of powder being removed revealed the gang's brutal turf wars, attracting the camera's attention and capturing countless snapshots. The police remained tight-lipped about the incident, stating only that the case was under investigation and would not disclose any details. Consequently, the reports relied on the journalists' imaginations based on the discovered items. Thus, the news broadcast depicted a vicious gang battle over profits, condemning the NYPD for using taxpayer money to acquire so much equipment while failing to maintain safety in New York, allowing heavily armed gangs to run rampant. In a luxuriously decorated office, a bald middle-aged man sat at his desk, watching the familiar doc on television. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pan, and his anger burned fiercely within him. He finally understood why there had been no news from the delivery crew. His men had once again fallen victim to a scheme. With a furious curse, he hurled the remote control, smashing it against the television screen, shattering the LCD display. The images that had incited his rage vanished instantly, but breaking a television was clearly insufficient to quell his anger. The man stood up, throwing everything he could find off his desk in a fit of rage. Within seconds, the once neat and tidy office was transformed into utter chaos, as if it had suffered a calamity. If Gryell or Mindy were present, they would undoubtedly recognize this greasy, bald man as Frank Amick, the biggest drug lord in New York and an enemy of Big Daddy. The news on the television had driven Frank Amick into a furious rage as he smashed things and shouted, "Again! Again! Who is betraying me? When I find you, I swear I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs." A torrent of foul language poured from his mouth as he tried to unleash his pent-up anger. Before he could finish his tirade, the elegant doors of the office suddenly swung open, and a burly man in a black suit entered, keeping his head bowed as he stepped carefully inside. Ignoring the shards of fine porcelain scattered across the floor, he respectfully announced, "Boss, Parker Robbins is here. He wants to see you." Frank Amick turned his head, breathing heavily, still seething with anger. "Humph. He dares come to see me? I see the losses from the last few times are tied to him. Get Chris over here and have Robbins wait in the lounge." "Yes, boss." The bald man quickly retreated, fearful that lingering would draw the boss's ire. With a dark expression, Frank Amick sank back into the leather sofa, his eyes gazing out the window. From the 40-plus floors up, he could overlook much of Manhattan, and the illusion of having everything beneath his feet offered him a slight sense of comfort. He stared at the distant low buildings, lost in thought. Just then, a sudden rush of wind filled his ears, and the sound transformed his previously grim face into a smile. He turned his chair to see a red whirlwind rushing down the hallway, directly entering the room. The whirlwind stood about 2 meters tall and over a meter wide, and as it passed, papers and other items flew into the air, creating even more disorder in the already chaotic room. However, Frank Amick showed no signs of anger. Instead, he watched the spectacle with amusement. The small red whirlwind came to a stop in front of his desk, gradually revealing a young man clad in a blood-red bodysuit, wearing a red mask, with hair styled like a broom. The red whirlwind surrounding the young man dissipated as if enchanted, vanishing at an incredible speed. The boy seemed to struggle to regain control after this sudden disappearance of power, and as the whirlwind faded, he spun a few times due to inertia, nearly losing his balance. Fortunately, he managed to brace himself against the desk in time and steadied himself. Frank Amick watched the boy, dressed in his outlandish costume, with a smile on his face. His tone was gentle as he asked, "Chris, how's your training coming along? Are you able to control that power well?" Hearing this, Chris immediately puffed out his chest, beaming with pride as he replied, "Of course. I can fly freely now. You saw just now, right? I floated all the way up from the basement to the 30th floor in just 10 seconds. Frank clapped his hands in approval, his face beaming with a smile. "That's my boy. Your power is truly strong, very strong indeed. Can you beat Iron Man?" Chris suddenly asked. Without hesitation, Frank replied, "Of course. You're the best." His praise was generous, and the 16-year-old Chris beamed with pride, spinning in place to show off his uniform like a child displaying a treasured possession. "Dad, look, the red tornado from DC Comics can control the wind, and I can control the wind too, so I made myself a suit just like his. Oh, and I even gave myself a name, Red Tornado. What do you think?" "That's a nice name," Frank said, standing up and wrapping an arm around his son as they walked out. "You've grown up. It's time to get involved in the family business. I'm taking you to meet someone. This guy has big ambitions and has been trying to take my place." "Then why not just kill him?" Chris asked casually, as if discussing something as mundane as slaughtering chickens. "That's what I want to teach you today. Don't assume that everyone under you is loyal. Anyone with ability usually has ambition. Don't fear ambition in your subordinates, as ambitious people tend to be more efficient and effective. They'll find ways to earn your trust and use your resources to develop themselves. But as long as you are stronger than them, they'll have to pretend to be loyal and work for you." Frank imparted his wisdom on manipulation while patting Chris on the shoulder. "So when I get mad later, just show off your strength. No need to actually kill him. to scare him a bit. He's a capable guy, and I still need him to clean up Brooklyn. He's valuable. I got it, Dad. By the way, I want to switch cars. Tired of the Ferrari? Let's have someone order you a Rolls-Royce later. As the father and son arrived at the reception room, Parker Robbins stood by the window, coldly gazing outside. Upon hearing footsteps behind him, he slowly turned around and respectfully bowed to Frank, offering no other sign of acknowledgement. Frank's expression shifted from one of warmth to one of frost in an instant. He glared at Parker Robbins, plopping down onto the sofa, and coldly sneered, "I've heard you found a new supplier. Where are they? Why haven't you introduced me to them? I've been searching for new sources for a long time." Parker Robbins maintained a calm demeanor as he replied, "They're all dead, and many of my men have been killed too." Huh. Frank burst into laughter, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Look at you. So capable now that you can secretly contact South American suppliers without telling me, and yet you end up being double-crossed. Only when you get bullied do you remember your boss. If everyone were like you, what would I be doing as a boss? Just being a dad, I suppose." Chris stood beside Frank, arms crossed, trying to assert his presence. However, Parker Robbins showed no reaction to Chris's flashy outfit, still wearing his usual stoic expression as he replied, "In the past half-month, there have been 5 reported gang shootouts in the news. The first was mine, and the other 4 we are doing, boss." Frank's right index finger subtly twitched upwards, and Chris immediately understood the signal. He raised his arms, and a whirlwind of red suddenly appeared in the reception room, sweeping toward Parker Robbins. The force of the whirlwind was fierce, stripping the flowers in the room down to bare stems. As the powerful wind surged, Frank slowly stood up, menacingly saying, "I wanted to ask you. Tell me, is it you who tipped them off? How could outsiders know the exact locations and times of our dealings?" Parker Robbins struggled against the wind, nearly losing his footing, but his tone remained calm. He showed no surprise at the sudden storm, simply replying, "I didn't do it, but I know who did." "Oh," Frank asked eagerly. "Damon McCleady. A few years ago, he was the only one in the police department who refused to take money and insisted on investigating you. Later, you locked him up." Frank pondered for a moment, but had no recollection. Throughout his life, he had killed and betrayed many, and if he were to remember them all, he could fill a book. Naturally, he wouldn't remember a minor player from a few years ago. Parker Robbins didn't expect Frank to recall the name. Battling against the wind, he continued, "Starting a few months ago, many of my men selling loose goods were killed one by one. I paid a hefty price for intelligence, which said that this guy, expelled from the NYPD, was investigating you. I sent my executioner and assassins after him. Although I eventually killed him, my assassins were killed by his associates, and my executioner had an arm broken." "What a waste," Chris mocked in his father's tone, waving his left hand. The whirlwind intensified dramatically, cutting through chairs and tables, leaving deep scars on the walls, its power faster and sharper than a chainsaw. Frank quickly waved his hand, signaling Chris to tone it down. He then sat back down on the only chair that remained intact, and looked up, saying, "Continue." "The ones who killed many of my men and disrupted the dealings with South America were Damon's companions. They wore outfits even stranger than your son's, and had a bizarre helmet. But their strength is truly formidable. I nearly got killed by him myself. The reason I haven't come to see you is that I've been recovering from my injuries. As soon as I felt better, I rushed here to report to you." "How strong is he? Or could it be that you're just weak?" Chris began, but was interrupted by Frank raising his hand. He gestured for Parker Robbins to continue. "Your last 4 transactions have been sabotaged. It has to be him. No gang would make such a commotion, killing so many without taking the goods. Only he would do this because it's revenge." "Really?" Frank replied non-committally, his right index finger tapping lightly against the armrest of the sofa, his expression shifting unpredictably. In his mind, thoughts raced rapidly. Frank was no ordinary individual. He had built a legitimate business on Manhattan Island and risen to become a powerful figure, demonstrating his shrewdness. Initially, he suspected Parker Robbins was behind the chaos due to his restlessness, but after calming down and reflecting, he realized that such actions would bring no benefit to Robbins. The 4 disrupted deals had resulted in murders without any goods taken, clearly indicating a targeted act of revenge rather than a typical gang conflict. While the police had not yet publicly disclosed the details of the 5 large-scale gang shootouts that had occurred over the past half-month, Frank had a high-ranking informant within the police department. Any discoveries made by the police would reach him immediately. At the scenes of the 4 attacks, there were many traces of grenade explosions. The police had conducted extensive investigations and reconstructed the attack processes, noting that the attackers at first used sniper rifles for long-range assassinations, then launched grenades with an unknown device at great distances with remarkable precision, and finally employed the gang members' own firearms to hunt down the survivors and the injured. In another attack, there were signs of burning, leading the police to suspect the use of high-temperature weapons. The investigation results indicated that the attackers numbered very few, possibly even just one person. However, Frank dismissed the notion of one person being responsible. Nobody would believe that a single individual could kill so many armed gangsters without sustaining injuries. He had also been skeptical until a month ago when his son returned from an outing, only to fall ill the next day, covered in scab-like growths that wrapped around him like a cocoon. Before they could even call for an ambulance, the cocoon split open, and Chris emerged unharmed, suddenly possessing the extraordinary ability to control a red whirlwind. Frank was ecstatic and quickly converted the basement into a training ground for his son to familiarize himself with his new powers. Having witnessed Chris's destructive capabilities firsthand, Frank knew that once his son transformed into wind, he might not have the stealth of coming and going without a trace, but he could easily slam into people, sending them flying, or, as just demonstrated, slice them to pieces with his sharp whirlwind, more efficient than any meat grinder. A single person could easily defeat a dozen or more fully armed opponents. So when he heard Parker Robin's words, he began to suspect whether Damon's companion also possessed extraordinary abilities akin to his son's, allowing him to take down so many of his men. After careful consideration, Frank finally spoke. "I see. You can go back now. If you want the goods, go get them. Don't try anything sneaky, understand?" After casually dismissing Parker Robbins, Chris eagerly said, "Dad, let me go kill that troublemaker." "Chris," Frank's voice suddenly rose, making the animated Chris stand still immediately. Frank continued, "Don't think you have to do everything yourself. What use are your subordinates then? A leader needs to stay behind the scenes, letting the underlings charge into battle for you. If something goes wrong, let them take the blame while you stay clean. Remember, if something happens to you, your subordinates will be more focused on how to take your place rather than rescuing you, so you can keep giving orders." "Oh," Chris nodded, indicating he understood. Frank smiled in satisfaction at this response, standing up and ignoring the chaos in the meeting room as he walked out. "I spend so much money on those greedy fools not just for them to turn a blind eye to my actions. I need them to be useful when I need them." Chris followed behind, a look of confusion on his face, not fully grasping the meaning behind his father's words. Frank halted in the corridor, turning to gaze out at the clustered buildings below, and said, "You need to learn to leverage the power of authority to strike at your opponents. Like this time, it isn't just the street gangs fighting over turf. We could easily let the NYPD handle it. After all, we're taxpayers. They have a duty to ensure our safety. All we need to do is provide them with leads on the killers." "Oh," Chris nodded, still looking slightly confused. Frank waved him off. "Go back to training. The stronger you become, the more influence you can gain in this city." Upon hearing this, Chris quickly shouted, "Dad, goodbye," and transformed into a red whirlwind, racing down the corridor. He preferred floating around the basement and breaking things over listening to his dad's lectures. Watching Chris disappear, Frank's expression turned grim, and the transparent glass window in front of him seemed to morph into a mirror, reflecting the image of a hefty bald man. Frank whispered fiercely, "With Chris, I'll surely be able to replace you, Fisk." 3 days later, the NYPD held a press conference to address the 5 large-scale gang shootouts that had occurred over the past half-month. The deceased were mostly gang members, likely due to vendettas or revenge, with very few assailants displaying precise shooting skills, indicating they were likely trained professionals. At the end of the press conference, the police spokesperson emphatically promised to deploy all available resources to solve the case, ensuring that the perpetrators would not escape justice. Gryell lay on a soft bed, munching on an apple while listening to the spokesperson ramble on the television. He had only been involved in 4 actions over the past month. Where did this 5th incident come from? Was it merely a coincidence that a gang fight occurred, causing the police's investigative focus to skew? But that was fine. Let them search for those elusive, specially trained professionals. Big Daddy's network had already taken out 30% of them. Under the threat of death, there would always be traitors. From what he had learned about the 4 attacks, Frank Amick was located at a financial company in Midtown, which was actually used to launder massive amounts of unexplained wealth. While Gryell lay in bed waiting for Uncle Jimmy's dinner, Jimmy Woo, dressed in a chef's outfit, stood in his room. On the display screen in the wall, Agent Hill, clad in a black bodysuit, was announcing a new mission. The director has ordered you to head to Manhattan M25. As the red whirlwind surrounding the boy faded away like magic, he struggled to regain control, spinning a few times from the inertia and nearly losing his balance. Fortunately, he managed to steady himself by gripping the desk. Frank Amick watched the young man in his outlandish costume with a smile, speaking in a warm tone. "Chris, how's your training coming along? Are you able to control that power well?" Upon hearing this, Chris puffed out his chest proudly, responding, "Of course. I can fly freely now. You saw just now, right? I floated all the way up from the basement to the 30th floor in just 10 seconds. Frank clapped his hands in approval, his face lighting up with a smile. "That's my boy. Your power is truly formidable, very powerful indeed. Can you beat Iron Man?" Chris suddenly asked. Without hesitation, Frank replied, "Of course. You're the best." His praise made the 16-year-old Chris beam with pride. He spun around to showcase his uniform, like a child displaying a prized possession. "Dad, look! The Red Tornado from DC Comics can control the wind, and I can control the wind too. So I made myself a suit just like his. And I even named myself Red Tornado. What do you think?" "That's a nice name," Frank said, standing up and wrapping his arm around his son as they walked outside. "You've grown up. It's time for you to get involved in the family business. I'm taking you to meet someone. This guy has big ambitions and has been trying to take my place." "Then why not just kill him?" Chris asked casually, as if discussing something as mundane as slaughtering chickens. "That's what I want to teach you today. Don't think you have to do everything yourself. What use are your subordinates then? A leader needs to stay behind the scenes, letting others charge into battle for you. If something goes wrong, let them take the blame while you remain clean. Remember, if something happens to you, your subordinates will be more concerned with how to take your place rather than rescuing you to keep giving orders." "Oh," Chris nodded, indicating he understood. Frank smiled in satisfaction at this response, standing up and ignoring the chaos in the meeting room as he walked out. "I spend so much money on those greedy fools not just for them to turn a blind eye to my actions. I need them to be useful when I need them." Chris followed behind, looking a bit confused, struggling to grasp the meaning behind his father's words. Frank halted in the corridor, turning to gaze out at the clustered buildings below, and said, "You need to learn to leverage the power of authority to strike at your opponents. Like this time, it's not just the street gangs fighting over turf. We could easily let the NYPD handle it. After all, we're taxpayers. They have a duty to ensure our safety. All we need to do is provide them with leads on the killers." "Oh," Chris nodded again, still looking slightly bewildered. Frank waved him off. "Go back to training. The stronger you become, the more influence you can gain in this city." Upon hearing this, Chris quickly exclaimed, "Dad, goodbye," and transformed into a red whirlwind, racing down the corridor. He preferred floating around the basement and breaking things over listening to his dad's lectures. Watching Chris disappear, Frank's expression grew grim, and the transparent glass window before him seemed to morph into a mirror, reflecting the image of a hefty bald man. Frank whispered fiercely, "With Chris, I'll surely be able to replace you, Fisk." 3 days later, the NYPD held a press conference to address the 5 large-scale gang shootouts that had occurred over the past half-month. The deceased were mostly gang members, likely due to vendettas or revenge, with very few assailants displaying precise shooting skills, indicating they were likely trained professionals. At the end of the press conference, the police spokesperson emphatically promised to deploy all available resources to solve the case, ensuring that the perpetrators would not escape justice. Gryell lay on a soft bed, munching on an apple while listening to the spokesperson ramble on the television. He had only been involved in 4 actions over the past month. Where did this 5th incident come from? Was it merely a coincidence that a gang fight occurred, causing the police's investigative focus to skew? But that was fine. Let them search for those elusive, specially trained professionals. Big Daddy's network had already taken out 30% of them. Under the threat of death, there would always be traitors. From what he had learned about the 4 attacks, Frank Amick was located at a financial company in Midtown, which was actually used to launder massive amounts of unexplained wealth. While Gryell lay in bed waiting for Uncle Jimmy's dinner, Jimmy Woo, dressed in a chef's outfit, stood in his room. On the display screen in the wall, Agent Hill, clad in a black bodysuit, was announcing a new mission. The director has ordered you to head to Manhattan M25. As Gryell stepped into Chinatown, a strong sense of familiarity washed over him. Even at the edge of Chinatown, the shop signs lining the streets and the conversations of passers-by were predominantly in traditional Chinese characters and Cantonese, with English becoming a minority language. However, compared to Midtown, the environment here was undeniably dirty and chaotic. Even when compared to Harlem, it didn't fall short. It was hard to find places in Brooklyn that were more disorderly than this. Just like the building Gryell had entered, which showcased the popular tenement style of the late 1980s to early 1990s. The staircase was narrow and dim. The walls were cracked and peeling, as if they had endured countless years of wear. The light bulbs still emitted a dim yellow glow, clearly old incandescent bulbs. Despite the dirty streets, the hallways in front of the shops were kept quite clean, with some even tiled. When Gryell reached the third floor and opened the door, he found that the girl's home was decorated in a style completely different from the tenement building, appearing quite exquisite. Gryell set the box filled with food on the marble-tiled living room table. At that moment, he could hear the sound of the kitchen exhaust fan, indicating that the uncle who had answered the phone earlier was busily preparing for his daughter's birthday celebration. As Gryell stood up, he inadvertently glanced to the left side of the living room, where a room filled with pink decorations caught his eye. A simple line drawing hung above the bed, depicting a few white clouds and rectangles colored in red, blue, and gold, along with several crooked oval wheels. Below this drawing was a small bed covered in cherry blossom pink sheets, adorned with tiny flowers and filled with plush toys, clearly the girl's room. Seeing this, Gryell quickly looked away and turned to bid farewell to the girl. She offered him a tip, but he declined, explaining that he wasn't a delivery person, just a friend of Uncle Jimmy, helping out. The girl thanked him repeatedly. After saying goodbye, Gryell was left with a strong impression of the girl's fluent Mandarin. If it weren't for her long, soft, somewhat golden hair, she seemed hardly different from any Chinese girl, clearly having inherited most of her mother's genes. Her vibrant personality and spicy demeanor were quite apparent. Meeting a beautiful girl always lifted Gryell's spirits. He hummed a little tune as he made his way downstairs, hopped on his motorcycle, and accelerated away from the area, quickly leaving this chance encounter behind. All that remained in front of him was speed and traffic. He chose not to think of anything else. In his past life, he had unlocked many skills, but none related to communication. Flirting had never appeared on his skill list. All he could do was forget after encounter. Meanwhile, after the girl closed the door, the sound of the kitchen exhaust fan quieted down. A middle-aged man in casual home attire emerged, addressing the girl. "Daisy, what do you think?" Before he could finish calling her name, she interrupted, dragging out her words. "Louise. I'm on a mission right now. So, Mr. Hyde, please call me Louise. Let's show some professionalism, okay?" The girl plopped down on the sofa and began to unpack the food boxes one by one, saying, "With Uncle Jimmy's skills, why bother being a secret agent? Running a restaurant could earn a lot of money. Then why do you insist on taking on this mission?" The middle-aged man, clearly frustrated by her tone, said earnestly, "I told you not to get involved. You insisted on joining the academy. Just focus on studying. Why take on this task? This is an S-class mission. If I complete it, I can definitely rise to level 4 agent and maybe even level 5. I'll break the academy's record for early graduation by 3 years and become a legend," Daisy said, her face filled with pride and anticipation. Her enthusiasm made the middle-aged man's eyes widen in disbelief as he threw up his hands. "Just for that, I don't want to spend 8 years in that heavy, stuffy academy with all its rules when I could finish in 2 or 3 years. Why should I keep waiting?" Daisy replied as she switched on the television and began watching a drama, not even glancing at her father. "Dad, what are you still doing here? It's my birthday. Go prepare the birthday party. If you insist on taking on this mission, at least be professional about it. I'm doing this for you, you know." Her father, Hyde, replied with a heavy heart. "I've been with the organization for 11 years, and I've only seen one S-class mission." Before he could finish, Daisy interrupted, "The one with the green blood you were studying?" Before she could elaborate, Hyde covered her mouth, leaning in to whisper, "Did you forget the confidentiality agreement? You're not at a level where you should know about these things. Absolutely cannot let that slip." "Oh." Daisy nodded obediently, understanding the gravity of the SHIELD ranking system. That's why she wanted to take on this mission. She aimed to raise her rank. Hyde finally released his hand, saying quietly, "That green giant is also an S-class mission. Now do you realize how difficult S-class missions are? Listen to your father. Go back to the academy and study. With my connections and contributions, the director will agree to transfer you back. Did you not see? He's just an innocent young guy, not dangerous at all. Besides, it's not like I'm going to fight him. It's just a date, watching movies, talking romance. Even without this mission, I should be starting to date, watch movies, and fall in love at the academy. Why not choose something interesting?" Daisy said, picking up chopsticks to start eating the roast duck. "Having accepted the mission, I must see it through. Quitting halfway is not an option. I won't give up. Completing an S-class mission will leave a significant mark on my resume. My goal is to become the second Peggy Carter." Before Hyde could respond, his phone emitted a distinctive ringtone, catching both their attention. This ringtone signified a call from S.H.I.E.L.D. Hyde quickly pulled out his phone and placed it on the table. The transparent glass surface seemed to unlock, transforming the left side into a screen that displayed Nick Fury's image. "Director," Hyde exclaimed, surprise etched on his face. He had been with S.H.I.E.L.D. for 11 years, only having met Nick Fury a year prior when he developed an infinite serum that significantly enhanced the human body using the Hulk and Super Soldier Serum formula. Now, the fact that this mission had drawn the director's attention made Hyde realize just how extraordinary this task was, intensifying his desire to withdraw his daughter from it. "Have you encountered the target yet?" Nick Fury asked bluntly, showing no signs of hesitation. His expression remained as dark as ever, devoid of any smile, perfectly embodying the essence of authority without anger. Daisy, who had been enthusiastically eating spicy Sichuan food, quickly wiped her mouth with a napkin and stood up, trying to adopt a serious demeanor. "We've made initial contact with the target according to Directive 1, but what?" Nick interrupted, his tone turning stern. "Remember, this is a long-term mission. There's no need to devise complicated plans. Forget everything you learned in the academy over the past 4 months. Just be an ordinary girl." Daisy was clearly taken aback, and it took her a moment to realize that she had been chosen for this S-class mission not because of her potential as an exceptional agent, but rather for some advantage she held as a regular girl. It felt almost like being told that being a soldier was akin to being ordinary, which felt quite insulting. However, facing the director, she didn't dare to voice her thoughts, muttering a few complaints in her mind before hurriedly answering his question. She reflected on her encounter with the target downstairs and said, "I got the impression he recognized me, but he wasn't sure where he had seen me before, or maybe he just didn't remember." "Oh, I see." Nick Fury's dark face displayed no emotion, neither joy nor sadness, as he continued. "This mission is crucial. There must be no mistakes. Before it concludes, your identities as agents will be encrypted. From now on, you report directly to me. Contact me if anything happens. That's all." With that, Nick Fury decisively ended the communication, maintaining an authoritative tone throughout. Both Hyde and Daisy had become accustomed to this, showing no signs of surprise. In Nick Fury's dedicated office, having just hung up, he turned his attention to new matters. An urgent email appeared on his desk, filled with gibberish. After decrypting it using a specialized algorithm, he discovered the message contained only a few dozen words. The target left Indiana at noon, driving eastward. In Pennsylvania, he switched from Route 70 to Route 76, with the anticipated destination being New York. Heading to New York while being pursued, Nick Fury murmured, contemplating for a moment before replying to the message. "Continue observation, do not approach the target, and do not engage under any circumstances." Just as he finished his response, a dialog box popped up on the left side of his desk display, revealing Agent Hill's image. She said, "Director, General Ross is requesting our intelligence support regarding Bruce Banner and 10 doses of the Infinity Serum." Nick Fury frowned and asked, "Oh, didn't his super soldier program already produce a test subject? Why does he still need the serum he looks down on?" After reporting the situation, Agent Hill added, "Director, General Ross has received full support from the Department of Defense, including intelligence assistance from the FBI and CIA, so we—" Before Agent Hill could finish, Nick Fury raised his hand to stop her. He nodded and said, "I understand. We can provide him with 3 doses of the serum and limited intelligence support. Let's not get too involved in military matters, or else the people at the World Security Council won't sleep well." "Yes, Director." And Nick Fury narrowed his single visible eye, turning to Hill. Make sure to find out why Bruce Banner is so determined to go to New York. There must be something significant that compels him to take such great risks. After handling all matters, it was late into the night when Nick Fury finally decided to rest. Meanwhile, on Route 76, a pickup truck with a nearly peeling metallic surface was driving tirelessly forward. At a speed of only 90 miles per hour, the truck emitted a grating sound, as if it were barely holding together. The driver was a scruffy middle-aged man, none other than Bruce Banner, the man being sought after by many. He wore a baseball cap pulled low over his eyes and occasionally glanced at the girl sitting in the passenger seat, Betty Ross. Betty looked worried as she said, "Bruce, are you sure about going to New York? Especially Manhattan. It's just too dangerous." "The real danger is me," Banner said self-deprecatingly, then continued to reassure her, "I've been in contact with Mr. Blue for the past few years and have sent him multiple blood samples. He's developed an antidote, and the experiments with the blood samples have been successful. I need to go there and try it out." Betty opened her mouth, wanting to dissuade Banner from participating in such an uncertain experiment, but the words caught in her throat. At Culver Academy, she had witnessed Bruce transform into the Hulk, and she understood the reasons behind his 5-year disappearance. Any stimulation, like an increased heartbeat, could trigger Bruce Banner to become the Hulk, capable of tearing tanks apart. Even a passionate kiss could set off the heart rate monitor. They had intentionally avoided many topics over the past few days, neither discussing the past nor mentioning the future, as their current situation seemed devoid of hope. They couldn't be intimate, so they settled for a platonic relationship. They couldn't get overly excited, so they planned to find a secluded place in the northern Maple Country to live quietly, like hermits. There couldn't be any conflicts in their lives, and they certainly couldn't argue, because while others might be dealing with domestic violence, their situation could escalate to murder. Neither Bruce nor Betty had much confidence that they could maintain a relationship without issues. As if sensing Betty's worries, Banner moved his right hand from the steering wheel to hold her hand, reassuring her, "Don't worry, I'll make sure the Hulk disappears from my life." Betty nodded, gripping Banner's right hand tightly as she turned her gaze forward. In the vast darkness of night, the area illuminated by their headlights was minimal, making it impossible to see the road ahead clearly. They could only comfort themselves with the unknown ahead, believing that there would certainly be light waiting for them. As the morning sun poured down, Gryell yawned and leisurely stepped out of his room. After a quick wash, he put on his headphones and began his morning run, listening to music as he jogged down the street. Despite being able to transform into a Kamen Rider, Gryell had never stopped exercising his body. He always aspired to become stronger. After all, his armor was not like Stark's Iron Man suit, which had the AI assistant Jarvis to control it. Every operation relied entirely on him, and how much power he could unleash depended solely on his own abilities. When he first arrived in this world, he could only take down 2 small-time thugs with a punch or kick. But now, a single kick would surely send those 2 thugs to their demise. He ran continuously for 10 minutes at a speed comparable to a sprint, covering about 4 to 5 kilometers around the neighborhood. He was only slightly out of breath, whereas in his past life as a couch potato, he would have been exhausted and unable to move. Moreover, he completed the run without wearing the decade belt, relying solely on his physical fitness. If he had worn the belt, he could have finished the loop in just 3 or 4 minutes. As he approached Uncle Jimmy's restaurant, he slowed his pace, allowing his muscles some respite from the long run while evening out his breathing. As he walked, he took out his phone to browse YouTube and scroll through Facebook. In the past, accessing this content required considerable effort to find a proxy to bypass restrictions, but now everything was so simple. Just as he was about to put his phone away at the entrance of Uncle Jimmy's restaurant, he caught a glimpse of a news headline on the bottom of his screen. The title read, "A bomb attack occurs at Culver Academy, resulting in numerous casualties among soldiers responding to the situation. The academy remains under lockdown as personnel search for additional bombs." The accompanying image showed the school's gates cordoned off with police tape and NYPD officers standing guard. Gryell unconsciously stopped, looking down at his phone as he clicked the headline to open the article. He quickly skimmed through the content, and the familiar name awakened buried memories in his mind. Culver Academy? The military involvement in the movie. Is it from The Incredible Hulk? Before the Chitauri invasion of New York, the only scene involving military casualties in the Marvel movies he had watched was when General Ross pursued the Hulk. However, The events of Hulk rampaging through New York occurred after Iron Man 2, and as of now, the Stark Expo hadn't even begun. How could the Hulk appear out of nowhere? Maybe this is just an ordinary bombing incident. After all, in this place, if you have money, it's not hard to acquire anything. Not even a rocket launcher, he thought. Yet, with Thor's early arrival as a precedent, he understood that the original plot could only serve as a reference, not something to be wholly trusted. Even if the Hulk and Abomination wreaked havoc in New York earlier than expected, it wouldn't be too surprising. He took off his headphones and stuffed his phone back into his pocket as he walked into Uncle Jimmy's restaurant. While his mind was still occupied with the question of how many points he could earn by defeating Abomination, he recalled that 20 days ago, he had earned 2,300 points for kicking Ironmonger to pieces, which was equivalent to the points from 4 or 5 Frost Giants. Abomination's strength was certainly much greater than Ironmonger's, so the points earned should multiply by 3 or 4 times. In these past days, the gang members he had taken down, along with his previous points, had brought him close to 6,000. If he could earn another 8 to 10,000 points, he would even dare to exchange for Wizard's card. Should I really go after this boss? Wait, can I even beat him? Let's assess the situation first. Play guerrilla warfare. If I can win, I'll take the chance. If not, I'll run. Gryell was mentally weighing his options. Unconsciously, his mindset had shifted from one of avoidance to a desire to engage. This change was largely due to the increase in his strength, which altered his mentality. Even during breakfast, Gryell felt conflicted about what to do. If he went after Abomination, he worried about drawing attention and losing his low profile. If he didn't, he felt regret, since this was such a powerful boss, a rare opportunity. The points earned from defeating this boss would equate to numerous mooks. Here they are, steaming buns and tofu pudding. Uncle Jimmy's voice came from the kitchen, along with the enticing aroma of food. The smell immediately pushed Gryell's internal conflict aside as he began to savor the delicious 3-flavor buns and savory tofu pudding. While Gryell was enjoying his meal, Uncle Jimmy didn't rush to eat, but instead said earnestly, "The SSAT exam is at the end of the month. How are you preparing for it?" A question mark appeared over Gryell's head as he recalled that Uncle Jimmy had mentioned it a long time ago. However, over the past half-month, he had been so preoccupied with taking down Frank's criminal organization that he had completely forgotten about it. If Uncle Jimmy hadn't brought it up, he wouldn't have remembered it all. Could he really claim to have killed many people but not read a single book? No, he hadn't even purchased any of the books from the reading list Uncle Jimmy provided. He didn't even know where the bookstore was. Seeing the confused look on Gryell's face, Uncle Jimmy sighed deeply and began lecturing him about how education changes destiny and not to be like those aimless thugs on the streets. These words overwhelmed Gryell, leaving him with no room to argue. Without the decade driver, Uncle Jimmy's words were undoubtedly correct. In this discriminatory country, obtaining a good job was far more difficult than in his homeland. One had to possess better education and abilities than the white people. Uncle Jimmy had good intentions. He wasn't related to Gryell, yet he cared for him and taught him how to survive in this place. He charged only a small amount for living expenses while providing Gryell with delicious food. His nagging stemmed from the hope that Gryell could have a bright future and not end up like him, going to government offices only to be met with impatience from officials who were dismissive simply because he wasn't white. Finally, after finishing breakfast, Uncle Jimmy wrapped up his lecture. Just as Gryell was about to head upstairs, he heard Uncle Jimmy call out from the kitchen, "Wait, come with me to the place you delivered food to yesterday. My friend's daughter took the SSAT exam in April, and she knows what books to buy and what to review. Even if the SSAT exam in November doesn't go well, there's another chance in December, and the spring semester starts in January, so there's still time." Gryell hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed. After all, he couldn't rampage through Midtown's financial district during the day, so he might as well go along with Uncle Jimmy. Tonight, he planned to confront Frank and avenge Big Daddy. However, he still hadn't figured out what to do afterward. According to the now unreliable original plot, Thanos wouldn't snap his fingers for another 7 or 8 years. In the meantime, he couldn't just be fighting all the time. Otherwise, he might become a complete psychopath before Thanos ever arrived. It was like a fun game. At first, it was about enjoying the fun, but over time it became a habit to log and weekly to raid, making sacrifices for the game. One account after another, in the end, it was no longer about playing the game but being controlled by it. After having breakfast, it was already 9 o'clock. Uncle Jimmy informed Gryell that he would go see his friend Hyde once he finished his tasks, So Gryell went upstairs to lie on his bed and wait. Before long, he fell asleep, as he had been keeping odd hours lately, and his biological clock was completely out of whack. He could fall asleep quickly as long as he was near a bed. Uncertain how much time had passed, Gryell found himself in a drowsy half-asleep state, when suddenly his consciousness became clear and he shot up from the bed. He then heard the familiar sound of footsteps approaching in the hallway, clearly Uncle Jimmy returning after finishing his work. Gryell let out a long breath, and the tension in his muscles gradually relaxed. Ever since he gained the agito's heightened sensory perception, he could sense even the slightest movements around him, even while in deep sleep. Sometimes he couldn't help but think that if he had possessed this ability in his past life, he wouldn't have had his phone taken away by teachers in class so easily, avoiding the awkwardness of not being able to play for over half a year. He picked up his phone from beside him and checked the time. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Indeed, the term "a while" is variable, ranging from a few minutes to several hours. Especially when a woman says, "I'll be there in a bit." You could have a meal, play a game, and would still find yourself not late when you arrive. However, Uncle Jimmy was late because he was the only chef at the restaurant, having only hired 3 assistants who also served as waitstaff and did other chores. This meant that once he left, the restaurant effectively had to close. Nevertheless, Uncle Jimmy would do everything himself. For a person who prefers to do things on their own, like many Chinese, they would never pay someone else to do what they could do themselves. After finishing lunch, it was already 2 o'clock. Only then did they set off for Uncle Jimmy's friend Hyde's house. At first, Uncle Jimmy suggested taking public transport, but Gryell refused. To him, New York subway system had nothing to do with high-end. It was simply synonymous with dirty, messy, and poor. After all, the New York subway had been running for decades, and it could be described as 10 years new, 10 years old, patched up for another 10. How could it possibly remain shiny and new? Delays were very normal in the subway system. It would be strange for a train to arrive on time. In contrast, riding a motorcycle was much more reliable. They traveled along the elevated highway crossing Brooklyn, and then turned left onto the Manhattan Bridge. However, shortly after getting on the bridge, they found themselves caught in traffic again. Although New York is a world-renowned city, its roads are quite narrow. On Manhattan Island, there are only a few 8-lane roads, and most streets in New York are 2-lane. When Gryell first arrived in New York, he simply couldn't believe that this legendary city, overflowing with wealth, had so few wider roads. In his home country, there were spacious roads everywhere, yet traffic jams still occurred. Moreover, with the roads being so narrow here, even a slight increase in traffic or a single accident could lead to severe congestion. In the envious and jealous gazes of the driver and passengers in other cars, Gryell skillfully weaved through the gaps in vehicles on his motorcycle with Uncle Jimmy, quickly reaching the other side of the bridge. However, there was a temporary checkpoint set up there. More than 20 fully armed officers were checking each car and verifying identities, and the speed of their inspections was far slower than the influx of vehicles. Yet they continued to examine each one meticulously, completely ignoring the fact that the bridge was nearly blocked. However, this didn't affect Gryell. He had already arrived at the checkpoint, and with his documents in order, he passed through smoothly. At this time, it wasn't rush hour, and they didn't encounter any more traffic points. By nearly 3 o'clock, they finally arrived at the famous Chinatown in New York. They parked the motorcycle downstairs, and Uncle Jimmy confidently walked up to the 3rd floor and knocked on the door. A few seconds later, the iron door slowly opened, revealing a middle-aged man in casual home attire, his face clean and smiling warmly. "Ah, it's old Jimmy. Come in, he said in a Mandarin accent tinged with a Sichuan dialect, which puzzled Gryell. He himself spoke with a strong Sichuan accent, yet his daughter could speak fluent standard Mandarin. What would be the reason for that? Once inside, Gryell looked around and noticed that the only photos on the wall were of just the father and daughter from childhood to adulthood, with no family photos of 3. It seemed that this man named Hyde had something to do with this situation. As Hyde and Uncle Jimmy chatted and laughed, a speedboat was crossing the Hudson River from west to east, racing toward Manhattan Island. There were only 2 passengers on the boat, both wearing sunglasses and trench coats, fully wrapped up. They were Bruce Banner and his girlfriend, Betty Ross. After enduring many hardships to reach New Jersey, they found police checking vehicles and verifying identities before entering the tunnel to Manhattan Island. To avoid exposure, they immediately ditched their nearly scrap pickup truck, which they had bought for $400, and opted to enter Manhattan by boat instead. They took the crowded subway all the way to Greer's Academy in Harlem, New York, where they met Mr. Blue, a professor in the cell biology department, with whom they had been in contact through emails. This professor was a thin, small, middle-aged man, but when he saw Bruce, his eyes sparkled as he excitedly spoke about his research findings. His fervent demeanor compelled Banner to interrupt him to explain the purpose of his visit. After all, he was a prime target for military capture now. Every minute spent here added to his danger. He was eager to know if what the professor mentioned in his email about a solution for the Hulk inside him was real and reliable. Banner's question received an affirmative nod from Samuel Stern. The thin, middle-aged man proudly stated, "Yes, I have synthesized a substance that can, with the help of a blood dialysis machine, separate a trace hormone from your blood that has never been seen in humans. Not only that, but no living organism discovered so far has this trace hormone. This indicates that the human body still hides secrets that we have yet to explore. If we can unlock this secret..." Wait a minute. Are you saying that I transform into another form because of hormone? But every time I transform, I have no memories of the transformation, as if another person is controlling my body, Banner interjected. Samuel Stern shrugged and replied, "I don't know. Based on those blood samples, I can only analyze so much. Initially, I treated this hormone as an impurity and eliminated it. But when I injected your blood into mice, rabbits, and monkeys, it still appeared. That's when I realized this was not an impurity, but rather..." Before Samuel Stern could finish his sentence, Banner suddenly stood up from his chair with a shocked expression and exclaimed, "Wait a minute. You conducted biological experiments? Didn't I say this is very dangerous? You absolutely cannot conduct biological experiments. Oh, my friend, you are an expert in the field of biology. A tiny blood sample like this can't possibly yield anything of value. Only through live experiments can we gather more data," Samuel Stern said helplessly, spreading his hands with a worried expression. "I told you before, this is extremely dangerous." Banner hadn't finished speaking when Samuel Stern interrupted him with a shrug, saying, "I've seen it with my own eyes. That little infant monkey easily smashed through tempered glass and barbed wire. I emptied my gun into it and couldn't kill it. It lunged at me and then died in midair, just 2 meters away. If I had been even half a second later, you wouldn't see me here today. Fortunately, I was able to extract a substance from its body that can treat you." Betty quickly grabbed the furious Banner's hand and asked, "Are you sure this can really cure Banner?" "Ma'am, you must understand, every vaccine must go through countless simulation experiments and clinical trials. It needs constant adjustments and improvements based on data before it has any chance of success. That monkey was the only test subject that didn't die immediately after injection. I don't have a second chance to test the effects of this substance. I can only say, maybe it can completely cure you. Maybe it can only temporarily suppress your transformation, or it may fail altogether." Samuel Stern's words made Betty grip Banner's hand tighter, and she felt an impulse to punch him. She turned to Banner and said, "Bruce, let's go. There must be other ways." With that, she stood up, ready to pull Banner away. This guy was completely unreliable. He hadn't conducted any experiments, had no certainty, and didn't even know what effects the injection would have. It was utterly reckless. However, Banner stood there motionless, as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle. After a long moment, he slowly said, "So, when can I get the injection?" "Bruce," Betty exclaimed in shock. The other party was so uncertain, yet Banner still wanted to inject something that no one knew anything about. It was simply insane. Banner, with a determined expression, said, "Betty, I can't pass up this opportunity. Samuel Stern is the best biology professor I know. As long as Hulk exists, I will always have to hide and can't be with you. I want to try. I really want to try." After saying that, Banner turned to Samuel Stern and asked, "So when can we start the experiment?" "As long as you want, any time." "Follow me," Samuel Stern said, opening a drawer to retrieve a set of keys before walking outside. Betty and Bruce held hands as they followed him to the parking lot. Samuel Stern unlocked the car door and climbed in, mumbling, "This month, there have been 3 large-scale murders in Harlem and 2 in Brooklyn, which has put the New York police on high alert, searching everywhere. They found out about me shooting the monkey, which has caused me a lot of trouble, even searching my lab." "What?" Banner immediately became tense. If blood containing gamma energy was discovered, those in the know would quickly associate it with the Hulk. Wasn't he walking into a trap by seeking out Samuel Stern? As Samuel Stern started the car, he said, "Don't worry. those guys didn't find anything. But to prevent any trouble from experimental animals going berserk during future experiments, I won't conduct any more experiments at the school. They've all been moved to downtown. You came at just the right time. I just moved the last batch of equipment there yesterday. We can do the injection as soon as we arrive. Sitting in the back seat, Banner lowered his hat brim, tried to avoid being seen by people outside, and whispered, "I hope we can start the experiment soon." "I hope so too, but this damn road rarely has smooth traffic. Let's hope our luck changes," Samuel Stern said teasingly, then pressed the accelerator, driving the car down the road towards the southern side of Manhattan. Meanwhile, at Hyde's home, when Uncle Jimmy told Gryell that he was going to take the SAT exam and wanted to know which books to prepare, Daisy volunteered to lend Gryell the books that she had used before, since those books were nearly unused and there was no need to spend money to buy new ones. Uncle Jimmy thanked her repeatedly and asked Gryell to help with moving the books. In Daisy's room, following her instructions, Gryell took down book after book from the top shelf of the bookcase, stacking them up to over a foot high. Only then did Daisy say, "All right, that's all the books. Just these books." Gryell looked at the thick stack and felt no stir of emotion, as if he had already anticipated this. The SAT exam in November could be set aside. With so many books, it would probably take him until next year to finish them all. Seemingly sensing Gryell's thoughts, Daisy picked up the top history book, casually flipped to a page, and pointed to a section marked with a line, saying, "Not everything here will be on the exam. These highlighted parts are the key points. As long as you understand these, you'll definitely score high." When Gryell stood up from the chair, he caught sight of the framed painting on the bedside table again. Last time, he had only seen it from a distance, but now it was closer, and he could see it more clearly. The crooked wheels were on tracks, and 3 rectangles were painted in red, blue, and gold. It could be called a little train, but it didn't even have a front, and it was really ugly. It was probably something this girl drew when she was just starting to learn how to paint. This made Gryell remember his own elementary and middle school days when he also loved to doodle with a ballpoint pen on books, giving people mustaches and glasses, turning perfectly good books into a mess. Following Gryell's gaze, Daisy looked up at the painting with a nostalgic expression and said, "I drew this when I was 5. I don't even know why. One day, I suddenly drew this picture and told my dad that I was riding a train flying in the sky, going really fast. The next day, my dad bought me the DVD of Doraemon, Nobita's Great Adventure in the Galaxy, and told me that if I wanted something, I could just say it directly. He would buy it for me. No need to beat around the bush." Gryell couldn't help but laugh. He was the same way as a child. When he saw something he liked, he would say, "Mom, I saw him playing with this at so-and-so's house." Then his parents would understand his meaning, and he would often find what he wanted on the table the next day. I've seen Doraemon, Nobita's Great Adventure in the Galaxy too. Nobita, who can go on so many adventures, is really enviable. So many times in class, I've fantasized about riding the Galaxy train to the amusement park in space, Gryell said nostalgically. But as I grew up, such dreams became fewer and were all replaced by various books and exams. Why do you sound like an old man? Is a little bit of studying enough to make you sigh like this? Just focus on the key points, and 1 or 2 weeks will be enough. The SAT exam is actually pretty easy, Daisy said with a smile, trying hard to keep a straight face. She thought Gryell looked just like someone who realized before an exam that all his books were new, and that feeling of despair was almost crushing. New York's roads have always been congested, especially on Manhattan Island, where the population density far exceeds that of other areas. At 3 o'clock, Samuel Stern and Banner set off from the Upper West Side of Manhattan, driving south. However, a mere 30-kilometer journey took almost an hour due to various traffic jams before they finally arrived in Lower Manhattan. They parked the car beside a 3-story building. Banner gently pressed down his hat's brim with his right hand as he slowly got out of the car. Just then, a passerby brushed past him, and in that instant, the passerby's right hand twitched slightly, causing a small device, only 3 or 4 millimeters in size and identical in color to Banner's clothing, to silently stick to his outfit. After that, the passerby continued walking as if nothing had happened. Betty was looking around, and she noticed that most of the shop signs around were in traditional Chinese characters that she didn't recognize, making her feel as if she had entered a strange foreign land. It was her first time in this place. After locking the car, Samuel Stern walked toward the building while chattering excitedly. The presence of the NYPD in Chinatown is minimal, and the Chinese here don't like to meddle in others' affairs. They won't immediately call the police if they notice something unusual. Most importantly, The food here is really delicious. If the experiment succeeds, I'll treat you to whatever you want, Banner replied, still pressing his hand against his hat, his eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. The sun was starting to set, and many shop signs began to light up. The streets were increasingly crowded, which made Banner feel more and more uneasy. The three of them entered the room, and the talkative Samuel Stern began enthusiastically introducing his secret base. I converted the basement into a biological experiment center. Even if you shoot a gun in there, the sound won't escape. The first floor is where I live, and the second floor, which we're heading to now, is where I've set up various instruments, all calibrated and ready for experiments at any time. What about the third floor? Banner asked. Stern hesitated for a moment before slowly responding. The third floor is where the serum is stored. The blood samples you sent were too few, so I concentrated them to create more blood samples. What? For the first time, Banner felt that sending his blood samples to this guy was an incredibly foolish decision. He had repeatedly emphasized the dangers of these samples in previous emails. Yet this guy dared to conduct biological experiments and even concentrated the samples to create more. This was just what he knew. What about the unknowns? What else have you done? Banner shouted at Samuel Stern, and the heart rate monitor on his wrist immediately beeped, causing Stern to raise his hands hurriedly. Hey, calm down, relax. I'm doing this for scientific research. Those blood samples you sent can hardly be used for a few experiments. I need to conduct multiple repeated experiments to obtain more accurate data and reduce experimental errors. I swear, aside from me, no one else knows about these blood samples. All the produced blood samples are stored on the third floor. I spent a lot of money to buy the equipment to preserve them. I'm almost bankrupt. Banner didn't say anything further. He silently walked toward the third floor. When he opened the door, he was met with rows of freezers. Through the glass, he could clearly see bags of blood samples hanging inside, each labeled with time and concentration using watercolor pens. This scene was shocking to Banner. If so many blood samples were released, it would undoubtedly trigger a terrible disaster. Just then, Samuel Stern, who had followed him in, began excitedly discussing his findings. Your blood, or rather the gamma energy, possesses limitless possibilities, infinite potential, and countless uses. Before I moved, I conducted dozens of viral experiments, and those viruses all died within a very short time. So far, I haven't found a stronger virus to continue the experiments. However, if we can uncover the secret of how your blood destroys viruses, we could create vaccines for many diseases. This would absolutely be a groundbreaking discovery worthy of a Nobel Prize. Just the patents alone would allow me to live comfortably for a lifetime. No, 10 lifetimes. As he spoke, Samuel Stern's tone became fervent, and his eyes sparkled as if the countless honors and riches were pouring in on him like a tidal wave. This was why he ignored the dangers and continued with the experiments. A vaccine capable of combating many diseases that humanity currently cannot tackle would undoubtedly be comparable to penicillin. No, it might even surpass penicillin, becoming a great historical discovery. In the face of such temptations of fame and fortune, all dangers seemed trivial. No, these things must be destroyed. Not a single drop can be left. They need to be destroyed right now. Banner's words fell like a bucket of cold water, instantly shattering Samuel Stern's fantasies. What? Now it was Samuel Stern's turn to be shocked. He looked at Banner with confusion and disbelief, stammering, "You must not have heard me correctly. Do you want me to repeat what I just said?" "Stern, I heard you very clearly," Banner said patiently, "but the military doesn't need these to cure diseases. They want to use them to create monsters like me. I am the host of this experiment as well as a victim. I fully understand the dangers of this serum. But we also need to see the benefits of this serum. If the experiment succeeds, it could save countless lives," Samuel Stern argued loudly, convinced that if the experiment succeeded, he would become a globally recognized figure rather than a forgotten professor stuck in a school. What are the odds of success? How many monsters will be created before that? Banner was not swayed by the beautiful visions painted by Samuel Stern. But he had to step in, saying, "Hey, you two, I think we should set aside these invisible, intangible things for now. Shouldn't we first discuss how to deal with the thing inside Banner? The military has been hunting Bruce, and every moment we spend here is filled with danger." As Betty said, in front of the biology building at Gryell Academy, 7 or 8 military vehicles were parked, and a group of fully armed soldiers were quickly exiting the building, boarding the military trucks in an orderly fashion. Leading the group was a command vehicle, inside which General Ross was listening intently to his subordinates' reports. Samuel Stern's personal computer has revealed emails between him and Bruce Banner discussing how to deal with the Hulk inside Bruce Banner. "What did you say?" General Ross exploded, anger flashing across his face as he barked, "Find them immediately. We cannot let the Hulk disappear." A woman sitting at the computer looked up and said, "S.H.I.E.L.D. has provided the latest intelligence. Traffic cameras near Grand Street in Chinatown captured Samuel Stern's vehicle. All teams move out at full speed. Notify the air support to dispatch 2 armed helicopters to escort the transport helicopter carrying Blonsky and the capture team. Inform the NYPD to prepare for the evacuation of nearby residents." General Ross issued a series of commands, and the Army's transport trucks and armored vehicles immediately started up, racing toward lower Manhattan in the glow of the setting sun. 2 armed helicopters and a large CH-47 transport helicopter took off from a military base, flying toward Manhattan Island at an altitude of only 20 meters at maximum speed. In Daisy's living room, 2 greasy middle-aged men were passionately discussing topics ranging from the stars in the universe to mundane family matters, their enthusiasm rivaling even that of diplomatic talks between South and North Korea. Meanwhile, Gryell and Daisy, unable to join the conversation, could only sit by and listen to the 2 uncles reminiscing about the past and speculating about the future, feeling so bored that they might as well turn into fossils. Although there was a girl beside him, Gryell had no idea how to start a conversation. Surely they needed a common topic. But the question was, what could he say to break the ice? Should he ask, "Have you eaten?" Out of sheer boredom, Gryell picked up a history book and began flipping through it. Looking at the thickness of the book, he thought that the person who compiled it must have had an incredibly rich imagination. After all, their country had barely existed for a fraction of the 5,000 years that others had. So how many historical events could there really be to fill an entire book? Just as Gryell flipped to the section on the Civil War, the conversation between the 2 middle-aged men finally came to a pause. Uncle Jimmy, still somewhat reluctant to end the discussion, glanced up at the darkening sky and exclaimed, "Wow, it's already this late." Gryell put down the book, took out his phone to check the time, and said, "It's 5:30 now, which is peak time for getting off work. We might still catch the restaurant's busy dinner rush." Uncle Jimmy's restaurant had far fewer customers during lunch than at dinner, so if he lacked a chef, it would be nearly impossible to operate normally. Uncle Jimmy quickly bid farewell, and Hyde clearly understood the situation, not insisting that he stay for dinner or anything else, only saying to come by again sometime. Daisy, who had been in her room, also came out, and the father and daughter accompanied Uncle Jimmy and Gryell downstairs. As they stepped out of the hallway, a loud roaring sound filled the air. Everyone looked up to see 3 helicopters swiftly flying over the street, their paths obscured by the darkening sky as they continuously gained altitude. Before they could even lower their heads, 3-wheeled armored transport vehicles approached from the west, lined up in formation and passing right in front of Gryell and the others. Each vehicle was equipped with a machine gun connected to long chains of ammunition. Hyde looked puzzled at the passing armored vehicles and muttered, "Why are the military here? Are they conducting military drills?" Meanwhile, Gryell began to feel uneasy, recalling the recent news about Calvo Academy and the impending confrontation between the Hulk and Abomination in Harlem. With armored vehicles and armed helicopters now present, could it be that the 2 had already begun a clash? Just 5 minutes earlier, the 3 helicopters had arrived at the location where Samuel Stern and Banner were. The rear doors of the twin-rotor helicopters opened, and Blonsky, who had previously been beaten to a pulp by the Hulk, leaped down from a height of 7 or 8 meters and landed on the rooftop. He bent his knees slightly to absorb the impact and quickly ran to the rooftop door, delivering a kick that dented the locked iron door and left a clear footprint. He then dashed downstairs. As other soldiers descended via ropes onto the rooftop, Blonsky had already reached the 2nd floor and kicked open a door, only to find the Hulk lying on a twisted metal bed, gradually reverting to a much smaller Banner. This scene shocked him greatly. Samuel Stern, seated in front of several instruments, was filled with joy, repeatedly exclaiming, "It worked! It really worked! My antidote is effective. It can neutralize the gamma radiation toxins." Just then, Banner, still in a semi-comatose state from reverting from the Hulk, was unaware of Stern's excitement. Only Betty, hearing the door being kicked open, turned around to see a fully armed soldier striding in with a gun. Wait, I need you to contact my father, Betty said as she stepped forward, trying to stop the soldier to have him inform her father that Banner would no longer transform into the Hulk. However, she barely finished her sentence when Blonsky waved his hand, pushing Betty aside. He lunged forward, grabbing Banner by the ripped clothing and yanking him off the bed, growling, "Bring him out! Let him fight me! Do you hear me? Let him out!" Blonsky was fixated on avenging the humiliation he suffered at Calvo Academy. As the only successful subject of General Ross's Super Soldier program, he had always been a top-tier soldier and a role model for all. Yet at Calvo Academy, the Hulk had sent him flying as if he were trash, nearly costing him his life. If not for General Ross injecting him with the developed super soldier serum again, he could have spent the rest of his life in a hospital bed. Thus, after experiencing a brief power boost from the super soldier serum, Blonsky yearned for another chance to fight the Hulk to prove his worth, hoping to surpass Captain America and avoid being discarded like garbage. Unfortunately, his wish was thwarted. He had struck Banner several times, but he showed no response. Samuel Stern then said, "I've neutralized the hormone similar to the toxin in his blood. He can no longer transform into the Hulk." What? Blonsky's face instantly darkened. Before he could say anything else, several windows were kicked in, and 5 or 6 soldiers rushed in through the windows, their guns trained on the tattered Banner lying on the ground. Upon realizing that Banner was lying motionless, one soldier quickly approached to check him, then reported into his earpiece, "General, we have successfully captured the target. Immediately take him away from the residential area?" "Yes." A group of soldiers surged forward, tightly binding Banner to a stretcher, while a female soldier helped Betty up, and they hurriedly made their way to the helicopter on the rooftop. This was a residential area, and if Banner suddenly transformed, it would cause massive destruction, and someone would definitely take the blame for it. Since they had captured Banner, they needed to get him away from the crowded area as quickly as possible. As the soldiers rushed back and forth, only Blonsky remained, waiting for the follow-up team. He stood there, staring at Samuel Stern, and asked, "If you can make the Hulk disappear, can you make him appear again?" "What do you mean by that?" "I want you to extract what you took from Banner and inject it into me," Blonsky said, aiming his gun at Samuel Stern with a blank expression. "It's either death or give me the injection. Choose one." Samuel Stern raised his hands, looking at the gun pointed at his forehead, and quickly replied, "This requires a full medical examination first, and then we need to prepare the appropriate dosage. There's no equipment here to—" Before he could finish, Blonsky shifted the gun, pulling the trigger. A bullet whizzed past Samuel Stern's ear, hitting the wall behind him. The close gunfire left his ears ringing, and he collapsed in fear. "So you choose death?" Blonsky's tone remained calm, but it sent chills down Samuel Stern's spine. He stammered, Okay, but I can't guarantee the consequences." "Then hurry up. I don't have all day." A vial of serum extracted from Banner during his transformation into the Hulk slowly injected itself into Blonsky's body. At the same time, the machines above emitted intense gamma rays, scorching Blonsky's form like flames. Under Samuel Stern's eager gaze, Blonsky's skin began to change, gradually shifting to a shade of green. His already muscular frame swelled rapidly, as if inflated like a balloon, with veins bulging like twisted dragons and muscles protruding like steel, tearing his camouflage uniform apart into rag strips that hung limply from his transforming body. "Yes, just like that. My theory is correct." Samuel Stern's smile grew ever brighter, as if he could already see endless wealth and glory beckoning to him. He had successfully reverted Banner from the Hulk back to a human, and now he was on the verge of turning Blonsky from a human into the Hulk. This undoubtedly proved that he had touched the threshold of gamma energy. If he continued to delve deeper into this research, he was certain to achieve tremendous success, become a world-renowned billionaire, and win prestigious awards, including the Nobel Prize. This was why he had so willingly agreed to inject Blonsky with the serum. He needed more live experiments to gather more data, and Blonsky was conveniently presenting himself. However, while lost in his fantasies, Samuel Stern was jolted awake by a deafening roar of anger. To his horror, he realized that Blonsky's transformation had taken a bizarre turn. His bones seemed to inflate, stretching the skin to the point of bursting. Sharp bone spikes erupted from the joints of his spine, legs, and arms, piercing through the skin in Blonsky's anguished screams, creating a terrifying spectacle. He stared wide-eyed at the monstrous creature lying before him, and as its creator, Samuel Stern was left dumbfounded. His smile froze instantly, and his throat involuntarily moved as he whispered, "What have I created? God!" Blonsky's bestial roar echoed through the room as his massive feet stomped heavily on the floor, the sound shattering the tiles and leaving a deep footprint. As Blonsky spoke, he struggled to rise from the bed. The protruding bone spikes bent his back into a bow shape. His smooth, gray-green head leaned forward, resembling a frail old man, yet his muscles radiated terrifying strength. Can you understand me?" Samuel Stern cautiously looked up at the towering abomination, who loomed over him, and said, "I need to draw your blood for analysis to see what changes the Hulk serum has produced in you." His voice reached Abomination's ears, but was nothing more than a buzzing fly among a cacophony of noise, irritating him to the extreme. With a wave of his massive hand, he swatted Samuel Stern aside as if he were a pest, sending him crashing into nearby equipment. With a sickening crunch of breaking bones, the machine dented severely, and the test tubes containing Hulk serum shattered, sending the contents cascading down onto Samuel Stern, soaking him and seeping into his wounds, quickly coursing through his bloodstream. After swatting away the fly, Abomination's agitation lessened slightly, but the inexplicable voices in his head persisted, as if he were surrounded by 500 quacking ducks and geese, their cacophony driving him to madness. Fueled by rage, Abomination leaped toward the source of the noise. His massive body collided with the wall, and with a thunderous crash, the red brick wall crumbled like paper, creating a large hole as bricks rained down like a waterfall onto the street below. During the peak of rush hour, the bricks, along with Abomination's colossal form, fell onto a car below. The windshield shattered instantly, and the narrow frame could not withstand Abomination's weight, crushing it down and spilling a mixture of blood and flesh onto the asphalt, staining it red. The car struck by falling debris caused the vehicles behind it to slam on their brakes in haste. Drivers and pedestrians alike were stunned, staring in shock at the enormous monster standing atop the wreckage. For a moment, the street fell eerily silent, as if time had frozen. Roar! Abomination swung his arms back and threw his head back, unleashing an earth-shattering roar that echoed down the dimly lit street. The sound wave shattered windows of nearby buildings and cars within a 20-meter radius, causing some people close by to become dizzy and collapse to the ground, clutching their ears in agony, unable to hear their own voices. He leaped again, landing next to a car that had crashed into a building after its driver was startled by the roar. He seized the 1 to 2-ton vehicle with his right hand, effortlessly lifting it before hurling it forward. The car rolled through the air, the occupants screaming in terror, but they could do nothing to prevent the impending disaster. Meanwhile, Gryell and Uncle Jimmy were about to say their goodbyes after a helicopter flew overhead. Uncle Jimmy and Hyde were engaged in farewell conversations when suddenly a frantic roar echoed from afar. The sound was so loud, it was as though a truck horn had blared right next to them, causing those nearby to shake in fright, with 2 cars even colliding as a result. "What was that noise?" Uncle Jimmy asked, astonished. Just as he finished speaking, they saw a car rolling through the air from over 10 meters high, heading straight for them. With a resounding thud, the car smashed onto the street just 11 or 12 meters away, crushing 2 unsuspecting pedestrians beneath it. The car continued sliding forward for 2 meters, leaving a shocking trail of blood before crashing into a wall, embedding itself halfway, and eliciting terrified gasps from the onlookers. Uncle Jimmy and Mr. Hyde gasped at the sight of the car crushing the 2 pedestrians, while Daisy screamed in terror, quickly turning her head away, unable to bear the horrifying scene. Gryell stood there, mouth agape. With the roaring sound and the flying car, the culprit had to be either the Abomination or the Hulk, but either way, neither should be in Chinatown. Suddenly, a brilliant column of fire erupted on the west side of the street, standing out starkly against the surrounding gloom. Shortly after, an explosion echoed, followed by another fiery pillar, and the ground began to tremble, as if something enormous was rushing toward them. "Let's go," Gryell shouted, pushing his motorcycle over to Uncle Jimmy. "Hurry, ride the motorcycle away from here. What about you? Who among you can run faster than me? Quickly ride the motorcycle." Without waiting for a response, Gryell dropped the motorcycle and dashed toward the east, diving into a narrow alleyway. Uncle Jimmy turned to Hyde beside him and said, "I told you before, this kid is a good one." "Well, The task of stalling for time is complete. Let's hurry up and leave. With that, Uncle Jimmy wasted no time in hopping onto the motorcycle, and Hyde and Daisy quickly climbed onto the back. The motorcycle roared to life and shot off to the east like an arrow, swiftly distancing itself from the chaotic scene behind. At that moment, the surroundings had become extremely noisy. The continuous explosions and the rising flames led people to mistakenly believe that a serious shooting incident or a car bomb attack was taking place. Panic ensued, and people began to run frantically toward the east. Traffic congestion worsened, forcing many to abandon their cars and run on foot. However, many others remained at home, unaware of the chaos unfolding outside. Only those within a couple of 100 meters of the explosion heard the tremendous noises and opened their windows to peek outside. Yet, due to the cramped buildings around, their views were severely limited. They couldn't even see the ends of their own street, let alone what was happening on others. Among the fleeing crowd, the person who had brushed past Banner earlier and secretly affixed a tiny listening device to him showed no signs of panic. He slipped into the doorway of a nearby building and quickly began to ascend the stairs. Meanwhile, he pressed a tiny earpiece in his right ear and spoke in a serious tone. "Commander, this is Level 6 Agent Grant Ward. A powerful humanoid monster has appeared and is rampaging through Chinatown, causing severe casualties." In a room filled with dozens of screens and computers, Agent Hill sat quietly, holding a communication device and receiving the message from the scene. She looked at the various screens displaying the situation in Chinatown and spoke in a calm voice. "I see it. You need to head to Samuel Stern's laboratory immediately. Go to the 3rd floor and retrieve those blood samples. There will be someone waiting for you at the intersection to assist." "Understood, Commander." Agent Ward, dressed in a gray trench coat, ended the communication and quickly made his way to the rooftop. He tossed down a foothold and, using the spring's recoil, leaped onto the adjacent building's rooftop. And he pulled the foothold back up with a rope. Like an agile monkey, he jumped across 3 buildings, eventually reaching the roof of Samuel Stern's secret base. Ward pushed open the door to the 3rd floor, revealing a room filled with freezers, each storing numerous blood samples. He took out a small, intricate device and placed it on the mechanical lock, twisting it gently to unlock the door. He then retrieved 2 bags of blood samples of varying concentrations from the cabinet and closed the door again. Next, he dashed to the next cabinet, moving swiftly and skillfully, like a gust of wind through the chilled room. In just 3 minutes, he completed this daunting task. He turned around and quickly ran back to the rooftop, using his strong rope to descend to the back of the building before retracting the rope and sprinting toward the designated meeting point. He navigated through the alley, climbed over a barbed wire gate, and finally arrived at the intersection. He jumped into a black business car with reflective glass. Just as he closed the door, the driver started the vehicle immediately. Grant Ward barely had time to catch his breath as he quickly transferred the blood samples from the box he was holding into 2 medical coolers. Each cooler held a bag of blood samples of different concentrations. He placed one of the coolers in the passenger seat while he sat in the back with the other cooler containing 15 bags of samples. Throughout the process, he did not speak a word to the driver, maintaining a tense silence. Meanwhile, the abomination was rampaging indiscriminately, crushing everything in his path. Cars crumpled like clay under his hands. With a single slap, he could reduce them to rubble, and with a kick, he could flatten them. Even steel cars couldn't withstand his strength, let alone fragile humans. With a single stomp, humans were reduced to mere pulp. The path he took was left in ruins, strewn with burning wrecks of vehicles and dismembered human limbs. The once black asphalt was nearly stained red. Nearby, people were doing everything they could to flee from this terrifying monster, but their speed was no match for the abomination, even on deserted streets, let alone with the current congestion of vehicles and crowds making movement difficult. Desperate cries for help and wails of terror mixed with the sounds of explosions and the abomination's roars, transforming the street into a hell on earth. These sounds only heightened the abomination's agitation. The Hulk serum not only enhanced his strength, but also amplified his senses. Sounds that would be faint to ordinary humans were deafening to the abomination. Only through reckless destruction could he vent his inner turmoil, feeling somewhat relieved. Cars, streetlights, pedestrians, and trees, anything he grabbed would be hurled away, wreaking havoc on the streets and buildings. Anything thrown by him picked up extraordinary speed, If it were a car, it could smash through a wall as if to warn those inside of the horror unfolding outside. On the rooftop of a 5-story building 100 meters from where Hyde lived, Gryell stood quietly at the edge, gazing at the abomination wreaking havoc on the street just a dozen meters away. Confusion filled him, not understanding why the abomination, which was supposed to be battling in Harlem, was here. But at that moment, he had no time to ponder. His only thought was to kill the abomination. In the few seconds Gryell had arrived, he had witnessed over 10 people meet their demise, with not a single intact body in sight. It was impossible to count how many had been slaughtered by the abomination. After all, among those crushed cars, there could have been several people inside. Who could tell? Since arriving in this world, Gryell had killed no fewer than 100 people, but they were all ruthless gangsters and thugs. None were innocent. However, now the abomination was killing indiscriminately, much like those overbearing bullies who enjoyed tormenting the quiet students in class. Whether through verbal threats or actual violence, they relished in instilling fear in the weak. This wanton destruction cannot continue. When people are bullied, they always hope someone will step up to stop it. So let me be that person. Gryell murmured, slowly lifting his left arm. The knight's card holder at his waist automatically opened, ejecting an Agito KR card that flew into Gryell's hand. He swiftly inserted the card into the driver of his belt, and then leaped into the air, transforming mid-flight. The external force surged in like a whirlwind, with the abomination's massive hand sweeping directly over the heads of the African-American mother and child. Accompanied by the howling wind, that hand struck the asphalt beside the car with a resounding crash, instantly kicking up a cloud of dust. Boom! The once incredibly solid asphalt cracked open like it had been struck by a giant hammer, a web of fractures spreading rapidly. The abomination's palm, larger than a basin, sank deep into the pavement, sending powerful shockwaves that surged like ocean waves, impacting the nearby cars. The rear of a vehicle was jolted forward by an invisible force, sliding 3 or 4 feet away. Stones and shards of glass were swept up as if caught in a powerful current, swirling around in the air. The mother and son stood frozen, their eyes wide with shock as they witnessed a scene that seemed to shatter their entire worldview. First, a gigantic monster had torn their car apart, and then a mysterious figure clad in a black bodysuit, adorned with dark golden metal plates, descended from the sky like a god. With a kick as swift as thunder, he sent the abomination's massive hand flying away. In the next moment, this mysterious figure displayed incredible strength. He seized the abomination's arm, which had slammed into the ground, and with a fierce motion, flung it forward as if it were a mere stick. The strength was unimaginable, propelling the monster, which was a full meter taller and much bulkier than him, into the air. The abomination rolled like a runaway cannonball, crashing into a wall and creating a human-shaped hole in the brick structure. From the time he kicked the abomination to the moment he flung it away, the entire process took no more than a second. The speed was so rapid that the massive creature had no time to comprehend who had attacked it before being hurled far away. Gryell turned his head and saw the mother and child still dazed in their wrecked car, evidently shocked by the earlier events, possibly left with an indelible mental scar. But at that moment, he had no time to help them collect themselves. He wasn't a psychologist. He shouted at them urgently, "Get out of here!" As he spoke, he grabbed the jam car door with his right hand and pulled hard. The door came off, as if by magic, crashing to the side with a loud clang. The violent shake and the loud noise jolted the mother and child out of their stupor. They heard Gryell's voice again, "Quick, leave this place." Oh! Though the pair didn't know who this helmeted figure was, they could tell from his earlier feat of hurling the massive monster that he had saved their lives. They hurriedly unbuckled their seat belts, scrambled out of the car, and ran toward the east, away from the monster. As they ran, the boy glanced back, catching a glimpse of the people desperately fleeing down the street and the creature struggling to crawl out from the wall, alongside a man who didn't seem that tall. Meanwhile, in a small room surrounded by thick walls, measuring only 20 square meters, Nick Fury stood quietly in the center. For screens hung on the front wall, displaying various individuals of different skin tones and appearances. Fury's expression remained calm, but his tone was unyielding as he said, "I warned you before, the Super Soldier program is filled with uncertainties. Until the final results are in, no one can know exactly what will be produced. That's why S.H.I.E.L.D. has suspended the Super Soldier program. But merely relying on our human flesh and blood cannot contend with those alien civilizations. We need stronger soldiers. A white-haired elder in the center spoke with authority. Surely you haven't forgotten the extremely asymmetric war from over 20 years ago? Over the years, we have invested countless resources, manpower, and materials into super soldier research to avoid being ruthlessly slaughtered again. This is why I want to form the Avengers, to gather Earth's heroes to deal with enemies that conventional means cannot overcome, just like the monster currently destroying Chinatown, said a Chinese man in his 30s on the right screen. But Director Fury, do you really think you can control them? One name on the list you submitted is not even from Earth. Will he truly fight to protect it? Before he could finish, Nick Fury interrupted sharply, pointing to the ground. While you were asking that question, he was fighting to protect those defenseless people. I believe that is the best answer. After a brief pause, to steady his tone, Fury continued. As for the issue of control and command, they are the Avengers. They will only step up when people truly need them to avenge those who have been harmed. They do not require anyone's orders, nor do they need to be controlled. You want to assemble a group of individuals with immense power and let them act freely. A woman in her 50s said incredulously, as if she had heard the most absurd thing in the world. This is absolutely impossible. We cannot allow these individuals to run amok. I don't think letting them operate without oversight is a good idea. The Avengers must be under the supervision of the Council and must get approval to carry out any activities. In an instant, the room was filled with various chaotic objections. However, at that moment, Nick Fury stood silently, allowing these four elders to continue voicing their dissent. Click! The heavy iron door suddenly swung open, and Nick Fury stepped out of the room. Before him lay a gigantic room, 6 or 7 meters tall and 20 meters wide. 5 rows of computers were set up at the bottom of the room, with a group of SHIELD technicians intently focused on the screens in front of them. The walls at a 120-degree angle were made entirely of transparent glass, offering a clear view of the endless sea and the clouds floating around, as if the room were flying in the sky. Agent Hill approached him, her expression somewhat unfazed, saying, "Rejected again." Nick Fury said nothing. He leaned against the railing above, gazing down at the staff and the mountains of clouds ahead, slowly saying, "I experienced that extremely asymmetric war and almost lost my life there. Without their emergence, humanity would have lost. But they came and helped us achieve victory." Agent Hill stood quietly behind Fury, listening to his account. A group of powerful individuals united can achieve many unbelievable things. However, once political factors are involved, such an alliance loses its purity and can easily be exploited by some to achieve their own ends. Since that war ended, I've wanted to establish such a special team. They left after the war, which is why I restarted the Super Soldier program. But I later realized that the Super Soldier program only served to exacerbate the horrors of war. As Fury spoke, he straightened his posture, his lone eye gleaming with determination as he looked forward and declared, "The Avengers exist for those who need them. They are not meant for senseless battles among humans. That is why I want the Avengers to have the power of free action. Oversight does not suit them." Agent Hill pursed her lips, thinking for a moment before shaking her head and saying, "But, Director, you must understand, the Council will absolutely never agree to the kind of free-acting Avengers you envision. So many powerful individuals united without their control would make many people uneasy. No one wants to see such a group of strong individuals roaming freely on their territory without any oversight. Just like how people only find a tiger cute when it's locked in a cage. However, if a fierce beast stays in a cage for too long, it will gradually become as docile as a cat, no longer the terrifying beast it once was." Nick Fury said with a blank expression and a monotone voice, "SHIELD has enough capability to handle various matters within the Earth, and the existence of the Avengers serves more as a deterrent, letting other civilizations in the universe know that Earth is not weak and easily bullied, but possesses the ferocious power of a lion." Agent Hill beside him nodded in agreement. Just like nuclear weapons, which may not be used often, but are still maintained and produced at all costs, precisely for that kind of deterrent power, the status of the 5 major rogue nations is like being built upon nuclear bombs. Before the Avengers Initiative has truly been established, they're already thinking about how to control it. Once they witness the formidable power of the Avengers United, I fear they will not easily let go. Nick Fury straightened up and gazed at the distant sun, slowly saying, even if the Security Council does not agree to grant them the power of free action, it doesn't matter. After all, the Avengers Initiative is still just on paper, and the so-called candidates are merely our one-sided ideas. Whether they are willing to join is still uncertain. That Stark guy, he has not yet undergone a thorough evaluation and will not be on the list for now. So far, only one person has passed the evaluation. Are you talking about Rusev? To deal with the second Hulk and protect the citizens, he is indeed a good person, as Agent Wu said. But Agent Hill hesitated. As for Stark, there's no need to mention him. Being a billionaire, he has numerous stakeholders in the military and government, and even S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot forcibly compel him to join. As for the unknown identity of Gryell Rusev, from his current performance, he appears to be quite distant from S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, the so-called Avengers Alliance has yet to see even a shadow, and whether it can be established is still an unknown. So, at present, the conditions for forming the Avengers are not met. Neither the external environment nor the internal environment allows it. But it's okay. I've already waited for over 20 years and don't mind waiting a little longer. After saying this, Nick Fury straightened his body and walked toward the command platform, beginning to instruct the helicopter to return. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Manhattan, the Abomination, forcibly wedged into the second-floor wall, suddenly pushed with both arms, and the brick wall that had trapped him seemed to part like rice paper, easily pulled apart by him, the red bricks crumbling like tofu. After breaking free from his confinement, the Abomination leaped, his heavy body crashing onto the ground, instantly leaving 2 shallow footprints. His eyes glinted with an incredibly fierce light as he fixed his gaze on the small figure standing in the empty street, dressed in strange clothing. That figure was short, with a waist no thicker than his arms. Calling him a weakling would be an insult to the term. Watch me turn you into a meat pie. The Abomination grinned and strode forward, every step leaving a deep imprint on the asphalt road, while the cars blocking his way were effortlessly shoved aside like cardboard boxes, unable to hinder his advance. Facing the charging Abomination, Gryell showed no intention of dodging, standing still before taking a step forward. In an instant, the ground beneath his feet seemed to come alive, revealing a dark golden agito head symbol, as the Earth's energy continuously gathered, making the pattern beneath him shine brighter, with 2 dark golden metal rings around his ankles glowing as well, and the dual horns atop his head made a soft sound as they instantly opened, transforming into 6. The Abomination's enormous body had reached its maximum speed, rushing forward like a heavy truck, seemingly unstoppable. His momentum made it feel as if he could crash through even the mightiest mountain ahead. He grabbed a nearby car, larger than himself, and with a screech of twisting metal, swung his arm, launching the car like a cannonball towards Gryell, who stood 7 or 8 meters down the street. Gryell stomped down hard, the glowing pattern beneath his feet merging into his legs, and in the next moment, he leaped into the air, effortlessly surpassing the tumbling car. As the car rolled beneath him, Gryell flexed his left foot and stomped down hard, as if an invisible force pressed the car downwards, resulting in a loud bang as it crashed onto another car's hood, denting it. Gryell then used the recoil to jump again, straightening his body and leaping over 40 meters into the air. At this height, he could see all of Manhattan at a glance. Buildings within a few hundred meters were fully visible, and the ground seemed to be under his control. Ahead lay rows of buildings of varying heights and neatly aligned streets, now below the horizon, leaving only the red outline of the setting sun, reflecting in the Hudson River, evoking the feeling of the long river and the setting sun. At the highest point, Gryell suddenly stretched out his right leg, gathering all the Earth's energy in his right foot, causing him to plummet downwards at incredible speed, the surrounding air swirling loudly, creating a strong hurricane. As Gryell leaped, the Abomination also lifted his head. In the next moment, Gryell began his rapid descent, prompting the Abomination to roar. You want to fight against God? You really overestimate yourself. With that, the Abomination clenched his palm, the size of a basin, and bent his arm, striking fiercely at Gryell's right leg. As the Abomination's voice echoed in the air, his fist collided violently with Gryell's right leg, resulting in a thunderous boom, as if the sky had collapsed, the sound wave quickly spreading out, shaking everything nearby. The buildings on both sides of the street cracked open with varying sized gaps, and even those who had run 100 meters away were left with ringing ears and tingling bodies. The shockwave swept away the raging flames in an instant, sending countless fragments of glass, dust, and even the 4 cars around the abomination tumbling upwards, with a force comparable to an 8 or 9 level gale. The immense force of the collision caused the abomination's right arm to go numb, and his feet began to slide backward involuntarily, his heels carving deep trenches in the asphalt road like a bulldozer. Meanwhile, the earth energy Gryell had gathered surged into the abomination's fist, causing the flesh on the abomination's hand to explode as he retreated. The energy continued to surge downwards, shattering the flesh on his wrist and forearm, as if an invisible meat grinder was crazily tearing through the flesh on his arm. Gray-green blood sprayed like a fountain around him, and numerous fine cracks appeared on the exposed bone of his half-arm. But before the gray-green blood could hit the ground, the cracks in the bone healed at an astonishing speed, and soon muscle, blood vessels, tendons, and other tissues rapidly spread along the bone. The moment the first drop of blood fell to the ground, the entire arm returned to its original state, with no visible injuries. After executing a knight's kick, Gryell used the recoil to perform a backflip, landing steadily on the ground. At this time, the horns atop his head remained open, and at the moment of landing, the Agito symbol appeared on the asphalt road. As the earth energy gathered, Gryell took long strides forward, meeting the blood of the descending abomination, channeling all the earth energy into his fists. He leaned forward, his bent arms shooting out like lightning towards the front, delivering a double dragon's emerge from the sea, his fists crashing heavily into the abomination's chest. Bang! Gryell's fists smashed into the abomination's chest like cannonballs, instantly breaking the protruding ribs and driving them deep into the abomination's internal tissue. Accompanied by the abomination's roar that echoed throughout the street, the terrifying force of over 10 tons erupted, sending the abomination flying. He crashed into a car, which crumpled like a soda can struck by a giant hammer, and the abomination continued sliding backward, pushing 4 or 5 cars behind him together as if squeezed by immense force, with even the gaps between the plywood nearly sealed shut. However, Gryell only took a few steps back due to the recoil before quickly stabilizing himself. His legs and arms remained in a charged position, and the Agito symbol beneath his feet began to glow again, flickering with mysterious light. In just 5 seconds, Gryell had successfully repelled the abomination 3 times. But it was not pure physical strength that he relied on. It was his lightning-fast speed that left the abomination unable to react in time, exposing vulnerabilities in its defense. In terms of raw power comparison, he was at a disadvantage, and the damage he dealt was not solely from physical strength, but rather from the gathered earth energy. In contrast, the abomination was now displaying a rapid healing ability unseen in movies. The flesh on his half-arm healed back to normal in the blink of an eye, as if he had consumed some miraculous elixir, gaining a healing ability akin to Wolverine's. Could the plot development be any more absurd? Gryell slightly moved his fists, which were numb from the recoil, and then clenched them tightly again. He gathered the earth energy into his fists and feet, dispersing the energy into the 4 metal rings at his wrists and ankles. Instantly, those dark golden metal rings shone with intense light, bright and dazzling like festive lanterns in the twilight. The abomination, leaning against the crumpled car wreck, suddenly pushed himself up, tearing through the 4 layers of metal as if they were fragile paper. He planted his left hand on the ground and struggled to rise, his eyes filled with rage, locking onto Gryell. His gaze seemed lethal. If looks could kill, Gryell would be feeling as if he were being shot at by 10 Gatling guns. The intense fury made the abomination's mouth twist open, revealing a mouth full of uneven sharp teeth as he emitted low growls like a wild beast. Such a powerful being, yet he had been sent flying again, reminding him of his painful experiences at Culver Academy. A double dose of rage surged within him, causing his eyes to turn red in an instant. He opened his mouth and unleashed a deafening roar at Gryell. The volume of this roar was such that even the world's finest tenor would feel ashamed before it. The sound drowned out everything else, echoing into every corner, awakening many who had been peacefully sleeping at home, causing them to rush to their windows to see what was happening. They were astonished to find that upon waking, the world had changed so dramatically. The street was choked with a dense mass of vehicles, and the gaps between them were filled with panicked crowds fleeing in all directions, as if the apocalypse had arrived. On the street where Gryell and the Abomination were fighting, the windows within a 200 to 300-meter radius had already shattered under the force of the roar. Many people watched in horror the enormous monster and the glowing figure across the street, some pulling out working smartphones and cameras, starting to record the terrifying scene, while others even brandished firearms. The 3 helicopters that had already distanced themselves suddenly began to return, as if receiving an urgent command. Before they had even flown out of Manhattan's range, they received emergency communications about the appearance of the Hulk in Chinatown. This left General Ross utterly shocked. He instinctively glanced at Bruce Banner, who was sitting in the cabin. Betty, who had been sitting next to Banner, noticed General Ross's gaze and looked up at her father, anxiously asking, "What's happening?" "Nothing." Although General Ross said this, his expression was grim. He gripped the armrest and said to Banner, "What did you and that Stern do?" Banner raised his head and calmly replied, "In the lab, I transformed into the Hulk, and he forced me back with drugs. We successfully eliminated the Hulk within me. He will not appear again." "Are you sure?" Ross retorted, then continued shouting into the communication microphone, ordering nearby wheeled armored vehicles to check the location where the Hulk was reported. Just as his command was given, 3 wheeled armored transport vehicles that had been heading west sent back images. On the small screen in the cabin, the street was choked full of people and cars, and a soldier was shouting hoarsely, "Sir, the entire street is blocked. We are rerouting to the destination," and heard fleeing citizens say, "There's a colossal monster with immense strength." General Ross tightened his grip on the microphone and shouted, "Helicopter, return." After issuing the order, he sat down and fastened his seatbelt. Subsequently, everyone in the cabin felt the shift in force as the helicopter turned, their bodies involuntarily leaning to one side. Looking out of the round window, they could see the armed helicopter on the left also beginning to turn back towards the brightly lit Manhattan Island. Betty and Banner exchanged glances, both sensing a hint of worry in each other's eyes. They both understood that something had obviously occurred, but they had no idea what it was. All they could do was hold on to whatever was nearby, waiting for the helicopter's return to uncover the mystery and see what had really happened. As the helicopter descended, powerful searchlights began to sweep across the street. Betty, Banner, and Ross pressed their heads against the window, trying to see what terrible event had unfolded. As the height decreased, the street below became clearer. In the area illuminated by the searchlights, among the wreckage of cars, there was blood everywhere, dismembered limbs, and motionless bodies, resembling a battlefield rather than a once bustling urban area. 2 intense beams of searchlight sliced down from the sky like swords, instantly illuminating a street that had been darkened by shattered streetlights and shop signs. Under this light, the Abomination, who had just struggled to rise from the ground, seemed to be fueled by endless rage as he picked up a broken piece of a car's front end and hurled it at Gryell like a thrown weapon. Seeing this, Gryell did not retreat, but advanced instead, taking a step forward. His center of gravity sank instantly, and his right arm bent like steel before he swung it powerfully forward. As he did, the surrounding air seemed to compress under a mysterious force, creating visible ripples. That powerful punch struck the car front with tremendous force, as if he were swinging a baseball bat at a ball, sending the half section of the car flying back, as if enchanted. The Abomination noticed this and swatted the half car away like a cannonball, sending it crashing against the wall to his left, shattering the previously sturdy brick wall, embedding the car's front end into it like a nail. Such a huge commotion immediately attracted the attention of 2 armed helicopters, their searchlights sweeping across the area like 2 giant dragons, converging in the middle. One beam of light angled down on the area where the Abomination stood, revealing the massive monster in its entirety, leaving him with nowhere to hide. Banner, witnessing this creature strikingly similar to the Hulk, was shocked into opening his mouth wide. He quickly turned to General Ross, his eyes filled with disbelief as he asked, "Did you create this?" General Ross's shock was no less than Banner's. He shook his head vigorously, saying, "No, I didn't." He intended to say he hadn't created such a thing, but halfway through, the image of Blonsky, who had injected the modified Hulk serum, flashed through his mind. The being below bore an 80% resemblance to the Hulk. At this thought, a sudden realization struck Ross. Could this be Blonsky? He anxiously turned to Banner and shouted, "Does Samuel Stern have Hulk's serum?" His words carried an undeniable tone, as the appearance of the abomination convinced him that Samuel Stern must have the Hulk serum. Otherwise, how could Blonsky have transformed into this? Banner nodded in response to Ross's question. Then, as if realizing something important, he abruptly turned to Ross, fixing his gaze on him while standing up, gripping the armrest tightly, and exclaimed, "Is it your super soldier program's experiment down there? You actually had him inject the Hulk serum?" General Ross sat back down helplessly, turning his gaze out the window. At this moment, the helicopter had descended to just 60 meters above ground, and the grim scene below was laid bare. Not to mention the enormous economic losses. The sheer number of casualties alone was enough to trigger a major earthquake, and there would undoubtedly be people looking to assign blame to the scapegoat. If the being below was indeed Blonsky, as his direct superior and the promoter of the super soldier program, General Ross would certainly bear some responsibility. The thought ignited a fiery anger within him. However, no matter how furious he was at that moment, it was of no use. Below, the abomination, after smashing the car front away, was preparing to charge again, but the blinding searchlight from above halted him in his tracks. The abomination looked up at the helicopter circling overhead, his eyes flashing with rage. Gryell, positioned opposite the abomination, was also illuminated by a beam of light. Compared to the abomination, Gryell's size was noticeably petite, but the glowing metal rings on his limbs and the radiant patterns beneath his feet stood out sharply against the darkness of the night, making it hard to miss him. The beams of the searchlights enveloped the two beings of vastly differing sizes, like stage lights preparing for a spectacular show. On the transport aircraft, General Ross picked up binoculars to observe the person standing opposite the abomination. He was filled with confusion, wondering who this oddly helmeted figure was that dared to face the second Hulk head-on. Betty was the first to notice the strange pattern on the dark street, and the even stranger figure standing on it. She asked in confusion, "Is this cost Batman also one of your experiments?" General Ross immediately denied it. No. Through the binoculars, he saw this unidentified figure striking a perplexing pose, standing on a pattern resembling a projection light. If it weren't for the abomination's presence opposite him, this person's behavior could easily be mistaken for that of a lunatic or a performance artist. The sound of the helicopter's rotors reached Greer's ears from afar. Although illuminated by the searchlights, Gryell showed no signs of panic. Instead, he focused on gathering as much Earth energy as possible in preparation for the impending battle. While Gryell remained calm, the abomination did not share the same composure. The noise of the helicopter's rotors, though merely annoying to most, was deafening to the abomination's acute hearing, far louder than the roar of car engines or the sound of horns. To him, it sounded like a taunt, igniting his fury. With a growl, he turned and grabbed a car on his left. His fingers squeezed like iron pincers, instantly creating large carrot-sized holes in the car's body. Then, stepping forward with his left foot and twisting his waist, he generated a powerful rotational force, launching the car towards the armed helicopter hovering above like a discus thrower. The moment the abomination began to rotate his waist with the car in hand, the pilot of the armed helicopter detected the danger. He quickly pulled the control stick, maneuvering the helicopter to evade the incoming projectile. Gryell, who had been watching the abomination's movements, sprang into action like a cheetah. He pushed off the ground with his right foot and shot forward like an arrow. Just as the car left the abomination's grasp, Gryell collided into the abomination's embrace, executing his previous tactic. He unleashed all the gathered Earth energy from his fists. That immense force struck the abomination, who had been bent like a bow, sending him flying off the ground. As the abomination flew backward, the sharp bone spikes protruding from his back became more visible, resembling the claws of a demon. General Ross, who had been observing through the binoculars, nearly had his eyes pop out of his head. He could not believe what he was witnessing. How could this being, who was even shorter than his own soldiers, launch the abomination into the air? Was the world going mad? Or was he just being too conservative? The extreme shock left General Ross somewhat incoherent, as if he were talking in his sleep. Who on earth is that? As the onlookers stood agape in disbelief, the abomination, sent flying, let out an enraged roar. This was the third time he had been knocked away, and his fury erupted like a volcano. He swung his right arm at Gryell, who was preparing to deliver a second punch. The immense force collided with Gryell's side, creating sparks on the Agito armor, and the lateral force sent Gryell spinning like a top, propelling him out of the abomination's grasp and crashing into the wall just 3 meters away. The wall crumbled like paper upon impact, creating a large hole, and Gryell seemed to burrow into the wall, sending furniture flying everywhere inside. Damn, that really hurts. Gryell tightly clutched his waist, struggling to rise from the wreckage of shattered tables and chairs. This was the first time in his life he had felt such intense pain. He had to admit that this creature truly deserved to be the first one to give the Hulk a beating. Its strength was so overwhelming that even with the Kamen Rider armor protecting him, he couldn't completely withstand such terrifying force. Just as he straightened up and hadn't yet managed to fully get off the ground, his keen hearing caught a faint woo, woo sound coming from behind him. Ignoring the pain in his waist, he performed a quick roll and sprang up, turning to face the source of the sound. There, huddled together in a corner, was a Chinese couple in their 30s and an 18 or 19-year-old girl, their eyes filled with terror. The mother's hand was tightly covering the girl's mouth, clearly having heard the sound from the girl being scared. It was understandable. With a giant monster rampaging outside, their hearts were already filled with fear, and suddenly, their wall was smashed open with a person crashing in. It was no wonder they were frightened. Gryell was about to say something to reassure them when he suddenly heard the heavy footsteps of the abomination. He quickly turned around and saw the large hole he had created in the wall. Then, with a loud bang, the wall was smashed open again, creating a gaping hole nearly 3 meters tall and wide. The abomination charged at Gryell, carrying chunks of debris like cannonballs, and before Gryell could react, he was struck hard. Amid the terrified screams of the family, Gryell felt as if he had been hit head-on by a heavy truck. His shoulder instantly went numb, and his body was flung backward, crashing through the western wall and landing heavily on the north-south street outside. He rolled and bounced along the street for 2 to 3 cycles before slamming into the door of a parked car, denting it and causing the entire vehicle to shift nearly a meter, colliding with another car beside it. Gryell hunched over, half lying in the wreckage of the passenger seat, his 2 sharp horns even puncturing through the passenger door, with his feet dangling outside the gaping hole. Shaking his head vigorously, the numbness in his shoulder gradually faded, yet the pain surged like a tide, as if someone were slicing his flesh with a dull knife. This reminded him of a bullfighting show he had seen. At this moment, he truly understood how painful it must be to be tossed by a bull. Not having time to wait for the pain to subside, he used his relatively uninjured right hand to tear open a large hole in the car roof. Just as he finished this, the shards of glass inside the car began to rattle slightly. He quickly retracted his feet, propped himself up with his right palm on the seat, with one leg suspended and the other on the seat. With a bit of force, he leapt out through the opening. Just as Gryell jumped out of the car, the abomination crashed through the wall behind him, flattening the vehicle. If he had been a split second slower, he would have been trapped inside like ground meat. With a screeching creak, crack, of twisting metal, the abomination, unable to stop its momentum, pushed 2 cars into the wall across the street. The brick wall crumbled like paper, easily giving way under the force and creating another large hole. As Gryell spun around in a hurry, he saw the abomination shaking its head as it emerged from the large hole across the street. The searchlights from the 2 armed helicopters also shone down, illuminating the scene, while 3-wheeled armored vehicles over 100 meters to the south were barreling through the parked cars, speeding toward him. Having landed and regained his balance, Gryell quickly spread his legs, enduring the pain in his shoulder as he raised his arms to begin gathering earth energy. Just as the Agito symbol began to form beneath his feet, the abomination charged at him from the hole. Employing the same tactic, it grabbed a car and hurled it at Gryell like a folding chair. With no choice, Gryell abandoned his energy gathering and leaped aside. With a loud bang, the abomination slammed the car down onto the asphalt, shattering it into pieces that scattered across the ground. Amid the chaotic clang of falling debris, Gryell sprang back into action as soon as he landed, bending his knees to jump again and twisting his waist, delivering a swift kick to the abomination's head, creating a dull thud sound. Though that kick, powered by the Agito armor, had a force of about 11 or 12 tons, less than a maximum of 15 tons due to the sudden execution, it only caused the abomination's head to tilt slightly, tipping over by just a few degrees. Gryell's heart sank at this realization. Without the enhancement of Earth energy, his attack had proven so ineffective against the abomination. This creature truly was capable of beating the Hulk. Its strength and physique were astonishing. It seemed he was not the main character here. While others were teaming up with the likes of Spider-Man and Daredevil during their rookie phases, he had to face off against a brute with over 100 tons of strength. He still hadn't fully adapted to the sudden increase in strength, as if he had gone from riding a bicycle to suddenly driving a sports car, naturally hesitant to accelerate. Even though the abomination hadn't fully mastered its immense power and incredible defensive capabilities, Gryell was already struggling. If the abomination fully adapted to its strength, he would likely be reduced to a pancake. After Gryell landed following a backflip, the abomination twisted its neck, producing a series of cracking sounds, and grinned at Gryell, baring its sharp teeth as it growled. "Tired already? Is that all the power you have? Are you just tickling me?" Facing the abomination's taunts, Gryell felt no anger. After landing, he quickly spread his legs again, preparing to continue gathering Earth energy. However, just as he took his stance, the abomination charged at him, forcing him to dodge. His previously hit shoulder still ached, and another hit might seriously injure him. Gryell realized that the abomination had clearly seen through his tactics. Previously, when he showcased immense strength and destructive power, he always struck a charging pose with his horns opened and the agito symbol on the ground, making him too conspicuous. Thus, the abomination would rush at him the moment he paused to gather energy, giving him no time to charge up. In this world of tokusatsu, there were no mindless monsters or even intelligent ones that stood still while Kamen Riders charged their special moves. Even the abomination, whose intelligence was clouded by rage, quickly saw through the weakness of the agito. Not to mention the highly intelligent beings in the Marvel Universe. They would surely devise countermeasures based on this weakness in no time. As Gryell's mind raced with thoughts, his body moved swiftly. He fully exploited his speed, small size, and agility, darting like a nimble monkey between the abomination's wide strikes, reminiscent of a swift swallow soaring through a storm. The abomination swung cars around like toys, the loud bang, bang of collisions echoing like thunder. In just a few strikes, a car would be completely mangled and unrecognizable. However, with not many objects on the street besides cars, the abomination quickly picked up another vehicle, continuing his relentless pursuit of Gryell. This left Gryell no room to pause. Each time he landed, he would leap away at full speed. To onlookers, it was a scene filled with peril, as if disaster could strike at any moment. He rolled, jumped, ran, and dodged, narrowly escaping the abomination's car swings 8 or 9 times in just 10 seconds. Previously, he had been hit on the left side, and then on the right shoulder, and those areas still ached. Now, dodging like this felt like dancing on the edge of a knife. Even the slightest movement could bring unbearable pain. But he understood that no matter how painful it was far better than being crushed by the abomination's car. So he gritted his teeth and pressed on, seeking a way to survive under the relentless assault. The wheeled armored vehicle at the front was gradually approaching, and soldiers inside were capturing close-up footage through helmet cameras, sending real-time images to the helicopters, allowing General Ross and Banner to clearly see both combatants. The abomination's grotesque, bulging bones and the spinal spikes breaking through its skin left Banner speechless. "What the hell did you inject him with?" General Ross's lips quivered slightly before he spoke in a low voice. "Infinity formula and a serum modified from Hulk's blood. How did it end up like this?" At this moment, the abomination appeared even more horrifying than the Hulk. More concerning was its level of rage, which was comparable to that of the Hulk. No soldier would want to team up with such an unpredictable creature. Blonsky was obedient before. How did he end up like this? Is it a combination of the Infinity Formula, Hulk Serum, and Super Soldier Serum that caused this? Ross's brow furrowed deeply, almost twisting into a knot. He was desperate to know what had happened to Blonsky. The abomination's existence meant that the Hulk could be replicated, potentially allowing for large-scale production. Even if they couldn't create many, having just 20 rational Hulks would be enough to overpower any land force. If they could find out what made Blonsky so volatile and conduct targeted research to restore his rationality, they could form the strongest land team. Those armored vehicles and tanks would be utterly helpless before them. With this thought, Ross's heart burned with excitement. He immediately grabbed the microphone and ordered, "Relay my command. Contact all available units and deploy every helicopter and vessel here for a capture mission." "You want to capture him?" Banner recalled the difficult times when he had been hunted down relentlessly. Ross glanced at Banner and replied, "Not him." He then turned back, focusing intently on the small screen, which provided a clearer view of the battle than from the aerial perspective. He saw the mysterious figure leap high again, making the battered car in the Abomination's hands crash into the ground beside him, instantly shattering the vehicle and sending a flurry of metal fragments flying. The figure then landed on the edge of fire escape on the second floor, bending the thick iron railing underfoot, and using the recoil, leaped again toward the rooftop. In those brief seconds, Gryell quickly made a decision in his mind. He realized that relying solely on physical strength, the Earth-form Agito was no match for the Abomination. Continuing this way wasn't sustainable. So, he resolved to distance himself from the Abomination, gather as much Earth energy as possible, and then deliver a powerful kick to the creature's head. He was certain that even the strongest being couldn't continue to fight if its head was smashed. Just as Gryell jumped up, General Ross grew increasingly anxious. This unidentified individual was the target he most wanted to capture. Their performance was far more rational than the Abomination's. If they couldn't solve the Abomination's lack of rationality, then this individual, while not as strong as the Abomination, was still far superior to regular soldiers and would undoubtedly make for valuable research material. Without hesitation, Ross shouted into the communicator, "Open fire! We cannot let either of them escape. Reinforcements will arrive shortly." The armed helicopter pursuing Gryell unleashed its aerial machine guns, firing bullets that streaked through the night sky like meteors, engulfing Gryell, who was leaping in midair. The sudden gunfire caught Gryell off guard as he was airborne. A barrage of bullets struck the Agito armor, creating intense sparks, while more bullets hit the wall behind him, drilling fist-sized holes into the brick. If these bullets had hit a person, they would likely result in wounds larger than dinner plates. Within just a second or two, Gryell took more than 10 hits from 12.7mm rounds, the armor sparking wildly. The impact from the bullets was like a lateral force, sending Gryell crashing into the wall before he could reach the rooftop, smashing through a wall that resembled honeycomb due to the gunfire. Taking advantage of this, the Abomination seized a new car and slammed it into Gryell, driving him deep into the wall. Now that the firing had commenced, General Ross ordered another armed helicopter to open fire on the Abomination. Given the mysterious individual's unknown identity, he was cautious with rockets, opting for the lighter firepower of the machine guns. But for the Hulk, the situation was different. Since a nuclear bomb had failed to kill it, this copy's defenses would likely not be weak either, so he unleashed rockets on the Abomination, bombarding it relentlessly. Betty watched in shock at the columns of flames erupting from the street below, her eyes wide, as if she were seeing her father for the first time, exclaiming, "This is the city." The ferocious bombardment from just 3 air-to-ground rockets ignited half the street's vehicles, flames erupting like those of a demon. The walls, already damaged by the Abomination's earlier attacks, now completely vanished in the explosions, leaving the buildings teetering on the brink of collapse. This terrifying scene filled the onlookers trapped inside with dread, as they huddled in corners, silently praying that these monstrous beings would take their battle elsewhere so they could escape this perilous situation. However, instead of an opportunity to flee, they were met with a rain of rockets. The violent blast caused the entire building to shake violently, suggesting it could collapse at any moment, the fear of impending death overwhelming them. The street had turned into a sea of flames, with rockets exploding around the Abomination, their intense heat melting car wrecks into pools of molten metal. The surrounding buildings were reduced to ruins, as if torn apart by the claws of a demon. General Ross continued to shout into the communicator, "Do not cease fire until the rocket barrage is exhausted. Send a squad of infantry to the other side to search for that guy in the helmet. Armored vehicles and helicopters on guard." Betty was about to stand up when Banner stopped her, gazing down at the street. He whispered, "Your father is decisive." When he dealt with the Hulk, he deployed a whole squadron of helicopters and a tank regiment. In the end, they even brought out tactical nuclear weapons. Right now, we're only using 2 helicopters. This is just the beginning. What? Betty felt as if she were hearing a ridiculous tale. She had heard plenty about nuclear weapons. Many countries stockpiled them, but very few had actually used them. She had always thought only the island nation had experienced the bombings, but now Banner claimed he had faced nuclear fallout in America, which felt like a fantastical story. However, only a place like Gotham City, known for its roughness, would dare to do such a thing. Banner glanced sideways at Ross, who was still issuing orders, and sneered. When the warships arrive, he'll let the naval cannons level this place. This isn't the wealthy Midtown. Trading a few streets for 2 powerful experiments is a bargain for the military. Hearing Banner's words, General Ross turned his head, letting out a cold grunt, and said with a forced smile, "The Hulk belongs to the military. You better pray he hasn't disappeared. Otherwise, you'll be facing a life sentence." Before Banner could respond, a figure engulfed in flames suddenly appeared on the street below. The abomination leapt high, grasping onto the top of a crumbling building, and with its powerful arms, it yanked down, sending bricks raining down like raindrops. Using the momentum, it propelled itself upwards towards the armed helicopter that had attacked it. As the abomination surged upward, the wind generated extinguished the flames surrounding it, revealing its unscathed body. Despite suffering several blasts from rockets strong enough to destroy an armored vehicle, the abomination remained unharmed. Its jumping ability was indeed formidable, but it couldn't alter its trajectory mid-air, while the helicopter could easily adjust its position and altitude. As soon as the abomination leaped, the helicopter hovering 100 meters above immediately ascended and tilted to the side, causing the abomination to miss its target. Seeing this, General Ross's face lit up with a triumphant smile as he said to Banner, "After failing to capture the Hulk last time, I learned from experience and developed a new strategy. The Hulk is indeed powerful and nearly invincible on land, but no matter how fierce a tiger is, it's not as agile as a little sparrow in the air. So we specially modified a helicopter unit to enhance their agility and maneuverability in the sky." While General Ross was basking in his success, the abomination missed its target and began to fall. However, before it could hit the ground, 2 rockets flew in from either side. One struck the abomination, erupting into a massive fireball in mid-air, while the other hit a 3-story building, obliterating it. Another armed helicopter stood guard above, coordinating with 12 soldiers who had disembarked from the armored vehicles to search for the mysterious figure buried beneath the rubble of the building that had been largely destroyed by the rocket blasts. In the air, the falling abomination was struck by the rocket, creating an explosion that lit up the area like a small sun, illuminating the nearby streets for hundreds of meters. The thunderous blast drowned out the sound of crumbling bricks from the collapsing building. Gryell, using his left hand for support, slowly stood up from the debris. The aerial machine gun fire had barely harmed him, but the car thrown by the abomination had been nearly flattened, showcasing the creature's immense power, almost knocking him out. Gryell rose to his feet on the ruins of the 6th floor and peered through the collapsed wall outside. The street, 100 meters long, was engulfed in flames, and with the crumbling walls, there was no trace of the once bustling urban scene. It looked like a brutal battlefield. Looking at the helicopters above, Gryell gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn it." His words were filled with anger. After struggling fiercely against the abomination, these helicopters were not only unhelpful, but were now attacking him. Did they plan to capture them both for research? "I'll make you understand that if you don't have good teeth, you shouldn't bite on my stone. Otherwise, I'll break your roots," Gryell thought with immense fury as he raised his left arm. The Kamen Rider card case opened, and a Dragon RYUKI card flew into his hand. In the next moment, Gryell inserted the contract card from his left hand into the driver at his waist, causing the center ruby to project the image of a dragon's head. Kamen Rider, Ryuki, with a mechanical, synthesized voice resonating in the room. Gryell's Agito armor was instantly replaced by the Dragon Rider armor. His left arm was raised again, and his score dropped by 2,100 down to 3836. The card case opened again, revealing a contract card featuring a red dragon with bared claws. "Attack Rider Greeter." At the sound of this command, the glass shards on the ground shone red, and the blue-green Dragon Rider armor on Gryell transformed into a vivid red. Accompanied by a powerful roar, a massive dragon head burst forth from the red light, swirling around Gryell, its 6-meter-long body filling the entire room. This sudden noise startled the soldiers searching the area, prompting them to rush upstairs with their guns drawn. The armed helicopter's searchlight illuminated the room where Gryell stood, exposing the red dragon coiling around him. A group of soldiers hurriedly ascended the stairs, and before they could even raise their weapons, the sight before them was enough to drop their jaws. In the chaotic room, a massive red dragon coiled around, its smooth surface glinting like metal under the armed helicopter's searchlight, resembling a steel sea dragon. But how could this be? Dragons were only supposed to exist in legends. Even if dragons were real, they shouldn't appear in such a dilapidated and cramped room. They belonged in caves filled with gold, jewels, and treasures. The three soldiers who made it up were utterly stunned by the sight. Their eyes widened as they watched the dragon's razor-sharp tail slowly swaying, sweeping across the debris on the ground, as if to prove to them that this wasn't a virtual projection or a prop, but a real dragon. The scene captured by the soldiers' helmet-mounted cameras was transmitted via military data links, shocking countless people back at the command center to the point that they began to suspect someone had hacked the military network to play a CG special effect. How else could a dragon from Eastern mythology appear? What in the world is that? The leading soldier's voice sounded dreamlike as he spoke, and as soon as he finished, the dragon coiling in the room stirred. Its massive head slowly turned towards the door, its glowing red eyes fixating on them. Terrified, the soldiers felt their legs go weak and instinctively pulled the triggers, a barrage of bullets whizzing toward the dragon's body and igniting sparks upon impact. The crisp, loud gunfire echoed through the room, almost like a provocation to the dragon. It opened its mouth and unleashed a deafening roar, which was so powerful that it drowned out the gunfire, instantly ringing in the soldiers' ears until they felt as if they were about to be deafened, and then they could hear nothing at all. The coiled dragon sprang into action, charging toward the soldiers at the door, causing them to instinctively retreat, their only thought being to get away from this unknown monster. As they backed away, Gryell, who had been trapped within the dragon's coils, became visible through the gaps in its body. Attack the armed helicopter. Gryell stood his ground, giving the dragon a mental command. Unlike the AI-powered Pegasus, the dragon was more of a living creature with its own consciousness and ability to act. The earlier coiling around Gryell had established the contract. If Gryell were to break the contract now, the dragon would be left without a master, but it wouldn't simply vanish like the Faiz's Pegasus. Similar to how the disc animals like the Kamen Rider's chameleon existed independently once contracted, the dragon would continue to exist in this world even if Gryell left the Marvel universe the next second. With the contract established, the dragon obeyed Gryell's commands completely. It abandoned the three soldiers in front and slammed into the ceiling, breaking a large hole through it, then immediately dove toward the armed helicopter at an upward angle. With a speed of nearly 140 meters per second, the dragon reached the helicopter's front in less than a second, giving the pilot no time to react before crashing into the aircraft. The cockpit and glass, designed to withstand heavy machine gun fire, crumpled like paper against the dragon's strength, easily pierced through. As the tail just cleared the cockpit, the helicopter exploded into a massive fireball, sending burning metal fragments raining down like a meteor shower onto the street below. The dragon, now unleashed, lunged at the next armed helicopter with incredible speed, making it nearly impossible to discern its form. The helicopter's pilot, upon turning to see the fireball erupting in the sky and the red light flashing in his eyes, lost consciousness as the dragon crashed through his aircraft, which also exploded into flames. General Ross, watching the video feed transmitted from the soldiers, was dumbfounded, questioning whether he was dreaming. How could there be a dragon? However, the subsequent actions of the dragon forced him to believe that this was no illusion, but a real, living creature. Its actions made it clear that it posed a genuine threat to them. Banner wore a bemused expression, glancing at General Ross and saying, "Now it can fly. What's your plan to revise your strategies next? You can't beat it on land or in the air. It looks like it'll have to be in the water. But I hear dragons from Eastern mythology live in water, so you might need to apply for more funding to develop a spaceship." Shut up. General Ross's anger flared at Banner's sarcasm. In the span of just 2 to 3 seconds, another armed helicopter was also reduced to a fireball, leaving only their transport aircraft hovering hundreds of meters in the air. After letting out a shout, General Ross immediately instructed the pilot, "Get us out of here." In his eyes, even if they couldn't capture those two, bringing Banner back would suffice. If they captured nothing, he would undoubtedly bear the blame for firing incendiary rounds in a populated area, risking a military tribunal. Banner continued to look at General Ross with a smirk, subtly holding Betty closer, adjusting his breathing to keep the wristband from sounding an alarm. Below, Gryell turned to face the soldiers still standing dumbfounded at the door. He slowly raised his foot and took deliberate steps toward them, the sound of his footsteps echoing ominously in the empty room, like the footsteps of death, gradually snapping the soldiers back to reality. With the helicopter's searchlight gone, the only source of light in the room came from the small tactical flashlights on their helmets. That light reflected off the Kamen Rider armor, shining into the soldiers' eyes and revealing the mysterious figure clad in red with silver metal plating walking toward them step by step. Although they didn't know who he was, a dragon had just appeared in this room, and they were here to search for the mysterious figure who had battled the abomination. Thus, without hesitation, the soldiers raised their guns and began firing at Gryell. The third soldier even yanked a grenade from his waist and threw it into the room, with the familiar shout of "Fire in the hole." The two soldiers immediately dove for cover against the walls. The grenade rolled through the doorway, and before it could hit the ground, Gryell snatched it out of the air. Squeezing his fingers tightly around the grenade, he crushed it with a soft crack. The fuse didn't even have time to ignite before his strength extinguished it. Those huddled behind the walls, waiting for the explosion, heard the footsteps approaching closer, followed by a loud crash as an arm emerged from the brick wall, grabbing one soldier by the shoulder and flinging him away with such force that he collided with his teammate, sending both of them tumbling to the ground like rolling gourds. As the soldiers stumbled back, one of them tripped over his fallen comrade, momentarily leaving him disoriented. When he finally heard the footsteps approaching, he barely had time to react to the grenade. Instinctively, he raised his gun, but before he could aim, a large hand wearing a red glove seized his weapon. Gryell yanked the gun away with force while simultaneously delivering a kick to the soldier's chest. The sound of cracking bones echoed as the soldier was sent flying, crashing against the wall with a heavy thud, leaving a deep dent in the structure. By the time the soldier fell to the ground, lifeless and broken, Gryell seized a rifle from his grasp and aimed it at the two remaining soldiers who were struggling to get up. With a quick squeeze of the trigger, a volley of gunfire erupted. Tat, tat, tat. The two soldiers barely had time to react before they were turned into Swiss cheese, caught in a hail of bullets. After emptying the magazine of over 20 rounds, Gryell casually tossed the ruined rifle against the wall, shattering it into pieces. As the parts clattered to the ground, he stepped onto the shards of glass, moving toward the window to look outside. At that moment, the dragon had smashed through the second helicopter, while debris from the first still rained down. The machine guns mounted on the three-wheeled armored vehicles opened fire, aiming upward at the dragon as the soldiers took control. Gryell glanced at his score, which had risen from 38-36 to 45-56. The point for destroying a helicopter were almost on par with taking down a frost giant. This led him to speculate that when he took down Iron Titan, he received 2,300 points, yet Obadiah Stane was just an ordinary human. This implied that the score was based on overall strength. If Obadiah had jumped out of Iron Titan, he surely wouldn't have accumulated such a high score. Suddenly, Gryell thought about the base where the U.S. aircraft carrier fleet was docked, but he quickly dismissed the idea. He had no intention or capability to confront an entire nation. Right now, all he wanted was revenge against General Ross. Even if he were to recount the events later, it would be Ross who had opened fire first. Without hesitation, he commanded the dragon to attack the armored vehicles. As the second armed helicopter began to plummet and explode in a fiery blaze, the dragon descended rapidly, diving toward the three-wheeled armored vehicles like an eagle swooping down to catch its prey. At a distance of 200 to 300 meters, the dragon covered the ground in less than 2 seconds, reaching the first armored vehicle in the blink of an eye. The soldiers could only watch in terror as the dragon soared over the first armored vehicle, its massive, razor-sharp claws piercing through the vehicle's armor, lifting the 16 or 17-ton behemoth off the ground. Soaring to a height of over 10 meters, the dragon released its grip, sending the armored vehicle sailing through the air in a parabolic arc, crashing down onto the second vehicle. The combined force of weight, speed, and gravity created an explosive impact, crumpling the two armored vehicles together like crushed cans, their internal ammunition igniting in a devastating blast, scattering debris everywhere. The third armored vehicle, seeing its comrade captured, quickly reversed and turned to escape the dragon's wrath. However, Its speed was like that of a turtle compared to the dragon, which swiftly caught up. The dragon charged forward, its tail slicing through the armored vehicle effortlessly, and amidst the explosion of ammunition, it elegantly soared into the sky. In a helicopter far from Manhattan, General Ross watched the small screen showing the loss of signal, his face turning grim. In just 10 seconds, 2 armed helicopters and 3 wheeled armored vehicles had been decimated by the red, mechanical dragon that looked like it was forged from steel. The efficiency was even greater than that of the Hulk. Although Ross couldn't fathom how a creature without wings or jet engines could fly, the dragon was indeed extremely fast and could easily lift over 10 tons of armored vehicles. This meant that the armed helicopters were mere targets before this steel-red dragon. As for deploying fighter jets and heavy tanks, that exceeded his authority. Even if he had the power to command helicopters, he wouldn't dare to let fighter jets drop bombs in the city. That would be akin to signing his own death warrant, and the military would undoubtedly throw him under the bus as a scapegoat. In a densely populated city like Manhattan, using armed helicopters and armored vehicles to open fire was already a major dilemma. Thankfully, this wasn't the wealthy Midtown. Otherwise, even armed helicopters and armored vehicles wouldn't be able to fire without consequence. Glancing at Banner, who sat quietly, General Ross took a deep breath and picked up the microphone. The helicopter unit should not approach here for now. Wait until the escort ships arrive before acting. As Ross issued his command, the abomination, now breaking through a wall, charged into the street, having moved 3 blocks away from where it originally appeared. Panic hadn't yet spread here. After all, it had only been 2 or 3 minutes since the abomination first appeared. Many people heard the explosions and witnessed the helicopters firing rockets. They rushed out of their cars and homes, looking up in disbelief at the dragon that had just pierced through 2 armed helicopters, a scene that felt utterly surreal. At that moment, many thought they had stumbled onto the wrong film set. Could a dragon really exist in a city? Were dragon slayers or dragon knights about to make their entrance? Numerous onlookers quickly pulled out their phones to capture this astonishing news, but soon, the wall facing the street collapsed, showering bricks on his several pedestrians, leaving them bloodied and in pain. Yet this chaos caused by the abomination rushing into the street was nothing compared to the panic induced by the giant creature lifting cars and smashing them into others, prompting terrified screams from the surrounding crowd as they fled in all directions. Only a few brave souls dared to pull out their handguns and shoot at the abomination, but the bullets couldn't even breach its skin, only serving to aggravate it as it lunged toward the nearest person. Just then, the dragon swooped down, crashing into the abomination's shoulder and knocking it off balance, sending it sprawling onto a nearby car, which crumpled under the impact. The dragon then flew back up into the sky, tilting its head slightly downward, leveling off, and in that moment, a figure leaped off the rooftop, landing atop the dragon's head. Unknowingly, the light on the distant horizon had completely vanished, and the sky was entirely shrouded in the night. A bright, full moon hung high in the sky, casting a glow like silver frost. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the red dragon, soaring through the air and the shadow of the person standing firmly atop its head, was clearly visible to the crowd below. Gryell stood quietly on top of the unparalleled dragon, allowing the cold wind blowing from 200 meters above to freely brush against his face. At this height, he could easily overlook the entire Manhattan Island, and the densely flickering lights of the New Jersey and Brooklyn areas across the river all came into view. If it were daytime now, he would definitely be able to see the vast and boundless Atlantic Ocean to the east. With the radiant moon above and standing on the unparalleled dragon, suspended in such high air, looking down at all things in the world, a feeling of serenity surged in Gryell's heart. Humans have always been filled with a yearning for flight and a desire for the vast blue sky. It is precisely because of this that humans invented airplanes, rockets, and spaceships, longing to reach higher and farther places. However, Gryell did not forget his original intention for coming here. He immediately focused his mind and directed all his attention to the abomination below. At this moment, the abomination, lying crookedly on a car, fiercely slammed its right fist into the ground. With a loud bang, the already deformed car was instantly crushed deep into the asphalt, sending a multitude of glass shards and steel debris scattering like bullets, striking the nearby car's exterior and leaving behind numerous dents. Lying at an angle on the ground, the abomination clearly saw the unparalleled dragon and Gryell, which appeared as mere dots to the naked eye. After propping himself up with one hand, he casually grabbed a nearby car and hurled it upwards, aiming it at the unparalleled dragon and Gryell. This 2-ton car was like a toy in the abomination's hands, easily thrown over 100 meters into the air, rising in incredible speed, reaching the height of the unparalleled dragon in just 2 to 3 seconds. Just as the car was about to reach the unparalleled dragon's position, the dragon had already dived down like an arrow released from a bow, easily dodging this car projectile and rapidly pouncing towards the abomination below. The unparalleled dragon already possessed a speed of over 100 meters per second, and with the force of gravity, its descent became extremely swift. Although the unparalleled dragon descended at a 60-degree angle, Gryell, standing atop its head, remained as steady as a mountain, as if he and the dragon had already become one, descending together with the dragon's rapid dive. When they were still 30 meters above the ground, Gryell suddenly bent his legs and forcefully kicked off the unparalleled dragon beneath him. Using this push, he successfully detached from the dragon, straightening his right leg and striking a pose reminiscent of the Faiz rider kick, propelled downward like a bolt of lightning towards the abomination below. Meanwhile, the unparalleled dragon maintained its previous angle, paralleling Gryell as they both lunged towards the abomination. After throwing the car, the abomination immediately turned to grab another car, preparing to throw it into the air in another attempt to attack the dragon and Gryell. After all, it could not fly, and the height of over 200 meters was far beyond its jumping capability. It could only use cars to try and knock the dragon down. After all, on this street, besides pedestrians, the most abundant thing was cars. However, just as it grasped the second car, the piercing sound of cutting air echoed in its ears, a sound that was like a deafening noise to the abomination, which possessed superhuman hearing. Instinctively, it turned its head and saw Gryell flying down alongside the unparalleled dragon. Without any hesitation, the abomination immediately threw the car in its hand and then turned to grab a third car. However, just as the second car was thrown, the unparalleled dragon pounced like a ferocious tiger, crashing into the car, then bursting through it. Its sharp claws and tail blade instantly shredded the car into pieces, completely failing to hinder Gryell and the dragon's descent. Just as the abomination's huge hand was about to touch the edge of the third car, the head of the unparalleled dragon and Gryell's right foot crashed into the abomination simultaneously. The incredible speed, combined with the weight and immense strength of both the dragon and Gryell, made the force of this attack unparalleled. In that instant of impact, the abomination's chest and abdomen buckled inward as its broken bones shattered, forming 2 massive cavities. Despite its astonishing skin and flesh defenses, it could not withstand such a powerful impact. Its flesh was crushed, and a torrent of green blood gushed forth like a fountain. The next moment, the abomination was undoubtedly sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground and crushing a car beneath it, compressing it into a heap of scrap metal, while also creating a large pit in the asphalt road. Subsequently, the abomination bounced back up like a rubber ball, hitting the ground again and again, smashing into 6 or 7 cars along the way, and finally flew back 2 to 300 meters before coming to a stop. At this point, after kicking the abomination, Gryell was also pushed forward by the reaction force, which neutralized his momentum. He executed a backflip, and the previously diving body of the unparalleled dragon suddenly bent 180 degrees, swiftly rushing to the place where Gryell was descending, allowing Gryell to land perfectly on its head. Then, the unparalleled dragon quickly turned in the narrow street, relative to its 6.15-meter-long body, and flew diagonally upward, chasing after the still bouncing abomination. The sight of riding a dragon flying in the air was incredibly eye-catching, achieving a return rate of nearly 100%. Whether it was people leaning out of windows or those running away, everyone stopped in their tracks to pull out their phones, wanting to record the existence of a profession that seemed to belong to legends and movies, dragon riders. As for the abomination, no one bothered to film it. After all, it was simply too ugly. In this society, which values appearance, such a grotesque creature could not garner attention or clicks. Standing atop the unparalleled dragon, Gryell bent his legs again, holding his breath and concentrating, preparing to unleash another kick similar to the Faiz rider kick. Although he lacked the light blood vessels, he had the speed granted by the unparalleled dragon beneath him, and the power of his kick was certainly not to be underestimated. This inspiration came from Agito. In that special effects series, Agito's motorcycle could evolve into a gliding mode, allowing Agito to stand on it and kick with a force equivalent to 50 tons, 20 tons greater than the kick delivered while standing on the ground. Although he didn't have a motorcycle in gliding mode, and the unparalleled dragon's speed wasn't as fast as that of a gliding motorcycle, it was sufficient to significantly enhance the power of Gryell's kick, not to mention the additional attack from the dragon, which was why Gryell had chosen to exchange for the unparalleled dragon. Blood covered the abomination's body, which was broken and battered from the kicks, and it let out furious roars in response to the intense pain. However, just as it managed to rise from the ground, without the chance to properly straighten its back, Gryell and the dragon's attack struck it once more, sending it flying again, smashing through several cars along the way, soaring past many fleeing pedestrians, and ultimately crashing into the bridge pier of an elevated highway, embedding half of its body into the cracked indentation around it. After launching the second attack, Gryell, whose right foot was nearly numb from the reaction force, landed on the ground, temporarily halting his movements to rest for a moment. Otherwise, another such attack might leave his foot incapacitated. Meanwhile, the dragon extended its head from Gryell's left shoulder, partially encircling him with its body, standing grandly in the center of the street filled with parked cars, as if it were an inviolable king. This scene was so shocking to those on the street and to those leaning out of windows that many boys in their early teens, in their youthful exuberance and rebellious phase, simultaneously thought to themselves, "If I could be a dragon rider just once, it would be worth it even if it cost me my life." The imposing figure of the masked rider stood proudly in the street. Although his stature was not particularly tall or robust, the massive dragon coil behind him exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Both their bodies were covered in metal, showcasing the essence of futuristic technology, giving rise to the illusion that they might be high-tech robots. Compared to the terrifying monster, artificial beings were often easier for people to accept. Because of this, many pedestrians not only did not panic and flee, but instead boldly approached, taking out their phones to film the scene. Those who were more timid, however, took a few steps back, whispering and speculating with those nearby. Videos of the scene were immediately shared on Facebook and YouTube, and some even arrived on site to live stream, presenting a comprehensive and three-dimensional view of the dragon rider on the street at that moment. However, the comments people received were all inquiries about which game or movie this was from. No one believed that such a scene could truly exist in the real world. Even among the crowd present, many thought this might be a film shoot. Their long-standing comfortable lives had conditioned them to subconsciously reject the changes in the world. It was like seeing a wild Ultraman beating a little monster. The first reaction was often a question whether they were still dreaming. Gryell paid no attention to the people around him, focusing all his attention on the abomination ahead. The effects of his two powerful kicks were remarkable. Nearly 80% of the bones in the abomination's massive body had fractured, and blood flowed out like water from a tap, quickly forming a pool of blood beneath the reinforced concrete bridge. Cars flowed continuously over the bridge, and no one imagined that such a powerful monster was hidden below. Although the bridge pier had been dented and cracked by the abomination's impact, it was far from being seriously damaged, given that it was 5 meters high, 8 meters long, and 2 meters thick. The wounds on the abomination's body were gradually healing, and its internal bones were slowly mending. However, Gryell noticed that its healing speed was significantly slower than after it had endured Agito's rider kick, indicating that the abomination's regenerative ability was not limitless. After all, the process of healing wounds requires a large amount of energy for cellular division. No matter how special the abomination was, it could not defy the laws of energy conservation. Even if gamma rays provided it with energy, unless the abomination could absorb external gamma rays on its own, it would eventually run out. With this thought in mind, Gryell once again moved his legs, slightly lowering his body before leaping upwards. The unparalleled dragon followed suit, its head raised as it swiftly shot towards the sky, allowing Gryell to once again stand firmly atop the dragon's head. The abomination, having nearly recovered, struggled out from the bridge pier, raising its head to look at the sky. There, the dragon soared high, appearing particularly striking under the bright moonlight. Without hesitation, the abomination began to run forward, and amidst the screams of pedestrians, it leapt onto the roof of a nearby 7-story building. Standing on the rooftop, The abomination looked up at the unparalleled dragon, opened its mouth, and roared, "Come down and fight me." Unable to fly itself, and even jumping could not reach such heights, it could only provoke in this manner. Its booming voice echoed through the sky, causing the glass of the building below to tremble slightly, as if it might shatter at any moment. Gryell, high in the sky, naturally heard the abomination's taunting roar, and after reaching an altitude of 500 meters, he unhesitatingly ordered the unparalleled dragon to dive down, preparing to deliver another heavy blow to the abomination and see how long it could withstand. Realizing the unparalleled dragon was diving again, the abomination grinned, bending its legs like a compressed spring, its eyes fixated on the descending dragon. When they reached 200 meters above the ground, the abomination suddenly leapt high into the air, its tightly clenched fists aimed at the position where the dragon was diving. At that moment, many witnesses beheld an unforgettable scene. Under the silver moonlight, the massive monster leapt high, emitting a deafening roar as it collided violently with a red dragon diving from above. With a tremendous crash, it sounded as if the sky was collapsing. The air around the point of impact was compressed into visible ripples, and many were stunned by the loud noise, their ears ringing, and pain reflected on their faces as they hurriedly covered their ears. The unparalleled dragon was slammed down by the abomination, its head drooping, while the abomination's chest caved inward from the impact. The abomination, high in the air, could not leverage any power, while the unparalleled dragon could continue to exert forward momentum. Not to mention, Gryell had leapt high just a second before the collision, not having his forward momentum cancelled out by the dragon. After the unparalleled dragon collided with the abomination, Gryell delivered a powerful kick to the abomination's chest, sending it plummeting from the sky like a meteorite, crashing onto the bridge with a resounding boom, creating a massive pit in the surface. Dust flew everywhere, and the first two cars hurriedly braked to avoid falling into the pit. In the sky, Gryell had already landed back on the head of the unparalleled dragon, which once again soared upwards. Facing the fierce hurricane, Gryell raised his left hand, and his score value decreased by 500, dropping to 4056. The rider card box at his waist automatically opened, and a card with a red background and a golden dragon head in the center flew out, landing in Gryell's left hand. Meanwhile, General Ross was nearly beside himself, constantly asking the microphone when the warships would arrive. The military's information technology personnel had locked onto the phones of the citizens present. Whether they were willing or not, any camera pointed at Gryell and the abomination became a military monitor. Although the footage was somewhat shaky and blurry and intermittent, the compiled and edited images showed the abomination being utterly overpowered by this mysterious masked figure, leaving everyone astounded. To think that this was the second Hulk, being taken down by a smaller opponent? All the effort, resources, and experiments involving numerous willing or unwilling participants would all go to waste. Banner, on the other hand, felt quite pleased. It was a good thing for someone to deal with this destructive monster, especially since it had a certain connection to him. If it weren't for his serum, how could there be a second Hulk? As he pondered this, he heard General Ross exclaim in surprise. Turning to look, the small screen displayed footage from a phone camera showing the abomination colliding with the unparalleled dragon and being hurled away, tracing an arc as it fell to the ground. This scene surprised Banner, who smiled softly and said, "To be able to fly and possess such immense power, this winged Hulk won't be easy to handle. Your experiment is in danger. 2 missile destroyers will be within range in 2 minutes. I want to see how many missile strikes he can withstand." General Ross replied, his voice filled with resentment. "Are you sure you haven't lost your mind?" Banner thought to himself, finding Ross's decisions utterly baffling. The fact that he was deploying armored vehicles and armed helicopters was already a significant escalation, but now he intended to launch missiles. Missiles from destroyers, no less. These would be far more powerful than the missiles carried by fighter jets. Was he really considering leveling Manhattan? Even Betty looked at her father as if he were a stranger, believing that he must have lost his senses to contemplate using missiles on Manhattan. If even one missile were to hit, the person who ordered the strike would surely be reviled by all to quell the public outrage. General Ross glanced at the two of them and replied coolly, "I don't have the power to mobilize naval vessels. I'm just following orders." Banner stared at General Ross, confusion etched on his face as his mind raced. Combining Ross's words with the rapid arrival of the destroyers, a thought suddenly crossed his mind, and he asked, "You've known about this Dragon Rider for a while, haven't you?" Before Ross could respond, Banner continued, "Otherwise, how could 2 destroyers be dispatched to New York in just 5 or 6 minutes? This isn't like fighter jets. They must have set out well in advance. And the number of precision-guided missiles a destroyer can carry far exceeds that of a fighter jet. There's no way so many missiles are just for dealing with this little dragon. They must be intended for something much larger." Ross didn't directly address Banner's speculation, but instead replied with a half-smile, "I don't know about that, but this world is much broader than you think. Don't assume the Hulk is that impressive." After saying this, he turned his attention back to monitoring the military's movements on the screen. Meanwhile, in the command room of the SHIELD airborne carrier flying towards North America, Agent Hill hurriedly approached the command bridge with a tablet in hand. She handed it to Nick Fury, her expression serious as she said, "Sir, satellite images show that the Navy's 2 missile destroyers have arrived off the coast of New York. Manhattan is now within their precise strike range. At this distance, the margin of error for targeting won't exceed 30 centimeters. What?" Nick Fury took the tablet and frowned deeply. The satellite images indicated that the 2 destroyers had set off long before and were now positioned dangerously close. Once their onboard radar was activated, it would be able to cover the entire Manhattan area, allowing for precise strikes on any targets detected. "What are they planning?" Fury's face showed a hint of shock. Then, as if he had an epiphany, he fell into deep thought while standing there for a moment before saying, "Is this a form of intimidation? Have Coulson contact Russoff and inform him about the destroyers offshore." After saying this, he tossed the tablet back to Hill, his face darkening as he stood on the command bridge. Just moments ago, he had refused the World Council's control over the yet-to-be-formed Avengers, and now 2 destroyers had arrived off the coast of New York. The implications were clear. This was an overt display of military power, silently asserting their vast resources, dozens of carrier groups, thousands of fighter jets, nuclear submarines, and missile silos. Compared to all this, the Avengers seemed to be worth little more than 2 destroyers. Hill asked with concern, "Sir, if Coulson contacts Russoff, are they really going to launch missiles?" Nick Fury replied grimly, "Not yet. It's not to that point. They just want to communicate a threat and showcase their might, reminding visitors that while humans may be physically weak, the weapons they create are incredibly powerful. That little bit of strength of his pales in comparison. I'll relay that to Coulson," Hill said before heading downstairs, tapping on the tablet to pass the order along to Coulson, who was monitoring the Asgardian guests. Fury clenched his fists in frustration, muttering under his breath, knowing about the Frost giant invasion and still being indifferent, only seeing immediate benefits. What a bunch of fools. Meanwhile, Gryell, soaring over 400 meters in the air, looked down and could clearly see the abomination lying in the indentation on the asphalt road through the hole of the overpass. Just as he was about to insert the card into the driver, he suddenly heard the ringtone of his Cobra phone. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to answer the call. Before he could say anything, Coulson's voice came through, cutting straight to the chase. "The military's 2 missile destroyers have arrived off the coast of New York. If their radar is activated, it will cover the entire Manhattan area and enable surgical precision strikes. Whatever you're doing, you should leave quickly." Gryell paused, instinctively turning to look to the left. The eastern seas were pitch black. Even with his keen eyesight as a dragon rider, the vastness of the ocean made it seem insignificant. Besides the lighthouse casting beams over the water, he could see nothing else. Although Coulson spoke of 2 destroyers that were nowhere to be seen, it was no longer World War II. Modern warfare emphasized beyond visual range combat. Any missile-related technology could reach hundreds or even thousands of kilometers. Just because he couldn't see them didn't mean they weren't there. But the question remained, was it really necessary to deploy 2 missile destroyers against him? It was akin to sending heavy artillery just to dig a hole to catch fish. After only a brief moment of hesitation, Gryell decisively inserted the attack AR card into the driver, activating the Dragon Rider kick to deal with the abomination and earn points first. Attack Ride Dragon Rider kick. The unparalleled dragon beneath him erupted in flames, instantly transforming into a fire dragon, dazzling against the night sky. Gryell leapt into the air, twisting his body as flames engulfed him, the unparalleled dragon swirling around him like a fiery ball. The dragon's flames propelled Gryell downwards at incredible speed, faster than the dragon's own flying speed, almost approaching the speed of sound, cutting through the air with a piercing sound. To the onlookers, Gryell appeared like a shooting star, trailing a long tail of flames as he pierced through the massive hole in the overpass created by the abomination. Just in the instant he brushed past the abomination, the heat caused the steel within the concrete to begin melting, indicating just how high the temperature was. With an impact force of 60 tons, the Dragon Rider kick landed heavily on the abomination, causing the ground beneath it to sink instantly by 2 to 3 meters. The intense heat generated by the roaring flames evaporated the surrounding moisture, and the overwhelming fiery energy from the Dragon Rider kick surged into the abomination, igniting it from the inside out. The intense heat caused the surrounding concrete to crack and burst open like popcorn, the pop-pop sounds resembling a chorus of firecrackers going off simultaneously. The once unified surface of the bridge and its pillars developed numerous fine fissures, with the internal steel reinforcements appearing to flow out like molten iron. Coupled with the tremendous impact from the earlier fall of the abomination and Gryell, this reinforced concrete structure suffered catastrophic damage, covered in ghastly cracks. In the enormous crater beneath the bridge, larger than a truck, flames shot up like a frenzied dragon, appearing particularly striking against the dark night. Within the roaring blaze, a large portion of the abomination's chest was caved in, and Gryell's right foot was deeply embedded in the crater. Before a significant amount of blood could flow out, it was instantly evaporated by the high temperature, and the flesh was charred to a crisp. Meanwhile, the high energy contained within the Dragon Rider kick continued to wreak havoc within the abomination's body, ruthlessly damaging every vein, muscle, and even individual cell. Surrounded by flames, Gryell executed a nimble backflip, escaping the inferno. Without hesitation, he detonated the remaining energy of the now-ignited unparalleled dragon. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled violently, and the shockwave shattered car windows, glass, storefront displays, and even phone screens, sending many pedestrians crashing to the ground. The already cracked hole above the overpass expanded under the force of the explosion, with concrete debris being hurled into the air like a volcanic eruption, scattering everywhere. The hole widened from 1 lane to 6, and countless shattered car windows sent vehicles tumbling like dumplings falling into a pot. As the concrete fragments soared high, the cars plummeted rapidly below, flames swirling and dust rising, creating a terrifying scene reminiscent of falling into hell. The occupants of the vehicles let out terrified screams. The crowd that had gathered to watch the spectacle finally scattered in fear, no longer questioning if this was a film shoot. They ran away as fast as they could. The shrill wail of police sirens grew closer, yet Gryell showed no intention of leaving. He calmly observed as car after car fell, turning his gaze to the sides where he could see flashing police lights and officers forced to abandon their vehicles, walking to navigate the congestion caused by fleeing crowds and cars. Gryell turned his attention back to the inferno ahead. His Dragon Rider armor flickered a few times before vanishing. This attack had exhausted all the energy of the unparalleled dragon and the Dragon Rider card, but the effects achieved were astounding. The abomination's body, engulfed in flames, resembled a shattered porcelain doll, missing chunks here and there. Even without makeup, it seemed ready to star in a horror or biohazard film. Watching the abomination struggle to rise, Gryell slowly raised his left arm. The rider card box at his left waist quietly opened, and a card depicting the head of Faiz flew into his hand like a bird. As he lowered his left arm, the card slid perfectly into the decade driver at his waist. Kamen Rider Faiz. The synthesized mechanical voice echoed, projecting the Phi logo from the central ruby. A network of radiant photon blood vessels illuminated on Gryell's body, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into Decade Faiz. Without a moment's hesitation after completing his transformation, Gryell pulled out another card and inserted it into the driver, activating the Crimson Drill. Attack Ride Crimson Smash. With a loud mechanical voice, streams of brilliant photon blood flowed from the driver, racing through Gryell's right leg, making it glow like a small sun, dazzling and bright. Just as the abomination, resembling a broken doll, managed to stand, Gryell took off like a cheetah. He charged forward, slamming his left foot to the ground, launching himself into the air. In mid-flight, he performed an agile front flip before delivering a powerful kick to the abomination's chest, which was riddled with wounds and charred flesh. With a dull thud, the flaming abomination was struck hard, launched off the ground, and crashing into a bridge pillar 3 or 4 meters behind it. Before it could begin to fall, Gryell's right foot shot out a beam of red light that rapidly expanded upon contact with the abomination's surface, transforming into a rapidly spinning red cone. In the next moment, Gryell entered the cone like an arrow shot from a bow, the concentrated photon blood surging out like a torrent towards the shattered abomination. The impact hit the abomination's massive body with such force that it resembled a powder keg, ready to explode, ultimately detonating with a thunderous bang. The terrifying shockwave tore through the 2 to 3 meter thick reinforced concrete bridge pillar, while the explosive energy shattered the already cracked pillar into pieces. Losing its load-bearing capacity, the remaining reinforced concrete structure collapsed like a crumbling building, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud, causing the ground to shake violently. Over a dozen cars fell alongside the collapsing structure, overturning haphazardly, creating chaos. The cool autumn breeze gently swept through the street, like a gentle messenger, slowly dispersing the swirling dust. The once mighty bridge pillar was now reduced to mere stubs on either side, while the rest had been blasted to powder by the energy of the photon blood. When the police arrived at the intersection, they found streets littered with shattered glass, a collapsed overpass extending 30 to 40 meters, and many individuals trapped in cars beneath the bridge, waiting for rescue. They had no time to ponder what had happened, urgently calling for backup and demanding a large number of firefighters and ambulances to respond quickly. 2 minutes later, 10 military helicopters roared onto the scene. However, whether it was the streets still ablaze or the collapsed section of the overpass, all they saw were busy firefighters, medical personnel, and police officers maintaining order. There was no sign of their 2 targets. The 10 armed helicopters spread out, continuously expanding their search area, but after scouring the entire downtown Manhattan, they found nothing. General Ross was furious. They had lost 2 helicopters, 3 armored vehicles, and over 10 soldiers, leading to immense destruction and casualties. If Banner hadn't been there, he would have undoubtedly faced a military tribunal to quell public outrage. Unfortunately, anger wouldn't help the helicopter squadron find their targets. They could only suppress their rage and order the helicopters to return to base, contacting a military airport in New Jersey that was about to land, preparing to transport Banner away overnight. As he gave the orders, he did not make any effort to spare his daughter Betty or Banner from hearing, which filled Betty with fury. However, Banner showed no signs of anger, seeming accustomed to such situations. Instead, he comforted Betty, saying, "What's there to be angry about? Anger will only hurt yourself. As long as the Hulk exists, there will be no future for us. It's time to forget our past and look towards the future." Bruce. Betty looked at Banner in surprise, her confusion evident in her tone. She saw him smile gently at her, releasing her right hand and casually tossing the wristband onto the ground. Banner's actions immediately heightened General Ross's alertness. Several soldiers in the cabin swiftly raised their weapons loaded with tranquilizer darts, preparing to take action against Banner. However, Banner seemed to be oblivious to this, slowly rising to his feet and turning to Betty, saying, "Please thank Dr. Stern for me. The effects of the medication he developed are quite remarkable. At least now I can manage some of the situation." Betty looked at Banner with a face full of confusion, momentarily unable to grasp the deeper meaning of his words. Meanwhile, General Ross seemed to sense something amiss. He immediately shouted, "Fire!" But barely had the first syllable left his lips when Banner clenched his fists tightly. In an instant, his blood vessels burst, and the red blood transformed magically into green, dyeing his skin the same hue. His muscles swelled, growing firm and powerful, as his body rapidly inflated like a balloon, his clothes tearing apart and hanging off him like rags. Before Ross could finish his order, Banner had completed his transformation into the Hulk, now towering at 2 meters and 40 centimeters. The cramped cabin could hardly accommodate Hulk's massive frame, his head pressing against the ceiling. Before the first soldier could even touch the trigger, Hulk's right hand shot forward like lightning, effortlessly grabbing one soldier as if he were a chick. In a casual motion, he flung this soldier away like a projectile, sending the other 3 soldiers stumbling. Hulk then took Betty with his left hand, bent down slightly, and charged forward. His right shoulder slammed into the rear of the cabin, producing a deafening crack, as the tail door, previously closed tight, was burst open, creating a large hole. Hulk, cradling Betty, leapt through this opening. Despite being a twin-rotor helicopter, which is generally more stable than a single-rotor model, the sudden and violent impact from Hulk's charge, coupled with the disruption of airflows caused by the breach, sent the helicopter into a wild, unsteady shake, as if it were having a seizure. Falling from 200 to 300 meters in altitude, the rushing wind whistled past, and the intense sensation of weightlessness made Betty scream in terror. She clung tightly to Hulk's arm, which was thicker than her waist, as if it were her only lifeline. No, more like a towering tree offering salvation. However, this descent lasted only 6 or 7 seconds before Hulk crashed into the ground like a heavy hammer, creating a deep crater in the earth covered with dry grass. His feet sunk deeply into the ground, reaching up to his knees. The shockwave from the impact sent nearby dry grass and fallen leaves swirling into the air, and the branches of 7 or 8 nearby trees shook violently, causing the withered, yellow leaves still clinging to them to fall. This was a small town in the suburbs, where detached villas were spaced far apart, and there were no buildings taller than 4 stories. Coupled with the dense trees all around, Hulk's landing went unnoticed by anyone. In Hulk's embrace, Betty felt as if she had merely dropped from a height of 1 or 2 meters, not experiencing much impact at all. All the force of the landing was silently absorbed by Hulk. He gently set her down on the ground, looking down at her as she remained in shock, still processing the event. After landing, Betty's legs felt weak, her heart racing rapidly. Thump, thump. This sensation was even more thrilling than bungee jumping. It took her a while to gradually regain her senses, and as she looked up at the towering giant in front of her, she found herself at a loss for words. Hulk continued to stand there silently, like a solid dam, blocking the path between her and Bruce, seemingly severing their road to the future. They had taken a risk to come to New York, yet the results were so unsatisfactory. The intense feeling of disappointment made her eyes redden, and she bit her lip, unable to articulate her thoughts, feeling 1,000 words welling up inside her, yet stuck on the tip of her tongue. The sound of helicopter rotors approaching drew closer, and suddenly a bright beam of light descended from above, enveloping Betty and Hulk. The intense brightness made Betty instinctively raise her arm to shield her eyes from the blinding light. Hulk, who had been looking down at Betty, suddenly raised his head to look at the helicopter above. He then glanced back down at Betty, slightly bending his legs before explosively launching himself upward. He soared through the air in a graceful arc, landing on the ground about 40 to 50 meters away, then jumped again, continuing to leap further away. As time passed, the height and distance of his jumps increased, clearly indicating that the serum's suppressive effects were gradually wearing off. Once Hulk leapt, the helicopter's searchlight followed suit, and the blinding light vanished. Betty lowered her arm to reveal a broad, open view, with the lifted leaves and dry grass still suspended in the air. The massive figure that had blocked her line of sight disappeared, leaving her heart feeling empty. She instinctively turned her gaze skyward, watching as the helicopter chased after the retreating Hulk, feeling as if she were alone in the vastness of the world. Although the helicopter was straining to catch up, the impact from Hulk and the damage to the rear cabin significantly hampered its speed, rendering it unable to pursue the leaping Hulk. They could only watch helplessly as he jumped farther and farther away until he became a mirror, merging into the darkness, vanishing from sight. General Ross gazed down at the dark land and dense forest below, his face contorted with anger. He pounded the cabin wall with force, ignoring the pain in his fist as he scanned the 4 soldiers who had been knocked out by Hulk. Pulling out a phone from his pocket, he hesitated for a moment before opening his contacts and selecting the entry labeled S, Stern. After a few rings, the call was answered, but before Ross could speak, a disgruntled voice came through. "You shouldn't be contacting me." General Ross sat down and fastened his seatbelt. His tone unexpectedly relaxed as he said, "I know, but if I don't contact you now, I might not have the chance later." "What's happened?" the voice asked. "Hulk has escaped, and our probe yielded no results. Only a mountain of trouble. Helicopter crashes, destroyed armored vehicles, casualties among soldiers, and civilian injuries. This is enough to land me in military court," Ross said, his face filled with fury. There was a silence on the other end for a full 30 seconds before a response came. "That is indeed a troublesome situation. However, don't worry, I'll handle it with the Senate. But you need to continue overseeing the Super Soldier Project. That project has already been put on hold, and you must keep pushing yours forward. Tomorrow, a box of Hulk serum will be sent to you. I hope you can replicate another Hulk. General Ross raised an eyebrow and replied, I'll do my best, but I can't guarantee results. This stuff relies heavily on luck. I'm helping you out here, and I hope you can help me in return. There will be a discussion regarding a proposal for the Iron Suit soon, and I need your signature. That's unlikely. The Stark family has a lot of connections and influence in the military, unless we can get the Security Council. Before Ross could finish, he was abruptly interrupted. The Security Council must not be touched. Remember, you have to sign it. This time, it was General Ross who fell into hesitation. Since World War II, the Stark family had been the military's largest weapons supplier. Even after Stark disbanded the research department of Stark Industries, he still maintained deep connections within the military. Ross had heard about the proposal mentioned by Senator Stern. Ever since Stark announced himself as Iron Man, he had frequently appeared in areas of intense armed conflict, destroying a large number of weapons produced by Stark Industries that were being sold illegally by Obadiah. Such frequent operations had resulted in a significant amount of data about the iron suits being exposed. These suits could fly at supersonic speeds, were more agile than fighter jets, and could carry more ammunition than drones, all while requiring minimal space for takeoff and landing, making them suitable for various military missions such as low-altitude assaults on fleets, armored units, assassinations, and sabotage behind enemy lines. Military experts viewed them as a new type of weapon that would lead the future of warfare, akin to how the Gatling gun and tanks had rendered cavalry, which had dominated the battlefield for over 2,000 years, obsolete. The rise of aircraft carriers had led to the decline of battleships. Every new weapon system would obsolete old tactics and change the nature of war. The military was keen to purchase the iron suits, whether as finished products or through licensing their patents. They had sent representatives to negotiate with Stark, but Stark had rejected them outright, not even allowing them a chance to make an offer. In Stark's words, the suits were merely half-finished products and wouldn't be sold until completed. But anyone not foolish could understand that this was just an excuse. Tanks and planes were still being upgraded and could also be considered incomplete. After all, if they were perfect, would there still be a need for upgrades and modifications? After facing such a setback, the Pentagon ceased sending representatives and instead organized military experts to analyze the impact and function of the iron suits on warfare, determining future actions based on the results. After all, while the iron suits were powerful, the technological level of this world far surpassed that of Gryell's previous life. One kind of iron suit alone was not enough to sway the tide of war. Just like S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Quinjet, which was merely theoretical in Gryell's world, it had become a mature product in this one. Thus, while the military was eager to obtain the iron suits, they were not about to resort to forceful means. After all, if they stole Stark's iron suit today, they could find themselves stealing from another billionaire tomorrow. Breaking the rules of the game would provoke backlash from others involved. This was why the military sought to pay for the suits. If Stark were a civilian, he would have been forcibly bought out long ago. Like Gryell, who had no background and was being hunted down with great effort, only to be beaten up by military helicopters soon after he showed up. If he hadn't run fast or had been in a sparsely populated area, they would have certainly used missiles to bomb him, rather than just threaten from offshore. Because of these concerns, General Ross didn't immediately agree. After carefully weighing the pros and cons in his mind, he finally spoke up. If you can really get the Defense Department to pass the proposal, I will sign to support you in establishing a special investigative committee. Then it's settled. The other party replied before hanging up. Ross lowered the phone from his ear and stuffed it back in his pocket, staring at the gaping hole in the tail of the helicopter, his expression dark, as if the entire world owed him money. The helicopter had nearly crashed earlier, and now was still not flying steadily, wobbling in the air. Ross picked up the communication headset inside the helicopter and shouted irritably, "Stop the pursuit and return to base." Upon receiving the command, the pilot in the cockpit immediately ceased the now pointless chase, turning the helicopter back toward the small town to pick up Betty. Meanwhile, in New York, Gryell delivered a powerful kick to the abomination, using 90% of his photon blood vessels to obliterate the battered creature into pieces. Taking advantage of the billowing dust, he quickly fled the scene, running to a subway entrance 10 blocks away before finally stopping. He called Uncle Jimmy, and soon Jimmy arrived on his motorcycle. Seeing that Gryell was unharmed, Jimmy let out a sigh of relief. As they headed towards Brooklyn, Jimmy still expressed his lingering fear, asking how such a monster could appear in New York. Hyde was too scared to return home and was temporarily staying at a friend's place with his daughter. Clearly, Uncle Jimmy was terrified by the car that had fallen from the sky and by the explosions and columns of flames he had witnessed. It felt too much like a bombing incident, especially to those who had experienced the building attack a few years ago. They were especially fearful of such situations, worried that something similar might happen again. Riding on a motorcycle, Gryell was not in the mood to talk. Instead, he just accelerated, eager to return home and lie down for a good sleep. His shoulder and arm still throbbed from the impact with the abomination. When they arrived at Uncle Jimmy's restaurant, Gryell was too exhausted to eat, opting to buy 2 hamburgers on the way up to his apartment. He closed the door, placed the hamburgers on a nearby table, and took off his jacket, revealing the tightly bound decade belt around his waist. He placed his right hand on the driver, and the silver metal belt and the rider card box on his left side vanished in an instant, leaving only the decade driver, which he set beside the hamburgers. He then took off his shirt, noting the pain in his shoulder and waist, which were marked with large bruises. If Agito's defenses had been any weaker, his bones would have surely broken. His body was too thin now, nothing like his former self, which had a layer of fat providing energy storage, warmth, and various functions. If he continued to lose weight, his ribs would soon be visible. However, it seemed unlikely he would have a chance to gain weight, given how much he was running around, fighting, and killing. After fighting a tough battle tonight, he was so hungry that he quickly devoured the 2 super burgers in no time. After hastily finishing his dinner, he wiped his hands, placed the decade driver under his pillow, and quietly lay down on his bed, closing his eyes. Within 10 seconds, he fell into a deep sleep, utterly exhausted, both mentally and physically. In his dreams, Gryell felt as if he were a piece of willow fluff caught in the wind, weightless and flipping in every direction. Streams of dark red liquid circled around him, flowing chaotically. Although the scene was bizarre, he felt no sensation, as if his consciousness was sealed, or like a puppet without thought, simply observing silently as events unfolded before him. In this state, he lost all sense of time, not knowing how long had passed. In the pitch-black surroundings, 5 points of different colors suddenly appeared, flickering in synchrony. Meanwhile, in an underground base, the physicist and astronomer Eric Shavik, who had met Gryell once, was staring at the computer in astonishment, as if he had discovered the gateway to a new world, filled with shock and delight. He was in a vast underground space, with dozens of computers on one side. In the center stood a larger empty area with an apparatus about the size of a cabinet, its core being a cube radiating a ghostly blue light, its surface flickering in a rhythm that matched the flashing frequency of the 5 light points Gryell had seen in his dream. Eric Shavik's face was alight with a hint of fervor as he stared at the computer screen before him. The right side of the screen was filled with a dense array of numbers and formulas, rapidly changing at an astonishing speed. The left side displayed a cube radiating a ghostly blue light, casting a mist-like glow around it. Behind and beside him, researchers busily worked, the sound of keyboards clicking filling the air. They had been fast asleep in the middle of the night, but had rushed to the lab upon hearing the unusual alarms triggered by the on-duty personnel. Each appeared somewhat disheveled. Eric wore a lab coat, but was still in his pajama shorts and slippers, a clear sign of their hasty arrival. Within minutes, Coulson, impeccably dressed in a suit with polished shoes and neatly combed hair, strode in briskly, stepping over thick cables on the floor as he approached the research area. He first glanced at the glowing blue cube at the center of the instruments, then turned to Eric and asked, "Dr. Shavik, what's going on?" Eric continued to fixate on the screen, his face a mix of excitement and disbelief. Without looking up, he replied, "It's still unclear, but the Tesseract has undergone significant changes. The energy within it is beginning to fluctuate." Coulson looked up at the Tesseract, which shimmered erratically, its brightness unstable. Until now, the light emitted by the Tesseract had remained constant for decades, with no changes. The current situation surely indicated that something had shifted. Nodding in agreement, Coulson turned to Eric and said, "I've noticed that as well, but I'd like to know why. I don't recall receiving any reports about experiments on the Tesseract tonight. It wasn't us who activated it. The Tesseract itself is changing, Eric finally lifted his gaze to the tesseract and pointed to the computer screen on his left. This is the absorption spectrum obtained after the tesseract's emission spectrum was captured by the spectrometer. The radiation dark lines that were originally transitioning orderly to lower energy levels are now becoming chaotic. Listening to Eric's technical jargon, Coulson maintained a calm smile and replied in a soothing tone, "Could you put that in simpler terms for us?" Eric shot a glance at Coulson, feeling reluctant to waste time explaining, but since Coulson was the head of the project, he had no choice but to simplify his explanation. In simple terms, the tesseract is like a safe. We can only look at it from a distance and can't access the energy inside. But now, it seems the combination dial is turning by itself. While the chance of that happening is small, it's possible it could land on the correct combination. If we're lucky, we might find a pattern to unlock this safe early. Coulson's eyes lit up at Eric's words. He stared intently at the tesseract, which flickered with varying brightness, and after a few seconds, he asked, "Are you sure? But the combination dial shouldn't turn on its own. Something must be causing it." Eric rolled his eyes slightly, continuing to watch the screen. "I was just using an analogy to help you understand. It's not actually a combination dial. It's the atomic spectrum that's starting to change. This indicates that the tesseract's energy has been activated. As for the specific reason..." He paused for a moment, then pulled up the observational record from the moment the tesseract began to change. "This shows the luminosity changes of the tesseract. Don't you think this flickering light resembles a radio signal?" Coulson hadn't initially considered that angle, but Eric's suggestion made him see the possibility. He remained silent, allowing Eric to continue. "Light contains a vast amount of energy and information. By observing the night sky, we can receive messages from distant galaxies. Everything in the universe emits and reflects visible or invisible light, which is how we can see them with our eyes or instruments. The luminosity change of the tesseract has a certain pattern to it. As for what exactly that pattern is and what information it contains, we can only continue to observe to unravel this mystery." As Eric spoke, Coulson's smile gradually faded, replaced by a serious expression. He stared intently at the tesseract, which continued to exhibit fluctuating brightness. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "So you're saying the tesseract has received some sort of message from elsewhere, which is why it's behaving this way. Can we isolate it? Will this change affect our research progress?" Eric shrugged helplessly. "I still haven't figured out what the tesseract is made of, and I know nothing about its operating principles. How could I possibly know how to isolate it? Even whether it has truly received a message causing this change is merely my conjecture." After pondering for a moment, Eric continued, "If the tesseract has indeed received some kind of information to change like this, then the thick layers of earth and rock here haven't isolated it, so other isolation methods would likely be ineffective. However, maintaining a constant state is the most troublesome. This activated state is actually the easiest for us to collect data from. Perhaps we can extract endless cosmic energy from it several months ahead of schedule." Coulson nodded, not speaking further. He glanced around at the busy technicians before looking up at the surveillance cameras mounted high on the ceiling. After thinking for a moment, he turned to leave. Just as he closed the laboratory door behind him, he quickly pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "This is Coulson. I request Agent Barton to be transferred to the Western Base for the Joint Dark Energy Project. I need him to monitor the experimental area." At the same time, the changes weren't limited to the massive shield base built on the Western Gobi Desert. In an ancient building complex deep within the mountains, golden eyes, carved upon pillars inscribed with countless magical arrays, flickered with a greenish glow, the flashing frequency matching that of the tesseract. Dressed in a brown robe, the Ancient One stood silently beside the Eye of Agamotto, gazing at the changing artifact, remaining quiet for a long time. Opposite her was the long-bearded and one-handed Master Hammer, both observing the constantly shifting Eye of Agamotto. After a while, Master Hammer could no longer hold back and asked, "Master, why is the Eye of Agamotto undergoing such changes? Does it signify something?" The Ancient One silently shook her head, pausing for several seconds before responding slowly. "There is a connection between all things in the universe. When one changes, it can influence others through these hidden links." Master Hammer remained silent, fully focused on the Ancient One's teachings. The Ancient One gazed at the Eye of Agamotto, its gentle light slowly spreading throughout the chamber, as if imbued with a magical power that calmed the heart, making one feel as if they could hear or see something. Yet at the same time, nothing was truly visible. The 6 Infinity Stones originated from the same place, born at the same moment, and together they support this universe. Their connections are so tight that they cannot be severed. If one changes, the others will respond. Are you suggesting that someone using the Infinity Stones has triggered this situation? Master Hammer asked, slowly shaking his head. He lifted his gaze to the vast, starry sky above, where the brilliant starlight poured through the ceiling, creating the illusion that the sanctuary had only 4 walls and no roof. Master Hammer followed suit, looking up at the expansive and silent space above. At that moment, the Ancient One's voice echoed in the room. No, merely using the Infinity Stones wouldn't elicit a response from the others. It is only the power of the Infinity Stones themselves that can activate this invisible link. The previous Supreme Sorcerer told me, when he handed over the Eye of Agamotto, that the Infinity Stones are not lifeless objects. They hold endless possibilities within them. Each Infinity Stone is far more complex than the human brain and has endured for eons. Why shouldn't they develop a consciousness of their own? Are you implying? Master Hammer looked at the emerald glowing Eye of Agamotto with a mix of astonishment, just as the light from the eye dimmed slightly, and it slowly closed, sealing all its radiance inside. The Ancient One remained silent, stepping forward and gently placing her right hand on the stone pillar. Magic surged from her palm, instantly illuminating the magical array etched onto the pillar with a soft golden glow. The light flowed down the pillar like a stream, illuminating the slightly worn floor with golden lines that flowed from the pillar to the walls, climbing upward like ivy, gradually bathing the walls in golden light. All the magical lines spread to the ceiling, converging into a shape resembling Earth. However, this Earth was wrapped in a giant golden net extending from 3 points. Anything entering the Earth that exceeded the mesh size would inevitably trigger this large net. This detection continued for over 10 minutes before concluding that the Eye of Agamotto was functioning normally, and the Earth's defense net exhibited no issues. Only then did the Ancient One breathe a sigh of relief. During such turbulent times, the spatial defense of Earth could not afford any mistakes. As she withdrew her arm, the magnificent palace suddenly transformed back into an ancient, worn stone room, as if everything that had just occurred had vanished without a trace. The Ancient One then continued. The previous Supreme Sorcerer left very little information about the Eye of Agamotto. What I've mentioned are merely my speculations. Over the passage of time, even a planet can develop a consciousness, let alone the Infinity Stones born at the beginning of the universe. Perhaps there are certain factors limiting the Infinity Stones from developing consciousness. Just now, it's possible that the subconscious of one stone affected the others, but what could have caused that? Master Hammer was perplexed. In Kamar Taj, only the Supreme Sorcerer could grasp the cosmic secrets that were passed down orally and not recorded in books. Everything the Ancient One just said was new to him, and even she was unsure of the situation. The Ancient One's expression and tone remained as calm as before, but her words struck like thunder. Recently, I discovered an undetectable individual. Whether in the past, present, or future, the Eye of Agamotto cannot see his traces. He seems to exist within this space-time, yet has an influence on this world. The power of the Eye of Agamotto can be neutralized by other Infinity Stones and cannot perceive the existence of higher-dimensional space-time. Perhaps he is a collective consciousness of one of the Infinity Stones or originates from a higher-dimensional space-time. After delivering such a puzzling statement, the Ancient One sighed slightly, waving her hand weakly. It's getting late, and the Eye of Agamotto hasn't changed. Let's go rest. Fate is such, why worry? As she spoke, a portal appeared before her, and she stepped through, vanishing from sight. Master Hammer followed suit, leaving only the Eye of Agamotto quietly in its place, its surface still smooth and new, as if it had just been created. At dawn, a helicopter cut through the sky, traversing the desolate Gobi Desert, ultimately landing at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s western base. This base housed a massive complex, with the underground facilities far larger than the surface buildings, making it one of the most important bases for S.H.I.E.L.D. As the cabin door slowly opened, Nick Fury, clad in a black trench coat, stepped out, followed closely by Clint Barton, known as Hawkeye, who was carrying a box. Coulson stood at the entrance, smiling as he welcomed the director's arrival, and the 3 of them got into a car. Inside the vehicle, Coulson succinctly reported to Nick Fury about the changes in the Tesseract that occurred the previous night, emphasizing Eric's speculation. It was highly likely that some unknown presence had sent a signal from a corner of the universe, activating the previously dormant tesseract. During Coulson's report, Nick Fury remained silent, lost in thought, pondering something deeply. Upon reaching the cleared-out lower-level experimental area, Nick Fury first approached the tesseract, which had now returned to its original brightness, showing no further changes. He stood there observing for a long time before turning his head, scanning the surroundings, and then pointing to a platform that was about 3 to 4 square meters and 7 or 8 meters high, saying, "Agent Barton, that should provide an overview of the entire experimental area. From now on, all experiments on the tesseract will be conducted there." "Yes, sir," Barton replied expressionlessly, then raised his gaze to inspect his new workspace. Nick Fury then turned his attention back to Coulson, saying, "Since Eric believes we can complete this early, we can start preparing for the second phase. Use the firearms employed by Hydra soldiers during World War II as samples and organize experts to design the project." After saying this, it seemed he recalled something and added, "Let's not inform NASA or the military about this for now." Despite the military and NASA funding the project, Nick Fury had no intention of sharing information with his partners. "Understand, sir," Coulson promptly replied. This night was destined to be tumultuous and chaotic. 2 streets in Manhattan Island were ignited by rockets fired from armed helicopters, the intense flames seemingly threatening to consume half the sky. Even from a distance in New Jersey, the crimson glow lighting up the sky was clearly visible. 5 black SUVs raced down a secluded and quiet highway under the cover of this red light. Inside the second armored vehicle sat Frank Amick, slightly tilting his head as he gazed through the reflective window at the reddened sky on the east side, holding a phone in his hand and seemingly discussing something important. Old lampposts and low, dilapidated houses zipped past outside the window. After turning a corner, Frank Amick hung up the phone. One of his subordinates in the passenger seat turned around and said, "Boss, the guys in the back say there's a motorcycle following us." Hearing this, Frank Amick furrowed his brow tightly. His life had been anything but peaceful lately. 5 consecutive deals had been sabotaged, goods confiscated by the NYPD, and most of his men had been slaughtered, leaving him with no money, goods, or people. He was empty in every sense. His business had taken a massive hit, and his men were beginning to lose faith in him, no longer working with the same efficiency. Nobody even dared to take on the dangerous shipments anymore. This made Frank furious, yet he felt powerless and could only think of how to find the one lurking in the shadows. Now, hearing that a motorcycle was tailing them, Frank immediately thought of the person responsible for ruining his deals. His face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Get rid of him." Upon receiving Frank Amick's order, the 2 vehicles behind began to slow down, moving side by side to completely occupy the narrow road. The windows of the rear and passenger side doors rolled down, and 6 armed thugs leaned out, aiming their guns at the motorcycle behind them. With a series of pop, pop sounds, the suppressed gunfire erupted, and a stream of bullets shot out like meteors, racing toward the motorcycle's rear lights. In an instant, flames erupted from the motorcycle, engulfing both it and its rider in fire. "Yeah," one of the gunmen shouted excitedly, as if celebrating his achievement, exclaiming, "I hit his gas tank." "That was me," another gunman immediately retorted, and the other 4 ceased firing. However, to their astonishment, the burning motorcycle did not topple as a result of the attack. Instead, it accelerated, leaving a long trail of flames on the road. "What the hell is going on?" Before he could finish his sentence, a flaming chain suddenly shot out from the motorcycle, hurtling toward the left side and swiftly crossing over. The rider yanked on the chain with his right hand, swinging it like a club and effortlessly slicing through 2 speeding cars, cleaving them and their occupants in half. The 2 vehicles ignited instantly, becoming flaming wrecks that continued to careen forward due to inertia. The rider quickly retracted the chain, wrapping it around himself, and passed through the flames, pursuing the 3 cars ahead. The driver of the 3rd vehicle looked in shock at the burning motorcycle in his rearview mirror, as well as the 2 ignited cars left behind. He had no idea what was happening. The speed of his car had reached 90 miles per hour, but the motorcycle had caught up in just a matter of seconds. The rider yanked on the chain, which now appeared to float in the air, its flames glowing brightly against the pitch-black night sky. In the next second, the chain stretched to over 20 meters. With a loud whoosh, the chain sliced through the car in half, flames rapidly spreading. and within an instant, the split vehicle became a massive fireball, incinerating everyone inside. Frank was crouched in the back seat, horrified as he watched the flaming motorcycle relentlessly pursue them. In just a short time, he had lost most of his men. He thought to himself that perhaps this was the individual responsible for ruining his deals. Faster, faster, Frank shouted at the driver, also contacting the lead vehicle to block behind them. However, just as that vehicle swerved slightly, it was struck by the flaming chain from behind, turning it into two fiery orbs. This scene drained the color from Frank's face. He had never witnessed anything so bizarre. He could only urge the driver to speed away. The terrified driver pressed the accelerator to the floor, desperately attempting to shake off the burning motorcycle. Yet, his eyes involuntarily glanced at the left side's rearview mirror, where the flaming chain came flying back toward them. The driver screamed in terror and quickly swerved the steering wheel to evade it. But his speed was far too slow compared to the chain. Just as the steering wheel began to turn, the chain struck the rear wheel, severing a quarter of it, causing the speeding car to flip over. The vehicle rolled several times on the ground before crashing into a large tree by the roadside, taking the tree down along with it, but the car became stuck there. The burning motorcycle came to a stop beside the overturned car, and the flames quickly extinguished. The skeletal motorcycle reverted to an ordinary heavy motorcycle, and the chain that had wrapped around it transformed back to its original state, with the flaming skull regaining flesh and blood. As Frank struggled to crawl out of the wreckage, his upper body barely poking through the shattered window, a gloved hand grasped his collar with a grip as strong as a vice, yanking him out of the car and lifting him high, only to slam him against the overturned vehicle. The intense pain made Frank cry out. That large hand tightened around his neck, forcing his head upward, and he was horrified to see the face of his attacker, Damon McCready, the retired cop that Carl Burbank had mentioned previously. But hadn't Carl said this guy was dead? Before Frank could ponder further, Damon, with a face full of hatred, spoke. Do you know? For over a decade, I've been thinking about how we would meet again. Now, it's finally happening as I wished. Frank managed to force a smile through his pain, saying, Hey, what do you want? Cash, gold, silver. I'll give you whatever you need. Before Frank could finish, Damon, wearing a faint smile, replied, What I want is your soul. What? Frank thought he must have misheard. Who would want a soul? But before he could voice his confusion, he was met with a terrifying sight as flames erupted from Damon's face, quickly turning his head into a pale white skull. At such a close distance, the skull, burned to the point of having no flesh left, was vividly presented before Frank's eyes, with the iron chains wrapped around it dancing up and down like rags blown by a fierce wind. The chains were also adorned with searing flames, yet they caused no damage to the leather jacket on its body. The overwhelming heat reminded Frank intensely that this fire was not a special effect, but a real flame capable of burning everything. Frank had always prided himself on witnessing countless grand scenes over the years, having crawled out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood numerous times. But he never imagined that one day he would actually witness a living skeleton firsthand and be firmly grasped by it, making it nearly impossible for him to breathe. In the stillness of the deep night, facing a skeleton engulfed in flames, the level of horror was far greater than any horror movie, 100-fold or 1,000-fold. Frank was so frightened that he shook violently, his eyes fixed on the skull across from him, every hair on his body standing on end, his mind blank, and his body completely rigid and unresponsive. If it weren't for Damon pressing down on him with one hand, he would have already collapsed to the ground. The burning skull slightly opened its jaw and emitted a hoarse and eerie voice. Look into my eyes and go to hell to cleanse your sins. This voice seemed to possess some kind of magic, compelling Frank's eyes to involuntarily gaze into the two enormous hollow sockets of the skull, from which an inexplicable pull emanated, making Frank feel as if his very soul was being stretched and dragged slowly out of his body. For some unknown reason, Frank suddenly recalled the moment he first killed someone, the fear mixed with an inexplicable thrill. Those memories of wrongdoing flashed before his eyes like a revolving lantern, fueling his soul and body to burn rapidly. In just 2 or 3 breaths, he turned to nothingness, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Not only Frank, but everyone in the 5 cars was completely burned away by the flames, leaving only intact pieces of clothing drifting down. Even more bizarrely, none of the 5 cars showed any signs of melting, and even the interior decorations and flammable seats showed no signs of being scorched. After Frank turned to ash and vanished without a trace, the Ghost Rider finally released its grip, allowing the remaining clothes to fall to the ground, being swept up by the cold wind. The flames on the Ghost Rider gradually extinguished, flesh and blood began to regenerate, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed from a flaming skull back into Damon, flesh and blood, complete with hair. Finally, it's over, Damon murmured to himself, tightening the iron chains around him with one hand before turning to mount his motorcycle. With a twist of the throttle, he sped down the Tulane Road, quickly disappearing into the night, leaving behind a stretch of road less than 100 meters long, with cars sliced in half vertically and horizontally, and traces scorched by flames. Meanwhile, in Midtown Manhattan, a black business van slowly passed through Times Square, arriving beside a building. Grant Ward stepped out of the car, holding a silver case, and walked into the north side of the building, which looked no different from the surrounding office buildings. After Grant Ward exited, the black business van started its engine, carrying another silver case from the passenger seat as it drove down the street towards New Jersey. 10 minutes later, an encrypted email was sent from this building to Deputy Director Hill's computer, detailing Grant Ward's mission report as a Level 6 agent, including a detailed account of the events he witnessed in Chinatown and the 15 bags of serum he retrieved from that house, each with varying concentrations. After an intense battle, Gryell woke up groggily in the late afternoon. The fight with the abomination last night had taken all his strength, and even now his shoulders and legs were still sore, his entire body feeling weak and unable to exert any strength. He didn't know which night card had made his physique so strong, but the large bruises on his shoulders and waist, which were bigger than a palm, had remarkably faded by more than half after a night's rest, leaving only slight traces that were nearly indistinguishable from the surrounding skin. It was already afternoon, yet Gryell remained slouched on his bed, shoving beef stew into his mouth with his right hand while his eyes were glued to the television. Major news outlets were reporting on the bombing incident that occurred in Chinatown last night, labeling it as yet another terrorist attack 9 years later. This was the content reported by the official media, which completely omitted any mention of military helicopter bombings. As for the large green monster and the dragon flying in the sky, these were only circulated in tabloids and online. Additionally, there were over a dozen bizarre news items added, such as giant crocodiles in the water, a gorilla climbing buildings, and pythons as thick and long as trains. These reports had eyewitnesses, videos, and traces left by these monsters, and in terms of credibility, they were not any less than that of the abomination and the flying dragon, and even had more eyewitnesses. Immediately, experts stepped forward claiming that these supposed videos were computer-generated and that no monsters actually existed, urging people to rationally view these rumors. 2 Hollywood special effects teams even released demonstration videos showing how to create non-existent monsters using green screens and computer synthesis technology. Following that, television crews went to the locations where these monsters were reported to debunk the claims, confirming that the damage shown in the videos was either man-made or did not exist at all. In the end, a third of the video publishers came forward to claim that these were just fabricated news for the sake of gaining attention and clicks. Though there were numerous witnesses that night, with over 1,000 people having seen the abomination in Gryell and 4,000 to 5,000 having heard or seen vague figures, compared to the total population of New York, the entire United States, and even the world, this was merely a drop in the ocean. As the saying goes, the truth is often in the hands of a few, but at any time, the number of people who truly witness the truth is always small. People's habitual thinking leads them to believe that if so many videos are fabricated for attention, then everything else must also be false, especially since they have not seen it with their own eyes. Thus, for an entire week, a myriad of bizarre people and events took the stage, topping search rankings on major websites. However, after this series of operations, the original truth had indeed turned into false rumors. But whether true or false, the incident in Chinatown remained the hottest topic, with many television stations conducting related reports, inviting witnesses and survivors to share their experiences and misfortunes to attract more viewers and attention. One television station even invited a black mother and son saved by Gryell, who faced the camera to recount what they saw. "My name is Alpha Ward, and I work in the government. This is my son, Charlie Spencer. A week ago, I was driving through Chinatown and saw a person in shiny armor blocking the huge green monster. Charlie Spencer, The 13 or 14-year-old boy sitting in the guest seat suddenly interjected. He looked a lot like Iron Man, but his armor wasn't red. That's right. I remember his armor was dark gold and black. His mother, Alpha Ward, recalled. That huge green monster easily ripped the roof off the car. If it weren't for him, my son and I would definitely have been killed by that green monster. I swear, it was definitely non-illusion. I am really grateful to him. He saved my son and me, as well as many, many others. Gryell watched this slightly plump African-American woman speaking confidently in front of the camera. And after thinking for a while, he remembered that this mother and son must have been the passengers in the car he saved by kicking the abomination. Because he had encountered them before, he had a slight impression of them, and they were probably the closest people to him. He never expected they not only survived, but also appeared on a television program, which could be considered a blessing in disguise, considering their car was turned into scrap metal by the abomination. Even if they had car insurance, it was uncertain whether the insurance company would pay out, especially since this incident was officially classified as a terrorist attack. It was unlikely anyone would want to buy a terrorism insurance policy. Being on television at least could help them get some money, serving as a form of compensation for the loss of their vehicle. Throughout this week, Gryell had already seen this mother and son appear on 5 or 6 different programs. However, amidst all the news and newspapers, the focus was solely on the extent of the damage caused by the attack and the number of casualties. It was even difficult to find clear frontal photos of the abomination and the masked rider online. Yet, Gryell remembered that many people were taking pictures and recording videos that night. It was impossible that not a single clear photo or video existed. It was evident that a force was preventing such photos and news from spreading widely, and it was highly likely to be S.H.I.E.L.D., as they specialize in handling supernatural events and entities. However, this could only keep the ordinary onlookers in the dark. The powerful figures were surely aware of his existence, especially the military. 2 helicopters, 3 armored vehicles, and over a dozen soldiers had been easily eliminated by him, creating animosity, especially with General Ross leading the charge. This guy had already become Secretary of State during Captain America: Civil War. How could he have reached such a high position without some powerful backing? This was also the reason why Gryell ultimately chose not to pursue that helicopter last night. Killing a few low-ranking soldiers was one thing, but if he had killed a general, it would have been a slap in the face, inevitably prompting action, or it would dishearten other generals. Perhaps S.H.I.E.L.D. might help, but why would they do so for no reason? They weren't his father, willing to go out of their way to clean up his mess. Gryell was very self-aware. He understood the extent of his capabilities and the magnitude of the trouble he could stir up. When he first arrived, he lacked experience and sufficient power. Even when faced with the abomination incident a week ago, he didn't dare to step forward. Now, however, he possessed the unparalleled dragon, allowing him to fight across land, sea, and air, and his activity time in the mirror world had increased nearly 3-fold. Not to mention helicopters. Even if an entire aviation regiment came, he wouldn't be afraid. Once he gathered all 9 ultimate cards and unlocked the Decade God mode, he wouldn't even bat an eye at Ross, who had powerful backing. He'd disregard the entirety of America, let alone tanks. Even if an aircraft carrier came, as long as he had enough cards, he could stack them to increase his attack power and kick the aircraft carrier over with a single blow. After killing the abomination, he had earned over 6,000 points, and with the remaining points he had already surpassed 10,000. However, Gryell didn't recklessly exchange them for anything. He felt that with his current strength, he could handle the situation at hand. He would exchange them later when faced with issues he couldn't resolve. The only thing he regretted was that Frank's criminal gang had suddenly gone quiet, with the boss Frank missing without a trace. For the past week, he had been trying to find Frank's whereabouts, but to no avail. The only lead he had was the report from the New York Police Department about the case, which mentioned 5 cars discovered on a remote road in northern New Jersey. The car Frank's men had been in was cut in half, and Frank's car was overturned by the roadside, with only his clothes found inside, but no body. It was clear that Frank had been taken away, and not in a friendly manner. Gryell could only guess that this was a black-on-black incident. After all, in this underworld, one must always pay back their debts, whether by cutting others or being cut themselves. Previously, someone like Gryell had attacked Frank's trading dock, and this time it was likely the same group that did this. The news of Frank's disappearance and the likelihood that he had been killed left Gryell both relieved and somewhat despondent. He had been in this world for 2 months. First, he had followed Big Daddy to act heroically, and this month he had been crazily destroying Frank's business, leading to a significant reduction in Frank's power, and now it seemed he had fallen victim to a black-on-black situation. The sudden disappearance of his long-standing target left Gryell at a loss for what to do next. He had spent an entire day mulling over it in his room and came up with nothing. He had always been someone who took things one step at a time. Long-term planning and short-term goals held no meaning for him. It was harder for him to outline a future development plan than to ascend to the heavens. Ultimately, he gave up on thinking, lay back on his bed, and sighed helplessly, "I really miss my old lazy life." There was no purple sweet potato insisting on snapping his fingers, nor were there so many villains hell-bent on destroying the world. Sigh. At this moment, in a distant part of the universe, within a star system that had already died. Technically calling it a star system was inaccurate, as all the planets in this star system had been engulfed by the expanding red giant before the star went supernova, and subsequently, the star system collapsed into a neutron star. This neutron star, with a diameter of 10 kilometers, was among the most extreme celestial bodies in the universe, on par with black holes. However, this neutron star was completely enveloped in layers of metal, preventing it from rotating 70 to 80 times per second like other neutron stars. Even gravity and cosmic rays were blocked inside by a Dyson sphere-like metallic structure inscribed with dense magical arrays, unable to radiate into space. This artificially controlled neutron star had enormous bearings that were unimaginable to Earthlings, connecting it to over 500 massive rings with a diameter of over 500 kilometers, collectively forming an incredibly vast, yet extraordinarily precise and complex machinery. A small spacecraft rapidly approached here, arriving at the only port. A well-groomed Loki stepped out of the spacecraft, and the first thing that caught his eye was the neutron star at the center, emitting an incredibly dazzling light. Yes, this neutron star was indeed radiating brilliant light. Under the control of this gigantic machinery, cosmic rays and radiation were released in specific directions and trajectories, generating temperatures high enough to melt any metal in the universe. This was the dwarves' proud achievement, showcasing their advanced technology in full glory. Behind Loki lay the endless darkness of the cosmic void, while before him stood a neutron star so dazzling that it was nearly impossible to look at directly. Here, darkness and light coexisted in a marvelous harmony. Warmth and coldness dwelled together. Such a wondrous sight was not inferior to the floating continent of Asgard in the cosmos. He strolled through this place, reminiscent of a forest of steel, where the sound of clang, clang, echoed constantly. A dwarf, taller than Loki, was busily darting between rows of complex machinery, engaged in an assembly line of sorts, or was slowly fed in from one end, and by the time it reached the other end, it had transformed into sharp weapons and sturdy armor. The weapons and armor produced here would be loaded onto ships and sent to Alfheim, where elves would inscribe magical sigils upon them, imbuing them with magical powers. Subsequently, they would be blessed with divine power by the ancient and wise Vanir, before finally being sent to Asgard to equip its army. This was Nidavellir, renowned throughout the universe, yet shrouded in mystery. Many knew that dwarves possessed the skill to forge the most powerful and exquisite weapons, but few knew the name of their dwelling place, and even fewer knew its exact location. At this moment, the area appeared extremely chaotic, with parts scattered haphazardly everywhere, and various machines and pipes crammed together, leaving only a few narrow aisles, making the entire space feel particularly crowded. As Loki approached the area illuminated by the strongest beam of cosmic rays, he was met by Aether, the dwarf king, who was taller than two stacked Lokis. Aether looked down at Loki, who was gazing up at the neutron star, and spoke in a deep, resonant voice in Asgardian. "We've only just forged a small portion of this batch of equipment, and I haven't received any notification from Asgard about an early delivery." Loki wore a gentle smile, appearing courteous as he replied softly, "I'm not here to collect equipment. I merely wish to ask you to forge a few suitable weapons for me. The materials are in the ship I arrived on." Aether frowned slightly and asked, "Haven't we made countless weapons for Asgard? Are there none suitable for you?" Loki explained, "Those are for the army. They don't quite meet my needs." Aether scrutinized Loki from top to bottom before nodding, understanding that as a prince of Asgard, it was reasonable for him to request specially forged weapons, especially since he brought his own materials. Aether turned to a few dwarves nearby and spoke a few words in their language. The tall dwarves immediately set down their work and strode toward the port to load Loki's materials onto a cart, heading toward the melting furnace. Once Aether had arranged everything, he led the way to the melting furnace and asked, "What style of weapon do you want? We only have standard molds here. If you want something special, we'll have to create new molds first." Loki replied calmly, "No need to trouble yourself. The standard molds will do. Please forge 2 short swords and 1 dagger from the materials I've brought, and reserve 3 times the space for enchantments." Aether showed a hint of surprise at Loki's request, questioning, "You want short swords, not wands? I remember you excel in magic. Why do you want warriors' weapons?" Loki smiled and responded, "It's for self-defense. In close combat, short swords are more effective than magic." Aether ceased further inquiries. Since Loki had made it clear he wanted short swords, he proceeded to fulfill the request. As they approached the towering melting furnace, 3 carts filled with chilling metal were pushed over by 6 dwarves. Aether recognized the ore at a glance and exclaimed, "This is cold iron, and it's high-quality cold iron, a unique product of Jotunheim." Before Aether could finish, Loki, with his hands behind his back, interjected, "That's right, Asgard's repository holds enough cold iron for another 100 carts. Ice-based weapons have a significant advantage in close combat." Aether muttered, "Why is a sorcerer so fixated on close combat?" While saying this, he single-handedly lifted a cart high and poured all the cold iron into the massive melting furnace. The 3 carts of metal only filled a quarter of the enormous furnace. Next, Aether began to turn various knobs, meticulously adjusting the gaps in the layers of metal plates surrounding the neutron star, allowing a strong beam of radiation to accurately illuminate the melting furnace, using the extreme temperature to melt the cold iron and remove impurities from the ore. Eventually, the purified cold iron slowly flowed into the standard equipment molds, beginning a series of detailed processes such as cooling, forging, and sharpening, while reserving 3 times the space for enchantments as per Loki's request. During the wait, Loki appeared quite relaxed, wandering around Nidavellir. Here, a few hundred dwarves lived year-round, most of whom crafted standard equipment with relatively low technical content. The best furnace in Nidavellir had not been used for a long time. The last time it was opened was to forge Thor's hammer. Ordinary weapons were not worthy of this iron furnace. It was only used for forging king-level weapons. After strolling around, Loki returned to the melting furnace, where the 2 short swords and 1 dagger he requested were now complete. The remaining work of enchanting and imbuing divine power would not take place here. Aether placed the 3 weapons in a finely crafted wooden box and handed it to Loki at the air dock. Loki politely thanked Aether and then walked back into the ship he had arrived in. He placed his right hand on the button to close the cabin door, but suddenly asked, "I heard that the Infinity Gauntlet in Asgard treasury was forged in Nidavellir." Aether was clearly taken aback for a moment before slowly shaking his head, saying, "No, Nidavellir does not have the materials, molds, or techniques to forge the Infinity Gauntlet. The Infinity Gauntlet was brought back by the previous king of Asgard, your grandfather Bor, from beyond the 9 realms." "Oh." Loki nodded, as if a diligent student had finally learned the answer to a question, and he looked enlightened. He then politely bid farewell to Aether and activated the ship to leave Nidavellir. Once Loki's ship disappeared from view, Aether whispered in a barely audible voice, "Where did he learn that information?" Bor had long destroyed and sealed off related news. Did Bor tell Odin, and then Odin informed him? Meanwhile, as Loki piloted his ship far away, he did not return to Asgard, but instead turned the ship toward the infamous Chaos Star Zone in the universe. In a uniquely shaped, massive spacecraft that looked like 2 V-shaped tips connected, a figure clad in a black robe knelt before a gigantic screen measuring 10 meters in both width and height. His head was bowed, nearly touching the ground, and his demeanor was extremely respectful as he spoke. "Master, I exchanged 100 biomechanical soldiers for information about the Tesseract from his guardian. It is located in Midgard. Should we send someone to investigate the gem's exact location?" The owner, whose voice was deep and commanding, replied, "No, it is not yet time. Continue searching for the other gems. Only by finding all the gems can we begin our action." For a long time, Jotunheim, shrouded by thick layers of ice and gloomy clouds, welcomed the arrival of the information merchant once again. However, this time, he confidently descended from his ship, landing steadily on the largest ice field in Jotunheim. The cabin door of the ship slowly opened, and Loki stepped out with a calm smile, as if the towering frost giants around him were completely non-existent. Soon, he was led to the presence of Laufey, the frost giant king. Although this place was referred to as a palace, it resembled a cave where primitive people lived, merely a stone cave replaced by an ice cave. The surrounding walls, ceiling, and floors appeared extremely rough, covered in ice shards, lacking any aesthetic appeal. The rugged style would likely drive a perfectionist elf to despair. Laufey looked down at Loki, who was casting a transformation spell, and spoke in a deep, powerful voice. "You've finally arrived. I sent a small team to Midgard, but we lost contact with them the next day, and no news has come back since. The secret passage you mentioned has also vanished. What reason do you plan to use to persuade me not to feed you to my pet?" As Laufey finished speaking, a massive lizard-like head, measuring 4 to 5 meters in size, slowly emerged from a large ice cave to the left of the high throne. The head bared its teeth at Loki below, its nostrils exhaling cold air that condensed into sparkling ice flowers in the air, drifting down gracefully. Loki didn't even glance at the frost giant beast, maintaining his smile as he replied to Laufey. "Then why did you send such a weak team? Asgard is always watching the movements of the 9 realms, and Midgard has its own guardians. The same passage cannot be reused. Your approach is a complete waste of that valuable secret passage." Laufey scoffed lazily, reclining back in his throne with a hint of disdain in his eyes, as he said to Loki, "So what information do you come to sell me this time?" Loki shook his head slightly, still smiling as he said, "I'm here to propose a collaboration." "Collaboration?" A flicker of confusion crossed Laufey's eyes. "Exactly, collaboration. Since you're unwilling to send your best warriors to Midgard, let's compensate for the lack of quality with quantity. You send 1 or 2 small teams, and I'll contribute my 100 soldiers, and together we can capture Thor and Midgard." What benefit do you stand to gain from this collaboration?" "You want to use Thor in exchange for the Frost Box, while I hope to obtain the Infinity Gauntlet from Odin's treasury. Thor is the Prince of Asgard. I believe Odin will agree to our terms." "Is that so?" Laufey glanced at Loki, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes as he said, "I remember Asgard has another prince. Do you think Odin would give up one prince for the other?" Loki's heart jolted at Laufey's words, but he maintained his expression, keeping a neutral smile as he replied, "That prince has always stayed in Asgard, where the defenses are far more secure than the weak Midgard. Neither of us has the power to send an army into the heavily guarded Asgard. I spent 3 months finding another secret passage to Midgard. With it, our army can smoothly reach Midgard." Laufey revealed a sinister smile as he slowly stood up, looking down at Loki with cold, indifferent eyes, which caused Loki to instinctively raise his chin and tighten his right fist, his heart racing as he began to doubt whether Laufey had seen through his true identity. "Good suggestion. Let's do as you say. I will give you 3 small teams, led by you to Midgard. As long as you can successfully bring Thor back here, unless the Asgard army comes out in full force, you will not leave Jotunheim with Thor." Loki secretly breathed a sigh of relief at Laufey's words, nodding with a smile. "It's a deal." Soon, 30 tall and robust frost giants, resembling iron towers, gathered on the ice field. Compared to the militia team last time, these guys could be considered a combat-ready force, which made Loki nod in satisfaction. He thought to himself that this force might not even be enough to handle Thor, but against a Thor who had lost his powers, it would be overkill. Under the watchful gaze of King Laufey, the ship parked on the ice field slowly took off, and once it disappeared into the thick clouds, Laufey retracted his gaze and whispered in a voice only he could hear, "My son, I will make sure you replace Odin and become the ruler of the 9 realms." Last time, when Loki had followed Thor to Jotunheim, he had been grasped by a frost giant, and in that moment his normal skin color had turned into the icy blue unique to the frost giants. At that time, Laufey had sensed something was off, and to confirm his suspicion, he had silently tested Loki with the icy power from his bloodline during Loki's 4 visits here in disguise. If Loki were truly Asgardian, he would have been frostbitten, but Loki showed no reaction, confirming to Laufey that he was indeed the son he had lost in that great battle. Yet Loki was completely unaware of this. He was focused on devising his next plan. Although that last frost giant team was not very strong, they were not easily dealt with by a powerless Thor. However, the result had been unexpected. That team had silently disappeared in Midgard. Through eavesdropping on Odin's conversations, Loki was convinced that the team must have been eliminated by Midgard's guardians. Thus, he had gone to great lengths to acquire 100 biomechanical soldiers and these 30 frost giants to counter Midgard's guardians. After all, Odin had not yet fallen into slumber, and he did not dare to reveal himself to confront Thor. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly deploy Asgard's most powerful destroyer to eliminate Thor completely. Loki piloted the ship himself, silently passing through the secret passage to Midgard and arriving in New Mexico. At this moment, snowflakes were swirling in the sky, covering the ground in a layer of silver. The residents of the small town where Thor's hammer had fallen had long since moved away after the previous toxic gas leak incident, leaving only the secret base of S.H.I.E.L.D. surrounding Thor's hammer within a radius of over 100 kilometers. This base had long ceased to be the simple plastic shelter it once was. It had now transformed into a vast stone-structured base with more than 20 buildings, complete with high-voltage power lines to meet the ever-growing energy demands. S.H.I.E.L.D. had tried every method to move Thor's hammer even an inch, but even the soil beneath the hammer had become extraordinarily firm. In desperation, S.H.I.E.L.D. had to invest a massive amount of resources to quickly build this base specifically for studying Thor's hammer. The base was surrounded by layers of walls, with watchtowers standing tall. Teams of fully armed soldiers patrolled the base, maintaining a level of vigilance that rivaled a bank vault. Yet Loki seemed to possess some sort of magical ability, effortlessly entering the most secure area of the base, the location where Thor's hammer was stored. With an expressionless face, Loki gazed at Thor's hammer on the ground, a hint of disdain in his eyes. He casually glanced at the surrounding guards and then reached out, gripping the hammer's short handle. He pulled with all his strength, but the hammer remained as if firmly fixed to the ground, not budging an inch. He then used both hands to pull, but the result was the same. The hammer lay quietly at an angle, as if silently mocking Loki's audacity. Loki exerted all his strength, desperately pulling at Thor's hammer, but it remained as still as a rock, not even a speck of dirt beneath it budging. This scene only deepened the already dark clouds of frustration on Loki's face, igniting the anger within him at that moment. Since learning the truth that he was a frost giant and not an Asgardian, Loki had a new understanding of Odin's favoritism. He felt that he was not Odin's biological son, and therefore could not expect Odin to nurture him with the same care as Thor. Take Thor, for example. He wielded a hammer forged from the core of a planet and wore sturdy armor made from Asgard's finest metal. You are you. This equipment was Thor's greatest asset in battles across the 9 realms, allowing him to cut through enemy ranks effortlessly and enjoy the admiration and worship of countless followers. In contrast, Loki had studied a myriad of magical arts under his adoptive mother Frigga, including illusions, clones, invisibility, spatial containment, and shielding. However, most of these spells were supportive in nature. While he did possess some offensive magic, his capacity to kill was nowhere near that of the elite warriors of the Elven Palace, let alone that of the valiant Thor. This disparity resulted in Thor having a multitude of loyal followers while no one paid attention to Loki. Previously, Loki had always thought it was due to his own lack of effort that he couldn't compare to Thor. Now he finally understood the reason. It was all because he was not Odin's true son, and how could he expect Odin to invest wholeheartedly in his training? When a person develops a bias, everything that once seemed normal appears abnormal through their eyes. Loki was in such a state now, gazing at the immovable hammer and murmuring to himself, "Just wait, I'm the one most suited to be the king of Asgard. I will prove it to you through my actions, father." With that, Loki turned and left the place without looking back, boarding a ship that had not been registered in Asgard, heading towards New York. Utilizing the shielding magic taught to him by Frigga and the invisibility techniques acquired from beyond the 9 realms, he concealed the ship thoroughly. If one did not fly exceedingly close, even Heimdall would be unable to detect its presence. As the ship traversed the night sky and reached New York, it passed over the southern tip of Manhattan, where a dense display of fireworks erupted like a meteor shower. The fireworks bloomed in the sky, transforming into a myriad of colorful light flowers, appearing particularly bright and striking against the night backdrop. The streets below were filled with throngs of people, the majority of whom were Asian, with only a small percentage of other ethnicities present. Every face radiated with a brilliant smile as they eagerly watched the vibrant dragon and lion dance performances on the street, joyfully celebrating the arrival of the new year. Loki's ship glided over the bustling crowd and the streets adorned with red lanterns. A look of disdain crossed his face, and he sneered slightly, muttering, "It is precisely because the Midgardians waste their precious time on such trivial matters that Midgard has become the weakest realm among the nine. To them, freedom has become the greatest sin." As he spoke, Loki's ship had already passed over downtown New York, heading towards the upper city. At that moment, Gryell seemed to sense something. He instinctively looked up at the dark sky. However, aside from the fireworks and twinkling stars, he saw nothing unusual, leaving him puzzled. He tilted his head slightly and then lowered it again, continuing to watch the exciting dragon and lion dance performances. This lively scene, which he had grown weary of back in his homeland, now felt particularly nostalgic to Gryell in New York. The streets were filled with red lanterns, and the words, "Happy New Year," in Chinese characters made Gryell feel as though he had returned to his childhood, wandering through temple fairs, filled with the rich flavor of the new year. The sounds of cheers and laughter filled the crowded streets, with every face beaming with happiness, causing a wave of sentimentality to rise in Gryell, reminding him of the saying, "Every festive season brings thoughts of home." Time, like a relentless chisel, quietly erased too many memories. It had only been 3 months since the explosion in Chinatown, yet the ruins of buildings and the charred remains of cars just 2 streets away still lay quietly, yet to be cleared by the inefficient American engineering teams. However, most people had already forgotten about the incident, as their busy work and lives left them little energy to care about matters that didn't directly concern them. In the online world, tranquility had long since returned. The once popular news about the Eastern Dragon battling the Green Monster had been replaced by an endless stream of entertainment news. People were now more concerned with their jobs, taxes, and issues that directly affected their lives. As for everything else, they were happy to watch the spectacle but wouldn't pay it much mind. Over the past 3 months, Gryell's life had been quite mundane. After losing Frank as a target, his motivation to earn points had diminished significantly. Coupled with the swirling news about the Eastern Dragon and the unidentified armored monster, along with the concerns brought about by his feud with the military, Gryell had kept a low profile and refrained from going out to kill and cause chaos during the dark nights. Due to the damage to the building where Daisy and Hyde lived during the battle with the Abomination and Gryell, most of it had collapsed. Until the government's inefficient repair work was completed, they temporarily resided in Uncle Jimmy's home. During the subsequent month of doing nothing, Gryell decided to pick up a stack of books and start reading. It turned out that although Gryell's IQ was within the normal range, he was far from possessing a photographic memory. Despite Daisy, who was also staying at Uncle Jimmy's, eagerly helping Gryell with tutoring during her free time, after enrolling in school in mid-January 2011, Gryell had spent nearly a month there, and his scores on the SSAT exam he took in December were still abysmal. Ultimately, after discussions with Uncle Jimmy and Hyde, Gryell decided to allocate some money to have Mr. Hyde, who had a broad network, help him. They used money to pave the way and found a school in remote Alaska that offered a fake enrollment that did not require actual attendance, but provided official recognition of student status, graduation certificates, and grades. Then, under the guise of a transfer student, Gryell entered the public school where Daisy was enrolled. Previously, he had often seen news mocking foreigners for their inability to do math. But after enrolling in mid-January 2011 and spending nearly a month in school, Gryell finally understood the reason. The knowledge he had learned in middle school back home was classified as high school curriculum in American public schools. Teachers would casually teach, and students would listen half-heartedly, concluding with no assignments, leaving the remaining time for parties, drug use, and wild celebrations. Merely from the news, it seemed that studying abroad in high school was incredibly easy, where one did not need to learn anything. However, such ease was limited only to public schools that did not require tuition fees, while private high schools in America were the true elite institutions, particularly during high school education. The United States had tens of thousands of high schools, but there were fewer than 1,000 private high schools, and not everyone qualified to attend them. The children of social elites, business figures, and political leaders primarily attended such private schools. The students there did not have it easy. The educational content was not less than that of domestic high schools, and in fact, it could be more. With top-tier students, a first-rate teaching staff, and excellent educational quality, the vast majority of graduates could enter top universities, creating a significant gap between them and the lower tiers of society. The American education system followed an elite education model, which could also be termed as a system of ignorance. It allowed only a small fraction to rise to the top while the rest merely existed. Not to mention other factors. Just the tuition for private high schools, excluding additional expenses, could reach tens of thousands of dollars a year, an unbearable burden for the average family. Moreover, admission to private high schools is not solely based on wealth. Of course, those extremely wealthy individuals, even capable of donating entire buildings, can enter top-tier high schools and universities without taking entrance exams. After graduating, they can go directly to work in their own family businesses, often bypassing interviews typically required by graduates from the world's leading universities. In contrast, the quality of education in public schools depends on the funding allocated by the state or federal government. Different states in the U.S. have varying educational systems, with models such as the 633 model, 66 model, 84 model, and 444 model, among others. Public schools that receive ample funding can afford to hire renowned scholars and professors to teach. After all, this is an America that reveres capital. If there's not enough money, who would want to come here to teach? Additionally, these schools can organize students to participate in a variety of vibrant social activities and conduct experiments that require substantial funding and materials. Furthermore, the U.S. has established school districts, allowing students near public schools to enroll locally. However, the number of public schools that receive sufficient funding to squander freely is exceptionally small, less than 1%, and these schools are mostly located in affluent areas. The public high school that Gryell and Daisy attended was near Chinatown, and the quality of education could only elicit a resigned shake of the head. The only advantage was its proximity to Chinatown, where the proportion of Asian students was relatively high. Of course, high here is relative to other areas. In reality, it only accounted for about 20% to 30%, which also resulted in a comparatively lower level of discrimination within the school. Aside from that, there seemed to be no other commendable aspects. After spending a month at this school, Gryell felt he hadn't learned anything substantial. Before arriving in this world, he had been someone knowledgeable in various subjects, well-versed in English, biology, and ancient literature, capable of discussing sequences and expounding on philosophical theories. Yet here, he had devolved into someone who could only play on his phone. Despite this, the scant knowledge he retained was more than enough to handle 10th grade assignments, indicating just how little content was actually taught in the majority of American public schools. Sometimes Gryell couldn't help but ponder why he had to go to school in the first place. After a month of drifting through school, he had neither seen nor heard anyone mention Peter Parker. In his previous life, he had read so many Marvel stories where the protagonist teamed up with Spider-Man after enrolling. Yet here he was, resigned to listening to these dull, sleep-inducing lessons. Indeed, he was not the protagonist. How could a protagonist have such a miserable existence? It had already been half a year, and he hadn't even received a single follower, let alone pursued his once passionate endeavors of killing and arson to earn points. His hesitations stemmed from the fact that he was not a native of this planet. What did it mean to kill in someone else's territory? Even if he was targeting criminals and gang members, what difference did it make? In his previous life, if a foreigner had gone on a killing spree against deeply corrupt criminals in his home country, would there be more applause for him or a greater outcry for the government to swiftly arrest and eliminate this foreigner who was murdering their compatriots? As the saying goes, those not of my kind must have a different heart. This applies universally. Even if this person were the worst of the worst, it should be up to their own kind to manage and judge them. What right did an outsider have? S.H.I.E.L.D. was not his parent, ready to help him unconditionally. To this day, New York's police department still had information about him listed on their wanted posters. Anyone who could provide leads on his 5 large-scale gang killings could earn up to $500,000, and capturing the suspect would net $3 million. $3 million was enough to buy a luxurious apartment in Manhattan, which made Gryell a bit tempted to turn himself in for the reward. Although he had a lot of money, it couldn't be seen in public. Small purchases at convenience stores and restaurants were manageable, but anything larger usually required credit cards or checks. However, he didn't dare to open a bank account because he couldn't explain the source of his funds. The last time he had his money for school facilitated by Daisy's father, he had traveled to Canada to buy untraceable bonds at a high price from a private seller, then sold them off at a lower price elsewhere, transferring the funds directly to Daisy's father's account through cross-border transactions. This way, he faced a loss rate of up to 70%, turning $100 into $30. Although he lacked experience and was bound to be taken advantage of, even so, once overseas remittances surpassed a certain amount, they would definitely be scrutinized. How would he explain it then? Gryell sat on bags of cash, yet could only spend slowly. Luckily, he had no major expenses. He neither bought a house nor a car, and usually ate at Uncle Jimmy's restaurant. As for seeking help from S.H.I.E.L.D., forget it. S.H.I.E.L.D. was not a charitable organization made up of countless do-gooders who would care for him in every aspect. If they could turn the masked rider into an obedient thug or puppet, why would S.H.I.E.L.D. expend resources to win him over? Just like Ross chasing the Hulk, he hadn't used large sums of cash or beautiful women to entice Banner. Most people in the online novel community adhere to the philosophy that if there were free ways to achieve something, why spend money? The reason they felt justified in watching pirated content was precisely because of this. The fact that S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't captured him for research thus far was partly because of his formidable strength, making it difficult to apprehend him, and partly because they hadn't figured out his background, likely having been fooled by the story from the last encounter. Otherwise, it would be like a 3-year-old walking through a market holding gold. Before taking 3 steps, he would be robbed clean. The fact that he was still safe and sound was already an extraordinary stroke of luck. Heavy concerns had caused Gryell to earn only a few hundred points over the past 3 months. Occasionally, he would go out at night, dragging criminals into the mirror world, leaving no traces behind, and avoiding large-scale disappearances of gang members that would catch the attention of the New York police. With about 7 to 8 years until Thanos' arrival, if he were to eliminate gangs daily, not to mention whether there were enough gangs to target, just considering New York City's population of over 8 million, a disappearance of 10 or 8,000 people a year would surely incite panic. Moreover, even if he killed those many people, even if they were all criminals and gang members, he would certainly face rejection from society. No one wanted to live next to a murderer, and the government wouldn't want a killer residing peacefully in their country. Without anyone needing to push the issue, nations would take action to eliminate or expel him to maintain social order. After all, if someone could kill so many without consequence, wouldn't everyone be able to imitate him, claiming to be vigilantes and killing? When it came to prosecuting murder cases, he would undoubtedly be used as a comparison. Why should he kill and escape punishment while others faced legal repercussions? His efforts to become stronger were initially aimed at surviving during Thanos' arrival. Yet if he continued on this path of killing, he would likely confront the U.S. government directly before Thanos even showed up. The only solution would be to target only the most heinous individuals, but such people were genuinely rare. Otherwise, how could he have only earned a few hundred points in 3 months? Thinking about all this left Gryell filled with helplessness. Other transgressors could easily undermine S.H.I.E.L.D.'s authority, while he had to weigh every move he made against a gang. His protagonist aura seemed weaker than that of a mere gunman, and could even be considered at any level. He truly wanted to know how those predecessors managed to eliminate so many gang members as vigilantes without causing the New York police to issue wanted notices. After midnight, the celebrations in Chinatown finally came to a pause. Gryell rode his motorcycle with Daisy towards Brooklyn. During this time, the two had gradually become more familiar with each other, becoming friends. It was this lively and charming girl who had encouraged him to come to Chinatown to watch the New Year celebrations. At first, Hyde had disagreed, considering New York's nighttime safety to be quite poor. However, after both assured him they would return directly after the celebrations, Hyde reluctantly agreed. Gryell rode his motorcycle with a mindset that as long as the road allowed for speeds up to 80 miles per hour, he would push it to 90. On this cold winter day, such speed made the biting cold wind pierce through every seam in his clothes like countless tiny needles, forcing Daisy, who sat behind him, to grip his waist tightly, curling up against his back as the whistling wind filled her ears with a loud whoosh. Whoosh! Cars with their headlights on were left far behind as they sped out of Chinatown. The festive atmosphere of the new year vanished completely, and the red lanterns and couplets were no longer visible, as if they had entered an entirely new world. Daisy, sitting on the back, leaned closer to Gryell's neck and shouted, "There's a New Year parade in Flushing tomorrow. There's so many floats and exciting performances. It'll be so much fun. Do you want to go?" Gryell silently grumbled to himself. "You just want a free chauffeur." He knew that his motorcycle was much faster than the subway, especially considering New York's congested traffic. Cars couldn't keep up with the subway. Since Daisy had been temporarily staying at Uncle Jimmy's, she rarely took public transport. She relied on Gryell to ride her on his motorcycle to school, making the journey less boring since they were together. "Sure, let's go," Gryell replied casually. "Awesome." Daisy immediately perked up and began planning. "This time, I have to bring my camera. Oh, we need to get there early to grab a good spot. Last year, we arrived late and ended up squished at the back, not seeing anything at all. Provided you don't sleep in," Gryell reminded her. As they rode, they chatted and laughed, the motorcycle speed increasing rapidly as they soon entered the underwater tunnel, disappearing into the bustling flow of traffic. At that moment, Loki's ship had slowly descended above Columbia University. He glanced at the 30 frost giant soldiers and 100 chittery biomechanical soldiers in the cabin, a cold, cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Then he instantly faded out of sight, vanishing into thin air, while the frost giants and Chitauri soldiers remained still, awaiting his command to strike. The ship remained docked above a faculty building at Columbia University, while Loki swiftly traversed a secret passage to Alfheim and then called upon the Bifrost Bridge, instantly returning to Asgard. As he stepped out of the Bifrost, the guardian Heimdall's voice echoed in Loki's ear. "You have been frequently traveling between the 9 realms lately, yet I have been unable to detect your movements most of the time. What exactly are you up to?" Loki paused, slowly turning around to face Heimdall with a smirk, saying, "What am I doing? I'm ensuring stability among the 9 realms. The valiant Thor has been exiled, and the All-Father is more reclusive than ever. If a rebellion occurs somewhere, who will quell it? Therefore, it is essential to maintain stability in the 9 realms. If I don't take action, who will?" Heimdall's dark golden eyes scrutinized Loki, not believing his words. However, he couldn't see what Loki was truly doing, nor did he have concrete evidence to prove Loki was acting against Asgard's interests. Odin had not ordered Loki to be prohibited from entering Asgard, so what could Heimdall do? After standing there for a while, seeing Heimdall fall silent, Loki turned and leisurely walked towards the tallest building in Asgard, the Palace of the Gods. However, his expression suddenly darkened, and his fists clenched involuntarily. He contemplated quietly. If Thor had been the one standing there, would Heimdall dare to question him like that? The answer was clearly no. Although they were both Odin's sons on the surface, their treatment was worlds apart, filling Loki with anger without knowing how to vent it. He was the son of a frost giant picked from the battlefield by Odin, and while he appreciated Odin and Frigga for raising him, he also harbored resentment towards Odin. He was grateful for being raised as a prince of Asgard, yet he loathed the fact that, despite being raised under the name of a biological son, Odin showed such favoritism. What was it that made him inferior to that muscle-bound brute Thor? With his heart brimming with indignation, Loki returned to the palace. When passing the passage leading to Odin's treasury, he paused for a moment, glancing at the heavily guarded doors, but ultimately chose to walk away. He had long coveted the Destroyer, a super soldier whose combat power was not inferior to Thor's, but unfortunately, only the Eternal Spear could control it, and that spear was currently in Odin's possession. Returning to his chamber, he stepped onto the balcony and gazed down at the vast land filled with closely packed stone houses and buildings. Loki raised his hand and gently waved in front of him, causing a water mirror to appear. The mirror displayed the image captured by a ship hovering above Manhattan, which had now moved to Flushing. With just a command, the Chitauri biomechanical soldiers and frost giants would launch their attack according to his preset plan, and no matter how much noise Midgard made, it would have nothing to do with him, the second prince of Asgard. In fact, Loki had already found out Thor's whereabouts, but had refrained from acting, waiting for more people to gather around Thor. He wanted the frost giants and Chitauri biomechanical soldiers to create as much chaos as possible in Midgard, increasing the likelihood of Asgard sending troops. He firmly believed that if the frost giants repeatedly caused turmoil in Midgard, breaking the truce, Odin would not remain idle. At that point, with Odin needing to remain in Asgard, and with Thor absent, the duty to lead the army against the frost giants, Asgard's ancient enemies, would naturally fall to him, the second prince. He was certain that he would achieve great merit and inevitably surpass Thor, becoming the primary heir to the throne. Thinking of this, a proud smile crept onto Loki's face, and his eyes glimmered with eager light as he looked into the water mirror. At that moment, The earth in the mirror was bathed in daylight, the streets devoid of dense traffic, replaced instead by floats adorned with various floral arrangements and decorations that were slowly moving along. Western orchestras, Chinese drum teams, and groups performing different dances followed closely beside or behind the floats, while the sides of the streets were packed with throngs of people, creating a lively atmosphere. Locked onto by Loki's water mirror, Thor was now dressed in a brown coat, his demeanor lacking the usual arrogance, appearing just like any ordinary earthling. He was holding Jane's hand, carefully weaving through the crowd, trying to squeeze forward as much as possible, clearly indicating that their relationship had progressed further. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, Thor was like a crane among chickens in North America, effortlessly spotting the slowly progressing floats and performance groups along the road. However, Jane, due to her height, couldn't see, so Thor was constantly searching for a better spot where Jane could also enjoy the grand celebration, akin to Asgard's Walpurgis night. "Who is it?" Jane asked, momentarily taken aback. Her height was much shorter than Thor's, and with so many people around, she couldn't see who Thor was referring to. Thor, holding Jane close, began to push through the crowd to the left. His towering stature made him look quite formidable, and this was likely why no one had thought to confront him yet. If it had been someone shorter, they would have been shoved around long ago. As he squeezed through the throng, Thor cheerfully explained, "You remember that boy who took down so many frost giants in that little town 3 months ago?" With Thor's reminder, Jane instantly recalled the experience. Those couple of days had almost reshaped her worldview. After years of studying physics and believing in the scientific atheism that had challenged theism since Copernicus, she had her beliefs turned upside down by a thunder god descending from the sky, the sudden appearance of frost giants, and a boy who could change armors as if by magic. It made her realize that the world was far more complex than she had imagined. Especially Thor's arrival had confirmed the reality of Norse mythology. Jane thought that if a cute little angel were to pop up one day, she wouldn't find it too hard to accept. Now, hearing Thor mention that mysterious boy whom she had spent only about 15 or 16 hours with, Jane felt a surge of excitement. She and Eric were both curious about that boy, especially his armor, which bore a striking resemblance to Iron Man's suit, but seemed even more advanced. Eric had been particularly eager to study it. Unfortunately, just a few days after returning, Eric had gotten involved in a highly confidential project and hadn't been back since. Meanwhile, Jane had been too busy with Thor to remember it. If Thor hadn't spotted him, she probably would have missed the chance to see that boy again. Grayer's attention, however, was completely focused on the parade floats. He never expected such a grand New Year celebration in this foreign land. The parade participants included not only Asians, but also people of various ethnicities. Even the police department from Flushing had sent a marching band, and schools had closed for the day, making it a nationwide celebration. He and Daisy had sped over on a motorcycle early in the morning, finding a flower bed near the road to stand on. From there, they could easily see the floats and performance groups without having to crane their necks through the crowd, making it feel like a VIP viewing location. As he was engrossed in the spectacle, a cheerful voice broke through the din of the crowd, calling his name, Russo. Gryell instinctively turned to his right and immediately spotted Thor, towering over most people, with his iconic flowing golden hair and Jane tightly nestled under his arm. "Wait, how is this guy still on Earth?" was the first thought that flashed through Grayer's mind. In the movies, didn't Thor only stay on Earth for 2 or 3 days? Now, 3 to 4 months had passed, and he was still here? Had he come back? But wasn't the Bifrost already broken in the original storyline? He hadn't done anything significant to cause such a major change, had he? As Gryell pondered these questions, Thor had already squeezed his way over to him. To Grayer's frustration, even standing on the flower bed, he was only slightly taller than Thor, leaving him feeling quite dejected. With a broad smile, Thor looked at Gryell and said, "It's good to see you again. What do you think about the proposal I mentioned last time?" Gryell was completely baffled. If he hadn't run into Thor today, he might have forgotten all about that proposal. Seeing this, Jane quickly interrupted Thor, worried he might say something inappropriate, like trying to recruit Gryell into his Asgardian guard. "Are you both here to watch the parade?" she asked. "Yeah." Daisy, standing beside them, looked curiously at Thor and Jane. The two of them were nearly 10 years older than Gryell. How did this homebody meet them? Before anyone could say anything further, far away in Asgard, Loki wore a smile as he issued the command to attack. The doors of the invisible spaceship that had followed Thor from Manhattan opened slowly, as if two doors had magically appeared in the blue sky. One by one, frost giants and Chitauri biomechanical soldiers jumped out of the open doors, appearing as dark spots in the sky, rapidly descending. However, the crowd below was completely focused on the slowly approaching floats and didn't look up at all. The first to notice the anomaly were Thor and Gryell, both instinctively looking up at the sky, only then realizing that human-shaped figures were rapidly falling. By the time they recognized these figures as frost giants, it was already too late. The first frost giant to land had smashed into a float in the middle of the road. The massive weight of the frost giant, combined with the gravitational force of its descent, not only smashed through the float, but also obliterated it into countless pieces, scattering debris everywhere. Following closely behind, more frost giants and Chitauri biomechanical soldiers descended, some landing on the road, others among the crowd, while some clung to the sides of buildings like geckos. In just 3 or 4 seconds, the nearby street was filled with strange, monstrous figures. Several floats were destroyed, and the debris impacted the crowds and performers, causing many injuries. 7 or 8 frost giants that landed among the people crushed over a dozen individuals into pulp. The Chitauri biomechanical soldiers hanging from the sides of the streets pulled out laser guns and began indiscriminately firing into the crowd, unleashing a bloody chaos. Ah, help! There are monsters! Run! The once pleasant music and cheers were instantly replaced by chaos and the sounds of people screaming for their lives. Whether it was the parade participants or the crowd lining the streets, everyone scrambled to escape, desperate to distance themselves from the frost giants wielding ice blades and the Chitauri soldiers brandishing laser guns. However, the crowded throngs made walking difficult, let alone running. People pushed and shoved each other, causing many to fall to the ground, unable to get back up. At that moment, the number of people killed by the frost giants and Chitauri soldiers was fewer than those trampled in the panic. Gryell stood with his mouth agape, staring in disbelief at the falling frost giants and Chitauri soldiers. The original plot had indeed changed. These Chitauri soldiers, who had only appeared in the Avengers, were now suddenly present and even coming down alongside the frost giants. Was the world becoming so chaotic, or was he just seeing things? How is this possible? Thor was equally stunned. Gryell drove his motorcycle with the belief that as long as the road allowed for speeds of up to 80 miles per hour, he would push it to 90. On this cold winter day, such speed made the biting wind pierce through every seam in his clothing like countless tiny needles, forcing Daisy, who sat behind him, to grip his waist tightly, curling up against his back as the howling wind filled her ears with a loud whoosh. Whoosh! Cars with their headlights on were left far behind as they sped out of Chinatown. The festive atmosphere of the new year vanished completely, with red lanterns and couplets no longer visible, as if they had entered an entirely new world. Daisy, sitting on the back, leaned closer to Gryell's neck and shouted, "There's a New Year parade in Flushing tomorrow. There are so many floats and exciting performances. It'll be so much fun. Do you want to go?" Gryell silently grumbled to himself. You just want a free chauffeur. He knew that his motorcycle was much faster than the subway, especially considering New York's congested traffic. Cars couldn't keep up with the subway. Since Daisy had been temporarily staying at Uncle Jimmy's, she rarely took public transport. She relied on Gryell to ride her on his motorcycle to school, making the journey less boring since they were together. "Sure, let's go," Gryell replied casually. "Awesome." Daisy immediately perked up and began planning. "This time, I have to bring my camera. Oh, we need to get there early to grab a good spot. Last year, we arrived late and ended up squished at the back, not seeing anything at all. Provided you don't sleep in," Gryell reminded her. As they rode, they chatted and laughed, the motorcycle speed increasing rapidly as they soon entered the underwater tunnel, disappearing into the bustling flow of traffic. At that moment, Loki's ship had slowly descended above Columbia University. He glanced at the 30 frost giant soldiers and 100 Chitauri biomechanical soldiers in the cabin, a cold, cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Then he instantly faded out of sight, vanishing into thin air, while the frost giants and Chitauri soldiers remained still, awaiting his command to strike. The ship remained docked above a faculty building at Columbia University, while Loki swiftly traversed a secret passage to Alfheim and then called upon the Bifrost Bridge, instantly returning to Asgard. As he stepped out of the Bifrost, the guardian Heimdall's voice echoed in Loki's ear. You have been frequently traveling between the 9 realms lately, yet I have been unable to detect your movements most of the time. What exactly are you up to? Loki paused, slowly turning around to face Heimdall with a smirk, saying, What am I doing? I'm ensuring stability among the 9 realms. The valiant Thor has been exiled, and the All-Father is more reclusive than ever. If a rebellion occurs somewhere, who will quell it? Therefore, it is essential to maintain stability in the 9 realms. If I don't take action, who will? Heimdall's dark golden eyes scrutinized Loki, not believing his words. However, he couldn't see what Loki was truly doing, nor did he have concrete evidence to prove Loki was acting against Asgard's interests. Odin had not ordered Loki to be prohibited from entering Asgard. So what could Heimdall do? After standing there for a while, seeing Heimdall fall silent, Loki turned and leisurely walked towards the tallest building in Asgard, the Palace of the Gods. However, his expression suddenly darkened, and his fists clenched involuntarily. He contemplated quietly. If Thor had been the one standing there, would Heimdall dare to question him like that? The answer was clearly no. Although they were both Odin's sons on the surface, their treatment was worlds apart, filling Loki with anger without knowing how to vent it. He was the son of a frost giant picked from the battlefield by Odin, and while he appreciated Odin and Frigga for raising him, he also harbored resentment towards Odin. He was grateful for being raised as a prince of Asgard, yet he loathed the fact that, despite being raised under the name of a biological son, Odin showed such favoritism. What was it that made him inferior to that muscle-bound brute Thor? With his heart brimming with indignation, Loki returned to the palace. When passing the passage leading to Odin's treasury, he paused for a moment, glancing at the heavily guarded doors, but ultimately chose to walk away. He had long coveted the Destroyer, a super soldier whose combat power was not inferior to Thor's, but unfortunately, only the Eternal Spear could control it, and that spear was currently in Odin's possession. Returning to his chamber, he stepped onto the balcony and gazed down at the vast land filled with closely packed stone houses and buildings. Loki raised his hand and gently waved in front of him, causing a water mirror to appear. The mirror displayed the image captured by a ship hovering above Manhattan, which had now moved to Flushing. With just a command, the Chitauri biomechanical soldiers and frost giants would launch their attack according to his preset plan, and no matter how much noise Midgard made, it would have nothing to do with him, the second prince of Asgard. In fact, Loki had already found out Thor's whereabouts, but had refrained from acting, waiting for more people to gather around Thor. He wanted the frost giants and Chitauri biomechanical soldiers to create as much chaos as possible in Midgard, increasing the likelihood of Asgard sending troops. He firmly believed that if the frost giants repeatedly caused turmoil in Midgard, breaking the truce, Odin would not remain idle. At that point, with Odin needing to remain in Asgard, and with Thor absent, the duty to lead the army against the frost giants, Asgard's ancient enemies, would naturally fall to him, the second prince. He was certain that he would achieve great merit and inevitably surpass Thor, becoming the primary heir to the throne. Thinking of this, a proud smile crept onto Loki's face, and his eyes glimmered with eager light as he looked into the water mirror. At that moment, the earth in the mirror was bathed in daylight, the streets devoid of dense traffic, replaced instead by floats adorned with various floral arrangements and decorations that were slowly moving along. Western orchestras, Chinese drum teams, and groups performing different dances followed closely beside or behind the floats, while the sides of the streets were packed with throngs of people, creating a lively atmosphere. Locked onto by Loki's water mirror, Thor was now dressed in a brown coat, his demeanor lacking the usual arrogance, appearing just like any ordinary earthling. He was holding Jane's hand, carefully weaving through the crowd, trying to squeeze forward as much as possible, clearly indicating that their relationship had progressed further. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, Thor was like a crane among chickens in North America, effortlessly spotting the slowly progressing floats and performance groups along the road. However, Jane, due to her height, couldn't see, so Thor was constantly searching for a better spot where Jane could also enjoy the grand celebration, akin to Asgard's Walpurgis night. This was the burst form of Kamen Rider Faiz, and true to its name, it was also Faiz's most powerful form. The multi-purpose device, abbreviated as PFF, not only had the capability of flight, but could also transform into a cannon, not to mention it housed far more energy than Faiz's usual form. With the PFF, Faiz could sustain battles longer, with combat power equivalent to 6 regular fighters. Gryell had spent 3,400 points to exchange for the FR card. After transforming into the burst form, he still felt unsatisfied and raised his left arm again, spending an additional 1,600 points to exchange for Faiz's multifunctional weapon, the Faiz Blaster. As the card was inserted into the driver once more, those standing 3 to 4 meters behind Gryell heard that peculiar voice again, one that sounded more electronic than human. "Attack Ride Faiz Blaster." At the moment the voice echoed, a 6-pointed star magic circle appeared beside Gryell's right hand, and the next second, a metallic briefcase with a combination lock materialized, which Gryell firmly grasped. Without needing to input the combination, with just a thought, the lower half of the case rotated 180 degrees and closed, transforming into a quantum blaster over a meter long. In addition, the 2 metal devices on the PFF unit that had initially pointed downward rotated 180 degrees along a spherical groove and settled on his shoulders, becoming 4 small cannons. As soon as the transformation was complete, the 4 cannons began firing, launching a barrage of small energy projectiles at the Chitauri hanging on the exterior walls of the building. The power and lethality of these projectiles far exceeded those of the Gatling gun on the mobile horse. Under Gryell's precise calculations and coordination, the cannons kept firing, each small energy projectile obliterating a Chitauri, with 50 shots hitting their targets, completely clearing the Chitauri from his line of sight in just 3 to 4 seconds. However, Gryell felt as though his brain, operating at full capacity, was about to explode. He quickly ceased this efficient method of slaughter. After all, he had already cleared a large safe zone, and Daisy and Thor were safe, so he could take his time dealing with the remaining threats. The deaths of the nearby Chitauri attracted a lot of attention, with more eyes focusing on Gryell, showing fear, dread, excitement, and joy. One person, full of surprise, turned to the person next to him and said, "I remember. There's a video on Facebook that was him fighting alongside Iron Man in front of Stark Industries a few months ago." "Really? Of course. That's amazing. I have to record this moment." This overly excited individual, having completely forgotten the panic just moments before, hastily pulled out his phone to start filming. There were several others like him, even in the midst of the chaos, who didn't forget to film the surroundings, showing more dedication than a reporter. As the shoulder cannons on Gryell's suit powered down, they quickly transformed back into thrusters, allowing Gryell to take off into the air. Meanwhile, the mobile horse flew in another direction, and the two split up to clear out the soft targets of the Chitauri. At 20 meters in the air, Gryell had already traversed most of the nearby buildings, spotting all the Chitauri and frost giants below. He pointed the quantum blaster down, firing continuously, each shot blasting apart the Chitauri, sending them flying, with the walls also suffering collateral damage. In just 3 minutes since Gryell had transformed, the entire street resembled a scene of carnage, with corpses strewn about, blood flowing, and cries of despair filling the air. Several towering frost giants were still pursuing humans, which made Gryell's anger flare. He rotated the thrusters, diving down rapidly, while the quantum blaster in his hand quickly morphed into a long quantum blade, radiating a dazzling brilliance. As Gryell descended, he locked onto one frost giant, swinging its ice blades, ruthlessly hacking at fleeing humans. He tightened his grip on the quantum blade, and at the moment he reached the back of the frost giant, he shifted from a dive to horizontal flight. With the kinetic force behind him, the quantum blade sliced cleanly through the frost giant's midsection. As he passed by, the frost giant's grotesque head rolled off, hitting the ground with a dull thud. On the littered street, its massive body crashed down, taking down a frost giant with one swift stroke, which would typically require a flying kick, was due to the coordination with the mobile horse and the sheer sharpness of the quantum blade. The frost giant's ice armor felt like paper in comparison. However, Gryell's expression was anything but relaxed. Behind his helmet, his face grew serious. Even with the mobile horse's assistance, it took time to locate and eliminate each frost giant, not to mention those Chitauri hanging on the walls like geckos. Calculating quickly, he realized that if all went smoothly, it would still take him at least 10 minutes to wipe out the frost giants and Chitauri. Not to mention the crowds, panicking everywhere, made running nearly impossible. The density of the crowd made it difficult to move, let alone sprinting. He had to remain vigilant to avoid injuring innocents. Even with his considerable power, he could not fully unleash it and had to rely on ranged attacks first to eliminate the more vulnerable Chitauri before confronting the fewer frost giants. With his mind made up, Gryell unhesitatingly raised his left arm, and under the curious and fearful gazes of the 5 or 6 people behind him, the rider card box opened, ejecting an FR card for Faiz. Form Ride Faiz Blaster. These individuals clearly heard the sound from the figure before them, which resembled Iron Man, producing a voice that sounded less human and more synthetic. They watched as red light rapidly spread from the red veins within Gryell's suit, transforming the black parts of his body into red, while the red veins turned black, and a silvery backpack-like device appeared on his back. Gryell felt the weight of reality crash down on him as he witnessed the chaos unfolding before his eyes. The last time the frost giants invaded Midgard, it could be considered an accidental event, but now, just 3 months later, a second invasion of even greater scale was taking place. This was clearly not a coincidence. It was an organized, purposeful assault. Given that the frost giants had already known of his existence during the last invasion, it was likely that this attack was aimed at him once more. The moment he saw the frost giants and Chitauri soldiers beginning to descend from the sky, Gryell froze. He immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Neither the frost giants with their ice armor, which could withstand a punch from Kamen Rider Decade, nor the shiny armor of the Chitauri were foes that ordinary humans could defeat. In his gut, he felt that only heavy weaponry like machine guns or artillery could hope to penetrate their defenses. But with the streets packed with people, there was no chance that an armored division could arrive in time. Instead of fleeing with the crowd, Gryell instinctively looked up at the buildings around him. He knew that with such a dense crowd, walking was difficult, let alone running. The only option was to swiftly move across the rooftops. Thinking this, he tightly wrapped his arms around Daisy's waist and whispered, "Hold on tight." Daisy was caught off guard, but before she could react, Gryell bent his legs and leaped up, landing on the fire escape on the second floor. He called down to Thor and Jane below, "Get up here." Thor and Jane quickly reacted. Without hesitation, Thor scooped Jane up and tossed her toward Gryell, who caught her by the arms and pulled her up. Gryell shouted for them to move upward while he yanked open the zipper of his jacket, revealing the rider card case. In an instant, a card depicting a silver robot sprang from the case and was quickly inserted into his waist driver. Attack Ride Faiz Blaster. The motorcycle parked by the flower bed transformed like a transformer into a 2-meter-tall robot, the mobile horse equipped with a Faiz sword. The tires embedded in its back glowed blue, and the mobile horse took off into the sky. Under Gryell's mental command, the mobile horse soared upward, executing a half-turn in midair. The Gatling gun on its front began rotating as it aimed at the Chitauri clinging to the building's exterior, unleashing a torrent of microenergy projectiles. Each projectile struck the Chitauri, exploding and creating fist-sized holes in their bodies. Under the relentless barrage of fire, the Chitauri were decimated, falling like ragdolls as they plummeted toward the panicking crowd below, causing widespread panic and horror as they crashed down. The deafening explosions drowned out the terrified screams of the crowd, surprising many who looked up to see an unknown robot hovering in the air, attacking bizarre creatures. Although they didn't know what this robot was, it appeared to be helping. Many who couldn't push their way through the crowd pulled out their handguns and began shooting at the Chitauri and frost giants. The officers from Flushing, tasked with securing the parade, began organizing a counterattack, directing citizens to evacuate as quickly as possible. As Thor jumped onto the fire escape, the mobile horse had already cleared 3 Chitauri from the building's facade, and Jane and Daisy had made it to the 3rd floor. Gryell turned to Thor and said, "You get them to safety. I'll handle these guys." Before Thor could respond, Gryell leaped off the fire escape, quickly inserting the Faiz card into his driver again. Kamen Rider Faiz. With the deep, mechanical, synthesized voice echoing, Gryell landed gracefully, transformed into Kamen Rider Faiz in a flash, the entire process taking less than a second. The street was filled with frost giants and Chitauri, leaving many unsure of where to run. Gryell immediately charged towards the nearest frost giant, slicing through the frightened crowd with his quantum blade. As he landed, he was spotted by a group of 5 or 6 people, who were initially frightened and turned to flee, only to collide with a frost giant and find themselves trapped in a corner. Gryell didn't have time to worry about the panicked crowd. His focus was solely on the frost giants. After landing, he rushed toward the frost giant, darting between the terrified people. With a swift motion of his right arm, he signaled the mobile horse to engage. As the mobile horse lowered its altitude and increased its speed, it charged ahead, heading straight for the frost giant. In a split second, Gryell grasped the handlebars, pulling out the Faiz sword. The mobile horse's Gatling gun unleashed a barrage of bullets, striking the frost giant and creating numerous holes in its icy armor, causing it to stagger wildly. In the flurry of ice shards, Gryell bent his legs and leaped into the air, bringing down the glowing quantum blade to slice through the frost giant's neck. With the momentum, he darted past the giant, landing smoothly as its massive head fell to the ground with a dull thud. Taking down a frost giant with such ease was a blend of the mobile horse's support and the razor-sharp quantum blade. The giant's ice armor felt flimsy against it. However, Gryell's expression remained tense. Even with the mobile horse's assistance, locating and eliminating a frost giant was a task that took time, and he still had to deal with those Chitauri hanging on the walls. He calculated quickly. It would take at least 10 minutes to clean up the remaining frost giants and Chitauri. With the streets packed with people fleeing in panic, he could hardly run at full speed, and he needed to avoid injuring innocents. Resolute, Gryell raised his left arm, and amidst the curious and fearful gazes of those around him, the rider card box opened, ejecting the Faiz FR card. Form Ride Faiz Blaster. The people nearby distinctly heard the voice of the figure resembling Iron Man, producing an electronic sound rather than a human one. They watched as red light rapidly spread across Gryell's suit, transforming the black portions into red, while the red veins turned black, and a silver backpack-like apparatus materialized on his back. As the transformation completed, Gryell's focus remained sharp, aware that he had to act quickly to protect the innocent and eliminate the threats. He was determined to turn the tide in this chaotic battle, proving himself capable in this dire situation.